ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out, bring them out. Woo! Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With Courtney Cronin in for Kap, I'm Jay Hood. We've got Potsy, we've got Shay, we've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Football Friday with open phone lines for you at 312-332-3776 is our phone number, reminding you that the 2025 Grip It and Sip It Classic, the tickets go on sale at 9 a.m. this morning. 9 a.m. this morning. It's gripitandSipItClassic.com. That's the website you go to. Tickets go on sale this morning. Sells out in minutes every year, so make sure that you're ready. gripitandSipItClassic.com is where you go. Good morning, Courtney. How are you?
I'm good. I just noticed your Cafe Du Monde hat. That's one of my favorite spots down there.
Yes. Did you notice the powdered sugar all over the hat, too? The spots.
Have you ever left there not covered in powdered sugar?
No.
There's no way around it.
No.
You have to shake yourself upside down.
I know,
but I do love that place. I love it.
You know what, Courtney? It's one of those things that you just got to stop and see. You got to spend time there, and it doesn't matter how many napkins they give you. There's always going to be spots of powdered sugar everywhere. The jeans, the hat, the shirt, it's just going to be just a messy day. And you know what? I love it.
I love it because it's one of those things that it's very touristy. I admit that, but that's one of the touristy things I'm okay doing when I go down to New Orleans. It's one of my favorite cities to ever. We were going through this the other night because I just kept writing off a bunch of the Bears' opponents for these road games. I'm like, that's going to be a boring road trip. That road trip's going to be annoying. And this one, I'm not going to be able to get home on a Sunday night. And my friend's like, what road trips do you actually like since you're being so negative? And I'm like, New Orleans, number one. Send me there every single year. And that, like, Cafe Du Monde's always at the top of my list. I don't need to go on a swamp tour. Don't need to go on the ghost, going to like the ghost tour. The ghost tour with like the lights on the bikes and you go at nighttime. Yeah. But take me to Cafe Du Monde every time and I'll gladly walk away with powdered sugar all over me.
Just all over the place. That's true. It's such a weird thing. We take the tour every year and the tour is always different.
The ghost tour?
No, not the ghost tour, just like maybe the bus tour, just going to different areas, learning more and more about the city. So every year, whenever we go, we always take a tour, and it's like, oh, I hadn't seen that part of New Orleans before. I haven't seen that before. So it's kind of learning, but also fun and drunk.
Yeah.
It's all that at the same time.
I don't think you can leave New Orleans without being intoxicated, or at least like coming away with a big hangover.
I was just walking down the street, and all of a sudden, my blood level went up.
I went for the first time last summer, and I was drunk for a week after I got home.
Yes, that happens.
It's fantastic. What a journey.
All of a sudden, here's a hand grenade.
Yeah, just out of nowhere.
Here's a hurricane. Here's a hand grenade. Like everywhere you go.
Did you do the drive-through daiquiri shop?
No.
I've never done it. I don't understand how it's a thing other than they give you the thing in a cup, but they don't take the straw off the top. So they're like, here you go. We're being responsible. You should too.
It's either for vacation or for work that I've been to New Orleans. And one of the times when I was with Abdallah, we were covering the Arena Football League for a weekend.
They sent you to New Orleans? They actually paid for you guys to go down there?
That's when Disney took care of you.
I had to be like, wow, Arena Football League's got money.
Yeah.
Did not know it was a thing.
Also, Greenberg and Golick were doing play-by-play in color.
Oh, okay.
So it's just kind of promoting that.
Trickle-down effect.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's Abdallah and I, and there we are at Bourbon Street, and we're walking along having a conversation. All of a sudden, I'm talking, and I look to my right, and I'm talking to myself. Where did Abdallah go? He fell into a manhole. Right on Bourbon Street. I said, Adam? And I'm just like, I got you. Take the hand out. Up, gotcha.
There is a great Instagram account specific to New Orleans called What the Bleep Is This Street?
Yes.
And it's dedicated to the potholes in New Orleans and how everything is an absolute mess. If you think the Kennedy's bad right now, if you think that traffic's awful, go to New Orleans and try to drive on a normal street. Your car may not make it out. It might fall into a sinkhole.
That's right.
Like Abdallah apparently did.
We were just having a great conversation. Courtney just side by side having a conversation. A grenade in one hand, a daiquiri in the next, and all of a sudden I'm still talking. Adam, help me! It's like, I got you, bro. I got you. It's only 3:00 in the morning.
It's like
That's
something
all.
out of a cartoon.
It's true. It happened. Ask him about it. It was just strange. Just fell into a manhole cover. Good morning, Rob. How are you?
This morning.
Go ahead. How are you?
Good. Hey, listen, last 3 seasons, I've gone down to watch the Chicago Hounds play the NOLA Gold down there in New Orleans, and every single time, my first stop is a drive-through daiquiri shop. Courtney, here's how they do it. The straw has paper top covered on top of the straw. So technically, it's not open because the straw has not been uncapped. That's how they do drive-through daiquiris. Bring them to Illinois. They are absolutely fabulous.
Something tells me us people who live up here in Illinois wouldn't abide by the rules that apparently all these saints do down in New Orleans, where it's like the honor system where you can't take the paper top off before you get home. I don't know. Something tells me that people here would not necessarily adhere to that in the honor system.
Nobody said you can't take it off when you get it in the car. The point is it's served with that paper cap on the straw.
Yeah, everybody loves a loophole.
Yep. Beautiful loophole.
Also,
have a good one.
Thank you very much, Rob. Also, one of the great tourist attractions, I believe, the original Popeyes.
Is it really?
Like the original feels like. At least that's how it's built. Who knows? It's just a sign. It may not be true, but it's just like, oh, New Orleans Popeye, this must be the red beans and rice must be really good.
Like the original McDonald's, the one out in Rosemont,
right?
Des Plaines.
The original. I
watched that movie, the Ray Kroc movie. I don't think it's the actual original one.
No, that would be McDowell's.
Who?
McDowell's.
What's that?
Yeah. You remember McDowell's, don't you, Shay? The original McDonald's?
McDowell's?
Yes.
Yeah, I never heard of this either.
Yes, from the movie.
The movie the Kevin...
No, the Eddie Murphy movie.
Oh, no, I don't know.
No. Did you not see?
I may be letting you down here.
No. The original, one of the great movies Eddie Murphy just did not too long ago.
Coming to America.
I've honestly and McDowell's. Did you ever see the first one?
Nope.
Oh, how can you be from Detroit and not see that?
I know. That's why I said culturally I might be letting you down today.
Coming to America. Yeah, the father-in-law owned McDowell's. He thought that was a step up from McDonald's. And so that was the thing.
Did they rip off the trademark
That's exactly
too?
right. That's right.
The arches
that's right.
and everything?
That's right. Exactly.
Awesome.
McDowell's. Okay,
they were upside down. It was a W.
See, it's for the weekend. Put it in. Coming to America. You need to watch.
You'll watch that over the Derby, won't you?
There's a lot I'd watch over the Derby.
So you got to watch Coming to America. And Coming to America 2. Also very good.
Because I'll do my homework for you.
Yeah, because Eddie Murphy's in it. So you got to watch it. He's outstanding. We had Ryan Poles, the general manager for the Chicago Bears, on yesterday, and he answered a lot of questions. One of them that stood out to me, I thought that was, underrated, is really comparing what he has now with Ben Johnson and his coaching staff and Eberflus. Mm-hmm. I mean, we laid out to him, said, what's the difference between last year and this year? And Ryan Poles said this.
Yeah, I think the one, when we went into this coaching search, the one kind of phrase that popped up was, can we find a strategic edge? When we go into games, offensive and defensively, can we have an edge in terms of the game plan, how we're going to use our players to make a defense or offense really uncomfortable? And I truly, spending time with both Ben and DA and Declan and Hightower, you feel that level of intensity of how we're going to be on the attack rather than being on our heels and almost, being reactive instead of proactive. So that proactive approach is probably the best way for me to explain how I feel right now about what we got going on in this building. There's an attack, there's an aggressive, we are going after people mentality. That feels a little bit different to me, or a lot different to me, and the players love that too. and we are attacking them from a skill point of view as well. Like every player has an action plan. There's 3 things right now that they have to improve on, and then there's a way that we're going about improving those 3 things. So everyone has something they're attacking, both on an individual basis, but also from a scheme and a preparation standpoint for our offense and our defense and special teams. So I just love that aggressive mentality through and through. Our weight room's different. These guys are attacking. I think it's like 99% of our guys are here, and they are getting after it in the weight room and in conditioning, which gets me excited. And that clear communication as well is like right now it's about strength conditioning. And Benson's very clear about that. So we do spend time in the classroom and on the turf. But he wants these guys to attack in the weight room so we're stronger. I felt like last year as we went through the season, we weren't as strong and physical down the stretch. This feels different just in terms of what they're doing in there to get these guys prepared to not only start fast but finish strong.
I thought, Courtney, you could hear the entire conversation with Ryan Poles on the Kap J Hood show podcast page on the ESPN Chicago app. So strategic edge is the first thing that he said in that question. I asked him the difference between last year and this year. Clearly, he believes that Ben Johnson and his coaching staff can be able to provide what they're looking for, a strategic edge, which he did not get last year. I think that's pretty clear. There's a real dividing line between last year and this year as he looks at the coaching staff.
Yeah, proactive versus reactive is what stood out to me because proactive means you're on the attack. You're trying to think a couple steps ahead. And naturally, I think as you have an offensive head coach, somebody who's going to be calling plays, you dictate how the game goes. You set the tone. It's going to be different when you're on defense because, in a way, everybody on defense is reactive to what the offense presents to you. That's the biggest cliche. Like, we're just going to, take what they give to us, and as a defense, we will adjust to try to stop whatever they're doing. But there were too many times last year where it felt like they lived in reactive. They lived in survival mode. They lived through just get to the next down, just try to get the offense off the field so we can get ours back out there. That the tenor in which he talks about Ben Johnson feels very different because, number one, there's an energy boost around it because if your head coach is giving off an energy of being on the attack, having that strategic edge, naturally, as a general manager, you're going to feel the same way. You're going to try to match that energy where it's, in the past before, Eberflus didn't want to give any of that stuff off. He wanted to keep things close to the vest. He came across as nervous, a little sheepish at times, certainly not very accountable in the way that he explained things. And I felt like Ryan Poles, what he had to do was damage control in a lot of ways. It's the offseason right now. This could all change, obviously, if things happen and they start losing games, whatever it is. Poles clearly but he's going into it with a different mindset of how my head coach is going to operate. And it feels like even when he's talking about the weight room, what did we hear down the stretch of last season with, this stuff didn't start early enough we didn't correct the mistakes early enough in training camp. We didn't feel like we were in shape, not championship shape, because we're not fat shaming people the way that JJ Redick was doing yesterday. But it felt like they kept saying we didn't get on top of this stuff or we didn't handle it well enough early on. And Ben Johnson, clearly knowing that in his own scouting report of why he took this job with the Bears, said, all right, well, I'm going to come in with a plan. So, from day one, it's not like we're waiting till, day 50 to get into, okay, what do we want our attacking mindset to be? Sounds and feels like he came in with that from the jump. So there's no qualms about what he expects it to be, and that's at least how Ryan Poles relays it.
Some more conversation about Ryan Poles and how he looks at Ben Johnson coming up next. We got 5 burning questions this hour as well for Courtney Cronin regarding the Chicago Bears. All part of the mix on the Kap J Hood Morning Show.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Duval. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic, presented by Yingling Flight. Seven Bridges Golf Club has once again invited us back. This year's classic takes place Wednesday, June 11th. Buy a twosome, buy a foursome, and compete for awesome prizes. Once again, this year, golfers will be randomly assigned to play on behalf of one of our show teams. Prizes and glory await the lowest scoring team. the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic. Warning, tickets will sell out. They'll go on sale this morning at 9 at gripitandsipiTclassic.com.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
If you got money in 401ks and 403bs and TSPs and deferred comps and 457 plans, that's not really to your benefit. You're delaying the inevitable, more taxes, because of accumulation. So you over 20 or 30 years of work, you're going to build more money, which is going to put those monies in a higher tax bracket.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
I say pull those monies from those things, invest with me, or put money into what we call qualified accounts, the insurance vehicles, the annuities, the IULs, to where you can get the compound interest and then protect family, but also create generational passive income, right now residual income streams, leveraging insurance, because insurance is the biggest business in the world, the only one that cannot fail.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
I don't do any risky things. I like the money to go to work. I like to see it.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Chicago. IKEA makes it easy and affordable to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover. And now IKEA is making it even more convenient with local pickup points at Loyola University, University of Illinois Chicago, and University of Chicago. Simply order at IKEA.com or via the IKEA app. Select local pickup point near you and pick up your order for free as soon as the next day. So create your dream room escape or perfect space to relax after work. Shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tuning into your favorite team's game or actually going to the stadium is better when you feel at your best. If something's not quite right, reduce tension and pain and increase flexibility with expert-assisted stretching at StretchLab. Each session is customized to your body's needs with your unique goals in mind. Visit your local StretchLab today or go to StretchLab.com to get up to 50% off your first 50-minute stretch. Plus, get an additional $10 off with code FAN10. That's code FAN10 at StretchLab.com.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Kap and J Hood are back.
We're putting the band back together. The nerve center of a great rhythm and blues band.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
It's a Kap and J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Courtney Cronin in for Kap. Don't forget, we got Shot or No Shot coming up at 8 o'clock here on this Friday. We hope that you're going to have a great weekend. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. A number of things stood out about our conversation about Ryan Poles yesterday. Again, full conversation on the ESPN Chicago app. Let's look for Kap and J Hood, and boom, you can be able to click that. So the running back room. Now, again, I have this depth chart, as you well know, the updated one.
On ESPN.com?
No, not yours. No.
Tevin Jenkins still have, is he questionable?
You still have Cole Kmet out. So no, we don't go to yours. We go to our lads.
I've still never found out how to actually fix that. I've sent emails that have gone off into the Disney ether. I really have no answer for you, unfortunately, on why our depth charts at .com are so bad.
That's not AI, is it?
Could be.
Well, that's the mess. That's a mess if that's the case.
The aliens are taking over.
I know. I'm watching the draft, and as I'm watching the draft and the Bears take Colston Loveland, I mean, immediately you could see someone just typing in Loveland TE1. It's like they just moved Cole Kmet just out of there. Like, wait a minute. But it was great to see. But the running back situation, Courtney, you heard the conversation. So listen to what Poles says about his running back room.
Yeah, it's a good room. Really excited about Eric Bieniemy being here as well, just in terms, like, obviously I've been with him, but there's a long track record of development and his ability to raise the level of play for that room. So we're really excited about him. I really think with the addition of the O-line, you're going to feel that when we're looking at the running back position in terms of how they perform and their efficiency this upcoming year. Roshan, really looking forward to him playing a physical brand of football that we know he has. I think kind of that role was a little bit out of whack last year. I think he's going to have more of a physical role for us. And then we have a young group, behind them that's coming along. Wheeler was doing some really good things last year, and he has a high level of speed. And then Kyle, Kyle's going to come in, and he's a physical runner. And looking forward to him to develop and see where he lands in the depth chart as we go through training camp.
Courtney, that's the full answer. Is there something missing from that answer about the running back room?
I think he said the right things at this time of the offseason, because I know there's been some questions. Kap asked me about it on Monday when I came on about what about Nick Chubb? What about adding a veteran back? And there was a different answer. I know that he came, I think it was a shot or no shot, the weight racks, like all the big things that I don't know the actual terminology. I sound like an idiot, but like the heavy weights that Nick Chubb's lifting, does that matter to you as a general manager when you watch those things? Because it was parlaying into a question about could you foresee adding something like that? And my biggest takeaway is that the obvious at this point of the year, they're not in any rush to do it. They need to see what this room looks like with the player that they just drafted, with the player that they're getting back from, a down season for Roschon Johnson. What Ryan Poles said there about his role being out of whack last year, I don't think the Bears knew what the identity should be for Roschon Johnson. I don't think Roschon Johnson knew. And I think that's frustrating when you're a running back who's on the field on first and second down and you're supposed to be the third down, the goal line back, then you're off the field. Like, they need to figure out if he can be what they expected him to be when they drafted him 2 years ago. And so I think they like the room as is on paper, and that they're going to see what it looks like when they get into training camp. But he didn't mention DeAndre Swift.
He did not.
That's the name that's missing in all of that, which, just very well could be an oversight of, hey, this is our top guy. It's the guy we paid a ton of money to. Of course he's going to be here. But that's the only omission that came from that.
It's the equivalent of me asking about the wide receiver room, and he mentions Devin Duvernay and not DJ Moore.
Did he do?
I said this is the equivalent of doing that. If you're talking about your top line players, you'd be talking about all of them. He did not mention DeAndre Swift. I don't know if that's an oversight, or does he look and say, we like DeAndre, but we could do better than what we have. Like Ian Wheeler is coming off a major injury. It's the part of Hard Knocks my wife liked the most. The idea that Ian Wheeler is spending time with his mom and it's very emotional. She liked that part of it.
Reading books.
Yeah. It's
Harvard
really
guy.
Smart guy.
Going pre-med, the whole thing. Yeah, no, he was the only good part of Hard Knocks, in my opinion.
That's our favorite part. But I think that, Courtney, if you're going to upgrade your wide receiver room, I guess this is what you do by getting Luther Burden. If you want to be able to add to your tight end, you want to add to your offensive line, then don't fall short at the running back spot. If you're going to upgrade everything else, why not the running back? So to me, like, Monangai as a seventh rounder is fine. Ian Wheeler's coming off an injury. He's way down the depth chart as I look at it here. But I think that what I got tired of last year is watching third and short and fourth and short not getting a yard. Couldn't get a yard. And maybe the offensive line helps some of that, but also if it's Ben Johnson, he likes a dynamic running game. Even though there's fireworks in the sky with all these different weapons down the field and all these routes they're going to be running, he still does like the meat and potatoes of being able to run the football at times.
Yeah, and you don't have – I think the knock on DeAndre Swift is can he be your workhorse guy? And or do you need some sort of complementary piece? And in Kyle Monungai's scouting report, I think the one that we had from NFL.com was that he's not the guy he's not a 3-down back. So you need to be comfortable taking him and pairing him with somebody else that can split that workload. Maybe they see a marriage there. And obviously he's a 7th-round pick, so there's going to be some skepticism about, is this really enough in the running back room to upgrade it to where Ben Johnson can operate what he did in Detroit down here? A realistic answer right now is probably not. Probably not. It's not a high-end running back. It's not somebody, I mean, could he be? Sure. Anybody can be. But it doesn't feel like it's going to be the same fit. And I know Ben said that he's not bringing the Detroit playbook and plopping it down at their lockers at Hallis Hall. But you would think that he would want that same sort of feel from a run game of what you had in Jahmyr Gibbs, what you had as an elite pass catching back who is elusive and shifty. That's a lot of DeAndre Swift in there, but also a workhorse, the bulldozer, the guy on 3rd and short, 4th and short goal line, what David Montgomery did a lot of. Kyle Monungai in his college profile looks pretty similar to where David Montgomery came out. Was it 3rd round, 4th round?
Yeah.
So there is, I think, the similarities of maybe they can try to find a way to use those two the same. But that's the one thing you would come away with from the draft. Like the one overarching thing. I know people get up in arms about why no edge rusher, why no safety depth. But with running back, that just felt like the need that got away from them based on how they decided they wanted to stay true to the board. And every time they were on, so in the 2nd round, the 2 backs from Ohio State go, they say, okay, Luther Burden's our next highest player on the board. We're taking him. Or even going back to the 1st round, clearly they had Colston Loveland higher than Omarion Hampton, who was the next running back taken. You can justify that. You can probably justify what happened at 39. But then beyond that, it just felt like they were kind of a step behind where they needed to be in addressing that position, like they address the offensive line, upgraded that spot, address a tight end spot, upgraded that spot, address wide receiver, upgraded that spot. This is kind of the outlier. And, the options that are out there right now for a veteran back, nothing's going to jump off the page. Every back that's out there right now around the age of 30 is going to have flaws. But could it help create competition, upgrade your room eventually? They've got to get through OTA's minicamp first to see if they're really as thin as it looks right now at that position.
I think it's obvious to both of us and Bears fans as well, is that the head coach, Ben Johnson, got his way in the draft. He's the head coach. He's an offensive coordinator now becoming a head coach, so he wants as many weapons as possible like he had in Detroit. I think it's pretty obvious, and how you could tell that is look at the draft. You and I are on the same page when it comes to the defensive line. I've said this ad nauseum on the show. I just think that Shamar Turner is fine to be able to draft him, but what I think, Courtney, is that Ryan Poles and the Bears feel like, we got Grady, we got Dio, so we're just going to be able to rotate in Austin Booker. We'll see what he is. We'll see what Daniel Hardy is. We'll got to see if Jaron Dexter takes a step. Montez Sweat's a stud, so we're good. You can't take that for granted. I just know that I can count on one hand in my life as a Bears fan how porous, how bad a defense the Bears were, where there was some business decisions, I thought, at times, especially from the secondary. It's going to be our 7th game we're going to lose, our 8th game. Just let them go. You could see it. You were covering it. And the defense did not get home enough for me. And I just think that instead of being able to address that with younger assets in the draft, they just said, well, Ben Johnson, you love offense. Here you go. Here's Noah's Ark. You get everything. 2 of everything. And I just think that they just took the defense and just thought, we just get a healthy Billings, a healthy Sweat, rotate some of these other guys in, see what they can do, and just move forward. It's not enough based on how bad the defense was, I thought, last year.
I think it was Kap who asked him about Turner and the versatility. Like he said he's played, in the wide 9 technique. He's played all the way at 0. Moving him around. His natural fit in the NFL is at defensive tackle. Like, let's be honest about this. Could he maybe kick outside and play edge if he has to? Sure. Did he also ask that about Dexter too? There was another player on the interior that Kap asked that, and Poles threw that out as a possibility. But is that just a Band-Aid over something, or is that a real fix? It doesn't feel like a real fix. However, we don't all we can go off of is what Dennis Allen's done in the past with how he's rotated his pass rushers and keeping a fresh rotation of guys that might, not your non-starters, maybe playing no more than like 30 to 40% of snaps each game. If you feel like you can get by with that, and big and here, if Dayo Odingbo is the high ceiling player that you think he's going to reach that ceiling this year, because he's 26, I want to say, he's a younger player that you paid starter level money to. You expect him to have that role in this defense. Do you have enough behind him, though? If that falters, if that's not enough, do you have enough behind him? Do you have enough edge depth? No. The answer is no right now.
You do not.
Because there's a lot of question marks. Is Austin Booker, and I know what Poles said about Montez Sweat, nobody's working harder this offseason in the weight room, putting on, I think they want their ends to play around. There's been some weird, like Ben Johnson said one thing, Dennis Allen said another. I think somewhere in like the 260, 270 range is what they want guys to be at. So when we see them in a couple weeks at OTAs, that's when you'll get it to, all right, this dude's been in the weight room. Mm-hmm. This dude's been working. Austin Booker for me is like, I want to see like how much he's changed from a physical standpoint, knowing how lean he was when he came in. He didn't look ready to take on that position last year, but he was a fifth round pick, mm-hmm. And they keep saying that they believe he can make that jump because from a physical standpoint, they believe he's going to have what it takes to play in this defense. Jury's out on that, though. Like, I don't know if that's going to be you need to see it. I don't know if you're comfortable rolling the dice when you only have one sure thing right now at edge, which of course brings into the conversation like running back. Yeah. Will they add a veteran at that spot? Will it be Trey Hendrickson? Will it be Matthew Judon's out there? He was out there after the 1-year deal he had in Atlanta. Again, I don't think these are things that get addressed until a little bit closer to training camp, but something to keep an eye on specifically at those two spots.
Yeah, the Bears have been able to build a nice roster, no question about that. Is it a playoff roster? We're going to find out. And I know you can't fill every hole in every draft and every free agency, but the point is, though, is that Ben Johnson, as the head coach and offensive guru of this team, has got a lot of weapons. And there are no excuses left for Caleb Williams because now in year 2, he's going to have to shine because, look, he got 3 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, a running game, a new-look offensive line. Let's see how it all works out. We got 5 burning questions for Courtney Cronin coming up next. It is Bears related, and we'll take your phone calls as well. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776, our phone number. Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000 and also on YouTube.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
It's time for your White Sox Minute on Len Casper. The Sox engineered one of their best wins of the season Thursday, 8-0 over Milwaukee. Luis Robert Jr. knocked in 4 and saved 4 on a potential grand slam saving catch early. Miguel Vargas banged a 3-run homer, and Sean Burke and company held the Brewers to just 2 hits. Sox fans, the new City Connect uniforms are here, uniting the legacy of Chicago's iconic teams, the White Sox and Bulls. This look honors the city's impact on the diamond and the court. See the debut tonight. The White Sox take on the Houston Astros at 6:40 p.m. Shop the full collection now at the White Sox team store. For more info, head to whitesox.com/city. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Mother's Day is almost here, and I've been thinking a lot about all the times my mom went out of her way just to make me happy. Honestly, I've lost count. All of the pickups from practice, help with the homework, the home-cooked meals. My mom is the best. That's why this year I'm returning the favor with the bouquet from the Books Company. And I got you 25% off of your order so you can send some happiness to your moms, too. Books aren't just any flowers. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms, so they're bigger, brighter, and last way longer. Some are even grown on the side of a volcano. Wow mom with a bright, happy bouquet, or go for the Bouqs flower subscription so she can get fresh blooms and major joy on repeat. It's also really easy. I picked my bouquet, delivery date, and done. And with 25% off, why stop with mom? Grab some for your wife, your auntie, and even grandma too. Mother's Day is May 11th, so hurry and order your Bouqs now. Go to Bouqs.com, use promo code CANTY to get 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code CANTY. Bouqs, promo code CANTY.
You bust your hump for 40-plus years, saving for retirement only to risk it all with this crazy stock market. You don't need to risk your retirement anymore. Call my friend Mitch Lyons and his team at Mitch Lyons Wealth. They can help you create a retirement of steel that won't get rocked by volatile markets. Retire comfortably, protected, and with the income you need. Schedule a 10-minute call today. Call 888-342-4581. That's 888-342-4581. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey, Chris Candy here. My mom goes out of her way to make me happy, so this year I'm returning the favor with a bouquet from the Bouqs Company. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms, so they grow bigger, brighter, and last way longer. It's easy. Pick your bouquet, delivery date, and done. Mother's Day is May 11th, so order your Bouqs now. Go to Bouqs.com, use promo code CANTY for 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code CANTY. Bouqs, promo code CANTY.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Posse, have I told you lately about La Quinta? Yes, La Quinta by Wyndham is deeply grateful for our military members, veterans, and their families. We understand the dedication, sacrifice, and hard work that comes with serving our country. As a thank you, La Quinta offers 12% off their standard rates, upgraded Wyndham Rewards, Gold Status membership, and preferred parking. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Visit LQ.com to learn more about their special military perks and discounts. Restrictions apply. Potsy.
Spring is all about new beginnings, so give yourself a fresh start with a fresh haircut at Great Clips. The skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to create any look you want for less. And with convenient online check-in, you'll save time, too. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
Kap and J Hood are back.
You got me feeling lucky. I'm putting everything on black.
ESPN Chicago. The flame is lit, and the heat's on.
Can I ask you a question? Hell, you got to ask me.
It's five burning questions.
I asked you a question. Answer me when I talk to you.
On Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
It's a Kap and J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app, reminding you that the 2025 Grip It and Sip It Classic is going to take place really soon here. Don't forget, go to gripitandsipitclassic.com. Tickets go on sale today at 9 a.m. One round of golf. And you've got lunch and dinner provided, whole contest and sampling, live on-site broadcast, and so much more. All registrants will be randomly assigned to ESPN Chicago show teams the morning of the outing. Twosomes will stay together, and we'll also try our best to keep foursomes together. 21 or older to participate. Make sure you go to gripitandsipitclassic.com. It's going to be awesome. One of our signature events here at ESPN 1000. 5 burning questions for Courtney Cronin. Are you flame retardant? I mean, I just want to make sure you're okay, because it's going to start burning here pretty soon.
I haven't been sprayed with anything,
okay.
So no, I could light on fire.
I don't want to light you on fire. You're my friend. I just want to make sure that nothing happens to you.
Can I ask a question, though?
No, it's 5 burning questions.
Well, I want to get one out before. So the Hard Knocks music.
Yes.
Do we have a Hard Knocks this year because UNC got it rescinded because of the girlfriend?
That's a good question.
Should have been one of your burning ones.
I don't have an answer. I will do a little homework and let you know in a few minutes.
Because that was supposed to be the replacement for an NFL Hard Knocks. Or was that the in-season one, like the one we saw with the Giants? Because no NFL team will ever do that again in the non-in-season one, the off-season one, rather.
I'm just going to imagine the NFL is just going to tell a team you got to do it, like they did the Bears. Like they told George, I really don't want to do this, but they had to do it anyway. Okay, but you know.
But Courtney, thank you for the tease. We will discuss this more in Around the NFL.
Okay.
You gave him something. Thank you. All right, now we turn now to 5 burning questions. No, I was not privy to that in the meeting. I did not know that was part of it. 5 burning questions. Here we go, Potsy.
Number 1.
Oh, we don't go 5 to 1?
We're gonna start this again with the 5. We gotta do this again.
I'm just asking.
You did this before.
On network, we always go like in backwards order. Because one has got to be the biggest one.
We want 5 or 1?
I think
I need to go 5 because my brain can't work the other way. I'm like an offensive lineman. I can't flip from playing right tackle to left tackle. I have to
Number
flip my
5.
brain. Thank you. Oh my God, thank you so much.
She wants number 5? Okay, number 5. Offensive wise and roster wise, outside of the Bears, who's the team in the NFC North that intrigues you the most?
Because of their offense and just overall team makeup?
Yeah.
Probably the Vikings. And I know that's, the big unknown about J.J. McCarthy, what he's going to look like this year and what is quote-unquote effectively his rookie year. We did see him out. Like, finally, he exists. He is alive. We saw him throwing the football at one of their off-season workouts, one of their OTAs they had the other day. They're obviously not in phase 2 or phase 3 yet, but he was on the field and he was doing things with the football. I'm curious to see what that offense looks like with him at the helm because we saw what Kevin O'Connell got out of Sam Darnold last year, Kirk Cousins the year before. I am curious, though, because there is still this buzz about if Kirk Cousins is going to get traded out of Atlanta, where he's going. Does feel like the Steelers are probably a good option for him. Mm-hmm. But I keep hearing all this stuff about, is he going back to Minnesota? Wouldn't that be wild? So that's why, their backfield's really good with Aaron Jones. I think that they've got the best receiving core in the NFC North. I'm very curious about that.
Shay, tell Courtney your designation for J.J. McCarthy. J.J. McCarthy is a
Service Academy quarterback.
Which is best. You saw him in Michigan. He handed the ball off a million times.
So you don't.
It's the best.
This has nothing to do with what I think of him as a prospect. He could be good. He could be terrible. Just at Michigan, Service Academy quarterback.
They
handed the ball off 37 straight times.
That's right. They did. So
that was the Ohio State game. He didn't throw a pass in the second half, right?
Penn State.
Which is the best. Don't you love that?
That's actually, I do like that.
I love that.
I had to think about that for a second, but I like that.
Because Harbaugh didn't have him throw it down the field all the time. He handed the ball off. They had a great running game.
Yeah.
So how does that work in the pros? Well, we're going to find out. J.J. McCarthy.
But Colston Loveland's numbers were so low, relatively speaking.
Seriously. Potsy, give me number 1, please. Number 1.
Number 1.
All right. So now we go to number 1.
Wait, how do
Courtney?
we skip 4, 3, and 2?
Well, you said you want to start at 5. So now
it goes 4.
So now I start to 1.
No, it does not. It goes 4.
So now, number 1.
Number 1.
Everybody tells me I'm the idiot who can't ask a question right, who doesn't know math and all these other things, and you're flipping the order around me. It's fine. Go to 1. Go to 1. It's your show.
Just to mess with you, yes. We went from 5 to 1 because we know you'd freak out. Who are likely the left tackle and right tackle for the Bears to start the season?
Well, we will know it going into training camp because Ryan Poles said that they want to have the order set so they're not messing around, moving people around from left to right and all of that, that there will be swing tackles. I get it. I don't think you draft Ozzie Trapillo if you don't think that Darnell Wright can move over to the left side of the offensive line because you have a top 56 pick and a top 10 pick. Something's wrong if both of those guys are not playing on the offensive line and being as starters. Now, Trapillo, maybe he takes a little bit longer to earn a starter's role. That's fine. But I think it's going to be Darnell Wright, based on what they said they want to experiment with. Yep. You asked Ryan Poles about this. He left the door open for it. I think Darnell Wright wins that left tackle job. And Ozzie Trapillo, 56 overall pick, played a lot of right tackle the last couple of years, is more of a right tackle than a left tackle in the NFL, wins that job at right tackle.
I understand at some point that you're going to move on for Braxton Jones, but it seems like a fait accompli at this point.
They've tried to replace him twice now. Karan last year, and with with the moves that they made that kicks potentially somebody over to his spot this year. And the longer he's out, and like Ben Johnson said a month ago, he'll be limited. That's the expectation at the start of training camp. Like, how does he have it in him? Like, will he be capable of getting back up to speed to be better than everybody else to take on his position? Maybe it's the experience there and just like the amount of reps he's taken over 3 seasons that will give him the edge. But, how soon do you get out there? We have no clue. And if Darnell Wright is going to be practicing in the big if, we don't know yet.
Right.
But if he's going to be practicing at left tackle some, and they don't want him to be like playing musical chairs and he supplants that spot for the offseason, then realistically you think he's going to have the edge. So that's on May 2nd. That would be my guess.
It sounds likely just based on just the breadcrumbs that Poles is laying out for everybody. No one asked him. No one speculated. He just brought it up there first, and it's like, oh, really? So I guess that might be the case when we start the season. When we come back, we'll have more 5 burning questions for Courtney. Don't forget Shot or No Shot at 8 o'clock on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap J Hood. Kap and J Hood. Mornings on ESPN 1000. Chicago's home for sports. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic. Presented by Yingling Flight. Seven Bridges Golf Club has once again invited us back. This year's classic takes place Wednesday, June 11th. Buy a twosome, buy a foursome, and compete for awesome prizes. Once again, this year, golfers will be randomly assigned to play on behalf of one of our show teams. Prizes and glory await the lowest scoring team. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic. Warning, tickets will sell out. They'll go on sale this morning at 9 at gripitandsipittclassic.com.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So we show people how they can borrow cash to buy cash to beat inflation, right? So banks charge interest on your money. So I believe in reverse engineering things. So you borrow money, take the bank's money, and then go out and create increase. Do it by way of a business so you can create leverages, and then you can get tax rates for making more money.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
And you're your number one asset, but many times people don't insure themselves. So life insurance is a big deal, but it's also a vehicle of how the wealthy, basically shelter money.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
And then you can prepare yourself by putting money into insurance outlets that will grow compound interest and create generational wealth to have a living and a death benefits.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Those are some of the ways that you can use to create wealth and give yourself financial freedom while protecting your family.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At HawkAuto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at HawkAuto.com. HawkAuto.com! Financing on approved credit.
Hey, it's Courtney Cronin, and when it comes to gifting, nothing beats a beautiful piece of jewelry. And when it comes to jewelry, Chicagoans have trusted Rogers & Hollins for over 100 years. As your local family-owned jeweler, Rogers & Hollins offers meaningful pieces at a great value, plus expert guidance, trusted repairs, and hands-on service that make every experience unforgettable. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or something for yourself, check out RogersandHollins.com or stop by a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Game day in Chicago. You know what that means. Grab a Sam Adams American Light. It's clean, crisp, and brewed for moments like this. It's the perfect call whether you're at the bar, at a tailgate, or cheering from your couch. Wherever you are watching, it's always Sam season. Swing by Ballpark Pub in Bridgeport to grab a Sam Adams American Light today. Sam Adams American Light pairs perfectly with how you do game day.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Brought to you by the Capital One Saver Card. With Saver, you earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and at grocery stores. That's unlimited cash back on ordering takeout from home or unlimited cash back on tickets to concerts and games. So grab a bite, grab a seat, and earn unlimited 3% cash back with the Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Potsy.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Okay, it's about that time. You're tuned in to the Kap and J Hood Show.
Everything ain't hardcore, you know.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
It's five burning questions on Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
We're in the middle of 5 burning questions here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show with Courtney Cronin in for Kap here on this Friday morning on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. All right, Potsy.
Number 4.
So now we go to number 4.
Oh,
and
thank you.
so now, Courtney Cronin. You there?
I'm here, yeah.
Okay. The most compelling assistant coach for this new regime is?
Antoine Randall, wide receivers coach and assistant head coach title, associate head coach, one of the two.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've seen this happen before in Minnesota when there is somebody who has walked the walk and talk the talk of the receivers. Like this guy won a Super Bowl as a coach recently with the Bucs and as a player with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Mm-hmm.
I think for Roma Dunze in his second year, like a critical part of his development is going to be making yourself stand out in ways that you weren't able to in a crowded wide receiver room last year. I'm not saying he gets a do-over by any stretch. We saw flashes down the stretch. I think back to that San Francisco game when they were completely out of it, but there were some good Rome moments. Was it short of expectations of what you expected for a receiver with the number 9 pick? Yeah. Rome will benefit from Antoine Randall being able to coach or take a piece of clay and mold it into what it needs to be. DJ Moore, on the other hand, when you've been playing since 2018, as long as he has, I think that's more challenging, actually, than taking the young player who doesn't know what he doesn't know still about a lot of things. DJ's been doing this the same way for a lot of years.
Yes.
And he hasn't been on winning teams. What is it going to take to get his game to go to the next level so the Bears can be a winning team? That, I think, is probably the hardest challenge because you are so used to being able to put it on cruise control and be so damn good at what you do. How Antoine Randall can speak 2 languages to 2 different people.
Yeah.
And then obviously now with Luther Burden in the mix, you heard Ben Johnson called him a stud, listed out all of these incredible things about somebody who might be the steal of the draft. He's got his work cut out for him, but I do think that in terms of the additions that they made to this coaching staff and somebody who's going to have a tangible impact on these players, the way that we saw him do it with Jameson Williams from an accountability standpoint and watching him have his early part of his career soar, that can be tied back directly to the coach. So I'm very intrigued. Plus, he's an Indiana guy, so
yes.
I really had no other choice.
Yeah, I understand.
But to say that.
Randall L's that guy, though, that will show Luther Burden and Roma Dunze his film when he played instead of talking about their film. All right, next.
Number 3.
DeAndre Swift is?
Number 1 running back on this roster right now? Is that a fair answer? Look, I know that people look at what happened in 2023 when they moved away from him. They sent him to Philadelphia via trade.
Mm-hmm.
He was behind a really good offensive line there. They were 8th in run block win rate. The Bears have a better offensive line this year. If we give that excuse to Caleb Williams, he got sacked 68 times, didn't have enough time to throw the ball, it's the offensive line's problem. If we give that excuse to receivers too, didn't have enough time to get open because the offensive line couldn't block long enough. We give that excuse to so many other positions. Why can't we give it to DeAndre Swift too? I think that's fair. I think it's fair to, does he do too much dancing back there, as they want to say in, the football terms of his feet are moving too quickly and he's not hitting the hole, or he's trying to go for the home run play and he's not getting it. Just take the dirty yardage and move on. Sure. But until we see DeAndre Swift behind a legitimate offensive line, one that's been upgraded all across the board, he's still the top running back in this team. And they're paying him as such. So, a lot of times, what you pay a player has to line up to what his role is, and they didn't draft somebody that's his obvious replacement or the obvious number one rusher on this team.
Correct.
So, until further notice, it's DeAndre Swift.
DeAndre Swift. And lastly, Potsy.
Number 2.
Just sounds so funny going out of order this way.
Courtney?
Yes.
That's why we do it. Her mind's so jumbled right now. She's like, what are you guys doing? I like my numbers in order or backwards. Is there a player on the Bears defense that may not fit Dennis Allen's scheme amongst the starters?
Amongst the starters.
Thank you, Potsy. He said he mouths good question, Hoodie.
Great question.
Yeah.
Amongst the starters, I mean, there's guys that you go into training camp thinking they might be on thinner ice. I'd say Tyreek Stevenson, after everything that happened last year, he's going into training camp with a lot to prove. Mm-hmm. I see your depth chart. I raise you my own depth chart over here. I've got the same one.
It's an imaginary depth chart. I see it. It's in crayon.
I don't know if there's anybody on here specifically because they, from the defensive line, just looking at that position group, they added 2 new players that he has a direct, tangible effect on. Mm-hmm. You watch Grady Jarrett all those years in Atlanta. Dio Dangbo is somebody that he decided in free agency, hey, this guy fits from an edge profile what I want to do. They just extended TJ Edwards. You'd imagine that Dennis Allen would have had to give a big sign-off on that. I still think Tremaine Edmonds is a fit. I know that his production went down last year. Didn't look great for how much you paid him as your top free agent 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. I don't know if there's anybody amongst the starters right now that doesn't truly fit the scheme. However, there are guys who enter with a lot to prove. Jaquan Brisker, can you stay healthy? Tyreek Stevenson, can you move past that and not have mental mistakes this year? That would probably be the ones that I look at as far as fit or whatever. But I will say, Andrew Billings, I would not be surprised if they go and not have a traditional nose. When you talk about penetrating the pocket and getting that pass rush, Jervon Dexter on one side, Grady Jarrett on the other. You paid Grady Jarrett a ton of money.
You did.
He's a lower-end starter at this point of his career, but he can still play 3 technique and do it really well. So I think you probably end up seeing those 2 start. So maybe Billings is the fair answer.
I guess the reason why I ask is because I just know with a new coaching staff, they see the film, then you get on film, and they're like, what the hell did you guys do last year? Mm-hmm. You know how every team has that.
Because it's a different defense.
It's where did you get that from? That's not how we do. Sure. I wonder if they look at Dexter that way.
You think that that's why they went after Shamar Turner?
Yep, kind of.
Okay.
I think it's all an evaluation. I'm not pushing Dexter out the door. I'm just saying that I can understand why a new coaching staff says this might be more what we want for the future, but let's see what we have now.
A good way to foreshadow it for sure.
Yeah.
But I think I'd probably say more than that, it'd probably be Billings if we're looking at defensive line fits on the interior.
Shot or no shots in 2 minutes right here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
This is ESPN Chicago. Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
White Sox fans still looking for that perfect Mother's Day gift? Join us Sunday, May 11th to celebrate all moms with a special pregame parade around the field before the game at 1:10 p.m. We'll also have mom-approved specials with a photo booth station, kids craft corner, drink specials, and more. Don't miss the chance to gift a heartwarming day at the ballpark and an unforgettable experience on the field. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Mother's Day.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Good morning and welcome into the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With Courtney Cronin in for Kap, I am Jay Hood. Still to come, Jesse Rogers, the latest on the Cubs, Sox, everything else MLB at 8:35. But first, shot or no shot, here's Shay Norling. Shay?
Good morning on a Friday. Happy weekend. Derby Friday. How we feeling?
Good.
Feeling good. I want to make sure the cans were on, making sure that you are settled before I threw it to you. That's why you got the pregnant pause. That's what the pros do, pal.
I appreciate it.
Making sure that you are locked in and ready to go. Plugged in. That's how we do it.
I appreciate it. You're always looking out for me.
Back.
Huh?
He tried to give you a pregnant pause back. You see that? He was contemplating.
Yes.
Shall we get started with shot or no?
No, we can't because you couldn't fill the silence. I'll take care of it. Grip In and Sip It Classic. See, I'm always 2 steps ahead of these people. It's amazing. Every morning. Grip It and SipItClassic.com. Tickets go on sale today at 9 a.m. 1 round of golf, lunch and dinner provided. Whole contest and sampling, live on-site broadcast. All registrants will be randomly assigned to ESPN Chicago show teams the morning of the outing. Now, it sold out in 4 minutes last year. Can you beat 4 minutes? Again, go to gripitandthesipitclassic.com. And then don't forget, it's one of the signature events.
Yeah.
Just breaking the silence. Make sure we keep that silence tight. The Grip It and Sip It Classic, Shay, let me tell you something. 4 minutes is one of our signature events.
Not only can you beat 4 minutes, but you better get your ass to a computer and get to that website because it will sell out in 4 minutes again. So if you want to go to Grip It and Sip It and golf, be ready. 9 a.m.
What day is it again?
GripItandSipItClassic.com.
Do we have a date?
June 11th at Seven Bridges.
There we go. How about that? June 11th.
It's perfect golf weather.
I'm also very unselfish. I like to pass the ball to my teammates, so I just pass it to Shay. That's what I do. I just pass it to him, Shay, and then he just holds the ball and looks at it. Doesn't know if he should shoot it or not.
Regular LeBron over here. And call my fat ass Luka Doncic. More on that shortly.
All right. We turn now to Shay Norling with the Friday edition.
If the Bears do decide that they need edge rusher help, I think there's an interesting name available still in free agency. Former Brown and Lion, Zadarius Smith, who had 9 sacks last season between Cleveland and Detroit. Smith is 32 years old, 69 sacks in his career, and could be a quality addition to rotated edge with Dayo Odengbo, and also another piece you would steal from Detroit after taking their offensive coordinator and some of their coaches. Shot or no shot, the Bears should sign Zadarius Smith this offseason.
I say that's a shot. Number one, he gets to complete the NFC North rotation. His trip through there, he's literally played for all of them. So I'm just for the sake of doing that, I think that would be cool. But also, when you think about the pass rushers that are out there, he's 32. I think Matthew Judon's 32 as well. Trey Hendrickson's still going to command. He wants to be paid like the guys that just got paid, like Myles Garrett and like Micah Parsons is going to. Can the Bears afford that? Sure. There's cap planning. There's things you can do to absorb or to take on a salary like that and give the guy an extension. But what's it going to cost to get him? Second round pick? I'd rather go not give up draft picks. Go after somebody who can be a one-year player for you, the way that Zadarius Smith has been the last couple of seasons in bouncing around Minnesota, Cleveland. He was with the Green Bay Packers, with the Lions. I would rather see that as your option, where somebody who clearly still has a lot in the tank at 32 years old and can be either starting over Dayo Odengbo or a big part of that rotation at edge.
It's a veteran contributor that can help you in year one of a new coaching staff. Makes sense to me. I mean, because you want to have as many veterans that have been there and done that as possible, Shay. So I would say that is a shot. Even if it's just a one-year flyer, just to bring some energy in the room and some production at a position, of course, I'd do that. Absolutely, it's a shot.
All right, I want to ask about the Cubs, who had a bunch of Babe Ruths in their lineup yesterday against Paul Skeens. 3 solo homers. Dansby Swanson, Kyle Tucker, Seiya Suzuki. Seiya homered again later in the game, but 3 solo homers in the 5th inning off of Paul Skeens. Cubs win again. And looking at the offensive metrics this morning, this is still an offense that is on track to be one of the best the North Side has ever seen. Through 32 games, they are matching the 2016 team in run scoring while hitting for more slug, so more extra base hits, more home runs. And if you care about the geek stats, they have a higher weighted runs created plus at Fangraphs than the 2016 team did to this point in their season. That's a stat encompasses everything. How you do at the plate, your approach, your base running, all of it. We know that this Cubs team is good.
Yeah.
But shot or no shot, it is time that we view them as a World Series contender.
That is a no shot until we see the improvement with the pitching. Like, offensively speaking, it's carried the Cubs for the first month. They have an offense that is on a 977-run pace. And now what's great about the Cubs, not only how they started, Shay, but also taking a look at the rest of the schedule, it is, quote-unquote, the easiest schedule in the big leagues for the remainder of the season, summer and fall. Because they got through the toughest part, taking on a lot of West Coast teams. But when you take a look at the rest of the schedule, it's supposed to be easy, and who knows what that means. I guess you base it on last year, but this year they say it's the easiest schedule. So I would say until they're able to find more starting pitching, that would solidify them even being in that World Series discussion.
I actually will say it's a shot. I know that there's some concerns about third base, about the bullpen, like which is going to undo you first, but this offense is putting up historic numbers. From everything it sounds like that I've heard on this station about what they're going to do with Kyle Tucker and trying to keep him here for the long haul, I think if that contract gets done in season some point, an in-season extension, you have the security of knowing this is the place where I'm going to be. I think that helps a player play better. And they, PCA, we know that obviously how good he's been in this lineup. We know that they can do it against good pitching the way they did it against Paul Skeens yesterday. They're winning series, and it's not this question of can you do that against the best competition in baseball? They did it against the Dodgers this year. Like, they did it against the team that just won the World Series.
They have a winning record against the NL West.
Yeah, 19-10 right now.
Yeah, Padres took care of the Diamondbacks as well.
So I say it's a shot. I'm ready to believe and get my heart broken.
Go ahead.
My one reservation is still starting pitching. And I know that people will look at that and go, well, what about the bullpen? Here's my thing with the bullpen.
Did I do that? Well, what about the bullpen?
Well, a little bit. But
were you craning your neck? What about the bullpen now? Is that what you said, Courtney? I think you did.
I didn't think I said it like that.
I think
but
you did.
Shade has mocked me. So
No, I wasn't mocking you necessarily. It's just I think fans overreact a little bit about what the bullpen looks like.
But what about the bullpen, child?
The one thing I would remind people,
Sorry.
The playoffs are a different sport.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the same sport. Like in the regular season, if you throw Palencia or Porter Hodge one day, they are probably unavailable the next day, or because a game gets out of control, like you just don't use your best arms on a daily basis. In the playoffs, you get days between games, occasionally multiple days between games. Your bullpen is fully available all the time, so your best arms are ready to go, and you just rely on them. I need another starter because right now, without Justin Steele, the way this works out is, I think in any series you play in a postseason series, you will not have the best starting pitcher on the mound in any game that you play. But if you make a trade and get a top-level starter, then you do.
Yeah,
Colin Ray doesn't do it for you?
No, Charlotte Ray does not do it for me. No.
Didn't Jesse say, though, that by the trade deadline, they're going to be doing a deal with Miami?
Boy, Sandy Alcantara better start pitching well then.
Yeah, that's the issue there. I would say this simply. You love the idea that the Cubs have gotten off to a great start. A simple stat for you, Shay, that we don't utilize because many teams don't do this. Potsy, the Cubs had a 40-40 month. We don't usually use that in baseball parlance, but they had 42 homers and 44 stolen bases. That's a 40-40 month. That's pretty damn impressive for the month. When you have, first of all,
to do it all offense.
It just 44 stolen bases in a month is a blank ton. That's a lot for one team. And I know that there's an upswing in stolen bases now in the big leagues this year. The most stolen bases in a century was last year. In a whole century, we hadn't seen as many stolen bases last year. So when the Cubs get off to 42 and 44 through the first month, they're off to a great start. But the starting pitching will tell a greater story about the Cubs' future. Offense can come and go, as you know, but the pitching can be solid for you if you got the right guys. We'll see.
When they've weathered the storm, like I think we're looking at a 90-plus win team at this point. They have a winning record against the NL West. They survived their most difficult month, and now you get to play the NL Central, and that's going to be a bloodbath, in my opinion. Like, the Brewers are awful. The Pirates clearly are awful. The Reds are really the only threat in the division.
Shay?
All right, I do want to talk about the Lakers. J.J. Redick yesterday, some sound that's been going around that people cannot get enough of. Talked about the Lakers' elimination and took a shot at somebody on his roster. Listen to this.
The work that's required in an offseason to be in championship shape. And, you know, we have a ways to go as a roster. And certainly there are individuals that were in phenomenal shape. There's certainly other ones that could have been in better shape. That's where my mind goes immediately is you know, we have to get in championship shape.
That is very clearly a shot at Luka Doncic. I don't know who else he could possibly be talking about. To call Luka garbage on defense in that series would be an insult to garbage. This has been kind of the story on Luka his entire career. Last year he made the finals where he clearly was fatigued, could not play defense against the Celtics, and really didn't score well against the Celtics, short-rimmed a lot of bunnies. Now you're out in the first round after acquiring Luka, a trade where people were like, oh, you handed the Lakers the title. No, not really. Shot or no shot. Nico, it's time to admit Nico Harrison was right to trade Luka.
No shot. And I do agree that, well, first off, I want to say, J.J. Redick knows that by saying something like that, he's done this media thing for a while. He knows that we're picking it up. He knows that the national network's picking it up because everything points to the one flaw about Luka Doncic, which is not just his defense. It's that he's out of shape a lot. He looks like the guy at the YMCA who thinks he can just take all these step-back threes and kill everybody with his offense. Mm-hmm. You know, I don't think it's a bad leverage play. It's not supposed to be some motivating tactic. If you want this guy to sign a 4-year, $229 million extension this offseason, I wouldn't be on the way out into the offseason and be like, oh, by the way, lose some weight. Keep that behind closed doors because he knew exactly what he was doing when he said that. I will say, though, the whole stat about the blow-bys 23 points directly responsible for, let me try to phrase this differently. Minnesota scored 23 points on drives that Luka was directly like the defender on.
That's correct.
That's a problem. That's the most that he's ever given up in his career.
9 times.
So can we look at this and say, oh, Nico Harrison was right, he's getting the last laugh on all of this? You still traded away a guy that got your team to the finals last year, a guy who's in his mid-20s. He might have been right about certain things in that. Was it still right to trade Luka Doncic? Absolutely no shot on that.
Oh, that is a no shot. And again, whether that's ownership that twisted the arm of Nico Harrison or Harrison on his own decided to do that, I just don't think you give up on a young player that way.
And because he never shopped the market for
Bingo.
him. That's so dumb. When let's think about Giannis. And I mean, it's a whole different conversation. I think Giannis, if they could do this all over again and they knew that Giannis was going to be available, Giannis and LeBron would be a better pairing, I think, than Luka and LeBron. However, think about what he's going to command in a trade. And you're going to need to go, again, one of these 3-team trades to get all of the picks and salary dumps that you're going to have to do. They gave Luka Doncic up for next to nothing.
Yeah, well, here's something else I would add to this. I would add to this that I hope that there's mirrors in the home of J.J. Redick because he's part of the reason also. I know,
absolutely.
Again, young neophyte coach, hasn't done that before, but he made some, I thought, really bad mistakes as a head coach. You just don't keep a starting 5 out there in the fourth quarter and never substitute. Also, you realize that you made Rudy Gobert look like Bill Russell out there. The idea that he had a huge double-double because you didn't put someone of some kind of size out there to be able to slow down or try to stop Rudy Gobert. So that falls at the feet of J.J. Redick. Redick is hard-headed to a fault, and he's going to do it his way. He's also going to get fired his way also. You can't be that bombastic guy, Courtney, cussing and being that guy. You think you're Bob Knight, but you're not even close to being Bob Knight. You can't be that guy and then fall short. You're relying on a 40-plus-year-old LeBron James to carry this team at this point in time. Luka Doncic is one thing, but I think that Redick needs to look in the mirror as well. I think that from Dallas' standpoint, you can make that deal, but just not for someone who's often injured and Antonio Davis. That made no sense to me. Anthony Davis, that makes no sense to me. Why would you do that?
Is it fair if I say the decision was right, the process was wrong? I don't think going cloak and dagger mode and only talking to the Lakers was the way to do it. If you had shopped, you would have gotten an enormous haul. But you went with the only deal that you negotiated.
You
did it for defense, and then how does Davis bring you that kind of defense if he can't stay on the floor and healthy?
He did still build a decent roster. It's just, Anthony Davis couldn't stay healthy, which is not a surprise to anybody. But I think, look, man, Luka has shown he can't stay healthy. He will be fatigued late in seasons. He's a horrific defender. Boston hunted him in the finals last year. He just got hunted for a series by Minnesota, and they lost in the first round. I don't hate the decision to move him at this point, but the process will always be wrong.
The decision has validity to it because he was exposed in this series. Everybody was exposed on that team. The front office was. I know Rob Pelinka was all worried about Mark Williams and his foot, but rescinding that trade screwed you over because you had no center on the roster that you trust. And JJ was so stubborn to a fault, and he's got to be the smartest guy in the room at all times, that it cost you. It made Rudy Gobert the first 2020 game of his playoff career.
Yeah.
Because of the defensive liability on your side. Like, you have four guys who you're playing small ball. You have 4 guards out there, more or less, that can't space or shoot. It's a problem that they, like, I don't know, when you go into the offseason, if you're this Lakers team, and it like really makes me think about LeBron and what, the player option. I think it's 56.7 or 8 million. Whatever he wants to do, you can't build around him anymore. Like, stop trying to sell it as, we got to, have this urgency to win LeBron a championship. He may or may not. You have to now start building around Luka Doncic.
Yes, and LeBron's not winning another championship. That'll be all, unless he's on the end of someone's bench. This is, it's amazing that we still have him in the league and he's still doing what he's doing. But Luka Doncic, I hope that the Lakers understand, whoever's going to have him, because Luka may not be a Laker for the long haul. I hope that you understand, that's never going to be a guy that's going to lose 80 pounds in the offseason and bulk up and look strong. That's just not his body type. Mm-hmm. He likes his beer and his hookah, and there's nothing wrong with that. But also, when you're needed down the stretch, you can have back spasms. You can't have that. You can't be me out there struggling to get up and down the floor. That's not going to work. Around the NFL is coming up. Don't forget Jesse Rogers at 8:35 on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey, it's Kap and Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Game day in Chicago. You know what that means. Grab a Sam Adams American Light. It's clean, crisp, and brewed for moments like this. It's the perfect call whether you're at the bar, at a tailgate, or cheering from your couch. Wherever you are watching, it's always Sam season. Swing by Ballpark Pub in Bridgeport to grab a Sam Adams American Light today. Sam Adams American Light pairs perfectly with how you do game day.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BODY to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BODY to 321-321. That's BODY to 321-321.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It's time to go around the National Football League right here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Courtney Cronin's in for Kap, and Around the NFL is brought to you by Mr. Finance. Yes, Mr. Finance. Build wealth with smarter investing. Go to BrandonMrFinance.com. Here's Shane Orling.
All right, I want to ask about the Niners paying George Kittle. They made him the highest paid tight end in football, adding they wanted him to retire as a 49er. Kittle's going to make an average of $19.1 million per year, placing him $100,000 ahead of Arizona tight end Trey McBride as the highest paid tight end in football. So my question, will they do the same for Brock Purdy?
Well, first of all, I would like for George Kittle to apologize to Diana Rossini. When Rossini puts out there, hey, George Kittle wants to be the highest paid tight end in the National Football League, and Kittle responds on Twitter like, you got bad sources. That's not true. I know he doesn't want to put that out there, but of course you want to be the highest paid if you want to. So I think their apology has to be in there. Now, that's one of the biggest questions the National Football League, Shay just asked, of what you do with Brock Purdy. Now, you know the going rate for quarterbacks.
Yeah, it's like $60 million.
So do you go along with that number just because he plays a quarterback position? Because that's the going rate.
I think they will. I don't think it's the right call by any stretch, but even last year, long before they got to this point where they had to siphon off assets on their roster via trade and free agency. I mean, they lost their whole defensive line. That's why they were so active in the draft that way, because the roster got too expensive. And you've known this moment's coming for a long time if you're San Francisco. So you're not letting him go. You're not trading him. Despite what Evan Cohen thinks, we talked about this a couple weeks ago, that maybe they would entertain a trade to send him to Pittsburgh. I think they do pay him. And I think does it reset the market in a way that you're like, yeah, he absolutely deserves that? Probably not. But it's going to come close to Dak Prescott money. This is the way that the market is. And there's examples where it's like, this guy played in a Super Bowl. Wow. All these other quarterbacks that are in and around that, most of them have not. Leverage.
I mean, when you say it out loud, you pause, and it's not just an immediate yes or no. It's like, oh, it's Brock Purdy, because you see Brock Purdy and compare him to other quarterbacks, Courtney, and you're just like, hey, yeah, I think he could get there, but you got to squint to see it. Mm-hmm. That's the thing. And so because that's the money's the money. So sure, you're going to pay him. You just hope that you'll be able to get return on your investment by having multiple playoff appearances or always around the mix for the Super Bowl.
The going rate, as we said, like 60 is where Dak is. I'd be comfortable at like 56, 57. Because
Sure.
that's a step above Jordan Love, who just got paid. That's a step above Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. In what he has in common with one of those guys, that he went to a Super Bowl. I'd be comfortable with like 57 because I understand how the market works. I would not be comfortable with him resetting the market, and I don't know exactly who his agent is and what kind of, I would certainly imagine for a negotiation like this, he's going to have a powerful agent who's going to try to go for top dollar, but I don't agree if they should pay him that.
Funniest outcome to me is that they pay Brock Purdy in Dak Prescott range, and then something happens and your guy Curtis Rourke shows out as the future of the 49ers. That'd be
best
perfect.
Draft pick.
Shay?
All right, Tom Brady was apparently watching the draft on Saturday with Michael Strahan and was talking to Michael Strahan about Shedeur Sanders. As Sanders continued to fall, Brady said to Strahan, quote, "He's an example. It doesn't matter where you're picked." Seems easy for Tom Brady to say, but for the record, Tom Brady's team passed on Shedeur Sanders 7 times.
Mm-hmm. And he knows him personally because he's trained him, mentored him. I thought that was real. Like, when everybody was crying about how, and there's multiple reasons why this happened, but when people were up in arms and up until the point of pick 144 that, this is the NFL colluding, this is them setting an example, Brady knows better than probably anybody else what the quarterback talent is, and that he didn't view him as somebody who could come in and compete for a job. Maybe the Browns see it differently, but that was my biggest takeaway, considering that 7 times they passed on him, and they had a chance to add him day 2, day 3 before Cleveland got back on the board and did it. That's why everything I think points to this is an owner pick of what Cleveland did, and maybe the NFL saying, "Hey, this is going to look really bad if he goes undrafted. Somebody do it."
That's a Jimmy Haslam pick. That's not a Kevin Stefanski or front office pick. That's the owner feeling bad and just like, get that guy because he could be box office.
It also probably weighs in that it's the same owner who just admitted he screwed up the quarterback position.
Mm-hmm.
He and his wife.
Isn't he? All right, was it really true that a homeless person told him draft Johnny Manziel and he did? Do you guys remember hearing that story?
That is correct. Unhoused.
Unhoused, sorry.
Yeah, unhoused person. Just don't want the homeless community coming after you. You know, because they'll email you, the homeless community. They'll have some angry emails from their cardboard box. They don't, you don't want that. So the unhoused, the yellow. So no. Yeah, as far as the quarterback position, that clearly is the owner saying that he wants Shedeur Sanders. Felt bad for him, probably watching the draft. And yes, he did blame him and his wife for Deshaun Watson. Instead of shielding his wife and just like, no, me and my wife, we made a bad decision. That's not good.
Take the mic, hon. You were involved.
You were involved, too. You're a co-owner. That's so bad. I would have never done that to Peacock. I would have just taken all the slings and arrows. I'm not bringing her in. Oh, come on now. I'll take the responsibility. It's her fault, too. Got the Vaseline King here. It's his fault. It's her fault. Jay?
All right, Udi, I promised we'd get to this in our first hour. The Bill Belichick saga continues to get stranger. The Athletic reported that the university lost Hard Knocks due to Jordan Hudson's involvement. Reportedly, Belichick wanted North Carolina featured on Hard Knocks. This was a Belichick thing. Bill Belichick Productions, he was the one angling hard to get them on Hard Knocks. And as the NFL and HBO had further conversations with Carolina about what this would look like, they got, quote, uncomfortable with the level of involvement that Jordan Hudson was demanding in the production of the show. This ends one of two ways. I'm going to ask you which happens first. Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson break up, or Bill Belichick leaves North Carolina?
I think it's the former.
Bill Belichick and the girlfriend break up.
Yeah.
I do too. I think at some point, and I know that everybody wants to, comment on the relationship. Do we think it's appropriate or not? Like, all of that aside, and all of the idea of, maybe he's in a conservatorship. Maybe, he's not of sound mind that he's got this woman taking advantage of him. Who are his closest friends in football? That's what I want to know. Not just people on his staff, not people that he's worked with. Who are obviously his mentors probably aren't alive anymore, but can Saban get through to him? That's the one guy that I would think still has the pulse on Bill Belichick to be like, you're going to screw up your legacy here. This is the one thing that could tarnish his legacy, and I didn't think much could. Like, people say, you go somewhere and you lose. Like Aaron Rodgers, for example. Is his legacy tarnished if he doesn't play another down of football again, given how bad the Jets thing went? People will remember it, but they'll still remember that the guy won a Super Bowl and was a multiple-time MVP.
Correct.
If Bill Belichick torpedoes his career because he lets somebody else, whether it's man, woman, man in the moon, whoever, come in and kind of call the shots and tarnish a university's name and their program in the process, then that directly affects him and who people remember him as. I think he's got to, Nick Saban, and if he's listening, I'm sure he is. If he's listening, get your boy, because you're probably the only one who can get through to him and talk to him from a football standpoint of, Bill, you may be in love with this girl. This may be the one time that you feel like you're the best version of yourself personally. It's going to affect what you're doing on the field. There's no way it can't.
We've got Jesse coming up at 8:35. My suggestion for Bill Belichick, talk to Miss Terry.
She's the one who controlled everything for Nick Saban.
That's right. So it's not Nick will just I deny and move his hands around, but Miss Terry will bring him in and just be like, okay, this is enough, Bill. You've been around our family for a long time. That's enough. And the relationship will end when Miss Terry comes in because she's the boss. She runs it all.
He really does need something like that, though, because everything he's doing right now, and really since Brady left New England, is just feeding the beast that it was all Brady and not Belichick at all.
Miss Terry, by the way, being Saban's wife, who runs everything.
Is there such a thing as a what do you have? Like they say like midlife crisis, quarter life crisis. What's the crisis that you have when you're 73?
Golden age crisis?
First time for everything. He's having a golden age crisis right now.
Ask Kap. I don't know. I'm still young. I'm still a Gen Xer. I don't know.
That's why he's at the Derby this weekend.
That's right. Looking like an old man because, well, he is. Aggregate that, Kap fans. Coming up, we will give you baseball conversation with Jesse Rogers. That's coming up next. Kap and J Hood, Courtney in for Kap on Chicago's Home for Sports.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic, presented by Yingling Flight. Seven Bridges Golf Club has once again invited us back. This year's classic takes place Wednesday, June 11th. Buy a twosome, buy a foursome, and compete for awesome prizes. Once again, this year, golfers will be randomly assigned to play on behalf of one of our show teams. Prizes and glory await the lowest scoring team. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic. Warning, tickets will sell out. They'll go on sale this morning at 9 at gripitandsipittclassic.com.
It's time for your White Sox Minute on Lancaster. The Sox engineered one of their best wins of the season Thursday, 8-0 over Milwaukee. Luis Robert Jr. knocked in 4 and saved 4 on a potential grand slam saving catch early. Miguel Vargas banged a 3-run homer, and Sean Burke and company held the Brewers to just 2 hits. Sox fans, the new City Connect uniforms are here, uniting the legacy of Chicago's iconic teams, the White Sox and Bulls. This look honors the city's impact on the diamond and the court. See the debut tonight. The White Sox take on the Houston Astros at 6:40 p.m. Shop the full collection now at the White Sox team store. For more info, head to whitesox.com/city. This has been your White Sox Minute.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
Hey, it's Courtney Cronin, and when it comes to gifting, nothing beats a beautiful piece of jewelry. And when it comes to jewelry, Chicagoans have trusted Rogers & Hollins for over 100 years. As your local family-owned jeweler, Rogers & Hollins offers meaningful pieces at a great value, plus expert guidance, trusted repairs, and hands-on service that make every experience unforgettable. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or something for yourself, check out rogersandhollins.com or stop by a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited-time deep dish or thin crust, drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Mother's Day is almost here, and if you've been thinking about all the times your mom went out of her way just to make you happy, return the favor with a bouquet from the Books Company. And you get 25% off your order, so that way you can send some happiness too. Books, they aren't just flowers. They're flowers that are cut fresh from the best farms, so they're bigger, brighter, and last way longer. Some even grow on the side of a volcano. Wow, mom, with a bright, happy bouquet. Or go to Book's flower subscription so she gets fresh blooms and major joy on repeat. It's also very easy. Pick your bouquet, delivery date, and you're done. And with the 20% off or 25% off, why stop mom? Hey, how about your wife, your aunt, or your grandma too? Mother's Day is May 11th, so hurry and order your Books now. Go to Books.com. Use the promo code CANTY, C-A-N-T-Y, for 25% off. BOUQS.com, promo code Canty. Potsy.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling hotline.
Yingling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yingling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Kap and J Hood are back.
And you know this, man.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Jesse Rogers is brought to you by Automatic Mechanical Services, a trusted name in HVAC for your home and business, making people comfortable since 1945. Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Courtney Cronin in for Kap as Jesse is lingering on the Yingling hotline.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Good morning, Jesse. How are you?
I am good. Good morning to both of you. What's happening?
Well, you know what's happening. First place Cubs, 19-13. They had a terrific month of April. What stood out most about what you liked about Cubs baseball in the month of April?
Yeah, 28 days in first place. That's not bad for the first month of the season. And obviously it's everything that's happening on offense, J Hood. 6 runs per game. Nobody else in baseball is averaging 6 or more runs. The Cubs are at the very top. I think that we expected a good offense. Remember, they had a really good spring and then, weren't so good in Japan. But I expected a good offense, just not this good this quickly. And I think obviously Kyle Tucker's been great. But how about the guy that hits after him? Seiya Suzuki off to a great start. 5th in OPS in all of baseball with a 990 mark. I mean, he's up there with the Aaron Judges of the world, the Fernando Tatises of the world. So to get that combo of Tucker and Suzuki right in the middle of the lineup has been awesome. And then obviously PCA near the bottom has kind of given them a second sort of cleanup hitter in a lot of ways, right? Who can steal. And it's the length of that offense that has been the most surprising and frankly the most fun to watch. I think Cub fans would say this team went from kind of boring last year to a lot of fun this year. And that's why they're at the top of the standings.
Hoodie and I were talking about this earlier. I think we did this in Shot or No Shot about whether it's okay right now, knowing what we know, 19-13. They got through the hardest part of their schedule, saying that this team is a World Series contender. Do you see them as that after the first month and a half of the season?
So here's the thing. Anybody that gets into the playoffs is a World Series contender. I think we all think they're going to get in, so I'm using, how that logic works. But do they have the starting staff on paper that some of the other teams have? No, they don't. Will they by August? I hope so, because Jed's got to go out there and get one of the best starters on the market, whoever that's going to be. So on paper, I would say no. I think there are other teams that are absolutely in front of them because of what I just said. But anybody that gets in has a chance. We saw that with the Diamondbacks a few years ago. We've seen it with wildcard teams throughout the last decade. So I'm sort of yes and no, but their starting staff isn't ready for prime time, in my opinion.
Boy, you talk about really sending a message, right? Here's Swanson going lower in the lineup, and he's been hitting the ball pretty well in this Pirates series. I mean, here's a proud veteran. Slash line 213-263-409 right now, Jesse, but Swanson is going to dig himself out of this hole, I'm sure, at some point.
Well, he's streaky, and it was bound to turn the other way. I guess moving him down, cause and effect, we don't know for sure, but maybe he's more relaxed. He certainly seems to be on time with his swings. I'm going to be up in Milwaukee all weekend and plan on talking to him about it. But he's so streaky, and he had a bad month, so maybe he's due for this good month. But, yeah, he'll climb out of the hole. Will he get up to 260, 270, 280? Who knows? That's a long climb. But if he can get to 230 and play gold-glove defense with the offense around him, that might be enough.
So the Cubs have used 13 different starting third basemen since last year's opening day. It's the position that's been in flux for more than a season now. I know they're due to get Matt Shaw back from AAA soon. Is he their best option going forward, Jess?
He is right now. I was just looking at third baseman that might be available come late July, and it's tough because most of the decent ones are on contenders. So it's easier said than done to fill that spot. The biggest name would be, of course, Nolan Arenado. Jed called the Cardinals, and it was a quick phone call in the offseason because they weren't ready to trade to the rival Cubs. That might change in July. You never know. But right now, Matt Shaw would be their best option. I think he's making some incremental changes. I think it's still going to be a while. They want to at least get him to the point where he's not overwhelmed at the plate, and then bring him up, bat him ninth, bat him eighth, and have him play some great D, and whatever he hits. But he just can't be overwhelmed. That's the key. You got to be in the fight to be in the majors, even if your numbers aren't great. And he wasn't in the fight enough in the batter's box. So we'll see over next 6 weeks or so how it goes. John Birdie made an error the other day. They got rid of Gage Workman because of his defense. They absolutely need some help there at third base, mostly on defense, and that's why Matt Shaw is more likely to come up and solidify that just for that reason alone.
I like the change in his stance. If we could talk technical for a second, I know you've seen some of these clips as well. You remember that front foot was pointing toward home plate?
Yeah.
Kind of a John Walkenfuss, if you remember him back in the day, you would have both of them kind of like a pigeon. Well, I just think that his straightening his leg out gives you a little bit of a Julio Franco kind of leg kick too. I think that helps. I mean, just being able to see the ball better, get his hands back, that could help him get back to the Cubs, the Major League Ball Club.
There's more young players that make swing changes than not. It's rare you just come up and you're yourself the whole way. I mean, it happens, obviously. But Miguel Amaya went through a swing change. Pete Crow Armstrong has gone through a little bit of one. Matt Shaw had a unique leg kick that they were going to give him a chance to succeed with, and it didn't work. So the changes you're seeing, J. Hood, are the ones the team wants him to make, smart hitting people. And I think that over time, because he's a smart baseball player, he'll get there. But it does take time. It doesn't happen overnight.
More with Jesse right around the corner as we get ready for the Brewers in the Cup Series. And
any Sox news?
We'll find out next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Dragon Slayer.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tomorrow, 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Chicago. IKEA makes it easy and affordable to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover. And now IKEA is making it even more convenient with local pickup points at Loyola University, University of Illinois Chicago, and University of Chicago. Simply order at IKEA.com or via the IKEA app. Select local pickup point near you and pick up your order for free as soon as the next day. So create your dream room escape or perfect space to relax after work. Shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
Hey, it's Mitch Lyons from Mitch Lyons Wealth. You've heard our ads about how we protect and grow retirements. You may have even thought about calling. With the stock market in absolute turmoil now, what are you waiting for? Contact us today to schedule a 10-minute, no-pressure call. Find out what we do different that has our clients sleeping easy, and so can you. Get a retirement of steel. Call 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
It was no Caleb Williams performance, but new Bears first-round pick Colston Loveland had one of the best-selling jerseys among players picked in last week's NFL draft. The former Michigan tight end's number 84 Bears jersey was 10th on the list of sales through the NFL's official online store. New Jacksonville Jaguar Travis Hunter topped all incoming rookies, followed by Titans top overall pick Cam Ward. New Cleveland Brown Shedeur Sanders was third on NFLShop.com and led all players in sales through Fanatics. More evidence of the gap between fan and team expectations for the former Colorado QB. All first-year players will be reaching for the high bar of Caleb Williams, who set an all-time Fanatics draft night merchandise sales record last year and finished second in the league in jersey sales for the full season. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com. Evan Cohen here. La Quinta by Wyndham is deeply grateful for all our military members, veterans, and their families. They understand the dedication, sacrifice, and hard work that comes with serving our country. As a thank you, La Quinta offers 12% off standard rates, upgraded Wyndham Rewards, Gold Status membership, and preferred parking. They want to make sure your stay is as comfortable and rewarding as possible, and they're proud to serve those who serve. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Visit LQ.com to learn more about these special military perks and discounts. Restrictions apply.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for baseball and basketball and hockey playoffs. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Don't miss out. VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Potsy.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
Hey, it's Kap. Let me tell you about my guys at Advertisement Mechanical Services. Their motto is we make people comfortable, and comfort isn't just about heating and cooling. It's about the peace of mind knowing they'll always give you fair and honest upfront pricing and complete the project with the highest quality technicians and installers. For the past 80 years, Advertisement has handled Chicagoland's toughest commercial jobs while keeping everything in your home running right. Don't settle. Go with Advertisement, the team I trust. Visit atomatic.com.
This is Kap and J Hood. They've beaten the traffic commute, so you don't have to.
No! Say it again. Say something else. Oh!
On ESPN Chicago.
Jesse Rogers with us, brought to you by Advertisement. And like to remind you, coming up at 9 o'clock, go to Grip It and Sip It Classic.com. Again, Grip It and Sip It Classic.com, because Grip It and Sip It spots go on sale at 9 a.m. The outing is June 11th at Seven Bridges. Make sure that you're there, not only to golf, but also to watch Jesse Rogers eat many ears of corn. It's right there at Seven Bridges for Grip It and Sip It Classic.com. You'll be there for that, Jess, won't you?
Yes, absolutely. The Cubs and Sox are on the road, and I am not traveling with them, so I will be there for my ears of corn and my bad shots.
It's always that, too. Yeah, so, we were talking about before the season how close Milwaukee could be to the Cubs. Will this be coming down to the wire again? And we get this series to start off now, Milwaukee and the Cubs this weekend. Yeah. How has Milwaukee fared so far in the first month of the season?
Okay, some good questions there, and I will tell you this is my favorite rivalry with the Cubs. Forget about Cubs-Cardinals. The Cubs and Brewers, going back to when the Brewers basically got good in 2018, it's just been great. Now you get Craig Counsell to come from Milwaukee to Chicago and adds to the rivalry. He'll probably get booed again today. And this weekend, I was down on the south side talking to a lot of the Brewers about this rivalry. Everyone loves it. It's just a lot of fun, and it's a big brother, little brother rivalry. It really is. The Cubs with their big payroll and big fan base, and the Brewers who just keep on chugging along, right, as the smallest market in baseball without much payroll. But they have one little advantage the Cubs don't have. They can play the underdog card every single year, and they do. They play that up. But they also play a really smart brand of baseball. They haven't been great this first month. What people probably don't realize is because the Cubs played the toughest schedule in baseball, Milwaukee was kind of close to that. They've played 23 games against teams above 500. They're just 16-16 overall, but they actually look at that as kind of a win. They went on the West Coast a couple times, just like the Cubs did, and they have a lot of pitching injuries. They're starting to get guys back. Brandon Woodruff, remember him? He's got one more rehab start, and he's going to be back in the rotation. Jose Quintana, late signing, has been fantastic. They picked up a guy that's pitching tonight, Quinn Priester. So they're still figuring their way through it. I do like their lineup. I do think they'll push the Cubs. I think the Cubs could win the division by 5 or 6 games. But that still means Milwaukee's going to be there. And last thought on this, I went back to 2018. Listen to the season series records, okay, between these two teams. Starting in 2018, Cubs 11-9, Brewers 10-9, Brewers 4-3, Cubs 10-9, Brewers 7-6. Then there was a 15-4 season by the Brewers season record against the Cubs because that was in 2021 when the Cubs ripped apart their team. But basically, it's been one game separating them in the season series every year, and that's the tiebreaker. If somehow they tie for the division, that's the tiebreaker. So these games have ultra importance, assuming it's going to be close. The Cubs are a better team, but that doesn't mean Milwaukee can't keep it close all year.
Any Sox news?
Well, like I said, I spent a lot of time, but I was on the Brewers side all week.
Come on, Jesse.
Having said that,
oh my God,
it does feel like Luis Robert has woke up a little bit here, and this is huge. If he can put together a couple good months, maybe that value climbs back up. He had a good game yesterday. He's up at the top of the league in stolen bases. His walk to strikeout percentage is pretty good for him. And not pretty good. It's really good. It's a 2-to-1 strikeout to walk percentage. So he's got to just get back to being a little bit more dangerous of a hitter, and that value will skyrocket. Had a great catch in center field. So maybe Luis Robert just needed maybe the weather to warm up a little bit. But if he gets back to who he is, the value will skyrocket.
We were having this conversation before the show. Justin, the stat was the Cubs and the Sox have the most games won by 5 or more runs. Is that right? So what is it with the White Sox? The games just need to be 5 innings and we'd see a major step in the right direction. This seems like an encouraging sign for a team that was so bad last year that's now being challenged by the Rockies for the worst team in baseball ever. But there's got to be something encouraging you can take from that, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it has a lot of meaning, but I think being encouraged by it is something. It certainly means their bullpen isn't blowing games as much as it did last year. So that's one thing, one tangible thing you could take from it. I think the young players like Chase Mydrith coming off the injured list and contributing right away, it has some meaning. There is still some excitement because of those young players when they're in the lineup, when they come up from AAA, and maybe that is leading to some better moments and better days. But I'm not sure that trend is going to continue, Courtney, because they don't have a lot offensively there. Just some days have gone better than others, especially when you compare it to last year.
See, Jesse, this is what you should have told us. This right here.
You just got to flush them.
I don't like our team.
I think right now I feel like I'm ready to go through and start breaking.
Yeah, you never know.
That's how I feel about this ball club right now.
You just got to flush them.
You see, Jesse, what you should have given us is, hey, guys, the White Sox have a better run differential than the Guardians, Athletics, Blue Jays, Orioles, Angels, Nationals, Marlins, Pirates, and, well, the Rockies. That could have been a little sunshine you could have given us this morning.
It could have, but I think I summed it up by saying that trend isn't going to continue. so everything you said is true, but it's probably not going to continue.
We got 30 seconds left. Do you have a pick for the Derby?
I really don't. The favorite is journalism.
Yeah.
I don't. Who likes to take the favorite? So I wish I had somebody other than journalism. So I'll go chalk this time around. But I am no expert. I have no idea.
You're the expert of all of it. You're the fastest man in Northbrook. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Now, Humble Jesse. That's what we want on the air. Humble Jesse.
That sounds like a horse's name.
Terrible.
Humble Jesse. Let's take him. I just don't.
Wow.
I don't. Get Edzo on the phone. He'll give you one.
We talked to him yesterday. We're looking for an expert, though. So that's why I asked you. All right, man. As always, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you Monday.
I'll be in Italy Monday. I'm off next week.
All right, we'll talk to you Monday. You'll call in. Look forward to it. Thank you very much. There he goes, everybody. Goodbye. Jesse Rogers brought to you by Automatic Mechanical. Did you know that, Shay? Did you know this man's going to be in Italy?
I did not.
He doesn't even tell you. Doesn't even tell the gatekeeper. Shay, call him up anyway on Monday. Same time. Just tell him he's sponsored. He's got to be there.
It'd be afternoon in Italy. He'll be fine.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
I did my hits last year from London.
You know why?
Jesse can do it.
You know why? Because you're a good egg.
Well, also, Courtney, that was in season. It's not like you're joining us from Telluride.
But he's in season 2. Last I checked, there's still baseball being played on Monday.
That's true. It's a little bit crazy for Jesse to be going to Italy, in my opinion.
I'm sure that
lack of commitment to the gig.
I'm sure that Courtney's done her reports from her Telluride. Why not do it from a car? What's wrong? From a car. What's wrong with that? Coming up in 2 minutes, we have a Derby story regarding Courtney Cronin. What is she going to do? We talk about it in 2 minutes on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
White Sox fans, the new City Connect uniforms are here. The bold design unites the legacy of 2 legendary Chicago teams, the White Sox and the Bulls, and celebrates the city's impact on both the diamond and the court. Every Friday night this season, the team will take the field in these iconic uniforms. Don't miss out. Grab your tickets now and check out the full City Connect collection, available at the White Sox team store. For all the details, visit whitesox.com/city.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With Courtney Cronin for Kap, I'm J Hood. Thanks so much for being with us. Today it is 45 degrees, getting up to 60 degrees today. We'll hear from Tracy Butler with the weekend weather coming up at 9:50 right here on ESPN 1000. Don't forget to watch our show on YouTube and on Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN 1000 Chicago, also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago, as we talk to you here. By the way, Grip It and Sip It, it started now, right? Right, Potsy? Right now. People need to get on
1
it.
minute in.
Yeah, so.
Selling out in 3 minutes this year.
That's the hope, right? Grip It and Sip It, classic.com. Tickets are on sale right now. It sold out in 4 minutes last year. And again, just one of our signature events at Seven Bridges. If you can make it, it's going to be on June 11th. We'll have broadcasts from there as well at Seven Bridges. So, again, get on it if you want to go, because it's always a fun time. You were telling me before the show that this will be your first kind of involvement around the Kentucky Derby, not necessarily going to the Derby. Mm-hmm. Have you been to Derby before?
No, we did. When I was in Minneapolis, we went to Churchill Downs, their version of Churchill Downs, which is called, it's in Shakopee. Now, of course, the name escapes me, but Paul Allen, the radio voice of the Minnesota Vikings, is the Canterbury Park. He's the radio voice of Canterbury Park. So he hooked us up with a great setup, a table, all of it. And my friend's husband, actually, whatever the year, 2018, whatever the horse, or 2019, whatever like the long shot was to win and who won, my friend's husband cashed in on like $1,300. So that's my only Derby involvement to date. We went because they do a bunch of races that day too. But tomorrow I have a friend's bachelorette party, which is going to be in Chicago, and they wanted to do a big Derby theme. So the Fascinator, the dresses, all of it. This will be my only second time that like going out to actually watch the Derby, because usually it's rookie camp this weekend. There's other things that typically happen the first weekend of May for me. So.
By the way, as a sidebar, brought to you by Aiken Law, 3126 million for the Great Howard Aiken Sign My Ball. Tickets sold out now. It's 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes, the tickets are sold out for Grip It and Sip It.
It's because you were promoting it all morning.
Well done, J Hood.
I think you need to get like a pay raise for that, or at least some cut of it for
Pay raise. He'll get a medal, and it'll be made out of plastic.
I mean, you're the one driving the people to the website. The way you were selling it too. I mean, you can these twosomes, and there's free food, and there's a lot of booze, and you can hear all of our shows there.
Yeah,
I remember it was a long event last year.
Fun.
Like, all day sort of thing.
It is, but it's one of our fine events we do at ESPN 1000. It's already sold out. How
That's
about
awesome.
that? That's great work by the Kap and J Hood audience and the ESPN Chicago listeners that want to be part of this. And again, gripitandsippitclassic.com, already sold out. So we beat last year by 2 minutes.
So next year it has to happen in 1 minute.
Yeah, it's 60 seconds. Could you imagine signing up at 60? I mean, that means your hands are on the keyboard, ready to go. But I want to ask you about the outfit, though, because on your Instagram, you always are trying to show us, like, the outfits that you have when you go to New York or something. So what does it look like for this? Do you have it already picked out?
Yeah, I do. So do you know what a fascinator is?
Me.
A what?
I'm fascinating. I'm the fascinator around here.
So I learned this. I've been to 2 horse races in my life, or 3 if you count the old Arlington, RIP.
Yeah.
Wonder if there's going to be a stadium there at some point. But
I'll ask the White Sox. We'll find out.
The one time I've done like the full dress up thing, I went to Royal Ascot in 2019. A good friend of mine, we went and traveled Europe. She's a big horse racing person. She's like, let's go to Royal Ascot. I'm like, what's that? She's like, it's the Kentucky Derby of England. I'm like, cool. So I didn't have this hat thing that you have to wear. She's like, you're not going to get in if you don't have one. I'm like, wow, that's we don't have dress codes for Grip It and Sip It, let me tell you that. So they should have followed the same suit. But we went and found this thing. It's like a headband that has this bow thing on the side of it.
Yeah, I've seen those.
So I'll be wearing that tomorrow, and then I have like a flower dress. Not like, I don't know, it's got flowers on it. It's derby themed. I don't know. Like, I don't know if I'm doing it right, but everybody said that you should dress spring attire.
Well, I think that with the hat, I think you already win.
Yeah?
Yep. Like Aunt Maud coming in there with just this big hat.
It's not completely obnoxious the way that you're picturing it, because I was concerned too before I found these things actually can blend in a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's going to be nothing like the outfits that you see at the Derby when they go around the track beforehand.
Well, you're not like want to be this big spenders, so there's no need for you to have this big crazy dress on. It's
wear it once.
Yeah, you're just attending. Mm-hmm. But the hat, I think, makes it all. I didn't even know that the Fascinator was the name. I just thought it was just a big, fancy derby hat. That's what I thought it was. I didn't know the name.
That was the official name of it.
Yeah.
No, Fascinator.
See, I didn't know. See, you learn something every day.
I'm going to get you one for your birthday this year.
What are you really?
You have to wear it on air.
You know what? For you, I'd do it.
Thank you. Thank you.
For you, just for you. Just for the laughs, I would do it for you.
Thank you.
Nobody else around here but you. I'd put a Fascinator on, sure. Right. Crazy hat hood. That's what I would be having.
I'm going to get you the one that has like, I don't know, you know, like a Bloody Mary always has like too much stuff on it if it's done wrong. I'm going to get you a hat that's like that. It's got like the fruits, flowers, little figurines of horses in it, custom made.
I'd do that. Just for you, I would do that and take the picture. And I'd take it off afterwards. But just for the...
Might weigh you down. It's probably going to be like 20 pounds.
It's like big thing on my head. Sure, I'd do that. But you're right. You don't have to be just completely looking like a Ric Flair robe. You could just be able to just have the hat on and a nice dress because you're there for a party. Mm-hmm. It's not like... Now, if you're at Churchill Downs, what are you wearing there? Because it looks like you have to have something... completely different.
Well, what is Kap wearing? I know you guys compared him to the KFC Colonel the other day. I heard that.
That was frightening.
Does he have the KFC Colonel white suit?
He has a white jacket.
He calls it his derby jacket.
Yes.
That's what he's wearing?
Yes, he's wearing that, and he didn't want to wear a hat, but his brother Bruce said, you can't go to the Derby and not have a hat. So he went to over here on Taylor, around UIC, Maxwell Street, Taylor, somewhere there, and he went to a shop, and the guy behind the counter said, yes, sir, may I help you? And Kap said, I need a hat for the Derby. Take that. Like that kind of thing, right? And so he's like, oh. And so he gave him a hat, and Cap didn't like it because he looked more like a pimp, and I guess he didn't like the pimp
so it's
look.
a fedora.
Yes, so it's.
Did it have like a feather hanging out the side of it?
I hope so. I hope so. God, I hope so. But he had to have a hat on.
Pimp hat.
Yeah, he had. I mean, well, he was on Maxwell Street, Courtney. He's like, this one worked real good for you, doctor. How about that, doc? And it's like, Cap, I don't think that works. I don't know. He didn't feel comfortable with that, but he got something because Cap likes colors. He's got his white jacket, pants, Jordans, of course. So he'll fit in nicely with the people there, I think. But it had to be the hat from Maxwell Street first, though. It had to be something there. Because I sent him there.
You set him up for this.
As a rib. Of course I did. Of course I did.
So did you see the hat he came away with?
He didn't show me the hat. I'm sure there'll be pictures popping up on my phone later today or on his Instagram.
So he's going to Oaks tonight and then Derby tomorrow?
Yeah. It's his first time going to the Derby, and he loves horses, so
okay.
I understand why he's going, because he's been scratching off a lot of things over the last 12 months he hasn't done before.
Okay.
So
it's a good way to live.
I think the end's coming.
I think he has some sort of terminal illness he hasn't told us about.
I'm just saying I believe the end's coming for Cap because he's doing things he's never done before. I'm going to the Derby. You are?
But
I'm going to Mexico.
People always say the Derby should be a bucket list event. Like, I don't view it that way. I don't know, because I'm not really into horse racing. I don't get it. I don't know how to bet on the horses. I know Jesse, we asked him about who he would take, and I pulled up the odds. I would take journalism because of the name.
You should.
And journalism's not dead, it's the horse.
Yes, correct.
3-1 odds right now. So that's like the surefire head and shoulders over everybody else in the field winner. So we're projecting it. I don't know how to bet on horses. I don't know the first thing about it. They give you the big book, and it's like you can see the previous races, what surface they ran on, who the jockey is, all of it. It's one thing. I don't bet. I don't really. It's not something that I enjoy. Mm-hmm. I don't enjoy losing money or lighting it on fire.
Yeah.
This is one though I wouldn't even understand how to do it with football, with basketball, and the parlays that you can make. Especially if it's like the dead of summer and you want to bet on baseball. I understand it. I wouldn't do it, but I don't know the first thing about picking these horses. So tomorrow, when I inevitably, I'll do it because I'll be at an event and it'll be fun.
Sure.
But I'll probably pick journalism because of the name and because it's got 3-1 odds.
I think that works out perfectly. It's like anything else with odds. If you like the highest odds, you take them. Look at the last Final Four we just went through. All those number one seeds. Like, you don't do that because it's chalk. No, if they're the best, you take them. No matter what the value is. If that's how you feel, it's how you feel. Journalism would be on my list. I guess the way I'd play it is kind of like the lottery. Like when Mom used to play the lottery. She'd say, give me 257 straight or 257 box. That means the number can move around. It could be 275 or 527, whatever. And then just put money down and just see what happens. Now, we have plenty of horse bettors that are listening to the show that's going to help you out with this. I think, and it's funny because Cap asked me on the way out, do you want me to, he was asking, do I want to give him money to put a bet down for me? I said, no, I'm good. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. Maybe.
Can't you do it on your own, or you don't have to do it at the Derby, right?
No. I guess, if you have an app,
yeah.
I'm sure, or go to one of those OTBs. There's one on 111th and Corliss where I'm in the south side is still open. But I think that journalism is going to be the favorite. Olchek told us that that's one of the horses he's taking because he was on with us yesterday. I don't remember all the horses. I know people have been tweeting in and asking. Go to the 9 o'clock hour of the Kap J Hood show. He's at the beginning of the 9 o'clock hour, and he gave all his picks. So yeah. So
there's some good names here. Tiz-tastic.
He likes Tiz-tastic.
That's 20-1 odds.
Yeah, he likes Tiz-tastic. I like Sandman because I like a nap.
Neoquist? That's guy has got 30-1 odds, so forget him.
What's the horse?
Neoequus.
I think it's Neoequus, I believe.
Okay. Citizen Bull. But there's some cool names here I would go off of. And I know that's the ignorant way of betting, but that's how on horses, that's what I would do.
No, but a lot of people look at it that way though. There's a lot of people going through the guide, studying who the trainer is and where the horses grew up and how many. Sometimes you just have fun with it.
That's what I would do.
No analytics with this. No, maybe it is analytics. Are there analytics with this nonsense? Oh, my God.
They don't watch the tape. Now these are numbers people.
That's exactly right. So maybe people can help. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 our phone number. We'll have the Friday folder coming up at 9:35, things that we might have missed, and possibly we missed a lot. A lot of Bears talk. A lot of stuff fell on the old dining room floor around here.
A lot of stuff in the folder. A lot of stuff.
Oh, is it? And you know why that is?
Yeah.
Kap. It's Kap.
Oh, okay. Well.
And also a lot of Bears conversation. So we'll get your phone calls in on that. Let's help us with the Derby on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Before you can fly, you have to learn to crawl. Yingling is sending Chris and me to Philly for a Northsider series in June, and we have to take some fans with us. Join me, Adam Abdallah, for a pub crawl Sunday afternoon from 1 to 3 p.m. in Edison Park. At each stop, we'll watch some baseball, responsibly enjoy some Yingling, and register fans to win this Philly flyaway. We'll choose a qualifier at Tavern on the Point first, then we'll head to Firewater Saloon where we'll grab another qualifier, and then end at Edison Park Inn where we'll choose the third qualifier, and then we'll pick the winner from those 3 finalists. The winner and a guest will fly away to Philly with us. Get complete details at ESPNChicagoContest.com. See you in Edison Park Sunday, and please enjoy responsibly.
Mother's Day is almost here, and I've been thinking a lot about all the times my mom went out of her way just to make me happy. Honestly, I've lost count. All of the pickups from practice, help with the homework, the home-cooked meals. My mom is the best. That's why this year I'm returning the favor with the bouquet from the Books Company. And I got you 25% off of your order so you can send some happiness to your moms, too. Books aren't just any flowers. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms, so they're bigger, brighter, and last way longer. Some are even grown on the side of a volcano. Wow mom with a bright, happy bouquet, or go for the Books Flower subscription so she can get fresh blooms and major joy on repeat. It's also really easy. I pick my bouquet, delivery date, and done. And with 25% off, why stop with mom? Grab some for your wife, your auntie, and even grandma too. Mother's Day is May 11th, so hurry and order your Books now. Go to Books.com, use promo code Canty to get 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code Canty. Books, promo code Canty.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At HawkAuto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at HawkAuto.com.
HawkAuto.com!
Financing on approved credit.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
You bust your hump for 40-plus years, saving for retirement only to risk it all with this crazy stock market. You don't need to risk your retirement anymore. Call my friend Mitch Lyons and his team at Mitch Lyons Wealth. They can help you create a retirement of steel that won't get rocked by volatile markets. Retire comfortably, protected, and with the income you need. Schedule a 10-minute call today. Call 888-342-4581. That's 888-342-4581. MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Mother's Day is coming up fast and you don't want to drop the ball. Show the incredible moms in your life how much you love and appreciate them with a thoughtful gift from Pro Flowers. Ordering takes just minutes and Pro Flowers' large selection of modern arrangements at affordable prices are sure to make you look like a gift-giving pro. Visit proflowers.com/sports or use the code SPORTS at checkout for $15 off your Mother's Day order. All Pro Flowers orders are backed by our 7-day freshness guarantee so you can gift easy with Pro Flowers.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
It's a Kap and J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Courtney Cronin's in for Kap. Courtney would usually be on the Yuengling hotline right now telling us about some Bears information.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
But she's here, so when she's here as a guest, she's brought to you by
Costa Iavone. Injured? Call 708-4-million for the people of Chicago because they are Chicago. Costa Iavone, your local personal injury lawyers.
That's correct.
That's it.
It's Costa Iavone. That's correct. Exactly right.
Beautifully done.
Thank you.
We have the Friday folder coming your way at 9:35. Tracy Butler at 9:50 with the weather. So I think Potsy and Shay and Cordy, I think this is it's not an age thing, but I just think it's an sports era thing. For Kap's era, I think that, horse racing, golf, those things were, think about it. Kap grows up with a black and white TV. And so what's on TV? Horse racing's on from Sportsman or Arlington or whatever. And so you get that. There's golf, also in black and white. Imagine that, by the way.
Did he really grow? It's not that old.
1960's not old. That's when he was born.
When was the first Technicolor TV?
Well, the first one in our home was in the 70s.
When was it?
Early 70s.
Period, though.
Oh, you have to look that up. I don't know. Like when it went from black and white to Technicolor to color to HD to
4K.
4K. That's how it went. The TV I grew up with was some of the TVs in my home were black and white. The others was Technicolor. And that's when you were farting through silk back then, boy. You got a Technicolor TV, boy. People would come over, boy. They'd love that. A little Technicolor TV. That thing's in color. So so we had that as a kid. A floor model Sears. Of course.
First ever color TV broadcast was in 1958, but the first color TV hit the market in 1954, priced at $1,000.
So that was no shot back then.
$1,000.
That's an expensive TV.
Yeah, that's no shot in that era. You had to really be doing well. And for Kap, growing up watching golf in black and white. But I think
it's $12,000 today.
Yeah, in today's money, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, think about that. And not even a good one. Not even a good color TV.
Yeah, it's a TV you got to hit on the side of it just to get the signal to work.
That's like the rabbit ears that you have to put on to watch Bulls games.
Program? Bang, bang, fix it.
That's the way it was. So I think when it comes to the Kentucky Derby, Shay, you say you're not a horse racing guy. My old man was. If we did not see him at the house, we know he'd be betting the horses someplace. We had to drag him out of there. But it wasn't. But that didn't trickle down to me. Like I know the events when they happen, but it's nothing that I gamble on a regular basis. But for Kap, in his generation, that's what it was about. So I can understand why maybe Courtney for you and for Shay, not necessarily like a signature event for you.
It's not on my bucket list. I'd rather go to the Masters. I'd rather go to a Final Four as a fan. I've covered it, but as like a fan event, I'd like to go to a Final Four or national championship. I did a bucket list a couple years ago. I did the Indy 500. That was really cool.
It's fun, right?
That was really cool.
Did that one time.
Yep.
Did that, but again, not as a fan covering it, doing a broadcast.
I went as a fan. That was really neat.
See, that's a thing. A lot of these things, like the Final Four, JD and I went on a regular basis to the Final Four. That was our thing. 13 Final Fours.
Wow.
But,
a lot.
But never as a fan. Never as a fan.
You went to work.
Yeah, we were there in the press box, sitting up in the 800 level, looking down at these ants playing college basketball all the time, especially at the Superdome. The worst. In the freight elevator going up. So bad. But as a fan, I get that. But it's never been like a must for me to go to the Kentucky Derby. It's the pageantry of it is great. 4-hour pregame, by the way. It's like the Super Bowl coverage of horse racing.
Well, it reminds me of, boxing. There's always, 15 undercards before the main event.
Yes.
And there's all these other races. Oaks is today, which, correct me if I'm wrong here on this. Oaks is it the baby horses? Female horses?
I don't know, but I know the Oaks is today.
Okay. Yeah, I know the big thing is tomorrow. The Oaks is today. And today is apparently the bigger party down there.
Is it? Okay.
That's what I've heard about, the Oaks. And, it's cheaper to get in for a normal person to get a ticket to go. And I don't know what the Derby prices are now, but they do a good job, profiling the trainers and the owners of these horses and the jockeys in the lead up, because it's not like you can profile the horse and have the horse talk back to you.
Yes, that would be scary.
The one thing I love is the post-race interview.
Yes.
And the person who's mounted on horse.
Yes.
Trying to get their horse to cooperate to get over to talk to the jockey who's out of breath.
Yes.
Just won millions of dollars to do this. And trying to get a pulse on how the person who won for him, the mammal that won for him.
Yes.
Or her, how they feel.
Yes.
They haven't checked in with him yet.
They have not. I'll
get back to you.
I like when the horses, have this either conversation or they're flirting with one another. The reporter's horse is got his head over to the other horse, and they're going back and forth. They're biting at each other's ear. I'm like, what is going on here?
He's like, you can't do what I do.
I don't know what's
You got
being
relegated
said.
to being the reporter horse. I'm the one who just won the race.
It's just very strange how that works.
I might get put down soon if it's a Bob Baffert horse.
Oh, wow. I've seen those specials about that. Yes, that is a thing, a real thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going journalism like you are with the 3-1 odds. I'll go Sandman 6-1 odds, and I'll scroll down to Tistastic at 20-1. That'll be my 3-horse play. And again, I'm no expert, but I've been reading over the last 24 hours because we had Edzo on, and so that's kind of what I'll do. I'll just go there. And so we're clear. We could do this on a site. Right?
Yes. Shay came in and said you cannot bet off-track betting in the state of Illinois on the Kentucky Derby, but you can do it on an app, which is what I'll do tomorrow. I'll sign up for I don't know, which one should I sign up for? ESPN Bet?
Probably.
Paying the bills?
Probably. That would help. How about that?
So I'll do it I will bet journalism tomorrow.
Is your father a horse bettor?
No.
Was he ever interested?
He's not really a bettor, my dad.
Mm-hmm.
And we watched the Derby when I was growing up. We'd put it on, but I don't ever remember being really invested in it. And I think you brought up golf as an older generation's thing. I think the difference for me is I can go golf. And the older I get, the more interested I am in picking up golf as something to stay active and be outdoors during the summer. Mm-hmm. I can't horse race. I'm too tall to ever have even thought of being a jockey. It's not something I can do.
Have you ever ridden a horse?
Yeah. But it's like racing on a horse. I have no access to that. It's not something you can't just go race a horse.
But what if you could, though? I think we can get that. You know that Cap's got a horse guy.
I would have needed to be born in Kentucky. Listen, if Cap can get me on a thoroughbred, it'd be great content.
I think we can get that done.
But even still, he's
tall.
I'm too tall, and I'm way too heavy to be on a thoroughbred racing.
You
it's
need
not
to be
something that could happen.
4'8", 105 pounds at the most.
If I can get on a horse, Shay can get on a horse. So, Shay.
Well, we could ride a horse, but we couldn't race a horse.
I raced a horse once upon a time. I did. But it was like I was in the back of the horse.
Were you
the
doing
harness racing.
Carriage racing?
No, the harness racing. I did that. And boy, that's a mess, especially if the horse has gas. Because I dealt with that and was in last place.
Yeah, I went horseback riding. We took a vacation once, and the horse stopping to poop while you're riding on it is something.
That's always great.
Listen, I get it. When you got to go, you got to go. But boy, that stinks.
The celebrity harness race. I was part of that several times, and
that kind of seems like a liability. Because what if you would have crashed?
Me, no. I'm too cool for that. I would never crash. I'm too cool for that.
Well, I mean, I'm glad you didn't, so you wouldn't have had to, file a workman's comp claim.
I wouldn't be here. Could you imagine that? If I would have crashed, we wouldn't be working together.
Those things would have been flipped over.
We wouldn't be working together. Because I would have been holding on to every limb to try to get that money. I would have sued them so much. It's been great. Courtney, but the old man loved to do the horse racing, but it just wasn't him and his cronies in the back, smoke billowing in the back room while they're watching the horse racing and them drinking and having a good time. And I wasn't part of that scene. I liked baseball and football. That's what I liked. But that was his thing, though. Just like, okay. And he didn't take me to the races. Didn't do that. He didn't want me to see how much money he lost. He put it all in a Crown Royal bag. You ever see those purple Crown Royal bags? Yeah, he put all his money and change in there. That's where he'd get his gambling money. He had it right there in the Crown Royal bag and just put it right there at the desk. Like, let me get the gray horse. That's what he would do.
I would assume people do real research, though. Like serious bettors who are, maybe not like the horse racing people who like are in the community, and maybe not everybody's got a horse guy like Kap. But I would imagine people who are going to win some money tomorrow, it's not just off luck.
It's Eddie Olczyk. I mean, through the Stanley Cup playoffs, he's still doing a lot of research. He's going to be part of the coverage tomorrow on NBC. How about that?
Eddie O's doing that? Awesome.
Part of the coverage.
That's very cool. 4-hour lead up. Hope we see him 15 times.
He's already got some money down. He told us, and he's got his money. So it's just interesting because it's something that we don't talk about until we get to the Kentucky Derby. It's not like part of the regular conversation we have about horses unless there's the
Preakness
or the Bradford tragedy that you laid out there, that dead fish you put out there about the dead horses.
Well, I mean, that's a thing. That's why they shut down all those race courses in California.
Yes. Oh, I've seen the specials on that. But Kentucky Derby, here we come. Please bring it up tomorrow at the party. I want you to be that person. Cardi, is this a great time? Yeah, but what about all the dead horses in California? You hear about that?
I could bring my PETA advocacy.
I just want you to bring that up while everyone's having a good time. What about those dead horses? Anyway. Dude, I want you to do that. I want to ask also, I understand that you have something special planned for the Kap and J Hood audience today.
I do.
You have something.
I do. Because I think it was January, I said
you made an agreement.
I made an agreement, and I follow through on my agreements. So.
Oh, boy.
That will be a part of the Friday folder.
Okay, so we will ask everyone, if you have not done so, come to YouTube, youtube.com, ESPN Chicago. Like, share, and subscribe while you're here. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN1000 Chicago. You need to see this coming up as part of the Friday folder.
That's a tease.
That's what I'm here for, pal. Kap and J Hood with Courtney Cronin in for Kap on Chicago's Home for Sports.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
You want to change the way your money works for you. So when you book an appointment with BrandonMrFinance.com, what's it like?
I'm going to find out who you are. It's important to know what you want, what your needs are, because I want to focus on those things. And then I'm going to basically just come behind it and give you a lot of ways that you can grow, so you can own your time versus sell it. Because, no offense, most people, they work their jobs, it's selling the time, whether it's an hourly or a salary wage. But I tell anyone who works a job, there's nothing wrong with creating a business, because then you can tap into the tax code. So we're going to expose you to things that you've not been exposed to.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We show people how to repurpose their life and organize money and then create, wealth. Like in my household, if you're a family person, I'm going to tell you that I don't pay anybody cash in my house. I give you a paycheck. I can write this off. But I'm also arming you to have qualified financials so that when you want to make applications for funding, you can verify income. So I'm setting you up to qualify for things that you want or you need.
So book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com.
I want to teach you how to grow, but this time on your own time with your own terms.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Madison is open for business, and that includes you. Looking to shop local, supporting small businesses, help communities grow and thrive. At the Village of Madison, they're building more than just businesses. They're building futures. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers unbeatable accessibility, a talented workforce, and a community eager to support local entrepreneurs. Shop small, but make a big difference. For more information, visit villageofmadison.org. Madison, where business breathes new life.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds, through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited-time deep dish or thin crust, drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Kap and J Hood are back.
We are back, baby. We are back. We're back. Classic.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Cause it's Friday.
It's time for the Friday Folder.
And you ain't got to do.
On the Kap and J Hood Show.
Time for the Friday Folder. Right here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Courtney Cronin is in for Kap. And the Friday Folder brought to you by Lou Malnati's. Lou Malnati's. Make it a Lou's night. You talk about pizza. You talk about beverages. You talk about cookies. You talk about side items. They got it all for you. Lou Malnati's. Make it a Lou's night. Lou Malnati's, the proud partner for the Friday Folder. Still to come to YouTube, youtube.com. Come to Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago for this very special edition of the Friday Folder. Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
We will get to Courtney's one shining moment in a moment. But I want to start with a local story. Something happened yesterday. Trey Taylor, Illinois' top high school quarterback, who was coached by our guy J-Mac.
Yeah.
With J-Mac in tow, it gave his commitment announcement on live television where he's going to college, saying he was staying at home to go to Illinois. Put the Illini hat on. Then took it off, threw it across the room, and revealed a Nebraska jersey before putting a Nebraska hat on.
He quarterback.
Yep.
So he's going to go play behind Dylan Raiola?
Yep. And he trolled the entire state of Illinois
Wow.
to do it.
J-Mac, you're better than that.
Sitting right there in frame.
Did he know?
He was laughing.
Man, ESPN 1000's J-Mac, you're better than that. Call me, because that's not right. Threw the Illinois hat across the room.
What? I'm just...
He had 4 hats in front of him. One of them was Texas A&M. I'm not sure what the other was. And he just started. He threw the A&M hat to the side. He threw the other hat to the side. Put the Illinois hat on. He said, "I'm staying home." And then he took the Illinois hat off.
Oh, he said, "I'm staying home." Like, I would, if you're gonna fake him out, which, he's bringing something back. We haven't seen that stuff in a couple of years. Can't say I'm staying home and then take the hat off. Like, if you commit to it, that's weird.
Launched it across the gym, revealed a Nebraska jersey he had on under his shirt.
Does he know something we don't know about? Dylan Raiola's their starter.
I would assume so.
Supposed to be the next Patrick Mahomes.
You sit behind him for a freshman season, then let's go. Maybe he's going to transfer out. after next year, Raiola.
It's unbelievable. For Nebraska. Not even Kansas. How about that, Potsy? Not even Kansas.
Well, this reminds me of, I think it was like 8 years ago, maybe. Cliff Alexander was the number 3 overall recruit in basketball. Did the same thing. Put on the Illinois hat, threw it, put on the Jayhawk hat, ended up being a bust. So
what's up with the disrespect, guys?
It's unbelievable. It's one thing to just say no, but you're just going to throw hats across the room. Disrespectful. All right, what's the next story?
We always like to pay our respects in the Friday folder when we get an opportunity. This week, the New York Mets were saddened to learn of the passing of World War II veteran and longtime Mets superfan Seymour Wiener.
Well, all the best to the Wiener family in that regard.
I think he was 98.
He was.
Well,
a legend.
Well, you have to be with that name.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bart Simpson shed a tear.
They did it on SportsCenter, and somehow they got through it without laughing.
Which is incredible.
Randy
I don't know
Scott
how you pull it
was
off.
putting on a masterclass with that.
Seymour Wiener, pat, clap, clap, and clap.
Fun fact about Seymour Wiener, in 2024, he was part of a $1 hot dogs promotion at Citi Field, and the marketing around it was everyone wants a wiener.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. And then the bad pun on top of that. Not just the sale, but also the bad pun around that man's name. He's better than that.
Brutal.
Seymour Wiener. Jay?
We have some news from Playbill, which is not often where I get news for the Friday folder, but this felt like it was straight out of The Onion. The Taylor Street Theater in San Francisco will debut a new musical next month called Luigi the Musical, about the alleged healthcare assassin Luigi Mangione.
Are you serious?
Here's the blurb from the people putting on the show. This is ripped directly from them. A wildly irreverent, razor-sharp comedy that imagines the true story of Luigi Mangione, the alleged corporate assassin turned accidental folk hero. With real-life cellmates Sam Bankman-Fried and Diddy by his side, Luigi navigates friendship, justice, and the absurdity of viral fame. Bold, campy, and unafraid, Luigi the Musical is both laugh-out-loud funny and surprisingly thoughtful. If you like your comedy smart and your show tunes with a criminal record, Luigi is your new favorite felony.
Oh, my God. You did say Diddy, did you not?
I did say Diddy. Real-life cellmates Sam Bankman-Fried and Diddy in Luigi the Musical.
Just to clarify here, he's not actually cellmates with Diddy, right?
I don't believe so.
I don't know if they're being housed in the same facility, but
they also nobody knows anything about this guy, even still. So
shouldn't we wait till he goes to trial and the due process plays out before we're making a musical about this guy?
No. Do you not live in the world 2025? Everyone makes judgments. Open up your Twitter.
Oh, I see it every day.
I'm just saying. But you have to have Diddy in the mix just for the entertainment value. Even though he may not be cellmates, it's the idea that take that, that he's right there with you.
Half
right?
two feels like a stretch.
You have to do it. No, I mean, a Mangione on. So the headline is Mangione. He's got nobody else. What kind of play is that? So no, you gotta have Diddy next to him.
Courtney, that should be the courthouse scene in the musical. Announce it as we proceed. Please rise.
Right.
I mean, that's unbelievable. I thought it was one thing when HBO did a documentary while this case is still, pending and nobody knows anything about the guy. But a comedy musical starring Luigi Mangione, Diddy, and Sam Bankman-Fried.
Can he sue for royalties? They're using his likeness. Get an NIL deal out of that to pay his legal bills?
I mean, so they open up the curtain raises, and it's a whole bunch of FBI agents taking him by the neck, taking him into the room, like we see this video over and over again with them. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I think that's brilliant. Actually, that sounds good, and it's a comedy. It's got to be hilarious.
I'm morbidly curious. I kind of want to see it.
I kind of want to see it too.
Yeah,
trip to San Francisco.
Diddy's in there.
I think we have to.
The Bears play out there next year.
Well,
maybe it'll still be.
This is a short run.
Oh,
at
limited
a local
time
theater.
only?
Yeah, it's it's next month, and it's like for 3 weeks in June.
He'll be there.
Have to get out there.
If I take a few days off in June, you'll know.
Just don't do June 11th. Griffin and Sip It.
Well, no, of course not. But I'll be going to see Luigi the Musical if I take a few days off in June.
Courtney Cronin said that next time that she would be on the air, that she would drop some lyrics for us. Drop some.
Do you remember how that came up? I just want to remember how I got suckered into doing this.
You said you would. That's how you got suckered.
But I don't remember what the context was about it.
It was Jay Moore, I think.
I think it's okay, so I have him to blame for this. Although he did help me get myself set up for this. So.
I think Jay Moore walked you into something and you agreed.
Yeah. Well, chip on your shoulders, like, I'll drop some lyrics. I'll do it right now.
Yeah, I'm the underdog.
Yeah, so that's why that happened. You didn't have to, but you're going to, and it's going to be fabulous.
All right. So a freestyle, obviously, in actuality, it's rapping with, without any paper in front of you. But as we know, everybody goes into a booth now and lays down a track with notes.
Oh, is that how you do it?
Yes.
Okay.
So I have my notes. No one has heard this. Justin's the only one who's seen the lyrics because I had him printed out. And Jay Moore's the only one who knows what the song is.
Yes.
So I'm not going to look at you this entire time because I will laugh. And Shay, I can't look at you either. Hi, Tracy.
If I close my eyes, will that help?
No. I just need to do this. I've been called upon to do this.
So you got is your headphones good? Your mic is exactly where it is.
Mic is on.
Okay, it's all right. So mic's good.
I can do the fat Joe. Turn the mic on.
That's exactly how Joe says it. That's exactly right. Turn the mic on. That's exactly how he does it. Yes. Very good.
Okay, so.
Potsy, you ready?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
It's the 8 Bears draft picks.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Can't tell me nothing about this draft. Can't tell me nothing about these picks. Edge rushers, I ain't forget you. Safety depth, I ain't forget you. Take that. Another year with the top 10 draft pick. Left tackle, running back, pass rushers were the prospect with trades on the board. Chaos and style. Ryan pulls caution, round 1 could get wild. At 10, the Bears looked around. Genty long gone, no left tackles to be found. A move back ain't happening, so Chicago had to pick. Loveland it is. We're rolling out the script. A weapon, a mover with hands made of glue. A mismatch nightmare. These defenses been new. Round 2. The Bears had a chance to strike. Another pick on offense right within their sight. Ben Johnson cheesing. He'd seen the tape. This RB class, all sizes, all shapes. But at 39, the backs flew off the board. Judkins, Henderson would be no more. That's okay with Shea, who lives for rivalry flair. Henderson's like, the team up north, I don't care. So it's Bird and Trapillo and Turner in the second round. Stout technician Violent, a couple words thrown around. Matt Miller calls Burden the best pick in the draft. And adding in the trenches, that's never a bad ask. Round 4. This is where the running backs will bite. But instead, the Bears drafted Ruben Hippolyte. Don't know very much about him. All I can say is Dennis Allen got him.
Bars.
5th round, he goes by Zay, not Za. Long, tall, fast, put him on Chicago's radar. Al Harrison, the lab, got a plan so tight, let polls know there's a press corner right within his sight. You know what they say about the 6th round. A place where offensive line depth is always found. The next Doug Kramer, his name's Luke Newman. Center or guard, O-line depth is booming. Last but not least, the times finally arrived. A running back in the 7th named Kyle Munagai. A pick with value and pass pro upside. At the end of a deep draft class, did the Bears get the prize? So there it is, 8 Bears draft picks. UDF phase soon added to the mix. 3 weeks back when his squad came through, Johnson stood up, laid out his due. No depth chart now, no spots been defined. If you want that role, you've got to grind, you've got to shine. Rookie camp next week, OTAs after that. Soon enough, we'll find out if the Bears are really back.
Yay! Let's go! Let's go!
Morning Zoo's got nothing on this show, man. Nothing.
Let's go. Yes.
Thank you.
Outstanding.
I worked on that. I really did.
That's outstanding.
I had to find something to rhyme with Munagai.
Hippolyte, though, that's a bar right there.
That was a bar.
That was really good.
The kids will be doing that in the playground. Did you hear that bar about Hippolyte? That's outstanding. That's so much fun. Nobody in the depth chart. That's what Ben Johnson said.
I mean, I pulled lines. I went back and looked at what he said in the press conference. I'm like, how do I rhyme this together?
That was awesome, Courtney.
Thank you.
That was awesome. See, you said it was great. Look at the lines. They're lighting up because they love what they heard there. Oh, man. I'm going to get a cigarette now and just think about what I just heard while we bring in Tracy Butler with the weekend weather. Next on Kap and J Hood.
Good morning. Good morning.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Here's a swing and a long drive.
Way back in the gap.
Put it on the ball.
And it's a gunner. White Sox win.
White Sox baseball on ESPN Chicago.
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Astros.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Mother's Day is almost here, and I've been thinking a lot about all the times my mom went out of her way just to make me happy. Honestly, I've lost count. All of the pickups from practice, help with the homework, the home-cooked meals. My mom is the best. That's why this year I'm returning the favor with the bouquet from the Books Company. And I got you 25% off of your order so you can send some happiness to your moms, too. Bouks aren't just any flowers. Their flowers are cut fresh from the best farms, so they're bigger, brighter, and last way longer. Some are even grown on the side of a volcano. Wow mom with a bright, happy bouquet, or go for the Bouks flower subscription so she can get fresh blooms and major joy on repeat. It's also really easy. I pick my bouquet, delivery date, and done. And with 25% off, why stop with mom? Grab some for your wife, your auntie, and even grandma too. Mother's Day is May 11th, so hurry and order your Bouks now. Go to Bouks.com, use promo code CANTY to get 25% off. That's BOUQS.com, promo code CANTY. Bouks, promo code CANTY.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to attend Chicago's hottest summer events. This month's winner will receive 2 tickets to Lollapalooza and Riot Fest, plus 2 Field Pass tickets to the Flow Rida post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola on June 27th at Rate Field. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Appreciate you guys. I listen to you streaming on the ESPN 1000 app.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Now time for the Kap and J Hood Cut of the Day, brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. David Flom does a terrific job. Go to ChicagoCutSteakhouse.com for reservations, whether it's for friends, family, or whether it's for clients. Chicago Cut Steakhouse is the spot. All right, what do we have?
Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport. Oh! Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut.
I went for the first time last summer, and I was drunk for a week after I got home.
Yes, that happens.
It's fantastic. What a journey.
All of a sudden, here's a hand grenade.
Yeah, just out of nowhere. I'm talking to myself. Where did Abdallah go? He fell into a manhole. Right on Bourbon Street. I said, Adam, and I'm just like, I got you. Take the hand out. Up, gotcha.
There is a great Instagram account specific to New Orleans called What the Bleep Is This Street?
Yes.
And it's dedicated to the potholes in New Orleans and how everything is an absolute mess. If you think the Kennedy's bad right now, if you think that traffic's awful, go to New Orleans and try to drive on a normal street. Your car may not make it out. It might fall into a sinkhole.
That's right.
Like Abdallah apparently did.
We were just having a great conversation. Courtney just side by side having a conversation. You know, a grenade in one hand, a daiquiri in the next, and all of a sudden, I'm still talking. Adam, help me!
And that's all, folks.
The Kap J Hood Cut of the Day brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. This hour of the Kap J Hood Morning Show is brought to you by the Village of Bolingbrook, the best place for you to elevate the future of your business. Go to bebolingbrook.com today. We turn now to Tracy Butler from ABC 7 Eyewitness News, meteorologist. Tell us about the weekend weather. Good morning, Tracy. How are you?
Good morning. Hi, Courtney.
Hi.
So good to see you both today.
Now let's get a letter grade on what you heard there. I mean, the bars you just laid down.
It's off the charts. She gets a gold platinum star.
Even though
she's going to go to the live shows on American Idol.
Oh, the yes.
Yeah, she's going directly. She's got the platinum.
Can I
ticket.
not start out with an open mic night somewhere here first?
No, right to the top.
It. That was your open mic, dear.
I got a text from Lionel Richie. He really liked what you did there. He also thought that the prison tats were also a good choice.
Good.
Along with the rap that you did there. So
I tried to play the part.
So that also really worked out well. You see that?
I'm not sure how to follow that. I really am
I'm not going to give you the schmaltzy news toss. I can't do that. Schmaltzy news toss.
You kind of gave me the traditional news music, though.
Always.
Don't we need a little weather music?
No, you need the urgency because it's ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Well, yeah, I just dashed in here, right?
That's the way it works.
Practically tripped over the chair in here to get you the fact that it's going to be kind of a gloomy weekend.
I can give her the bad news toss she gets every day.
No, I mean I think the ABC 7 News music is iconic. Whoever wrote that is awesome.
It looks a little chilly, Tracy. It's your fault. Toss.
So you said gloomy all weekend?
Yeah.
I've got a derby party that's on a rooftop tomorrow.
right.
Derby?
It's going to be 56 degrees, right?
And you have a beautiful fascinator
Yep.
and a roughly dress and all of that.
Not going to be warm. I'm going to have to wear a coat. Oh.
No.
The,
and in
the
fact,
blue jean coat over that beautiful dress.
You'll never see it.
No one will see it. Show the hood up over the fascinator. Is it near the lake?
It's a J Parker rooftop.
Okay.
We're doing a bachelorette party there, so I believe it might be covered.
Okay, good. That's
so
good.
hopefully they've got heaters.
I hope they have heaters.
Yeah.
I hope they have heaters.
Well, why is that?
Well, that is because it is going to be chilly.
Oh, chilly.
Yes. Ooh, wait. How do you do that?
Ooh, soon there'll be sweaters. Yes. As they say.
So, yeah, cooler than average this whole weekend. I know there are a lot of proms.
Yep.
I've heard from so many parents saying their sons or daughters have proms this evening or tomorrow evening. So this evening, pictures could be in jeopardy outdoors. There could be some rain in the area this evening. Tomorrow, just chilly, like 40s, maybe low to mid-50s for highs. Sunday, we're looking at periods of rain.
It turns around next week, though, doesn't it, Tracy?
Not a major turn.
Uh-huh.
So a cold Cinco de Mayo?
A little bit, yes.
No patios?
Yes. No.
Oh, man.
That sucks, too.
Wow, we're going to get a real high note.
Frio, is that how we say it? Frio.
No Fritos. That's how we say it.
Fritos.
Oh, I beg your pardon. We thank you for listening and calling in to being part of the program here on Kap J Hood. Thank you, Potsy, and thank you, Shay. Thank you for listening and watching. But the Derby, also muddy, right? Some rain?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I'm afraid is going to be.
Cat better watch out for that white coat.
Oh, my gosh. And his fancy shoes.
Leave them laughing, everybody. Thank you, Courtney. So long, everybody, from Chicago.
Take that.
I just picked up my brand new 25 Defender from Land Rover Chicago and Howard Orloff Imports, and I could not be happier. The Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you'd expect from Land Rover. It's the kind of vehicle that truly handles the toughest trails, but still turns heads at a fancy restaurant. The Defender makes every trip an adventure for the whole family. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of 2025 Defenders ready and waiting for you. Visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installation with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push.
They know what the play was, or they're just going on the term tush push. That doesn't sound very posh.
Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie!
I haven't done that.
Ouchie!
Kap J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Previous assistant coaching stints with New York, he replaces the fired Peter Laviolette. The Jets will be without center Mark Scheifele for tonight's potential clincher in Game 6 of their first-round Stanley Cup playoff series against the Blues. He was hurt in Game 5. The Rockets staring at elimination for the second consecutive game when they visit the Warriors in Game 6 of that first-round NBA playoff series tonight. Coverage 8 Eastern on ESPN. Golden State point guard Steph Curry continuing to deal with an injured thumb. Baseball, Angels outfielder Mike Trout heading to the injured list with a bone bruise in his left knee. The injury is not believed to be serious, and tests did not show any structural damage.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard of Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates?
People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Friday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. And if you're on Watch ESPN, you can see that I'm eating raspberries for breakfast. That's not important. Devin is here. Sam is here on the board as well. I'm watching my television in the studio this morning. I asked the people on the TV side in the district to flip it to ESPN2 for me, and I was told that some weird volleyball thing was on, which is, of course, the women's beach volleyball tournament. I wanted to watch this. It is now on. So I said, Devin, are you watching the women's volleyball? He said, yeah. I said, do you know where they're doing this? And he said, no, I don't. And I said, I think it is in a certain place. And Devin Kane, international man of mystery who has traveled the globe in quite a few places, said, there's no way that that's where that is, and proffered up a few guesses. Devin, what did you learn today in our geography lesson of the globe, sir?
I learned that Alabama doesn't look like the way I preconceived it did. That's what I learned.
The follow-up question is, well, what was the preconceived vision? Were you all Greenbow, Forrest Gump, with big houses and all sorts of big lawns? Is that what you thought the entire state looked like?
I guess I thought, when I saw the palm trees, that's what really threw me off. Then I saw, the beautiful body of water in the background. And, I didn't think that was Alabama. I thought maybe that was California or Florida. But I'm here today to stand corrected that I was wrong. And I guess Alabama, it looks like that in some places.
Who knew? The real backstory. I knew. That's why I told you all.
Here's the thing.
Yes.
I went across the hallway to the Unsportsmanlike crew, and I said, hey, what do you think this looks like at the TV? And they all said, well, Nuno said, I think that's Alabama. And I looked at him like, how'd you know that? He's like, oh, I know they do that down there.
Right.
And then everyone kind of, they're like, yeah, that's Alabama. So I guess it's just me, but I thought if I showed this picture to multiple people, 10 guesses, they wouldn't say Alabama.
Again, this is what I was trying to explain. Some folks, the East Coast bias is outrageously real. And even in our own country, folks don't know what anything looks like. And I'm not saying that to knock. So what I'm going to say next as follows. Pardon if I offend anybody, but this is what the Redneck Riviera is known as. These southern Gulf Coast cities where people have beach experiences for half the price that it takes to get to California, and oftentimes it's way less crowded than it is in Florida with the olds. Yeah, this is a real slice of life of this country that you just might want to vacation in, Devin. Give it a shot.
I was looking at plane tickets. It's not that expensive to get down there.
I thought outside of Bryant-Denny there was only like steel mills and things like that in Alabama. I was shocked. I was shocked.
No, it's pretty nice down in that part of the world. Now the type of humans you're going to encounter might not necessarily be the flavor that you desire, but no, it is extremely popular for that reason. They're getting after it. That said, beach volleyball. Couple of my local squads that I care about. SC is about to play next. LMU playing now. LMU up the street from where I live. So, yeah, that's your lesson for the day. Beaches exist in Alabama. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things, kiddos. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Or saving the best for later.
I can't wait.
It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
So we had a big game last night. Game 6 in the NBA. A couple of stave-off situations. One team was able to do it. Another team wasn't. The Knicks beat the Pistons 116-113 to advance in the Eastern Conference. This was one heck of a basketball game. Want to give a quick shout-out to my homegirl, Kavita Davidson. She's from New York. She's a big Knicks fan. She was on a live stream yesterday. She texted me. She was like, I'm leaning fully in to the Bing Bong community. I was watching a live stream of Knicks fans and journalists, basically, while I was watching this game, Devin, because that is how locked into this bad boy I was. Jalen Brunson led the Knicks. 40-point performance. But the 40 points, it's hard to say, does this shot at the end matter as much if he doesn't have 40 points? Probably not. But it was the cherry on top of an incredible night on the road that he had. Jalen Brunson, very actively that dude, literally Mr. Clutch, as in there's an award, he's got it in the NBA, and last night was no different. He's the fourth player since 1998 to have a 40-point game and a series-clinching win that included a go-ahead field goal made in the final 10 seconds. The third player over the last 15 postseasons to score 10-plus points in the fourth quarter in at least 5 games in a series. Are you kidding me? That guy's tough enough to deal with from a gameplay standpoint in terms of the contacts he initiates. He goes straight at the dome and straight to the rack. And then you got to figure out by the time you're sort of worn down in the fourth quarter, he's getting better. Oh, nightmare matchup defensively. Pistons-Knicks is the second series all-time to feature 4 straight games decided by 3 or fewer points in NBA postseason history. Good season for the Pistons. They've got a solid foundation to build on. And they look like they're going to be pretty quality going forward as a franchise. Now, none of those things are more important than what actually happened for our purposes on this show that matters, which is that our friend Mike Breen, well, he got into rarefied air again. Last time we heard this particular phrase, Sam, who's here today, was none too pleased. Sam, would you like to remind the people how that went down? I don't even remember what play that was.
I forget what the play was, but it was like a regular season game, and he just broke out a double bang. And I'm like, Mike, you can't just be breaking out double bangs. I think it was like a game winner against the Portland Trail Blazers. Like, that's not double bang worthy. Last night? Now that's a double banger.
Okay, so we have an approval from the double bang justice community on whether or not this was a good one. Mike broke it out. Let's hear it.
Brunson holding. Knicks trying to wait till the end. Brunson puts up a 3. Bang! Bang! Jalen Brunson hits the 3 with 4.3 remaining. And the Pistons call timeout.
I need the live cam of Mike on that. We're going to get into deep double bang breakdown here. So after the first bang, there's a bit of a chuckle before the second bang, indicating maybe he didn't think the shot was going in, or maybe he didn't think he was going to get to the double bang himself. It just came out. You know what I'm saying? Let's hear that again.
Brunson holding. Knicks trying to wait till the end. Brunson puts up a 3. Bang! Bang! Jalen Brunson hits the 3 with 4.3 remaining, and the Pistons call timeout.
Mid-second bang there, his voice kind of takes a lilt in a great way. I kind of got the energy, Devin, that he probably turned to the person he was with during the double bang. It was like, oh, my God, can you believe this?
Yeah, Walt Frazier was sitting next to him. Me and say it was like bang. I don't know how you describe it, but that's what's like
you got to carry it. Bang!
It was pretty epic. It's pretty solid.
Definitely worthy last night, no doubt.
100%.
I mean, when you look at the play in its entirety and the moment, obviously broken ankles, the game on the line, 3-point to win, the entire Detroit Pistons arena, all the fans were chanting flopper the entire game. He's looking at the crowd after he does it. Incredible. Also, I don't know if anyone noticed, but Jalen Brunson's dad is one of the assistant coaches on the bench. He went to midcourt and was grilling people in the front row like, yeah, that's my son.
Oof. Almost had a situation there.
Yeah, we did.
Almost pulled a Halliburton.
Almost had a Halliburton. What the hell-y situation there? That's a close call. Glad he knows how to keep it together. A topic of discussion on this week. Let's hear what Jalen Brunson himself had to say on what it was like to nail that bucket.
Just found a way to create some separation. Shot it a little earlier than I wanted to, but I mean, Sarr is just a great defender, man. And just the fact that I got that much space, I had to shoot it right there. Happy to ball one in.
I love that reply. Getting into actual shooting mechanics, he's like, yeah, that was not exactly lucky, but he's like, that wasn't how that was planned. To be able to admit, yeah, kind of had to just get it off because man was in my grill. I love that kind of honesty.
I do too, and we were just talking, Sam and I in here. When you juxtapose that response with what we saw from Anthony Edwards, just two different ways to go about it. I love that the two budding superstars in this league are kind of different in that way.
Some guys might just be like, yeah, I knew it was good all the way. I'm that guy. I woke up this morning being that guy. That's what I do, blah, blah, blah. Jalen was like, nah, I kind of had to get rid of it. You know what I'm saying? Shooters shoot. Not always under the best circumstances. Hell of a play. Absolute incredible play that I think also is a signature moment for Jalen Brunson that kind of justifies who he is at this point in his career. Some guys you're like, okay, yeah, that guy's this, that guy's that. And you kind of, if you're not a serious ball knower, I'm saying that in jest, but a serious NBA watcher, you don't necessarily think of a play off the top of your head. Brunson has that play now. That step back was bananas, Devin. That's the kind of play that even if he doesn't make the shot, there will be mixtapes across the country that have that clip like, oh, it goes. And everybody goes crazy on the court and runs onto the court if it was a pickup game.
Yeah, and I've already seen online people are, the Father Stretched My Hands edit, the Titanic edit. It's already happening, and it works perfectly.
That's so good. That is so good. Let's hear what Mikal Bridges had to say, who, by the by, had an incredible putback that needed to happen for this shot to even be set up on Jalen.
I just know him so well, and I just think when high-pressure situations happen, that doesn't faze him. I've just been around him so long, and, he's even killed throughout the whole night, no matter if he's struggling, no matter if he's hooping, you can never tell. So all I just thought was just hopefully get some separation, and once he got separation, then, I knew it was curtains. When he shot and made it, I felt like I made it. I was so geeked up, so you thought I hit the game winner, so, needed that.
I think the Pistons forgot that Mikal Bridges could dunk. Because when he banged on Cunningham was just kind of standing there looking at him as if he didn't expect him to elevate like that. And he got completely crammed on. Mikal Bridges had a hell of a game too, by the way. I like that guy. 25 points for Mikal. OG had 22. Cade had 23. That's 10 consecutive home playoff losses for the Detroit basketball Pistons. That's not good. That's not good for business. Now, the other thing that happened last night in the Stave community was that the Clippers forced a Game 7 against the Nuggets. I was at the game on Saturday where that another putback situation from Aaron Gordon. Oh, there it is on the headline. Great job, TV. Great job, TV, getting Stave in the headline. If you're watching on the Watch ESPN app, this is a pet project of ours, show behind the show situation. Anyway, so the Clippers won 111 over 105 over the Nuggets. Pretty good ball game. Kawhi Leonard went off 27, 10, and 5. Norman Powell also had a big night with 24. And the Clippers kind of controlled this game a little bit. They had a massive lead in the fourth quarter. It sort of felt like they kind of realized we're not letting our season end with this goofiness at home. That can't happen. So they locked in, and they got it done. It's interesting, too, because with the Lakers out, the Kings are out on the ice. This is the last playoff team that LA has in pro sports right now. I wonder how we feel about this. I'm not trying to start a whole argument, because this is not a question about, I don't need 1,000 Lakers fans calling the show talking to me about the Clippers. I don't necessarily need that. But I am very intrigued by what we think this team can be otherwise. This is a good squad. This is a deep squad. It's a squad that, for my money, has one of the best coaches still in the playoffs. No doubt about it. But we do, to play us out, we need to hear the boys to men for the Detroit Pistons. For sure. Because this is what we do on this program. Is when teams are eliminated from the tournament, well, we sing them a song to let them know. Whenever you get it, whenever you want it, guys.
We are working on it right now, full disclosure.
No worries. But the Pistons, man, how do we say goodbye? No longer the bad boys. I don't know if this outfit has a nickname. Perhaps they do. But right now, the sad boys might be what I would call them. Cade Cunningham, tremendous player. But you couldn't handle the New York Knickerbockers. I'm a professional broadcaster, kiddos. That's why I can say that word with no hesitation. Jalen Brunson, the thorn in your side. And you got double banged on. Oh, man. So hard to say goodbye to Pistons basketball. Coming up, We want to hear from you. How are you feeling after last night's NBA action? 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. That's after I tell you about Vivid Seats. Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for baseball and the basketball and hockey playoffs. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every homer, every one-timer, and buzzer-beating three live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio.
Everybody's got to bring it emotionally, mentally, and physically, spiritually.
Game 7 of the Clippers and Nuggets with a trip to the Western Conference semifinal on the line. Coverage begins tomorrow at 7 Eastern with tip-off at 7:30 Eastern.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Chicago's medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited time deep dish or thin crust, drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Kap and J Hood here with Howard Enkin.
Hey, what's wrong, Kap?
I slipped on the court and I pulled a hammy.
You did a slip and fall?
I know who to call.
He's playing hurt. Seriously, anyone who experiences a slip and fall injury should call me at 312-6-million. Auto, truck, rideshare, medical mistakes, I'm here to help.
Yeah, but this one was Kap's fault.
I need some new shoes.
I might be able to find a cold pack for you.
Injury Law Made Personal is Howard Enkin, our attorney on the Kap and J Hood Show. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At HawkAuto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at HawkAuto.com.
HawkAuto.com!
Financing on approved credit.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Waddle and Silvy, now weekdays 2:30 to 6:30 on ESPN Chicago.
Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
This is Clinton and Friends.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I break your concentration? I didn't mean to do that. Please, continue. You were saying something about best intentions. What's the matter? Oh, you were finished. Oh, well, allow me to retort.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Clinton and Friends here on a Friday talking NBA basketball. The Knicks eliminated the Pistons. The Clippers staved off elimination against the Nuggets. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Getting your thoughts on the matter. Manny in Nevada or Nevada, whatever. Welcome to the show.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I want to talk a little bit how we're trying to find the new face of the NBA, right? We're talking about Anthony Edwards, Luka. Why aren't we talking about Jalen Brunson, man? I'm not a Knicks fan. I'm a Warriors fan. But watching him last night, he gave me that wow factor. He delivered. He's on a team that's on the main stage in New York, and he's delivering. He's setting the bar. And I think we need to talk a little bit more how he can take over as the face of the NBA. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
No problem. I mean, respectfully, I just got through talking about the guy for 15 minutes. And he got a double bang as well. Like, I would argue that we are part of the way there. I think the reasons that he's not looked at that way are simply come down to personality. Dude is all business. It's as simple as that. You know, sometimes this idea of face of the league is this, I don't know, kind of nebulous concept for people that is this strange kind of, I don't even know what the word I'm looking for is, but it's like you've reached a pinnacle of something. When in reality, face of the league is not necessarily that. It is a combination of different factors and elements in terms of what people think about when they think about the NBA. People don't necessarily think about hard-nosed point guards who play for the Knicks. It's just as simple as that. It's not a knock on anybody. It's just an indication of what people think the game is at any given point or any given, era, if you will. But it's a good point. So I was talking about the guy all day. All morning. It was an incredible shot from an incredible dude known as Mr. Clutch. He's got a nickname now to some degree, so that helps. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Maurice in Virginia. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, man? What's going on, friend? I listen to you guys all the time. This is my first time calling in.
Appreciate it.
I just wanted to give a shout-out, man. I'm really, ecstatic about the NBA playoffs. I really think we've been getting some fire. Playoffs, the game was really good last night. I really enjoyed the Clippers game last night. I'm really a Clippers fan, so I love the intensity that those guys bring to the floor. I just hope we can just keep it going, and I hope that Powell and and Harden and them step up and keep playing the way they're playing. So I really enjoy what they're doing right now. So I just really, wanted to give a shout out.
Maurice, thanks for the phone call, and thanks for listening. The Clippers. I like it when people say Clippers like that. What you doing over there, young buck? Come help me clean out these Clippers. That's what you hear at the barbershop from dudes who are assistants to barbers. Virginia Clippers fan, eh? How about that? 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Kevin in Oregon, welcome to the program.
Yeah, well, I wanted to talk a little bit about why I think Anthony Edwards, if he continues to roll in the playoffs, I think he's got the attitude, toughness, scoring ability, a whole package to be the face of the NBA. And I'm really conflicted because I really don't root for other players and other teams. I keep it pretty much to the Blazers, but I really love this guy. And I don't say that very often about other teams' players. I love the way he was John off to the LA fans, but he also backed it up. So I think Jalen Brunson just doesn't have that presence, doesn't have that attitude. I love to see that go along with, 40 points and you're talking trash to the Lakers fans. I think it's great. Anyways, thanks.
Thanks for the phone call. As a kind of an aside, I don't spend my days worrying about who the face of the league is. Not to knock this conversation at all, but it's just fascinating to me how people get kind of caught up in this. Who's the it's like the King of New York rap battle from 10 years ago. That's not a moniker I'm worrying about on a regular basis. I feel that there can be multiple faces of the league to some degree. But it's interesting to see what different people's criteria is, and I think that last caller made a good point. He said, listen, the swag is just not there for Jalen, which is an element for some people, especially not compared to Ant. I mean, Ant is out here dropping jokes in tunnels that we don't say on this show anymore, and talking trash and getting fined for yapping at fans.
I think if you the simplest test for this is if you asked Jalen Brunson, hey, do you want to be the face of the league? He'll probably, I don't want to answer for him, but he'll probably lean towards saying no.
Yeah.
If you ask Anthony Edwards if you want to be the face of the league, he'll probably be like, I already am.
Right. Or if you just say, are you the face of the
league?
Well,
they asked him earlier. He said no, he don't want it.
And said he didn't want it. That's changing, though. That's why this whole face of the league thing is interesting to me. Because the face of the league is not always the best player in the league, which is another conversation entirely. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Arthur in California, what's up?
Hey, good morning, Clinton. Happy Friday.
Thank you.
I thought I was done watching basketball after the Lakers rolled it up, but the Knicks pulled me back in. Jalen Brunson hit the shot of all shots. Shout out him. He put a sitter on ice. That was a crazy crossover. But it just sucks that you hit the shot of your life and your reward is to get a team that's just as young as you, has more experience, can shoot the three better, and plays better defense. I'm not saying they don't have a chance, but that's just a sucky reward for hitting the shot of your life. Also, shout out the Clippers. I wanted to know from you, now that they're going to Game 7, do you think James Harden is going to look like the James Harden that we know from Game 7, which is, he doesn't quite come to play, or do you think he's going to kind of remove some of those demons?
There's one person I care about on the Los Angeles Clippers that I will ride with and I will speak about with on this program. His name is not James Harden. Zubats creating second chance points last night on the offensive glass. Had my melanin moving, Tevin. I was fired up.
What'd you say, melanin moving?
Had my melanin moving. That was for Sam. Again, show behind
that
the
just
show.
ruined me right now.
If you're watching Watch ESPN right now, you're getting quite the program. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. All right, Dylan, it is a Freestyle Friday. I don't know if you plan to rap, but if you don't, that's fine too. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, I just plan to hang today, my man. Hey,
Okay.
I dig that CY. I dig that hoodie you got sporting today.
Thank you. Yes,
I don't
I'm
think we
wearing
need
a
to get caught.
WNBA hoodie
Yeah,
for those who can't see. Yes.
that's good. That's good stuff. And is that also my Ozempic fries guy on the board too?
Yes, that is him. I thought we
That's
weren't
cool.
doing
Okay.
this. You cannot say
Wait,
you're not
I'm
gonna rap.
Ozempic fries guy? Oh, no. Now I got to put a 16 on him.
Okay, Dylan, get through your call, please. Yes.
Yeah. So I guess my call is this: that Brunson separation harkened back to the MJ separation. I thought that was cool to see. The energy into it is palpable through the screen, even, which is a totally different thing. We had a little bit of Westbrook, Bantha, Lando Calrissian sighting down the stretch, but I'm glad we got a Game 7 there. We'll get to see who I think is the MVP against a better team. 1 through 8, I'll put the clips up against anybody. OKC, Celtics, Cavs, they just have battled injuries, but the experience and age is there. And I think the connective tissue that team is Batum, and also like Norm Powell, a PG upgrade. I didn't see that coming. And then I wanted to say tonight, Dubs, I think they close. And then we get Ant in a flirt off against Steph. And he's got Jimmy and Dre as battle buddies, yapping and trash talking. Just imagine when Ant checks Steph at half court, what we're gonna see. We got a tasty West shaping up. And you can give me all that carrot cake, man. I'm looking forward. And I want to get your beach toes in the sand, in that Bama sand. Out of you three, who do I not want to see at the net?
Probably Devin. I'm guessing he's got the best vertical at this point still.
Oh, no.
But your boy can get around the sand. I mean, I routinely am on the sand from where I live, which is not Alabama, but it is certainly beach location. I think Dylan's right about the Dubs Wolves. Like, I hadn't really dug into how sweet that's going to be, just from a personality matchup standpoint. Is Draymond going to blow a gasket on Ant or his close personal friend Rudy Gobert?
Listen, as someone who doesn't have particular rooting interest, I root for chaos.
Yeah.
So yes, please.
Dre and Rudy hate each other.
I mean, they trade recipes. They trade recipes regularly on the court. Regularly. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. All right, Walrus. If you want to rap, we have a beat for you. Show behind the show, we spent a lot of time deciding what beat we were going to go with. Are you ready to rap?
Yeah, I suppose so.
You don't have to.
I need to be able to hear it, though. See,
okay,
I couldn't hear that last Friday.
Just tell us what you think. Forget the raps. We'll move on. We'll move Freestyle Friday next week. How are you today?
I'm all right. I'm good. Good morning, CY, Devin, Sam, and all the friends out there. Quick shout-out to Beto Duran, Michael Funches, the entire ESPN LA 710 Lakers postgame show crew, best in the biz. K9 Florida, hope you're hanging in there. Keep that J-Boogie mindset. And my sincere apologies to best friend of the show, David Dennis Jr. He is indeed David Dennis Jr. I appreciate how much grace he gave me after my botch job earlier this week. Well, we'll save Freestyle Friday. I got something good, but I'll keep it. Yeah. I think letting Brunson go right now, that's the more material mistake by Dallas. That's possibly the best contract in sports. I'm really looking forward to this early 1970s throwback matchup with Boston. That's, arguably the best starting five right now in the playoffs in New York City. I mean, obviously Boston's got theirs. Cleveland's got theirs. OKC, I think, great team, but that starting five, I don't know if it matches up with those three. And then we'll have to see about the Dubs and the T-Wolves. And obviously, I think the T-Wolves, they could pull it off.
Sure.
But, yeah, man, I was ready for Freestyle Friday, but I'll leave it for next one. Next one. You all have a great weekend. Long live the Horn.
Thank you, Walrus. Didn't mean to throw you a curveball there, but we got a lot going on in the show today. We need to properly build up to Freestyle Fridays. This is something we need to work on next week. This will be big in the summertime. We did it last week, or we did it the week before because we kind of had to do it because the way that things were working with the series. But the energy is a little more chill on this Friday.
Yeah, maybe we'll get some production for next week.
Yeah, that's how we'll do it. Maybe we get some production. We can have some elements, and that way we can really lean into it when things have thinned out a little bit on the games front, too, regarding the playoffs. Clinton Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Insurance for motorcycles, boats, and RVs for protection on the road and on the water. See how much you can save at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com. All right. The Lakers, look, this is a team that, even though their season is over, they are still very much going to be the story of the offseason for a host of reasons. And yesterday they had their exit interviews after the disappointing first-round loss. Now, look, you can say what you want about how that specific series went. The larger context for the purple and gold obviously has to do with, how you put the team together, obviously Luka is a re-signing priority, but the LeBron question lingers with everything. And also, we needed to hear from JJ. We needed to hear from JJ because JJ kind of lost his cool. Jaja, as some people call him around here. And a lot of people had a lot of things to say about it. I don't hold as much of an issue with him in that regard because that's kind of, again, why you play the games. That's part of the learning process. But let's hear what JJ had to say yesterday in the presser.
The work that's required in an off season to be in championship shape. And, you know, we have a ways to go as a roster. And certainly there are individuals that were in phenomenal shape. There's certainly other ones that could have been in better shape. That's where my mind goes immediately is you know, we have to get in championship shape.
That's an interesting way to put that. There's some people that were in phenomenal shape, and there were other people that were not in as good a shape. Is that what he said? Let's hear that again.
The work that's required in an off season to be in championship shape. And, you know, we have a ways to go as a roster. And certainly there are individuals that were in phenomenal shape. There's certainly other ones that could have been in better shape. That's where my mind goes immediately is you know, we have to get in championship shape.
Okay, so the shape thing was one thing, but my favorite part about that quote, that line rather, is when top-tier NBA shade is when guys start calling other people individuals. LeBron uses this all the time. Well, certain individuals, meaning Pam is in my locker room, don't have it together. So when J.J. Redick says individuals, he is very specifically referring, obviously, to Luka Doncic and LeBron James regarding their dichotomy of championship shapeness, if you will. Now, the other person who's got a big job to do, obviously, is Rob Pelinka. Wearer of tremendous leather jackets, but also roster construction, again, is a big factor. Here's what he had to say, the Lakers GM, about what the team needs to add.
When you make a seismic trade at the deadline, you know, your roster and the building around it, it's kind of like trying to build an airplane in the sky. You know, one of our primary goals is going to be to add size in our front court at the center position, and that's going to just be part of the equation. We have, you know, multiple free agents too. Obviously, those questions will get answered in July and in August, but we know we have a lot of work to do on the roster, and it'll look different next year for sure.
Okay. Yet another offseason overhaul for the Los Angeles Lakers. You would have thought that maybe, just maybe, continuity would have been a factor, but obviously that's not going to work because their current setup isn't good enough. You know who they might have needed, Devin? I don't know, Mark Williams.
Oh, funny how that works, huh?
Weird how you didn't have a big man after you tried to trade for one and all of a sudden got cold feet and found a reason to fail his physical, but he somehow managed to finish the entire season. How'd that happen? There's going to be a lot of scrutiny on that situation in Los Angeles. I can tell you that much. The rest of Mark Williams' career will be interestingly followed by purple and gold fans who were not necessarily going to think, oh, we could have had it, but what could have been. Let's hear what Dave McMenamin had to say on what this could be.
Expectations will be, as I mentioned, Rob Pelinka finding some help at the center position for this team. Pelinka said he thinks it's going to be a offseason that's rife with a ton of player movement around the league. But one name that Lakers fans should not anticipate moving from L.A. is Austin Reeves. Austin told us last night that he didn't play up to his standard in the first round against the Wolves, but Rob Pelinka said he has total faith in Austin, Luka, and LeBron as the pillars of this organization moving forward. So don't be looking for the Lakers to upgrade necessarily at a star position by using Austin Reeves. It's about more finding the right role players around those three.
The pillars. That's good. That's a good decision, in my opinion, is what I'm saying. Lakers got a lot to work on in the offseason. That's for sure. And Pelinka, I think this is going to be one of those things that tests just exactly how good he is at his job. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers access to over 1 million products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by. Coming up, the Kings got bounced from the playoffs yesterday, and I've got to pay the piper. I'll explain more on that next. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The NBA playoffs on ESPN Radio.
Gilgeous-Alexander open three. Bang, he got it.
From the play-in tournament.
It really just felt like we had a second chance.
Until a champion is crowned at the NBA Finals.
If you don't think we are headed for an amazing spring, I can't help you.
Welcome to
the playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Mother's Day is coming up fast and you don't want to drop the ball. Show the incredible moms in your life how much you love and appreciate them with a thoughtful gift from Pro Flowers. Ordering takes just minutes, and Pro Flowers' large selection of modern arrangements at affordable prices are sure to make you look like a gift-giving pro. Visit proflowers.com/sports or use the code SPORTS at checkout for $15 off your Mother's Day order. All Pro Flowers orders are backed by our 7-day freshness guarantee, so you can gift easy with Pro Flowers.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Hinsdale and Deerfield, call West Coast Men's Health at 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Hey, spring is all about new beginnings, and there's no better way to give yourself a fresh start than by getting a fresh haircut at Great Clips. When the weather starts warming up, no one wants to sit inside. With convenient online check-in at Great Clips, you can put your name on the list from your phone and enjoy the beautiful spring weather while you wait. You can even get a ready next text when you're up next for your cut. When it's your turn in the chair, the skilled stylist at your local Great Clip salon can create any look you want. Plus, they'll save the details in their clip notes for the cut you love every time you come in. Oh, and don't forget to bring your shades, because with the everyday low prices at Great Clips, the spring sunshine won't be the only bright spot in your day. So if you're ready to spring into the new season, download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Hey guys, it's Kap, and let me tell you about the great people over at Advertisement Mechanical Services. They've been a trusted name in comfort in Chicagoland for 80 years. You can rely on them for HVAC services for your home or your business. Their highly trained technicians are the best and offer fast, responsive support. Advertisement's team is ethical, and it's easy to see why they have been relied upon for so long. That's my team at Advertisement Mechanical Services. Visit atomatic.com today.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Madison is open for business, and that includes you. Looking to shop local, supporting small businesses, help communities grow and thrive. At the Village of Madison, they're building more than just businesses. They're building futures. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers unbeatable accessibility, a talented workforce, and a community eager to support local entrepreneurs. Shop small, but make a big difference. For more information, visit villageofmadison.org. Madison, where business breathes new life.
Imagine using your skills and experiences to inspire young minds. We see the teacher in you. No matter your starting point, we can help you become a teacher. Teaching offers consistent pay, a pension, and summers off. Learn how you can be the teacher. Visit betheteacher.org. Sponsored by Grow Your Own Teachers, Illinois.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
This is Clinton and Friends.
I'm leaving here with something. You know what I mean? I'm from around the way. I'm leaving with something.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Said she tired, little money, need a big boy. Pull up 20-inch blades like I'm Lil Troy. Now it's everybody flocking, need a decoy. Shorty mixing up the vodka with the liquor.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. All right. Just to go behind the curtain here, my friend Avery Lewis McDougal from the Hockey News. We text a lot. He's a Canadian and an Oilers guy. And we've been talking trash the entire series. And when the Oilers came back from a couple different skates to win games and eventually beat the Kings 4-2 in the series to close out and move into the second round of playoffs, I said, if the Oilers win the series, I'll have you on the show to talk pucks. Avery, good morning. Thank you for joining us. How do you feel?
Clinton, good morning to you this happy Friday. I'm good, player. What's up?
Nothing much, man. I just want you to quickly, we don't have a ton of time, but I appreciate you. You had a lot of faith in this Oilers team. Just talk to me about what this sort of rivalry has been like in the playoffs and what it's been like to look at from your perspective as a hockey writer.
Oh, man, it has been fun. 4 years in a row, Edmonton and LA going back and forth. Like, all the fans up here now really don't like the Kings at all. You kind of saw guys like Anze Kopitar, Drew Doughty, Quinton Byfield become villains. But that's what makes sports great, though. You need the animosity between two teams that go hard every single year.
How far do you think this Oilers team could go, Avery? They made the Stanley Cup final last year, but didn't happen. This is a different team this year, though.
Yeah, totally. Different team, and you know what? There's older pieces in the lineup, but you still have guys like Connor McDavid, Zach Hyman, Leon Draisaitl, Evan Bouchard, Darnell Nurse. You still have the key cogs that can take you far in a postseason. Now they got the Vegas Golden Knights in round two. It's going to be a tough battle. But if Edmonton can get those key guys playing well, and if the depth can step up once again, names like Vasily Podkolzin, Connor Brown, Adam Henrique, Matisse Janmark, we saw him have a great series. If those guys can step up against the Vegas Golden Knights, Edmonton should be in good shape, I feel.
Avery Lewis McDougal joins us here on the program of the Hockey News. What's the vibe like in Edmonton, though, now? You know? I mean, this is old hat for them, but how are the fans feeling? This is one of the great fan cam locations in North America, is showing folks in Edmonton when they go nuts. What are we looking at?
You're right. No, it's always wild when the fans are having a good time in the Moss Pit, but I feel like there's a sense of relief because this was the first series in which LA had Edmonton in a real deep hole, and they were looking at going up on either 3-0 or 3-1 in Edmonton. So there were some fans thinking, man, this might not be our year. Right. But you see Game 3, Kellen Pickard goes in relief for Stuart Skinner, starts for us this series, and Pickard did enough to give Edmonton a chance, and they're the big sense of relief among the fan base among who. Finally, we got past the Kings. We feel good, and I think for Oilers fans right now, they're looking at Vegas and they're saying, you know what? Our game one starter has to be Cal Pickard in net.
Okay, not Stuart Skinner. Is there anything else you want to provide? Last thing I'll ask you, Avery, in terms of you looking around the NHL, maybe about my Capitals, you know what I mean, in terms of their chance to get to the Stanley Cup final.
I'm impressed. You know, you can never doubt out Ovechkin, and Spencer Carberry has done a masterful job behind the bench for this Capitals team. Washington is going to be such a tough out, Clinton. You should be happy about that, man.
All right, appreciate it. Avery Lewis McDougal of the Hockey News. I told you I pay my bets, Avery. All right, so you can get off my back on the text.
Sounds good, sir.
All right, talk to you later. Appreciate that. That's basically how that went down. We were texting back and forth. He was talking major trash. The Kings are up in a game. Well, the Kings lost that game. The Kings are up in a game, another skate. The Kings lost that game, too, and I was just like, oh, my God. I was like, this is going to have to come to reality. You like his Canadian accent, don't you, Devin?
100%. It's so good every time.
It's really, really good. Avery's got a signature look, too. He wears like are those called pork pie hats? I think that's the name of that hat. I believe I have that right. Anyway, you can follow him on the internets. What is Avery's handle? At Avery, no E in it. That's how unique his name is. He's got a one name, first name handle. So check him out. Anyway. Oh, the Kings. My goodness. How do you keep losing to the Oilers? This is the kind of thing where, again, if you were in high school, 9th grade through 12th grade, you watch the Oilers beat your squad every single spring. My God, you might hate them for the rest of your life. It's understandable. Anyway, the NBA playoffs are on ESPN Radio. Catch postseason action on ESPN Radio and the ESPN.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here, and it is Derby time, one of my favorite times of the year, and I will be at one of my favorite places, Fat Poor Tap Works in Lincolnwood, to watch the first leg of the Triple Crown tomorrow. It is the greatest 2 minutes in sports, and we'll be glued to the flat screens to watch the thoroughbreds run. Join me tomorrow afternoon for a Derby party. I'm going to join the party about 4:30, and we'll enjoy pimento cheese dip, the mint juleps, and, of course, the race. So wear your Derby gear, and I will see you at Fat Poor Lincolnwood tomorrow at 4:30, and please drink responsibly.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. You've heard me talk about my new windows in the living room, in the kitchen, in my master bedroom, and in the kids' room. Now it's your turn. A chance for a house full of windows at a 60% discount. Plus, you'll get a free entry door. All you have to do is call them at 866-90Nation or check out everything they have to offer at windownation.com. 866-90Nation and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A good Karma Brands radio station.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law. Got a few minutes? Check out our shorts. YouTube. Got an hour? Watch interviews and silly show moments. YouTube. Got nothing going on now? Join us on our live stream. It's all on YouTube right now. Subscribe at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365. Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
Is working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates
with a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard of Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live. This is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Friday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and the Watch ESPN app as well. Talking NBA basketball here today after the Knicks advanced and the Clippers hung on. Joining us right now, ESPN NBA front office insider Bobby Marks. You can find him on the internet at Bobby Marks 42. Bobby, we've been talking about the Knicks for a little while this morning. First of all, do you think that moment was worthy of a Mike Breen double bang call in your position in terms of the telecast?
I think it was. I even gave it a double bang because I did not want to write a Knicks offseason article last night and today. So, it's funny you get into these points when you're writing articles and it's like you already had the Pistons article ready to go, and if New York had lost, you're basically focusing on a Game 7 and if they would have lost. So, yeah, I think for the moment, I do think it was worth. Worth the double. I think certainly how they came back. The end of the game basically on an 11-1 run. Detroit basically goes up 5, and you think this game is going back to New York for Game 7. And I think the thing, too, is that the defense by Asar Thompson on Jalen Brunson, I think it was the play before, where they basically forced a 24-second violation, and Thompson was on him again, and to be able to, to shake free and hit the top of the key three, it was the allure of Jalen Brunson lives on here.
Well, that's what I was going to get to, is that we had a caller call in earlier today and basically say, why isn't this guy more in the face of the league convos? Now, I'm not one to get all chesty about what the face of the league definition even is. I think that varies person to person. But I do think it's an interesting question about his legacy in New York specifically, Bobby. What is Brunson looking at in terms of his rise to fame and his star power in general?
Well, I mean, listen, we could go back to the Philly, that Philly series last year, how terrific he was. He gets injured at the end of Indiana. That team kind of limped to the finish line, and then you look at what he was able to do in the Detroit series here. Boston will be a different animal for him. If they can get through that, then you're talking about, are you putting him on the legacy of, I know he's only been there a couple of years with, where Patrick is and, some of those, those great Knicks players and everything like that. I just think the ability of Jalen Brunson is that you're never out of a game. That's the thing with him is that, whether it be 7 points or 8 points, and it does sometimes, I don't want to say cost you because it stagnates the offense a little bit where basically the ball's in his hand and you've got a lot of guys standing around. I do think they're at their best when it's a little bit more balanced here.
Sure.
But as we've seen and you've seen, the ability when you have a closer in the playoffs, there's no better option than that.
All right. Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA front office insider. Speaking of teams that did not find a closer or really even a reason to need a closer, well, the Los Angeles Lakers, where I live, they had their exit interviews yesterday, and there were some interesting comments from JJ about people being in championship shape that sort of seemed veiled at a guy like a Luka Doncic. Rob Pelinka talked about, what they need to get. I mean, at this point, though, is there a legitimate question, in your opinion, about, what happened with the Mark Williams trade? Why was that where it is, considering what you ended up needing and considering he finished the season for the Hornets as well?
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, certainly from a short-term impact, Mark Williams would have, certainly helped them in a series and down the end of the stretch of the season. I think for the Lakers, they're looking probably long-term. A guy who's extension eligible. Where you basically were giving up. You were giving up every asset you had. It wasn't worth it for the long term, and that's something they have to live with. Because as you're right, I mean, Mark Williams finished the season pretty strong with Charlotte. There was no injuries here. It will be interesting to monitor what happens in the next few years, and I think that will determine if the Lakers were right or wrong in this. But as we've said, man, there's a lot of work to do because when you look at what the Lakers had, and there's a lot of dead weight on that bench, and when you look at it from guys that didn't play, Shake Milton, Alex Len, Marquise Morris, Jordan Goodwin played a little bit, Bronny James, Dalton Knecht didn't play. Basically J.J. Redick rolled in, with a 5 or 6 man rotation, and that doesn't get it done in the playoffs. You have to have 8 good players, and Minnesota had 8 good players, and you could probably say the Lakers had maybe 3 or 4 good players.
One of the things about JJ, though, is that he's always been instrumental in who he decides he's going to want to run with, not just on the court, but off the court as well. How do you think that relationship is going to work between him and Pelinka during this offseason to find what they both know they need but don't have?
Well, I always say the beauty of it is when you hire a coach, you're kind of in a honeymoon period for the first year, and then when you go through a playoff series and you realize the roster is not constructed as you thought it could be or what it could be, things certainly change, and I think that will certainly test as far as, I think their relationship is pretty strong here, but I think it's, they're boxed into a corner a little bit as far as what they can do. JJ basically went on record yesterday and said that they were not in playoff shape. I don't know what that means because I did look at a Laker team since the All-Star break that ranked in the top in defensive efficiency, and when they were defending, they played at a high level. And I said this yesterday on radio. Listen, in Game 5, they were better when Luka was off the floor. They defended. They were able to get up and down. But yeah, they've got to figure out kind of what their identity is. I think they have a defensive identity. Now it's about finding the right pieces. And you're looking at they've basically gone on record saying that Austin Reeves is part of this core. But you're looking at players like Dorian Finney-Smith and Rui Hachimura, Gabe Vincent. Those are basically your tradable pieces, and they've got a first-round pick in 31, and they can do some pick swaps. And they showed their hand at the deadline as far as what they're willing to trade in that Mark Williams trade, and now it's going to be interesting as far as what they can find over the next few months.
Last thing with the Lakers, the LeBron situation. For those who don't understand what the contractual obligations are and where they are in that, can you explain to people the idea of what could happen next? Not necessarily best and worst case scenarios, but what his options are.
Yeah, he's got a $53 million player option. It's kind of similar to where we were a year ago when LeBron had a player option and the contract before this. He's got to June 29 to opt in or opt out. If he opts out of it, he'll become a free agent. He can sign up to 3 years with the Lakers. It's interesting. You just study his past with Los Angeles is that he's basically kind of done short-term contracts. So I would anticipate him opting out of that contract and then basically probably doing the same thing, doing another 2-year deal with a player option with that. I just think the biggest thing will be, and we saw it last year, is there going to be wiggle room where he's giving back money? Does it give him more flexibility to go out and sign a player here? But I think from his standpoint, I think I would be surprised if it's anything else than, opting out and then signing back with the Lakers.
Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA front office insider, joins us here. Now, I want to ask about the Mavs. I understand they're out, but, the kind of crash joke is Nico's probably laughing all the way to the bank, so to speak, because Luka doesn't look good. But this is also a team that, gave up Jalen Brunson. Like, at some point, I wonder how you look at where the Mavericks are, because obviously they didn't trade the world away, at least on short term, with Luka, and they still actually believe they had a plan.
The Jalen Brunson situation is one of the worst. I mean, listen, it happened. I don't want to do Monday morning quarterback, but it's one of the biggest flubs I've ever seen, because you basically, when players get drafted and you're a second-round pick, you usually put an option year on the third year or the fourth year. And Dallas was I went back and studied this. There was like 70 contracts. He was the only one they didn't do this with. And it basically allowed him to become an unrestricted free agent, which is the biggest cardinal sin, and they lost him for nothing. And then you look at certainly what happened with Luka. We can debate as far as, Anthony Davis and Max Christie and the process and all that stuff. But at one time, if you're a Maverick fan, you had both those guys, and both those guys wanted to be there for the long haul. It's not like Jalen Brunson wanted to be, He wanted to be there if the contract was right, and Dallas never offered that. It's been well documented here, and that is a bitter pill, especially when you draft guys. Right. It's one thing to trade for, but Luka was drafted, Jalen was drafted in the second round, and now both those guys aren't there.
Anyway, it's amazing to think that somehow the Luka trade can end up being not the worst trade in the history of that franchise from an actual basketball standpoint.
I would say the Brunson situation, just because it happened 5 or 6 years ago, people don't remember. I do. I mean, that is a catastrophic miss by the Mavericks there.
Wow. Shams Charania has said yesterday he thinks that Boston is going to undergo a bunch of changes in the offseason because they're running high. What do you think about that?
I do. I don't think it is sustainable. Well, I think it'll be interesting if they win a championship because that would be certainly 2 years in a row, and going for that three-peat is really challenging to do. And can you run the group back? Different ownership, payroll significantly high. We could be hitting $500 million with this group. Jeez. I would certainly circle Kristaps Porzingis, who is going to be going into the last year of his contract for next year. Possibly Drew Holiday, who's got a few years left. I don't see anything with Tatum Brown and Derek White. But there will be some trimming of salary probably in Boston as far as, to try to get those finances manageable, give you some more flexibility, maybe to add to your roster in different avenues here. But yeah, we might be seeing the last run of this Celtics team.
What do you know about that relationship, though? Because whenever an ownership changes and the front office has to deal with that, how does that work? I mean, what are your understandings of the kind of inner working? Not to get too far into it, but I'm fascinated by what that's like when all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait, old boss, new boss, what are we doing here?
Well, fortunately, I happened to go through it in New Jersey and Brooklyn like 8 different times. So we had like 5 different owners. I would say it's challenging because, quick story, like in 2004, we had just lost to Detroit in the second round, and we'd gone to the NBA Finals 2 years before that. Mm-hmm. And we had a different ownership group, and the ownership group basically came in and said, we want to cut costs, we want to trim payroll, and we want to go in a different direction. It's a bitter pill to swallow. You give your recommendation from a basketball perspective as far as what makes sense.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the day, ownership has the final say in it. And I think, fortunately for Boston, Brad Stevens is as good as it gets, and certainly Joe Mazzulla, their head coach here. I do think they'll have a strong say in as far as what that roster looks like.
He's Bobby Marks. He's an ESPN NBA front office insider. Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate your time, brother.
Thanks, Clinton. Appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. I like Bobby. You know who Bobby is, Devin? Bobby is a guy that even when other big-time NBA people are around, he will shout out and give the dap because we actually know each other and we see each other professionally. He won't big-time you just because there are others in his life that happen to be present physically. That's what Bobby is.
100%. And also, not for nothing, just like one of the nicer guys.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
100%.
Those two things go hand in hand.
Great info, great radio guests, great on TV, nice guy.
888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Quickly, Wendell in California, what's up?
Hey, we're going through this thing with the Lakers again, and after listening to you guys, by the way, you guys are doing a great job.
Appreciate it.
But the problem is when you put incompetence in charge, you're going to get incompetence out. You either win or you lose. And in pro sports, it's all about winning. You know that. Billionaires own all these teams. How much are they in? Are they in all the way? 80%? 50%? None of them are in 100%. They're not going to spend all their money. Look at Jerry Jones down in Dallas. But the whole thing is this guy he jumped on LeBron James bandwagon. LeBron got him a job. He's the coach, but he can't coach. It's just simple as that. You don't hire guys with no experience to drive the bus. You see what I'm saying?
I do. See what you're saying. Thanks for the phone call. I mean, that seems extreme to me, Devin. Like, they won 50 games. Do I like the idea of playing basically a 6-man roster? No. But I can't go on the JJ has no idea what he's doing train. I can't do that.
No, me either. I think there is obviously some growing pains there, and it's tough for JJ because like last year, obviously he was on ESPN First Take, having these definitive takes on people like Doc Rivers,
plumbers, and
and so when people are kind of holding you the same standard, and you give off this air of like, oh, I mean, what do you? It's just like, well, you were doing this last year too. You know what I mean? This comes with the territory.
It's true, but I don't think that. Again, I said this yesterday. I'm not throwing the baby out with the bathwater in this situation. I'm not.
No, absolutely not. He's shown enough promise to obviously, have a little bit of a leash here.
Totally agree. Tune in to baseball action tomorrow as the Cardinals host the Mets, presented by Progressive Insurance. Coverage begins at 1:30 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. By the by, there's been a resolution in the John Halliburton saga. We'll get into that and more with Quick Hitters next. You listen to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio.
Everybody's got to bring it emotionally, mentally, and physically, spiritually.
Game 7 of the Clippers and Nuggets with a trip to the Western Conference semifinal on the line. Coverage begins tomorrow at 7 Eastern with tip-off at 7:30.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Get a taste of that winning feeling before the buzzer even sounds with ESPN Bet's Early Victory promo. Simply place a pregame moneyline bet on any NBA playoff game, and if the team you back goes up by 20 or more points at any point in the game, you get paid out early. Available throughout the NBA playoffs at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
I just picked up my brand new 25 Defender from Land Rover Chicago and Howard Orloff Imports, and I could not be happier. The Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you'd expect from Land Rover. It's the kind of vehicle that truly handles the toughest trails, but still turns heads at a fancy restaurant. The Defender makes every trip an adventure for the whole family. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of 2025 Defenders ready and waiting for you. Visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
White Sox fans, don't miss out on our 125-year anniversary promotions in May. Between the 1940 varsity sweater presented by Blue Moon on May 10th, 1914 Baseball World Tour shirt presented by Coca-Cola on May 24th, and Southside legend Charles Comiskey bobblehead presented by United on May 25th, there's something for everyone. To purchase tickets and for the entire promotional schedule, visit whitesox.com/promos.
Hey, Chicago, it's your guy, Kap. From houses to hospitals, nobody does HVAC better than Advertisement Mechanical Services. They've been trusted throughout Chicagoland since 1945. It's easy to see why their motto is, we make people comfortable. Furnaces, hydronic snow melt systems, chilled water cooling, you name it, Advertisement can do it. Best part, they treat you right from the first quote to the final tune-up. Trust the name I recommend. That is Advertisement Mechanical Services. Visit Adamatic.com. That's Adamatic.com.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Carmen and Jurko. Weekdays, now noon to 3 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
I don't have any hobbies, actually. This isn't a hobby. This consumes my entire life. A hobby is something you do on the side. This is not a side project. I'd say eating is my hobby.
Clinton and Friends. On ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Sometimes we like to move fast.
Oh, wow, gosh, that was fast.
So you better pay attention or you might miss something.
Oh, no, I missed it. Do it again.
It's time for Quick Hitters with Clinton and Friends.
All right, ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Devin, you're up, sir.
All right, we teased it. Tyrese Halliburton's father, John Halliburton, will not attend Indiana Pacers games both home and away for the foreseeable future following a heated confrontation with Giannis Antetokounmpo after Game 5 of their first-round playoff series. Clinton, this is the only result that had to happen, correct?
I believe I had this. Yes, correct. And I'm not saying that just because I'm, whatever. I mean, like, this was legitimately what I thought the appropriate punishment and adjudication was going to be. You just can't take the risk. Not only can you not just take the risk, you need to send a message that, like, hey, not only was this embarrassing, it was wrong. And I'm not some super punitive guy when it comes to all kinds of things, but when you're actually violating trusts that matter, that creates an issue. And I think that Halliburton, as a player, started correctly on this, saying, my dad was out of pocket. That was the first step to all of this making sense. And I think Tyrese doing it that way, it made it a lot easier for the team, not the NBA, to say, man, get your pops together. We can't have him because it's just too much of a risk. Definitely the right decision.
All right, this next one, Clinton, we just discovered leading into this about 30 seconds ago. The Morehead City Marlins minor league team. And
collegiate baseball team.
Thank you.
To be clear,
collegiate
wood bat league. For those who don't know the difference, yeah.
Thank you. They are rebranding to the Crystal Coast Booty Divers.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you say that again?
The Crystal Coast Booty Divers. For one glorious weekend starting June 20th, they are trading a tradition for treasure maps, diving masks, and straight up swagger. My question to you is, how can you not be romantic about baseball, Clinton?
Did you see the corresponding hoodies and what they say?
I did. I'll let you go ahead and explain it, though.
So for those who don't understand, it's a pirate-themed bit. We're diving for booty, as in treasure. And let's just say that they've accentuated the baseballs for the O's in this matter. And they have hoodies that say, the hoodies have a diving pirate on them who is holding two baseballs, and they say, I go down. Sam, your thoughts?
I'll be purchasing. It's already in the cart. I'll need it in multiple colors. I'll need the hat to go with it. I'm all in.
We've lost control of the show on a Friday. We've lost control of the show on a Friday. This logo is pretty hilarious, though, I must say. It's like a pirate bird with goggles on. Because otherwise, we wouldn't understand what was going on. I could go off on a whole rant about how
let's not.
Minor league teams have two named teams anymore, but Crystal Coast, well done.
The Booty Divers, congratulations.
Might pay you a visit this summer.
Moving on, the Golden State Warriors are frustrated after the Houston Rockets appeared to repeatedly target Steph Curry's injured right thumb during Game 5 of their playoff series, which the Rockets won 131-116. Early in the game, Houston Dillon Brooks made contact with Curry's hand and thumb after a shot, but no foul was called. NBA rules currently allow defenders to hit a shooter's arm after the ball is released, a loophole that Warriors coach Steve Kerr and players believe is being exploited. Listen to Rockets forward Dillon Brooks on whether he's targeting Curry's thumb.
No, I've been playing the game. Shoot, if you're gonna come play the game injured or whenever you got, it's all about the game. You know, if I had an injured ankle, I would attack that ankle every single time. So, whatever they're saying on the broadcast, they can keep saying it.
Fair foul here, Clinton.
I think it's fair. There's an element of foul because it's Dillon Brooks, but I mean, let's be real. Like by the way, the picture of that thumb is grotesque. I looked it up and looked at it, and it almost ruined my day. Nasty. Anyway, I think this is fair, as foul as it sounds, if that makes sense. You know, this is not high school. This is not college. If a guy's hurt and you know it, and it's a tactical disadvantage, yeah. I mean, you go after it. This is literally what and this is why NHL teams hide injuries in the injury reports and just say upper or lower body. So you don't really know. So that people can't actually target you. This is part of the game to me. Literally part of the game. And I think for Dillon to say it so openly, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. To say it's exploiting a loophole, like, I mean, you know, I'm not sure I understand that logic. If it's either against the rules or it's not. And in this particular case, it's not. So, no, I don't have a problem with it at all.
All right, Shaquille O'Neal has agreed to serve as the unpaid voluntary general manager for the Sacramento State men's basketball program. His son, Shaquille O'Neal, will play for the team under new head coach Mike Bibby, a former NBA star. This follows a trend of high-profile athletes taking GM roles, including Steph Curry at Davidson and Trae Young at Oklahoma. GM Shaq, are you in on this, Clinton?
Doesn't Shaq have enough jobs? Every time I turn on my television, I see Shaq doing 900 things. That's not me hating on this choice. I'm just saying that it's one thing for Steph and Curry to do it for Davidson. I guess Steph has a lot of jobs too. But it's another thing, I think, for Shaq, who is otherwise unaffiliated per se, but because his son is going there this makes sense to some degree. There's nothing wrong with having Shaq on your proverbial roster. Sac State is making moves, by the way, Jack.
When I was reading that, I'm like, wait, this is a crazy sentence I'm reading.
Yeah. No, I'm in on this. I think their football team is doing pretty well. They're kind of trying to revamp what they're doing on the gridiron as well. Sacramento State about to turn into a side NIL powerhouse before you know it.
All right, moving on. The Utah Hockey Club is not officially confirmed whether Mammoth will be their new team name after an apparent leak on their official YouTube channel briefly changed the channel to handle the Utah Mammoth before being deactivated. The name Utah Mammoth was one of the 3 finalists in a fan vote held at the Delta Center to decide the team's permanent nickname for the upcoming NHL season following the relocation of the former Arizona Coyotes franchise. Clinton, what do you think of the possibility of the Utah Mammoth as a name?
It's not bad, but shout out to Ryan Matlack, who in the chat today was like, bro, I'm over this saga. He said that yesterday. Tremendous usage of the word saga, by the way. And what he was getting to was the fact that the whole reason why this team moved was that it was supposed to provide some level of stability to that franchise. Like, if you don't recall, the Winnipeg Jets, while they exist now, they went from Winnipeg to Arizona to Utah. They were playing in a college hockey rink in these last couple years in Arizona because they couldn't figure it out. And now they can't even work out how to get a daggone name for the team without causing multiple controversies at once. Things are not moving in the right direction for this franchise. Not to mention, I don't really understand how they botched it with Yeti. That had to happen. NHL, figure this out. Stability, you have none. Tune in to Baseball Action Sunday as the Braves host the Dodgers. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Tomorrow on ESPN Radio.
Juan Soto has tied this one up.
Juan Soto and the New York Mets head to St. Louis to face Nolan Arenado and the Cardinals. Coverage begins tomorrow at 1:30 Eastern, with first pitch at 2:15 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Progressive Insurance.
Joining us right now, a guy who I've enjoyed watching play for a long time, shortstop for the Chicago Cubs. He is in partnership with DirecTV and their Nothing on Your Roof 2.0 campaign. But I want to start somewhere farther back, Dansby. Thank you for joining the program. I'm a big college baseball guy. I get out to Omaha to cover the College World Series every year. You played at Vanderbilt under a guy in Tim Corbin who is one of the most legendary coaches ever. Can you tell me a little bit about what the college experience was like for you playing ball? But, not everybody does it in terms of their route to the bigs.
Yeah, Corb's the best. Like, there's no other way to really frame it. He, definitely has changed my life and my career, but in so many other ways than just on the baseball field. Just the leader that he is, and the principles and values that he helps instill in each of his players is pretty tremendous. So I have nothing bad to say about my college experience. Obviously, we were really successful for the 3 years that I was there. I was very fortunate to be on some really, really good teams and be able to win a championship and form some lifelong bonds with some of my best friends. So Vanderbilt was incredible to me, and I'll forever be indebted.
Very cool. Well, let's talk about yesterday. You went yard in an 8-3 victory over the Pirates. How you feeling about that afterwards?
Yeah, obviously, anytime that you can get a series win, that's big, especially in the division. Facing a guy like Paul Skeens yesterday, he's obviously, one of the better up-and-coming players in our league. He's had a lot of success already, and, anytime you can beat him, that's an accomplishment. So it was nice to get out there with a series win, and, now on to Milwaukee.
Can you tell me a little bit more about what it's like facing Skeens? I don't think that necessarily a ton of people realize how actually large of a human he is, facing a guy like that on the mound in terms of his size and what he's bringing coming downhill from the bump. What is it like seeing a guy that big with stuff that strong in the box?
Yeah, he obviously there's a reason he was picked where he was picked. There's a reason why he's had the success he's had. I think what people don't necessarily understand is I think he's ahead of his years in terms of just the ability to pitch. He locates really well, and when you locate with stuff like he has, makes it really, really challenging. And I think that's a challenge that you kind of welcome on as a competitor, to be able to go up against a guy like him. And he's gotten the best of me plenty of times. So yesterday was nice to be able to have kind of my own moment, but he's unbelievable, and it's gonna be fun competing against him.
Dansby Swanson, Chicago Cubs shortstop, joining us here on the program, showing incredible humility, talking about Paul Skeens drafted number 1 overall, as if he himself wasn't drafted number 1 overall. But I get your point. Your team is looking good right now. You're leading the NL Central. You got a plus 52 run differential. What's it like being on a squad that knows that they can put up runs and, sort of keep that momentum going just in general at this stage of the season?
Yeah, I think we've just done such a good job this year as a group, really buying into having a good offense. And I think, as simple as that sounds, there's so many ways that you can generate offense. It's not just a home run thing or an extra base hit thing. There's so many other variables that go into it, whether it's running the bases well, whether it's drawing your walks, whether it's taking the extra base, situational hitting. All those different types of things, and we've really bought into that as a group, and I think you've kind of seen the results have paid off so far. The biggest challenge is just to obviously keep that going with just the intent and the intensity for the duration of a long season.
You played in Atlanta for a while. Now you're at another kind of legacy franchise in the bigs, in the Chicago Cubs. You've been there for 3 seasons now. What's it like? What was the transition like in terms of playing in a big market like Chicago versus Atlanta?
Yeah, obviously, being from Atlanta, growing up there, couldn't have asked for a better situation. Just start out my career playing for your hometown team, being able to play for an organization that's as legendary as like the Braves, obviously, and just what that meant to me growing up and what it meant to me to be able to win a championship there. Chicago, in its own way, has ties to me just with, being able to watch games as a kid. With my grandfather, we watched a lot of Cubs games together. So being able to be in Chicago has been such a huge blessing. Being able to be there with my wife has been awesome. Obviously being able to watch her play and things of that nature. So I've lived a very, very, very blessed life to this point. Just very, very grateful to be in the spot that I'm in.
I was just going to say, Mallory's had, a comeback like the likes of which, we haven't seen in a while. Can you tell us a little bit about her journey, as a soccer player and where she is right now playing in Chicago?
Yeah, obviously she, went through such a rough knee injury back in 2023. And just being able to be alongside of her as she, really battled through rehab and did all the things that she needed to do in order to get back to where she wanted to be, which was, this past summer in France, being able to win a gold medal. It was one of the coolest things I've ever watched. It was very emotional in so many different ways. A lot of happy tears, just because I know the stress and all the hardships that she went through in order to get to that point in the summer was amazing. So. It's so cool to be able to be in the same city together, being able to support one another, go to each other's games, and just also be able to, be a husband and wife together. That part's really nice.
Last thing I'll ask you, tell us what you're doing with DirecTV, sir.
Oh, man. Well, I did keep my hair eventually, but I lost it for quite a few hours. DirecTV, which now having done the commercial and been approached about this whole thing, I didn't realize that they had the ability to stream games, MLB games, and obviously they are one of the leaders in the market in doing so. So if you want to get used to MLB games and be able to watch MLB games and view a lot of things streaming without having to have a satellite on your roof, you do get to keep your hair, but then DirecTV is the way to go. So. Such a cool opportunity and had a lot of fun doing it.
He's Dansby Swanson. You see him playing short for the Cubs. You can find him on the internet at Lieutenant Dans7. He's working in partnership with DirecTV and their Nothing on Your Roof 2.0 campaign. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank y'all.
No problem. Let me explain something to y'all. There are like power couples in the world. There are some athlete power couples that are pretty good. I don't think you're beating the Swansons. Like, they are on reality show level, or you could, write an actual 3-camera sitcom about their lives, and I'm sure it would be awesome. You might have known her as Mallory Pugh before she got married. And that story he told about her being able to come back and be a part of the Olympic team that won gold is fantastic, man. They've always supported each other. Really, really cool story. And two athletes just happen to also be in the union of marriage. Coming up, we got to hand out some hardware. That's before we get to the watering hole. It's been a fun Friday on Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Tomorrow on ESPN Radio.
Juan Soto has tagged this one up.
Juan Soto and the New York Mets head to St. Louis to face Nolan Arenado and the Cardinals. Coverage begins tomorrow at 1:30 Eastern with first pitch at 2:15 Eastern.
Mother's Day is coming up fast and you don't want to drop the ball. Show the incredible moms in your life how much you love and appreciate them with a thoughtful gift from Pro Flowers. Ordering takes just minutes and Pro Flowers' large selection of modern arrangements at affordable prices are sure to make you look like a gift-giving pro. Visit proflowers.com/sports or use the code SPORTS at checkout for $15 off your Mother's Day order. All Pro Flowers orders are backed by our 7-day freshness guarantee so you can gift easy with Pro Flowers.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure.
Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827. One moment, life is moving forward. The next, an accident changes everything. Medical bills pile up, work is put on hold, and the insurance companies start making excuses. It's frustrating, overwhelming, and unfair. That's where Postman Law steps in. They have recovered over $3 billion for injury victims, delivering speed, ease, and results when you need them most. Hurt in a crash, injured on the job, sidelined by a serious fall? No matter how it happened, they fight to get you the compensation you deserve so you can focus on healing, while Postman Law handles the rest. No upfront fees, no red tape, just real results. Insurance companies have teams of lawyers looking out for them. You need a team looking out for you. At Postman Law, they take on the fight so you don't have to, guiding you through every step of the process and making sure your case gets the attention it deserves. Don't let someone else dictate your future. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. In the North Shore and North Side of Chicago, there's only one name you need to know for fences. It's FenceWorks, aka the Guy on 41. They stand out as the locally owned, operated fence company dedicated exclusively to this community. From the timeless appeal of Western red cedar wood to modern no-maintenance composite materials for a contemporary look, FenceWorks guarantees custom quality that meets your needs. Take the first steps to keeping your family and your home safe by visiting theguyon41.com. That's theguyon41.com.
Contractors, landscapers, and homeowners. If you're in the market for tractors, mowers, or RTVs, then Kubota Orange Day is for you. Alta Equipment is teaming up with Kubota for a one-day sales event. Tuesday, May 13th, 9 to 3, plan to be at Alta Equipment in Orland Park. Save big and get hands-on with the machines built to work as hard as you do. Live demos, giveaways, and special financing on exceptional deals. Kubota Orange Days at Alta Equipment off 115th and Wolf Road in Orland Park. Tuesday, May 13th.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for saving time on a great haircut at Great Clips. You used online check-in to put your name on the list in the app and made it to the salon right on time, thanks to getting a Ready Next text." Your hair would also like to add, "This cut rules." And the price? A very close second. For a great haircut that fits your schedule and your budget, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installation with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Chicago's home for sports is on Twitch. See what we're up to. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago today.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
Do you understand what this means? Those stupid idiot jackasses are not going to ruin my station. Get the plane ready. I'm going to L.A.
Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Watch this last segment masterclass we're about to put on right now. I want to thank our guest, Avery Lewis McDougal, from the Hockey News. He contributes to them. I had to pay off a bet that I'd let him on air because we've been talking trash about the Kings and the Oilers, and guess what? The Kings fell again to Edmonton. Also want to thank Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA front office insider. You can find him on the internet at Bobby Marks 42. He came on to talk about all the different things happening with this Lakers squad and everything that's also happened with the Mavericks, considering that their Jalen Brunson pick is now cutting it up for the Knicks. Lastly, want to thank Dansby Swanson, Chicago Cubs shortstop, for joining us in line with DirecTV at Lieutenant Dan's 7 on the internet. Quick breaking news as well. Greg Popovich will no longer be the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs. It is transitioning full-time to team president, sources told ESPN. The iconic Popovich is a basketball Hall of Famer, the NBA's all-time winningest coach, and led the Spurs to 5 championships. He is also one of the greatest quotes of a coach of any sport of all time. We're wishing him the best with all of his health stuff. Devin.
Yeah, that is Greg Popovich. When you think of absolute legends in the coaching ranks, not only just in basketball, just across all of sports, he's the name that comes to mind. That's sad news, but obviously, with his health concerns, he's transitioning. So good for him.
100%. All right, it's time to head out some hardware. We're our regional accent call of the week.
All right, chaps.
Howdy there, partner.
At Clinton and Friends, we're all about our community and our callers.
Hello.
And we've got a special place in our hearts for a good accent, too.
Do not pursue. Stay in the car.
It's time to shine a spotlight on this week's...
So where you girls from? Chaska. Okay.
Regional Accent Call of the Week.
Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
All right. Who do we got this week, Devin?
All right, first up, we got Greg in Baton Rouge. Take a listen.
Hey, Clinton, what's going on, man?
Pretty good.
Enjoy the show. Look, my prediction of Joel Embiid being sought by the Lakers in the offseason. What do you think about that?
Can we just hear that real quick at the beginning? Just real quick, the beginning.
Hey, Clinton, what's going on, man? Enjoy the show.
What's going on, man?
What's going on, man? What's going on, man? There's a little Terrence Howard in that. You know what I'm saying? Let's hear the next.
He's the first one. Jordan in Texas is our next contender.
All right.
What's up, Clint? Hey, man, good thing you took my phone call right now because I was just cussing out traffic. But Timberwolves in 6. I called you the other day, and I told you this was going to happen. The only thing I do is find the biggest redneck on your show. I'm going to give you a Star Wars, pun intended. LeBron won Kenobi because he's only going to win one game in this series. Timberwolves in 5. Love you, Clint.
I think it's pretty clear our winner is Jordan in Texas.
Love you, Clint.
By a long margin. Good for him. We knew at the time that call was going to win this week.
I think we did.
And he absolutely did. All right, let's go to the watering hole.
Time to check my social media, y'all. To see who loves me online.
The dulcet tones of the Circle of Life as we take stock of the day and the week on a Friday. We'll start with Losman661, the vice president of the local chapter of the Handsome Man community. He says, new beat for Freestyle Fridays. Black Rob's, whoa. If you know, you know. He's right. We're tuning that up for next week. That's the beat. Los is on it. It's a perfect battle beat that everybody understands. Walrus, get ready. Dylan, get ready. Had this badge on uptown. She was, whoa. R.I.P. At Kent in the 843 says, what about end of the road for the Lake Show? Been a fan since the 80s. Can you imagine the Clippers winning the only trophy while Luka, LeBron, and the Lakers are sitting on the beach? No, we've gone a different route with Boys to Men. End of the road is a little too obvious. At Dirty Water 619 says, at Clinton Yates, the name should have been for the Utah Hockey Club, the Latter-day Skates. That's pretty good, my man. I don't hate that at all. Antonio DR says, not a big-time hockey fan, but was rooting for the Kings to advance. And now that you mention it, sign me up for Oilers fan camp. He's referring to my man Avery, who came on the show, who we just talked about to discuss, well, the fact that the Oilers seem to have the Kings number, and there's just no way around it. At Rouge1 says, sports can wait. What is Clinton Yates doing for May the 4th? This is an important question. May the 4th is Star Wars Day. And I will be hanging out with my son, Keanu Jedi, obviously named for Star Wars. So there's that. But yes, we will be celebrating in our household, as it is a big deal. And by the way, you can check out the Never Tell Me the Odds podcast wherever you get all your local podcasts with myself, Ryan McGee, and Ardo O'Cal. Ding! And with that, the circle of life is now closed. So the reason why I'm wearing my WNBA hoodie today is because the preseason begins today. As in, there are games. We get to watch Paige Beckers play basketball today, hopefully. They play the Aces. The Aces have had some changes, but I'm excited for the season in the W. Not that I'm not excited for every season in the W, but I think this might be the year, Devin, that I start literally going to games every week.
Ooh,
this
I
might
love
be a
that.
season ticket situation for your boy.
Listen, I got my Golden State Valkyries hoodie on deck, ready to go. I'm a Valkyries
right?
guy. Yeah, of course.
Is that right?
I'm from the ground floor. I'm ready to rock.
From the ground floor. I'm sort of a side Sparks fan. My Mystics were dealt a serious blow earlier this week. But, you know, it is what it is. I mean, this league is a league that Georgia Morris, who I was talking about, that suffers with this a lot because that's just a thing in the world. But I'm really looking forward to the W getting underway. This is important for me. So, yes, I'm rocking my hoodie. Lastly, Sammy did a great job today. Not just this segment, but today.
See, that's much appreciated. It's the little things, Clint.
The show behind the show today was unreal.
Sup, Clint?
Just need you guys to know that. That's why I enjoy doing it, and hopefully that's why you guys enjoy listening. Joe and Q is coming up next. This has been Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio.
Carmen and you're coming up to wrap the week, and we got a fun Friday, and Barstool Eddie is sitting in, rocking his Cubs hat. Your Cubs are good.
We look good. I feel good.
They do look good.
Bears are filled with hope.
I love the way you put that. We're buying it again, my friend.
Not a bad start to May.
Hook, line, and sinker. Not a bad start at all. Plus, it's Derby weekend. That means Eddie O is going to join us live from Churchill Downs at about 2:15. We'll talk baseball with Jesse Rogers. Lots of fun coming up on a Feel Good Friday. Join us at noon.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team.
Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Calamitous mishap, anticipate compensatory damages, subrogation relief, or tort claims under...
Guys, what are they even saying?
Coast-Ivoni ads don't sound like that.
Lawyers like that are exactly why people call us. No legal mumbo-jumbo, just real talk.
We're from Chicago. We talk like you, we fight for you, and we have real conversations so we can help you.
They get where you come from, they get what you need, and they get you. Coast-Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers, because they are Chicago. 708-4million.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting rules for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Looking to get doctor-prescribed medication like Ozempic or Wegovy? Zelty can help you get GLP-1 medications affordably, whether you have insurance and even if you don't. And 100% online. It's simple. Just text RESULT to 200-300 to get started. Zelty can help you get Ozempic, Wegovy, or Zepbound covered by your insurance company. So you pay as little as $0 for the medication if prescribed. No insurance? No problem. Zelty can ship semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and Zepbound, for as little as $151 a month versus $1,000 plus for name brand medications. Either way, it's high quality medical care, weight loss coaching, and access to game-changing medications. All 100% online with Zelty and affordable with or without insurance. So don't wait. Text RESULT to 200-300 to get started today on your weight loss journey with Zelty. Text now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text RESULT to 200-300. That's RESULT to 200-300. Text RESULT to 200-300.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Thompson digging in defensively, 8 seconds. Brunson stops on a dime, launches. Oh, yeah! Jalen Brunson buries it!
Chicago's very own Jalen Brunson and the Knicks advance for a third straight year into the conference semis. They haven't been any farther than round two, We'll see what happens this year. It's Carmen and New York. Happy Friday. Barstool Eddie is in for the good kid, Eduardo. Always nice to see you.
Great to be here, Carmen. Great to be here. I don't know, did you see the picture of Luka and Brunson? I saw that floating around yesterday. They got drafted the same draft, same night. Mavs jerseys in hand.
Same night, same draft, teammates for a little while. And now one is going on a deeper playoff run all these years later. The Mavs have to be thinking, like, well, what happened? How did this get away from us?
Yeah, I mean, in many ways, we have it not great with as far as some of our teams go. But, you know, I guess it's better than Dallas, right? Or no? I mean, being in this purgatory stinks too.
Is it better than Dallas? I don't know. I think I'd rather be in Dallas right now. I mean, at least the Stars are like in a Game 7 tomorrow. Like, they could advance. It'd be miserable to be a Mavs fan right now, don't get me wrong. But the Rangers are good. I don't know.
Cowboys are in a weird spot.
This is the lowest of the low for Chicago. At least you got your Cubs, my friend.
Yeah, they look really good.
The Cubs look good.
I was saying, we were sitting here with Aki and Silvy here 2 weeks ago. Before we went into that, I did the Friday before the Dodgers series. And they're like, what success look to you? And I was like, we got to win the series. That's success. And Sylvie's like, I just don't want to get swept. I was like, no, this Cubs team is really good. And what did? They went out and took 2 out of 3.
They did.
I feel good about them. I'm confident in them.
And they beat the pants off the Dodgers in one of those games in that second game. That was like the 16-0 game or whatever, wasn't it? The Cubs are on pace to win 96 games. Now, there's like 80% of the season to go, but they're on pace to win 96 games.
And look at who they played, obviously. Coming into, I think it was Monday, I saw a stat. The Mets have played the most teams under 500. The Cubs hadn't played a team that was under 500 at all.
Until Tuesday.
Until the Pittsburgh series.
That is correct.
It was crazy.
Right?
Yes.
You feel pretty good. And now you got the first weekend of the year against the Brewers up in Milwaukee. This, if people remember, was the scene about a year ago, was the end of May, not the beginning of May. The end of May last year where Ben Brown went in there and pitched 7 no-hit innings. Had 10 strikeouts. Now, of course, didn't get a chance to finish. In this day and age, when you're at 93 pitches through only 7, you're not going to get a chance for your no-hitter. We can complain about that all we want. That's just the way baseball is. And I don't know, about 3 or 4 starts later, he had to be shut down anyway for the rest of the year. But Ben Brown will be on the bump tonight as the Cubs go to Milwaukee. So, big show today. We got Derby weekend. Eddie O's going to join us. He'll be all over NBC's coverage again. Jesse Rogers will talk baseball with us in about an hour. NBA, NHL playoffs have been great. We've got a Game 6 tonight in San Francisco, a Game 7 in Denver tomorrow. Some good hockey action, too, including a Game 7 tomorrow night. Jalen and the Knicks advanced. That game yesterday was wild. I mean, in the fourth quarter, I've never seen, like, in the last 9 minutes of a game, Eddie, like, the Knicks, with about 9 minutes to go, had like a 91% chance of winning. With 2 minutes to go, or 2.5 minutes ago, the Pistons had a 90% chance of winning. Yeah. Like, that's a wild 7-minute swing, and then the Pistons couldn't hold on to that 7-8 point lead that they had, and Jalen Brunson hit that step back. I mean, that was some cold-blooded stuff. Sylvie sent us a picture. I guess, I don't know if it was the Daily News or which paper it was. He is on the back page, the front page, and, like, he's made it. What does it say? It says legend with that, like, just, you know, Jalen rising to can that 3 in the closing seconds. Like, Jalen Brunson has made it to legendary status in New York City. Jalen Brunson from Stevenson?
It's pretty awesome.
Isn't it incredible?
It's pretty awesome. Especially because, obviously, his career at Villanova goes without saying. He was awesome. Won a title. But, you know, second rounder, a lot of those guys, great college players, they kind of get left for dead. And it's like, that's where the story ends.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were kind of just giving him that treatment. And then even his first couple of years in the NBA, he was fine, but he wasn't what he became and what he did last night. So I love it. Always root for a local kid.
Me too. And I love that. And I don't mind being so wrong on a guy. I'm with you. I was kind of like, Jalen's fine. He'll be a good rotation little player. This is the back pay. I mean, look at the, like, in New York, legend. Yeah. And he's averaging 26 a game, 28 a game for the Knicks since going there as a free agent. Like, and he's at least they're winning playoff series. They're not. I don't know how long they are for the playoffs. I don't know that Jalen's, as much as I love the kid and I cheer for him, I don't know that he's good enough to win 4 series. My guess is probably not, but how do you not just love it and embrace it? And they are, I mean, they're getting everything they could have asked for and then some in New York.
No, like, I came out of that series not looking too highly at the Knicks.
Yeah.
I mean, considering what they have versus Detroit, which is kind of in a happy to be there year.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, in many ways, I was like, Detroit just looks better at points.
I thought they did too.
But that's Jalen aside. What, like, to see him, they just, They guard him tough, man.
Yeah.
Like, he gets pushed around, obviously, and I know he's been accused of flopping a little bit, which he can throw the theatrics in there for sure. But he just consistently finds ways to score, and he's a guy that I don't understand how you can't root for.
I think he's seriously one of the easiest guys to root for.
Yeah.
So I'll be cheering for him. They're a huge underdog against the Celtics, and rightfully so.
Mm-hmm.
They're like a plus 550, plus 6-1 underdog going into this series against the Celtics. It starts in Boston on Monday night.
I talked to my New York friends. Like, what do you guys think? Like, I think they thought this series would be a little easier for them.
Yeah.
And I think they knew what they were up against here in the second round of what we think is going to happen. And a lot of them are just kind of in the mode you get into with Tom Thibodeau once the later years come.
Right.
I don't know where you stand on Tibbs, and it stinks because I have fond memories of Tibbs, but it does seem like he wears out. Not his welcome, but his message gets tuned. I don't know exactly how to put it.
No, I think you're right. I think he kind of I think everybody tires of the consistent barrage of like anger and aggression and do more. Especially in this day and age, I do think you're right. I think Tibbs is one of those guys to me who always there's a shelf life, right?
Yeah.
And you have to know it going in. And maybe that's an easy thing to say, especially the way teams are so willing to change coaches at any sort of hint of player revolt these days, and in an age of player empowerment, and especially in the NBA where players really have a loud voice because it's a small group of guys, like you see it with Phoenix, or you see it in even in LA, you see it in Denver. I mean, it's so like it can really change quick. So maybe they all have a brief shelf life these days. But Tibbs' style to me has always been one of, okay, you know what you're getting. You're getting an excellent coach. You're getting a schematic genius. But you better win quick because the clock is ticking. And in the NBA, if you don't have the personnel to go along with that coach, no matter how good he is, you're probably not getting very far. He's like Skiles. Like, I covered those Bulls teams when Skiles got here.
What an era.
Oh, my God. And Scott was, and he was exactly what the Bulls needed at the time because they were a laughing stock.
Yep.
And he changed it, Eddie, he changed it almost overnight.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they had this weird collection of talent. They weren't very good. Their roster wasn't very good. They were a 17, 19-win team. And Scott Skiles got here and made them a 45-win team.
Yeah.
Now, they weren't long for the playoffs because, you know, we know how the NBA is. You get to the playoffs, and I don't care how good the coaching is, it's not going to matter. But, like, Scott did it overnight. But you knew just the way he grinded on guys that it was going to be a short shelf life. And within a few years, he had grinded them to a pulp, and, you know, like, it was over. And I feel like Tibbs has always kind of been like that. I feel like he's in a better place maybe with New York right now, and I think, he just re-upped last year. I'll cheer for Tibbs. I'll certainly cheer for Jalen Brunson.
Yep.
More than anybody. Which is like, I feel dirty talking about, like, even thinking that, oh, my God, cheering for the Knicks is like,
do you feel that way
Jesus.
towards the Knicks?
My God, I hate them. I hate them. I hate them as much as any team in my life. I mean, I think growing up when I did and being in high school by the time the Bulls, when they got over the hurdle that was Detroit, and they won the first title. And then those next couple of years, like, they had to grind a lot in the playoffs with the Knicks. Like 93 was epic. And then in 94, they probably got hosed in that series when Michael was gone. But in the conference semi-series, I think they should, they could have won that series had they not, had Hugh Hollins not blown that call. Like, I hated the Knicks. I still do. But I'm like weirdly cheering for Jalen. He's put me in a very uncomfortable position, quite frankly, and I resent him for it. Like, I'm like, oh, all right, Jalen. I'm like, let's go Knicks. It feels disgusting even saying.
Yeah, and I don't even think it's necessarily just him. Like, Josh Hart's an easy guy to root for, I think, and just the whole Villanova squad in general.
I know.
Mikal Bridges, even though that trade, very interested to see how that ages.
Yeah,
but regardless, I do think it is a likable team.
Isn't that crazy to say, considering the Knicks I'm used to? The Pat Riley, John Starks, Patrick Ewing Knicks, which I just loathe.
But here's the thing, though, too, and this is where it's like a guy, I'm 34 now, so I guess I'm like on the cusp of being able to say early 30s still.
Yeah, you are.
Like, I don't really have that.
I know.
Like, you talk those Skiles team, that was my first real taste of Bulls success that I remember. You know, like I grew up and I was 10 or 11 in 2001. Like kids were taking jump back threes and saying Mercer. Like that's how sad it was for a lot of us to grow up with the Bulls.
That's pathetic.
I still vividly remember that.
Ron Mercer.
Yeah.
You can't. That's terrible.
I know.
I feel for you guys.
It still haunts me.
Mercer.
I know. Mercer. Then it turned into J. Will. Obviously, that was short-lived, unfortunately.
Eddie, you never went through a Khalid El-Amin phase?
No, that was just a little bit.
all right. Because the Khalid El-Amin days, those are rough, too.
That is incredible that you guys were like, here's Ron Mercer, top of the key.
Yeah.
You poor guys. I mean, we had Michael. You guys had Ron Mercer.
Yeah, exactly. How old are you guys?
I'll be 40 this month.
Okay.
40, yeah.
Yeah, because, that was, I remember
Ron
the
Mercer,
final,
Elton Brand, the whole crew.
That was it, man. Like, Filled with Hope by Eddie Curry and Chandler.
I mean, I went through a Khalid El-Amin phase for different reasons.
Well, for a different reason.
Yeah. I was like, all right, one of us.
Who's the opposition you hate the most in your, like, do you not have as much anger and like hatred and vitriol towards the Knicks because when you were growing up, they weren't that good in the early 2000s.
No, they weren't, and that's why I asked you. Like, then obviously I'm informed about the whole John Starks rivalry.
Oh, it's the worst.
And he never played
Xavier
for us.
McDaniel. Yeah, he never. Yeah. I mean, Xavier McDaniel, all of them.
Yes,
Charles Smith. I mean, I hated all of them. Oak when he got there, like Oak went from being loved to being pretty hated for obvious reasons when he went there. I hated him.
Yeah, no, for me,
who's that team for you?
It's the Heat. You know,
that's interesting.
Was it you got to go all the way to the D Rose Heat? Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong that Celtics series was Skiles, right?
That was
legendary Celtics series.
That was Vinny. I think Del Negro was the coach.
Okay,
that was 09, right?
Okay, yeah.
That was Vinny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like
remember Garnett, how much we hated Garnett in that series.
Yeah.
Like I love Kevin Garnett, but boy, I hated him in that series.
Things changed when he went to Boston.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's funny. The Heat. You're right, because like the Bulls, like I think about your age group and you guys growing up with them. I mean, there was like 3 playoff series against the Heat over the years with Tibbs, and maybe there was a Skiles Heat series too that they actually knocked out the Heat when they were the defending champs, like I think in 07. Then they had the run of the conference finals, in 11, and then again a few years after that. So I could see how it would be Miami for me. That's why it's weird enjoying Jalen's run here and being like, all right, go Knicks. It's just very awkward.
No, I get that.
312-332-3776. That's the number if you want to ring us up. We'll talk some NBA today. Might revisit a little bit of the Laker JJ Redick thing. It gets Bleck fired up. He can't stand JJ Redick.
Oh,
I love
really?
It gets Bleck very fired up.
What does he accomplish as a coach in the league?
Nothing.
Okay, so treat the media a little nicer.
He is very...
I mean, what are you doing? You can't be such a jerk and get bounced in the first round. I'm sorry.
He's very... This is why I was saying yesterday, Chris, and why people don't like him. He's very, I know everything and you know nothing. You're right. He very much has that era.
Like when the game broadcast is saying in the moment, we had to try and settle him down in our pregame conversation, that's like noteworthy. It's like Reggie Miller's not some nobody. Reggie Miller's a Hall of Fame player who's been broadcasting for a long time. And he's on the air saying, like, I had to settle him down because he was getting a little...
What's
going on
I don't know. I'm not sure. He's accomplished nothing as a coach. I thought he had a good year as a first-time head coach. The end wasn't good. That's for damn sure.
And it was also a weird situation his first year as head coach.
Yeah.
Right? Like that trade kind of changes your whole roster.
Does.
He pretty much coached 2 different teams.
He did.
That's not easy.
And I thought there were some schematic things they did defensively where you'd like, okay, but then his the way he comes off and the way he seems to really talk down to people, and he's not likable. That's for sure. It might not make him long for that job.
Yeah, let me play devil's advocate here for a second, if we got time, or we got to go.
Do it when we come back.
Right. Let's
hold that thought and play devil's advocate, and we'll play JJ kind of what seemingly is a little bit of a shot at Luka. Coaches have tried it. GMs have tried it. I don't think Luka's going to change. I don't know. We'll play that. Eddie's got a thought on this, too. If you want to ring us up, you can at 312-332-ESPN. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Before you can fly, you have to learn to crawl. Yingling is sending Chris and me to Philly for a Northsider series in June, and we have to take some fans with us. Join me, Adam Abdallah, for a pub crawl Sunday afternoon from 1 to 3 p.m. in Edison Park. At each stop, we'll watch some baseball, responsibly enjoy some Yingling, and register fans to win this Philly flyaway. We'll choose a qualifier at Tavern on the Point first, then we'll head to Firewater Saloon where we'll grab another qualifier, and then end at Edison Park Inn where we'll choose the third qualifier, and then we'll pick the winner from those 3 finalists. The winner and a guest will fly away to Philly with us. Get complete details at ESPNChicagoContest.com. See you in Edison Park Sunday, and please enjoy responsibly.
Hey, looking for the best live music in Chicagoland? It's Joe's Live in Rosemont. Yeah, that's the place to be. Pecos in the Rooftops, making a stop Saturday, May 17th, followed by Bone Thugs and Harmony on Friday, June 20th, and just announced Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters later this summer and early fall on September 16th. Tickets are selling fast, so grab them now at joesliverosemont.com. Don't wait. Do it before it's too late. That's joesliverosemont.com.
$1.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $1.6 million for a client who was injured due to negligence on an airplane. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. That's 844-4VLG-LAW. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery for sales, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Now's the time to schedule your Four Seasons AC tune-up. Backed by a 1-year no-breakdown guarantee, peace of mind is only a tune-up away. Call today and save $50 from your trusted local experts. For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Wrapping the week, Eddie's in for Jurko. Jurko's back on Monday. We had a short show yesterday because the Sox had that day game. We didn't really get to react too much to some of the stuff Ryan Poles had to say yesterday early in the morning on the station with Kap J Hood here on ESPN Chicago, your home for Bears football. So we will replay some of that as we go on throughout the day today. Heard Peggy and Waddle talking about it post-game a lot yesterday, and just the vibes are good. I hope it works this time because we've been here before, all these positive vibes and a lot of positive energy about the Bears, and we continue to get kicked in the nuts. So hopefully it's different this time. But I want to play some of that and we'll react to it. Talking a little hoops right now. You were going to play devil's advocate on something. Go ahead.
Like, listen, I agree with you, Black. You don't got to be a jerk. You don't got to roll your eyes. You don't got to talk down to people. But isn't there a thing here where what we do is sometimes, and I'm gonna crap on our whole profession here, a little silly? Like I sat there the other day, like last week with the draft, and I'm like, these guys have watched more tape and know more about all these guys than all of us, right? For the most part.
Yes.
You're
talking about like
just in general. I'm
team?
Yes, exactly.
Executives and
yes, executives and coaches. Like people who are really in the weeds doing it all. Wouldn't you at some point just get a little tired of people who just have the badge and really don't know as much as you? Like I could see at some point being a little annoyed.
Yeah, sure. I could follow you with that, but you don't also have to treat people in a bad way.
Yes.
And I'm not personally offended, but like because of what we do, I don't care. I'm never going to speak to JJ Redick. I'm not interested in speaking to JJ Redick. Like, I get it. That's his persona. He wants to be know-it-all. I was a podcaster because I left the league, and then I'm going to tell everyone that I'm smarter than everyone else. But now I'm a coach, and now that when I'm being asked legitimate questions in media sessions, I'm going to talk down to people. I think it's something you can do if you're Bill Belichick and you've won how many Super Bowl rings. Like, you can get away with it a little bit.
6.
But when you've never won anything and you're likely to get fired next year because LeBron's sick of you, because he just goes through head coaches that's the easy way to blame people.
He does it like he's dating in junior high.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what's going to happen here, and he can go back to his podcast and tell everyone that he knows more than them. Yeah. That's fine. I think also the audio that Carmen wants to play here, I think it's fascinating that he's playing his guys 40 and 46 minutes a night, but then also saying that they're out of shape.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not going to disagree. Luka should be in better basketball shape. Absolutely. But he's also a coach that doesn't use his team properly as far as rotations go. So you can't call out your players and say that they're out of shape, not in championship shape, but you also don't use your team.
Well,
like that to me is like he's trying to be all of these different things. It's like just focus in on just winning. Like, do that. Like, don't worry about the other stuff.
He has a very arrogant air about him. There's no doubt. And I think it does rub people the wrong way. This is what he said about being in championship shape at their exit interviews.
The work that's required in an off season to be in championship shape. And, you know, we have a ways to go as a roster. And certainly there are individuals that were in phenomenal shape. There's certainly other ones that could have been in better shape. That's where my mind goes immediately is you know, we have to get in championship shape.
Luka's been in this league for 7 years, you guys. Yeah. 7.
I mean, he's not wrong about that, though. The roster was deficient.
Well,
right?
yeah.
He had 2 aces, maybe ace-king at this point, and then he had a whole bunch of
But that's
whatever.
That's like a direct. It very much feels like now we have to try to motivate Luka. 7 years he's been in this league. Luka's all of a sudden going to report to training camp in shape next year. I don't buy that. I don't.
Yeah, but does he? I mean, he went to the finals last year. It's proven that he can get you there.
Yeah. Yes,
proven.
I think the other side of it is like we know Tom Thibodeau plays his players a lot of minutes. Mm-hmm. We also don't hear Thibodeau calling out his players for not being able to play those minutes. You know, like Thibodeau always talked up Luol Deng and always talked up Jimmy Butler, and now it's the same with Brunson and Hart and the guys who play a lot of minutes for him. He supports them because he knows how difficult it is. I think it's funny that he's calling out his top players for not being in championship shape, because I think the same could go for LeBron James. The dude,
Wow, he's also 40.
Okay, but he's still...
I wouldn't question LeBron's ability to get himself... Like, that guy will work. You know that.
But I'm saying, like, if you look at the series, Luka played 40, 42, 40, 46, and 40 minutes. I mean, how much more do you want? Like,
I don't know.
Right? Like, I don't...
Well, the difference is Tibbs is a maniac who's playing them 40 minutes a night, 44 minutes a night in December.
Right.
But they know that.
But he also
and he doesn't call them
he
out.
also is supporting them and suggesting that that's the way you have to do it to win. Mm-hmm. He's not saying you guys aren't in shape.
Right.
It's like, well, JJ, you also could have used your rotation a little bit and not played guys for full halves without a rest. Like, you never see Steph Curry doing that.
Never, ever.
He comes out every single quarter.
One of your guys is 40.
And one of your guys is 40, and the other is, like Carmen said, never going to show up in peak physical condition.
Never. So you got to do the most with it at this point. I mean, you can't ask LeBron to do. I'm not, listen, I know it's a touchy subject around these parts. I don't think you can ask LeBron to do much more, and I don't think LeBron's ever been questioning his work ethic or his desire to be in shape to be prepared for a season. He's 40. LeBron James, like if you added up the minutes in the regular season and in the postseason at this point, is played like, what is it? It's like 72,000 minutes of basketball.
Which is why you should use players on your bench.
Yes, agreed.
Even if they're not that great. You got to find a way to stagger the two stars and to get guys rest.
That's right. Stagger. That's another good point. Like, stagger them a little bit then. You got a guy that's played like 72 or 73,000 minutes in the NBA. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, but the Timberwolves are a team that'll eat your lunch. Their role players are good role players.
And they're young. I mean, Rudy's not anymore, but like they're pretty, like they're young and athletic and they can go.
Yeah.
Like their guys can just kind of go.
Yeah, like I don't know if you want to call Dante and Nas Reed role play. I mean, they're important pieces, but still, those guys will
put Nas in that group. Sure,
they are going to eat, Jackson Hayes' lunch, right?
I guess
they're just going to. They play. I just looked it up. I'm sure you guys already talked about it, but they played 3 guys off the bench.
Yeah.
And one guy played 5 minutes.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and Kleber hasn't played for the Lakers at all.
At all.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, like in an elimination game?
And like, I don't disagree.
Maxey.
Listen, I also, like, I'm aware their roster construction is terrible.
It's bad.
Yeah.
And the fact that the trade didn't go through with Mark Williams, that would have been a major improvement as far as having a center that you could actually play.
It's a good point.
But I also think, like, you can't have LeBron at age 40 doing what he's doing, because at the end of those games, he looked gassed. Mm-hmm. And the fact that you didn't plan ahead of time to get him rest to then get you to those points.
Yeah.
And then the same with Luka, that like that's a coach's problem.
How about JJ talking about getting his team, okay, we need a little bit of this to be a championship team. How about JJ acknowledging what you just said? Like, maybe I have to look in the mirror a little bit. That's an easy thing to admit. I was a first-time head coach. Maybe I can do some things differently. And I'm going through my brain, like, can you guys remember too many times where Tibbs kind of aired out a player? I can't. For all of Tibbs' flaws and faults, and maybe he does grind him too hard. And look, Joe Keem adores Tom Thibodeau, but Joe Keem will sit here and he's told stories. He's told them. Yeah, there were times when I hated Tom Thibodeau. I wanted to kill him. We wanted to do something fun, and Tip said, no, it's time for practice. Or we wanted, hey, you got to come off the gas a little bit, and he said, no, I'm going to push even harder. But those guys always knew what was expected, and I don't ever really remember, unless I'm forgetting, like Tibbs calling guys out. Do you?
Nothing comes
I don't.
to my brain. Nothing.
Like, he has a high bar, and this is what he expects.
I don't even remember players calling him out much either.
Like, Joe now will tell you, he'll be open about it. And, like, again, he'll tell stories. He told the story about when they went to, like, Brazil for an exhibition game. And I think it was, right? And he said he was telling the story about all I wanted to do is get off the plane and go to the beach. And Tibbs goes, we're changing. We're going to the arena. We're going to practice. Like, Joe will sort of joke about that now. And I think he would tell you there were times when he wanted to probably strangle him. But he loved him. And he loved what Tibbs got out of him, what he turned Joe into, what he turned Luol into, what he turned all those bench guys that they just kept rotating through. That, like, he squeezed every ounce out of, like, I'll help you guys be great. I'll help you guys maximize your ability. The John Lucases and the DJ Augustines and that whole crew that they would just cycle through. Like, Tibbs is like, I'll get the most out of you guys if you give everything to me. Like, I don't know that Redick has that right now with his players. And, yeah, that's LeBron's hand-chosen guy. Well, LeBron's been hand-choosing players, teammates, and coaches for a long time, and they're all left in the wake at the end. The Tristan Thompsons and the Deladovas and the Ty Lues and the Frank Vogels and every other one. And that's on LeBron, man. That's just the flat-out truth. So maybe by the trade deadline next year, he'll be sick of Redick, and Redick will be out, and he'll be back to doing his podcast. But, like, how about J.J. Redick saying, yeah, I got a 40-year-old that's played however many thousand games LeBron James has played, and I was a jerk about the way I handled him.
I wonder how mad he is at the situation.
Good question.
Right? Like, I mean, because LeBron gave up one of those bench spots to his kid.
Yeah.
Right? Like
There's
that?
another example.
He can't say that out loud.
There's another example, Eddie. You're right.
He can't say that out loud.
That's another one. I've got to have my kid on the team who, quite frankly, doesn't belong in the NBA. Let's call it what it is.
Well, come on, guys. You had the fun quote at the end. Did you guys see the quote the other night?
I don't think I did see it. No. What was it?
See the fun quote?
What
LeBron
was it?
saw Bronny in the locker room, and he said, I'll see you for training camp next year. Ha ha, get it?
I get it.
Because they're going to see each other. Like it's the same thing I do at the end of the calendar year. When I see Carm, Eddie, and I go, all right, see you next year, Carm.
See you next year.
Even though I'll see him on Monday. like really? Like, did LeBron write that in March and think, like, yeah, when we get bounced, I'm going to have this good joke for Bronny.
When we lose in 5, that's pretty good. 312-332-ESPN. Barstool Eddie's in for Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out. Congrats to all who'll join us at Seven Bridges Golf Club, Wednesday, June 11th. All of you will be randomly assigned to play on behalf of one of our show teams. Great prizes are at stake. Stay tuned for more details or visit gripitandSipItClassic.com.
What's up, Chicago? It's Adam Abdallah. Black and I are hosting a flyaway trip to Philly with our friends from Yingling. We've got 3 bar crawls to find 3 ESPN Chicago fans to travel to Philly with us. We've already have 2 fans that are joining us. We've already done 2 of these bar crawls. They were awesome. You don't want to miss the 3rd and final bar crawl in Edison Park this Sunday. It's a Sunday fun day and your last shot to win a spot on this trip. We'll start at 1 p.m. at Tavern on the Point. We'll enjoy some ice-cold Yingling and pick a qualifier there. Then we'll head over to Firewater Saloon. We'll watch a little baseball, more Yingling, and qualify our 2nd fan. And then we'll finish the day at Edison Park Inn, watch some more baseball, drink some more Yingling, pick another qualifier, and then we'll choose our final flyaway winner. So join me on Sunday, 1 p.m. in Edison Park. We'll start at Tavern on the Point and mosey on through Firewater Saloon and Edison Park Inn. We'll see you there, and please enjoy your Yingling responsibly.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney. We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Iavoni, we get you.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4Million.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Most people in radio commercials talk really fast. But we made this one for RV owners. Progressive knows they like the slower pace of RV life, like this commercial. And they know Progressive will protect their RV at a fair price with discounts. Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Jesse Rogers will join us in about 30 minutes, 25 minutes actually, and we'll talk a little baseball. First series of the year between the Cubs and the Brewers. White Sox take a game from Milwaukee yesterday. The Cubs reside in first, 2-game lead on the Reds. They are on pace for a whopping 96 wins. We'll see if they can keep that up. The offense has been fantastic. Jesse said he's got some good stuff about Seiya Suzuki that he wanted to talk to us about coming up at 1. So I was like, Jesse, it's your world, man. We're just living in it. Did you hear this Pete Crow stat? This is a pretty good one. Pete Crow Armstrong is one of only 13 players in history within his team's first 30 games, basically the first month of the season, to have 5 or more home runs, 15 or more extra base hits, and 10 or more stolen bases. And if you guys have done it like in MVP years, like Larry Walker did it in his MVP year, and Ricky Henderson did it in his MVP year, Altuve's done it, Barry Bonds did it, Bobby Bonds, his dad did it. Pretty good, small, exclusive list of guys. They got him for Javi Baez. Like, Javi Baez played 50 games for the Mets.
Yeah, it was the one thing that came out of trading that core. So
right?
He's been great.
Great.
He's been awesome.
And he's fun to watch.
Javi Baez, having a nice time in center field
Javi
so
Baez
far, too.
Has bounced back, my friend, for all the crap we give him, and I've given him as much as anybody. Javi Baez, now they're playing him, I wouldn't say sparingly, but he's not an everyday player, but he has been playing center. He made an unbelievable catch.
He did.
He's such a good athlete.
He is, man. And I don't think any Cubs fan, like everyone's rooting for all those guys, to be honest with you. But to see Javi fall off the cliff that he has, it's been kind of tough to see from afar.
What's tougher, that or like Brian's fall as a Cub fan? See, for me, I have to recuse myself because I'm not connected to them the way you are. Like, what's been harder to see?
Probably Javi because it's been so drastic and so memed.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm not going to say, I'm not going to say like Brian hasn't been bad either.
Yeah.
His was drastic too, but Javi's been, like
you see the swing at like
some of the whiffs he's taken.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's just, it's the mental lapses too. It's just hard to watch.
But when he can just like be an athlete, go play center and make a great catch against the wall, like he's incredible.
He is, because there's times where you watch him now that he doesn't even resemble the same guy.
I know.
It's like, what?
I know.
Like, how was he our guy during all those glory years, and then now he's.
But the bat's been better this year.
Yes, it
You're
has.
right. Like he's not. It's been much better, and the Tigers are good.
Yeah. How old is he now?
He's got to be 30-something, right? Early 30s?
32.
32, yeah.
Hey, he's
having a little bit of a revival, though, for them, which is, good for the Tigers and good for the Javi
Good,
fans.
yeah.
I think most Cub fans cheer for Javi. You're
absolutely. Right. I mean, it's far away from us. Like, it doesn't really affect us at all.
It won't affect you till the World Series.
Exactly, till the World Series, yes. But until then, go off, Javi.
I love the way the Cubs, I got to admit, is not, watching their games, not with a rooting interest, but just watching. I do love the style that the Cubs play. I mean, they run the bases well. They're aggressive. They're fast. They've got a lot of speed. They're hitting the crap out of the ball. Dansby has come alive after being moved down one spot in the order, which is, he's responded exactly the way you'd want to see somebody respond. I think Dansby's always going to ride the roller coaster a little bit. I think that's mostly been his career, Eddie. I was telling the guys the other day, like, if we were doing it during crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy, like, if you look at his first 7 years and then the 2+ years since he's been here, they are, like, offensively, they're so eerily similar. Now, there's maybe a little bit of noise in those numbers, or, I'm manipulating them a little to help illustrate the point because he didn't play in the minors much. He was a pretty young kid when he got drafted out of Vanderbilt 1 overall. He got traded, remember, from Tony La Russa traded him for Shelby Miller to Atlanta. He basically had a cup of coffee in the minors, and he was up as a young, early 20s player in the big leagues. And that can be tough. And some of those early struggles are reflected in those numbers that I'm talking about, where he very much struggled as a young offensive player in this league. So, maybe I'm torturing them a little bit just for my advantage. But if you really look at his career, it kind of rides that roller coaster. And truthfully, he's actually been a better home run hitter in a Cub uniform. He's averaging fewer at-bats per home run in a Cub uniform that he did in his career in Atlanta. His OPS plus is about identical. So I think you're always just going to ride the roller coaster with Dansby, which is not uncommon for a lot of big leaguers. But he's great defensively, and he's got some speed. And if you take all the things he brings to the field, for sure.
For sure. And I know, obviously he got paid as such to be in a higher caliber than what he's produced probably. But when you go out and you get a Kyle Tucker and you plop him in that lineup and you get the production from two guys you didn't expect, and Pete Crow and Carson Kelly, it's no surprise that the Cubs are where they are when you get production from two guys like that.
Yeah, 6 runs per game, number one in the bigs right now.
Yeah.
Only team averaging 6 runs or more in all of baseball.
You just feel good with that whole lineup.
I finally saw the White Sox win a game yesterday. I was 0 for 5 last year, and I was there yesterday, friends and family, but quaint. It was nice. And I finally saw them win a game, so I guess I'm not a jinx.
Yeah, how was it? What was the vibe? Was a 50-50 raffle? Did it break $500?
I don't know.
What?
I don't think it did. So the kid who pitched yesterday for Milwaukee, I'm going to forget his name now, Chad Patrick, right? Kid who pitched yesterday is a Region kid, Crown Point.
Okay.
So he had a nice cheering section, as you would expect. First start, in his sort of home. I won't call this his hometown, but he's a Chicagoland area kid. He's a Northwest Indiana kid.
And that lends itself to White Sox fans too.
Yeah, totally,
yes,
right. But he had his crew out behind the Brewer dugout. They were all wearing. I think he's 39. I hope I have that right. 36 or 39. They're all wearing their 39 Chad Patrick jerseys, and they were all into it, and it was great. They were drowning out some of the cheers from the few White Sox faithful that were there yesterday, as you could expect on a Thursday while school's not out yet for a team that's got 8 wins. But I was happy to finally see them win. I don't know what the 50-50 was. I did joke when it came through the suite. I was up there with some partners of ours. I said, guys, the odds are going to be good. The pot might not be good, but your odds are going to be better, So that's not the worst thing.
I think you could look it up, right? Oh, I got it.
Can you? Can you look it up?
I got it.
What was it?
Take a guess. So for comparison, opening day
this is
was
a good one.
$56,792.
$56,792. I'm going to guess yesterday it was $5,000.
Yesterday was $3,051.
That was a little high. It's going just like a clean 10%, Eddie.
And there was a day where it didn't break 1,000. April 2nd against the Twins, it was $992.
It's still the best ballpark experience out there. I know the product on the field isn't great, but it'll get there. I feel so much better about that team with Will Venable and just like the general direction. Now, I'm hard on my favorite team, and they might find a way to screw up all these prospects, but at least there's some young kids that are doing good things down at Double and AAA. Like, these guys are going to be up like Elko's going to be up at some point. Kyle Teal's going to be up. Smith and Schultz are going to be up. Like, I don't know what the hell to think of the Colson Montgomery. I mean, having to send a guy back out there, I never heard of that before.
No.
That's brutal.
And he's a big part of this.
I know.
He's a big part of this.
But, there will be a time, I think, when the product on the field is a little bit better. But the game experience itself at the ballpark is always great. Food's great,
Yeah, and I don't say that crapping on the White Sox.
No, I know.
And it's, in turn, how bad this has been and sharing the bond of liking the Bulls being a Jerry-owned team.
Yeah.
We have become brothers in arms, and I never thought I'd say that growing up in this city, being a Cubs fan.
You're totally right.
Never. And I truly mean that in a non-patronizing way. I think it's crap, man.
You're right. Silvy's kind of talked about that over the years, too. You're right. Like, we have – now you guys see, right? Like, we have this bond. We do.
Mm-hmm.
And you see what we've complained about all these years, what we've been upset about. Because the Bulls have had better success. Let's face it. It hasn't been great since the dynasty, but it's been better. As a White Sox fan, we have very little.
Very little.
And it's been tough. And we a lot of our frustration, quite frankly, if you ask me, rightfully so, is directed at Jerry. This directly falls upon his ownership and his management style and his ideas and his beliefs and his refusal to
adapt.
Yeah. That's exactly right.
And White Sox fans care. Yes. I hate hearing about the 78 and the casual fan. That's bull, too. Just build a good product and people will show up.
Amen. I'm totally
They will show up. Look at the Savannah Bananas. We were just talking about it.
Yeah. That's a fun thing that people like. Guess what? They sold out two dates on the South Side in like 7 minutes.
Yeah.
There'll be more people there than at any other game this year.
Secondary ticket market's insane.
Yes.
People care.
You put something that people can be proud of and that they care about and that they're interested in, and yeah, they're going to go and they're going to show up. You're 100%, no matter where the stadium is.
No matter where. It's garbage, man. It really is garbage.
Yes, amen. Coming up, we'll play some Ryan Poles. Got a bunch of sound I want to play. We'll kind of sprinkle it in throughout the day, just some of the good stuff that he had to say with Kap and J Hood. He was on the station yesterday. We didn't get a chance to react to it because we had that short show yesterday. I had a White Sox and Brewers. 312-332-3776. It's Carmen and Jurko. Eddie's in for the good kid. We'll be right back.
Carmen and Jurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Contractors, landscapers, and homeowners. If you're in the market for tractors, mowers, or RTVs, then Kubota Orange Day is for you. Alta Equipment is teaming up with Kubota for a one-day sales event. Tuesday, May 13th, 9 to 3, plan to be at Alta Equipment in Orland Park. Save big and get hands-on with the machines built to work as hard as you do. Live demos, giveaways, and special financing on exceptional deals. Kubota Orange Days at Alta Equipment off 115th and Wolf Road in Orland Park. Tuesday, May 13th.
Chicago. IKEA makes it easy and affordable to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover. And now IKEA is making it even more convenient with local pickup points at Loyola University, University of Illinois Chicago, and University of Chicago. Simply order at IKEA.com or via the IKEA app. Select local pickup point near you and pick up your order for free as soon as the next day. So create your dream room escape or perfect space to relax after work. Shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
The White Sox play on ESPN Chicago. That means more than 162 games a year, passionate Sox fans are listening to their team right here. Do you want them to hear about your product or service? Of course you do. It's the key to success. Reach people you know will support you. White Sox fans are intensely loyal. Hell, you're probably one yourself if you're listening right now. So let us help you craft the message that speaks loud and proud about you. Email White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com. That's White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlog projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Game day in Chicago? Well, grab a Sam Adams American Light. Yeah, it's crisp, it's crisp and clean and brewed for moments like this. Wherever you're watching, it's always Sam season. So visit Ballpark Pub in Bridgeport and grab Sam Adams American Light this baseball season. Sam Adams American Light, it pairs perfectly with how you do game day.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Barstool Eddie sitting in for Jurko today. Hope everyone's having a great Friday. Just when I thought we were like through the miserable spring weather earlier this week, it's back. Typical May 1st. What do you know?
I put in shorts to come here. I went back inside. And
did you?
Pants, yeah.
Probably a smart man.
Yeah.
I didn't wear a jacket today either. I'm thinking, no, jacket's done for the year. And then I was walking from the train. I'm like, I kind of need a jacket today.
Yep.
It's crazy. All right, so let's play a little of this Ryan Poles. This is from yesterday. If you missed anything, check out the podcast, the Kap and Hoodie podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. They had a really good conversation with Poles. A few things I want to play that people have been talking about, especially the idea of a little bit more competition this year. I mean, Ben Johnson has made that abundantly clear. Every time he talks to the media, he sort of reiterates, hey, we're going to have competition, and we want to see, what guys are doing. I love the quote he had about, like, what are you doing if you're a wide receiver when you don't have the ball? Are you blocking? Are you doing the little things? That's going to make you number one in the progression maybe more often than not. Like, I just love his whole idea behind getting guys to understand that you got to put a lot into this. And it seemed like they definitely skipped a bunch of steps last year, and that's not going to be tolerated this year. I mean, he has said that at every turn, and Poles kind of reiterated that yesterday, just talking about competition and things like that versus past seasons.
Where I go mentally is just the competition in training camp. I think this is going to be one of the more intense training camps we had, just in terms of guys, putting themselves on the 53-man roster. Some guys are fighting to keep starting spots. They're fighting for play time, fighting for time on special teams. So I think this would be a very intense training camp where guys are going to push themselves, and I think that's a beautiful thing. Ben and I talk about that a lot. It's like that competition is going to move the needle for everyone, and everyone's going to get a little bit better going into the year. So I'm really excited about that and seeing how that all shakes out. I don't think we've had this level of competition since I've been here, which is something to be proud of. And, I think it's going to make us better as we go.
Haven't had this level of competition since he's been there. A lot of that is coming, I think, from the head coach.
Now, so are we primed for some surprise cuts this year? Is that kind of what I'm gathering? It's hard to even go through some names.
Who would qualify as a surprise? Zach Pickens? No, right? That's probably going to happen.
No, I don't. Probably yes.
Would Roshan surprise you?
That's the name that came to my mind first. It would not surprise me given how, I don't want to say stuck in his ways, but how particular it seems Ben Johnson is about the running back position.
I still wonder, are they going to at some point say we're signing J.K. Dobbins or we're signing Nick Chubb, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that could put Roshan on the outside. What if they traded DJ Moore to Dallas?
A DJ trade would not shock me. We're to the point where it really wouldn't. You?
I thought you were going to say I did. I thought you were going to say a DJ trade would shock me. You threw me for a loop. I like it.
If all these comments weren't coming out the way that they are, who a lot of people, and I don't know for sure, none of us know, we're speculating, right?
Yes.
A lot of us are speculating that it's about DJ, right?
That some of, like J.J. Redick talking about Luka, some of Ben Johnson's comments
block,
are...
no rock.
Right,
like,
exactly. No block, no rock, right.
There are comments that are going on, and people are...
Yeah.
For fair or not, are kind of pinning them on DJ Moore.
Yeah.
It leads me to believe that it could happen.
It's interesting. My guess is DJ doesn't get traded, and DJ comes out and has a very big year. That would be my prediction right now. But maybe none of us should be shocked if they say in a few weeks we're trading DJ Moore to Dallas. Dallas didn't really come out of, I'm trying to go through now. Forgive me, it was only a week ago, but still, I'm trying to remember. Did Dallas come away ultimately with the wide receiver? I'm trying to remember their draft now, pick by pick. And I don't know.
They got that guard, right?
They went with Booker first, which I thought was a good pick.
Yeah.
I thought Dallas actually did some good things, and they contained themselves. I don't know who finally got a hold of Jerry. I don't think they had a bad draft, but I think Dallas could still use a number 2 wide receiver.
They didn't select any wide receiver.
They didn't, Chris? Yeah, I didn't think they did.
And to be clear, I'm not advocating for
that.
No,
I know you're not. But
I like DJ, and I feel like people aren't starting to turn on him, but I feel like people are going to be pretty quick with the with the poll, right?
Yeah,
it feels that way.
It does definitely sound like competition is on. Now let's see them go out there and actually put that into place. 2 years ago, Jurko, on the first day we were up at training camp, he's got a long drive from Northwest Indiana to Lake Forest. Okay. And I don't know if you guys know this. Jurko complains sometimes, just every once in a while.
Sometimes?
Just Chris.
Oh, wow.
Every once in a while.
We're around him every day. I would have never thought that.
Come on, every once in a blue moon.
Hey, the world ain't what it used to be, all right? I'm on Jurko's side here.
So Jurko watched the first practice and as a longtime NFL vet, in disgust, said, I'm not coming back up here anymore because there's nothing to watch. So like 2 days later, we have another show at Hallis Hall. Of course, Jurko came up to do the show. But guess what, Eddie? He sat in the station vehicle with the engine running where it was air conditioned because he refused to go out and stand on the field and sweat and watch practice because in his mind, there's no practice going on here.
Facing the opposite direction. The vehicle is facing away from the practice fields. Yes. And he just sat in the front seat and looked at his phone.
He looked at his phone.
What, he's just playing Farmville?
Yes.
He's just sitting there?
Scrolling through Instagram, playing Minesweeper, whatever he's doing.
Yeah.
Yes. True story. Jurk, do you want to watch practice? What practice? Why do I got to watch practice? That's not practice. Then they said, that was 2 years ago. And then they're like, well, last year it's going to be ramped up a little. And it really wasn't. Are they finally going to have, are we going to get up there this summer? And it's like, okay, now it's on. There's some intensity and there's some feistiness and you got guys battling for positions. Like, the way they're talking, I got to believe that they're serious about it. And so you're right. Maybe we do see some surprise cuts. Maybe we see Ben Johnson drop the hammer on a guy or two, publicly say, hey, I will give Eberflus credit. The one time he kind of came out on a player was Nate Davis. He had finally had enough. They did call out Nate Davis last year. That was the only time. But and that still didn't work. Nothing was going to motivate Nate Davis, unfortunately. But he did call him out in training camp last year. Let's see what this looks like. And is it going to look more physical and demanding? And are guys really going to have to go out there and compete?
Yeah, he's not on a roster, right, Nate Davis?
I don't think so. That's a good question. I don't think he is.
He's
right?
not.
Still a free agent?
That guy, what a disaster.
Complete disaster.
What's the all-time disaster Bears line?
Oh, my God. That's a great question.
Right? Jamarcus Webb at left tackle, probably.
I was going to say,
no.
Maybe.
You don't think so?
Troy Azine was pretty bad.
Yeah.
Man, that's a good question.
Who's all-time?
Lucas Patrick at center, maybe? That was ugly.
Shelton was pretty bad, too.
Shelton was bad, but at least a little bit better. Gabe Creamy at right tackle. Ooh.
Yeah.
Nice guy.
Yeah.
Good interview, nice guy, but boy, poor Gabe couldn't really play.
Wasn't there a game, you can even go back to this year. Wasn't there a game where multiple starters were hurt and we were rolling out guys, that was the first
Amagaji,
the
Minnesota game
out there, and I believe another starter was down.
You might be right. The Minnesota game late in the year
maybe
feels
Nate Davis was out. It was when they got rid of him.
Yeah.
And you were just pray for Caleb because he's got 3 starting linemen out or something like that. I feel like we talked about that during the last season.
See if you can get the starting lineup across the line from that Minnesota game late in the year, the game at Minnesota. Because I think you're remember
or the Justin Fields Cleveland Browns game where he got sacked 8 times.
Brutal. Some of that was on Nagy, I think.
I'm sure.
Just in the design.
Yeah.
But there's some bad ones, my friend.
That would be a fun exercise.
List. Yeah, that'd be a fun one to start going through that. There's been some awful ones over the years. 312-332-ESPN if you want to ring us up. We'll try getting some calls here coming up during the 1 o'clock hour. We will do that. Also going to take a baseball break and pick the mind of one Jesse Rogers. We'll continue to play some more of the Ryan Poles sound because he did have a lot of good things to say with Kap and Hoodie yesterday. We played that soundbite about the competition and what he's really looking forward to once they get to camp in a few months. And he also talked about the O-line depth. I want to play that one in just a little bit. Eddie's hanging out with us today in for Jurk. Jurk's back on Monday. It's Carmen and Jurk, and we're back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
At Rocket, we believe everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. So if you're feeling locked out of home ownership, we're here to give you back the keys. We're opening doors, breaking down walls, and doing everything we can to turn renters into owners. And we're not going to stop until we help everyone home. To find out more, visit Rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, happy Friday. Jurko's off today, so Barstool Eddie's hanging out. We got crosstalk in about 90 minutes, rolling you into your weekend. Waddle and Silvy will get you home, and then it's White Sox Astros on the south side with the 6 o'clock pregame with Jeff Meller. First Cubs-Brewers series of the year up in Milwaukee this weekend, and Jesse Rogers is there. You know, Jesse has been a Bulldog reporter, producer for a long time. I mean, he's been booking guests 30 years. He got us Dave Roberts in the last week. He got us Pat Murphy. I mean, he's gotten all kinds of big guests. The network, after sending him to Milwaukee, is sending him to Rome to cover the search for the new pope. I told Jesse there's a cool 1,000 coming your way if you get us the new pope. You think Jesse can? I don't know what's more likely, Jesse getting arrested by the Swiss Guard or Jesse actually booking the new pope for us when he's in Rome next week. What's up, Jess?
I am working on my Vatican sources. I am trying to break that news. It's so incredible. 6 months ago, we booked this trip and booked a Vatican tour for Wednesday, May 7th, and that's exactly when they start conclave.
So wait, is that still on? The popes are in their quarantine conclave, but it's still cordoned off, and you guys have the full run of the place like normal?
Yeah, Tracy and I are going to be walking through as they vote and everything. So they've closed the Sistine Chapel. Oh, that's the only thing.
Because that's where they do conclave, I think.
Right.
So you're not going to see the Sistine Chapel?
I guess not.
Oh, that sucks. It's the best part.
Now, maybe if they pick the Pope on Wednesday, we're still there on Thursday. We can go. I don't know exactly.
Oh,
but
I hope you get to see it.
But we have the first tour 8:40 a.m. on Wednesday. So I think they vote pretty early. At some point, we'll see something go down, and we'll see the smoke one way or another, I'm sure. So the fact of the matter is the tour is still on, just not the Sistine Chapel.
You know what the scene is going to be like in St. Peter's Square when you arrive Wednesday morning? It's going to be crazy.
That's what everybody said. I checked our hotel right after they announced all this, and the price doubled. So thankfully,
it's like a big sporting event. The price is doubled.
Right, and we booked it 6 months ago. I mean, what are the chances? Literally 1 in a million. So we'll be on Rome. We'll be in Rome basically Tuesday through Thursday, Friday. So hopefully they'll pick a new pope in that time frame.
That's so good, dude.
You're going to report on it, though, if it happens, right? Like you have to.
Oh, no doubt.
He's coming out with us 100%. You're doing a scene setter at some point. Just tell Tracy to get ready. That at some point you're going to have to go to your phone and do a scene setter with us, all right?
Yeah, well, she keeps saying, you're not going to have to work. I'm like, well, now I am.
Of course. Never stops.
Yeah.
All right, the Cubs continue to stay hot. Their offense is pretty great, let's face it. And even we were talking about Dansby responding. Eddie and I were talking earlier, he's going to ride the wave. I think you kind of know that about Dansby, but he's in one of those grooves right now. You knew it was going to get better, and he responded exactly the way you'd want to see a guy respond when he got dropped in the order.
Yeah, it looks like he's just seeing the ball better, and he's on time, meaning he's not late. I felt like he was late a lot and swinging and missing a lot, obviously. Maybe he's got a little bit of a better approach. It's just been a couple games, so we'll see. But you're right about it was time, and it's perfect because there's a few other guys starting to cool off a little bit. They scored a lot yesterday, but not the day before. They didn't score much against the Phillies. It's going to cool off a little. I don't think they're going to score 6 per game for the season. If they do, they will run away with the division. But even if it's 5.5, that's a really good number for a full season. So as he gets hot, maybe someone else cools off. That's the sign of a great lineup when you can keep 3, 4, 5, 6 guys going hot, even while a couple other guys cool off. So let's see if this lasts a while. And not obviously necessarily, but dropping him in the 8-hole seems to have helped. Maybe a little less pressure, different look, different feel, less men on base maybe. My guess is he's not squeezing the bat as much.
Probably a good point. I asked you a few weeks ago, all right, is this the best version of Seiya? And he continues to be pretty good. And I don't know, I haven't poured too much into some of the barrel stuff and the advanced metrics. I think his hard hit rate is not too out of whack where it's been in his career. But what's different right now? Is it just, I don't know, just buying into the role, which we weren't sure if he was going to buy into it, but it looks like he has. I mean, what is going on with Seiya and how sustainable is this?
Well, I absolutely think Kyle Tucker's had an impact. I think he's getting more fastballs because so many guys, including Tucker, are on base ahead of him. There is some interesting nerd numbers if you want to dive in here.
Of course.
Go to Baseball Savant. What I'm getting at is, and this is what the numbers are good for. Are they showing something that is sustainable or not sustainable? And I would say at the current rate, it's not as sustainable. I'll give you a few numbers. Now, it's on the margin, so maybe it doesn't matter that much. But he's actually chasing more pitches, and this is the highest of his career, by a percentage point or two. Okay. He's chasing it 22%, but he's also making contact on those pitches more than he ever has, which is strange, and he's doing some damage on them as well. So chasing, but not swinging and missing. And the last thought on the other side of that is, the meatball stat that they have on Baseball Savant. Basically, it's balls down the middle, pitches down the middle.
Middle.
He's swinging at the least amount in his career, 63% swing percentage on meatballs. So he's not swinging at the hitter's pitches as much. He's swinging more at the pitcher's pitches, and he's still doing damage. So if that trend continues, it's possible his numbers do come down. But again, it's marginal. He's still swinging at those meatballs 63% of the time. So obviously he's doing some damage on those. And, the chase stuff hasn't hurt him just yet. 990 OPS, 5th in the league. Again, I think a huge beneficiary of hitting next to Kyle Tucker for sure.
Yeah, it's the minute you step into a lineup, I mean, I don't want to compare anybody to Soto. Soto, and he's great. I don't care what he's struggling or not earlier in the year here. But, just look at what it probably did to some of Soto's numbers when you get with a player like Judge. You know what I mean? Some advanced analytics groups will push back at that, but I'm with you, Jess. It's got to be real. It's got to have an impact. It just has to. You could see how careful and how fearful teams are of letting Kyle Tucker hurt them, and it's going to benefit the people immediately around him. Is it going to benefit the 7th guy in the lineup? No, probably not. But I'm with you, Jess. It's got to have an impact on the guys immediately around him.
Especially a guy like Tucker, more walks than strikeouts. It's just not all slug, so there's long at-bats. They end in a walk. All of a sudden, little adrenaline drop by the pitcher. Now he's got Tucker on first. He's got to face Seiya. I mean, it's marginal. It's on the edges, but I think it's meaningful. I really do. I don't know what Seiya would be as the DH without a guy like Tucker there. But this version's great. And like I said, some of the numbers indicate, okay, is it sustainable? But look, if he drops from a 990 OPS to 900, that's still a good year.
All right, how good is PCA? I mean, is this legit? Is this sustainable?
Yes, I do. I think it is. He's always had a little bit of more slug than you would think with kind of his slight frame. It's finally coming out. Little bit of a swing change. Also getting on time. Very quiet in the box. I don't see why not. This is not a 10th round pick coming out of nowhere. This is a first round pick from Harvard Westlake, one of a baseball factory out there. Yes. I don't see why it wouldn't. And he's such a what's the word I'm looking for? A humble hitter than you might imagine. You know what I mean? He seems brash and arrogant, but he eliminates that when he gets into the plate, and he turns himself into a good hitter. Took a little time, obviously, like it does for most players, but I do think it's sustainable. I love that he's still batting 7th. Leave him there for as long as you can. It's a luxury, but just do it. I think Council will until it's needed in terms of moving him up. I don't even think he'll go all the way up. He might go up a notch or two. I think it's sustainable, and I think he's an emerging star in the league. I mean, everybody wants a piece of PCA.
That's good. Ben Brown pitched 7 no-hit innings in this ballpark last year. What do you think for tonight?
Well, look, coming off what you guys were involved in the draft on Friday.
He got shellacked, though, right?
Yeah, and Council called him out. We need better. we need better out of Ben Brown. We need more length, and it's not a coincidence. I don't think that Chris Flexen, who's was pitching great AAA, gets called up a couple days ago. He's kind of the guy to come in if Brown goes short. So I'm looking for a rebound performance, a longer stint, and if he doesn't, then Flexen takes over, and you never know. Flexen might end up in the rotation. So, yeah, Ben Brown's walking a fine line right now. He's got to provide some length. You can give up a couple runs, but you got to get into the sixth inning here and there, and he hasn't been doing that.
So obviously Milwaukee won the division in the last 2 years. Do you get a sense that the Cubs are going in with a purpose this series? Like, this is their first time seeing them. A lot of people obviously thought the Cubs were going to be there to win the last 2 years. Do you get that sense?
I get the sense that this is one of the best rivalries around. And I mean, it's not Yankees-Red Sox. It's not maybe Dodgers, Padres, or Giants, or even Cubs-Cardinals. But in our little world, it's pretty darn good. Yeah. And I think both teams sense it and have sensed it for years. I rattled off some numbers to J Hood and Courtney earlier. The season series has been like 11-9, 10-9, 10-9, 7-6. It's been really close. Even in 2020, it was 4-3. Only in 2021, when the Cubs, completely ripped their team apart, was it really lopsided in the Brewers' favor. So I think they get up for both teams get up for it. I really do. And with the season series being the tiebreaker, you never know. These games are extra important. I absolutely think the Cubs should and will win the division, but I think the Brewers are going to be there. I think they're going to be there within 4 or 5 games all year because they have that it factor. They have a good lineup, and they're getting healthy in the mound, and they know how to win. They have speed. They're sort of a poor man's Cubs on offense, and we know they've always had good pitching and are due Woodruff back. So I think both teams get up for it. And it's one of the season series. It's one of the series going up there that I look forward to every year to cover.
It'd be a great vibe. Woodruff hasn't pitched in forever as they look to get him back here pretty soon. Pat Murphy was talking about all the pitching injuries they've had. Their offense is good, though. It continues to be good, and it surprises me. They're still top 10 in runs. I'm always like, that's not sustainable. And then they did it last year, and they're doing it again this year in Milwaukee. I don't know how they do it.
Let me just say this.
Go ahead,
I heard you talking to Pat Murphy about the Rays and the Guardians and the Brewers of the world.
Yes.
And I'm actually writing a piece about Yelich and just the Brewer way and his leadership there and stuff. And you know what it is with those kinds of teams? It's complete buy-in. Complete buy-in that the only way we are going to win as an organization is to play the game this way, which is the right way, speed, defense. I know every team probably preaches it, but you know what it's like. You can preach something and think you're doing it, but you're not really doing it in every sort of level of minor leagues. And then when they come up, the Brewers have mastered that. Every single player they bring into their organization has to buy in. And for the most part, over the last decade, that's happened.
Jess, do you have a sense on why the splits are, or not the splits, but I guess you call them splits, sure. Like the splits are so dramatic in terms of probabilities when you go from like one site to another. Like, why does Baseball Reference have the Cubs at like 15%, best odds to win the World Series, and Fangraphs has them at 4%? The Dodgers on Baseball Reference are at about 8%. They're like 21% on Fangraphs. And that's like proprietary algorithm stuff, I guess. But like, why are those splits so dramatic?
Yeah, I can't remember which does which, but there's how they simulate the rest of the season is done differently. Okay. I might be saying that wrong, but basically, when you just mentioned algorithms, they're configured differently, vastly differently. I can't remember which one. I think Baseball Reference does more simulations. So I'm getting it wrong, but they're just configured completely differently, and that's why you get those differing odds for sure. And ESPN has its own as well.
Right,
so
right.
I mean, I think most people buy into Fangraphs the most.
More accurate,
Baseball,
maybe?
Yeah, Baseball Reference is a little weird. ESPN's been pretty good as well, but they're just completely configured differently, but I can't remember the nuanced difference.
All right, I'll ask one question about the Sox, just because you were there, and I know people have been talking about, even though they're still awful in terms of their one-loss record, just the vibe is a little bit better. I mean, I know you spent you haven't been around there a ton, but you're there. You were there this week a little bit. I mean, do you notice it? Is it somewhat palpable that I think there is so much more positivity coming from the manager. It's not even funny, and that helps. So is it a little bit of a different vibe, even though they're still, they're winning games at about the same clip they were last year?
Yes, there's definitely a different vibe. And it's because there's so many young players who bring energy to the table. That's just it. And the key also is they got rid of any of the veterans who would bring the whole group down. I think we know who those guys are.
Yeah.
So I think that's it. It's young player energy that is happening over there. Energy and opportunity. That's what, ironically, Colson Montgomery said during the spring, and yet he hasn't had that chance, and he's going backwards a little bit. So that's it. I mean, I think that's the case for any young team bringing up top-level prospects. There's just an energy about it. Every so often, you're going to get your teeth kicked in a whole bunch, but then also every so often, you're going to come up with a win like you did yesterday, because it's just going to provide that energy. That young energy is going to provide some momentum. So no doubt it feels better over there. The run differential's better. They're hanging in there for the most part. But again, they're still going to go through their long losing streaks.
You ever hear of a guy getting sent from AAA back to the spring training facility? I've never heard of that, Jess.
Not a guy that's healthy. Not a guy that's healthy mid-season like that. I can't remember the last one. I'm sure it's happened, but not. And for a top prospect that was close to making the team out of spring training, or at least a lot of us thought so, to see him go that, for that. No, he's not going to stay there very long. I mean, what's he going to do there for 3 weeks? I don't think he's going to be there very long, but it is strange.
I hope it works. All right, Jess, anything else?
No, I think that's it. I'm headed to Milwaukee as soon as we hang up, and it should be a great series.
All right, and then you're flying out Tuesday next week?
No, I fly out Sunday.
Oh, you fly out Sunday? Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
You fly out Sunday, and then in Rome on Wednesday. We'll talk to you one day from Rome next week for sure. We'll have fun.
Sure.
All right.
For sure.
All right,
I'll
Jess,
give you the lay of the land. You
safe
got
travels.
It. Okay. Take care. See you, Eddie.
There's Jesse Rogers, the one and only, on the Yingling guest hotline. It'll be a good series up there this weekend. You're right.
Yeah, I'm excited for it.
It'll be a fun vibe. It's fun, and I think you're right. This rivalry has gotten really, really good, and the Brewers just keep finding ways to hang in. It's very impressive. All right, it's Carmen and Jurko. Eddie's in for Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tomorrow, 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, and surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, and it gives you a new experience with every sip. So, yeah, Chicago, Woodford is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford is a registered trademark, 2025, the Brown-Forman Family Distillery, Incorporated.
It's time for your White Sox Minute on Len Casper. The Sox engineered one of their best wins of the season Thursday, 8-0 over Milwaukee. Luis Robert Jr. knocked in 4 and saved 4 on a potential grand slam saving catch early. Miguel Vargas banged a 3-run homer, and Sean Burke and company held the Brewers to just 2 hits. Sox fans, the new City Connect uniforms are here, uniting the legacy of Chicago's iconic teams, the White Sox and Bulls. This look honors the city's impact on the diamond and the court. See the debut tonight. The White Sox take on the Houston Astros at 6:40 p.m. Shop the full collection now at the White Sox Team Store. For more info, head to whitesox.com/city. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best shop, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step Walk-In Tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan. Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Derby weekend. Eddie will join us in an hour. I was asking Eddie, he hasn't been down there yet. You got to do that. You were at Talladega, though, I saw.
I was, yes.
How was that?
It was fun. Have you ever been to a NASCAR race in general?
Never. I've been to portions of, like, the lead-up. Like, we've done live shows at the Chicagoland Speedway for time trials. And also we did one at Indy once before the Indy 500, like on the Friday before the race or the week before when they start the time trials. I've been there for that, but I have never been for an actual race.
You got to go.
Yeah, that's
what Daytona or Talladega, both are awesome.
It's the Super Speedway, right? You got to go to the
Super Speedways are huge. The infield's a big party. It is the, can I say the H word?
Hell?
No, HORN. No.
You could say that, I think.
You got the dump button. I don't know what's allowed and what's not.
You could say, well, we can dump it, though, yeah.
It's the horniest place I've ever been to.
You could totally say that.
Yeah, all right, cool.
It's the horniest.
Yeah, that's allowed. Yeah.
All right, I never know.
You've ever been to. Is that right?
Yeah, bar none.
Have you been to other infields?
I have been to the Daytona 500 infield. I've never been to the Indy 500 infield, which I heard is pretty crazy, too.
You've been to the Derby infield.
No Derby yet. I've been to the Derby infield, yeah. It was horny.
We try to do the Mountain Rushmore of horny events in general. And I have Talladega and obviously Mardi Gras on there.
Mardi Gras for sure, right?
Yes.
Talladega, I haven't been, but I'm going to take your word for it. You were just there. I would tell you probably the infield at the Derby, too. The Oaks.
I mean, it's literally a breeding ground.
It is.
Isn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean, is it not?
No, it is. I mean, it is. Mardi Gras got to take the cake on that, right?
You would think, yes. Like the thought that there are probably people that go there that probably don't drink, don't do anything. They just load up their truck with beads.
Yeah,
just to do that for sport. Probably yes.
I would also say what Vegas has done in recent years with like all these hotels basically now have a beach club, and on a Saturday afternoon, like Marshmello is performing or the Chainsmokers. That's a horned up, like,
exactly.
I mean, you know what I'm talking about. Like, that is.
And that's like you go from, like, Lake of the Ozarks has those.
Oh, yeah, that's a good call. I haven't been, but I've heard.
Yeah, have you ever been to Put-in Bay, Ohio?
No.
Legendary place.
Put-in Bay?
Yeah, it's an island off the coast of Ohio.
Yeah. Put-in Bay. It's an island off the coast of Ohio.
Yeah, it's Lake Erie. It's fantastic.
Lake Erie?
Yeah, absolutely.
I never even heard of this.
And the people are just real horned up. So,
Put-in Bay. Look at
this
needs to be a travel show. You take this over there. You take that down. Take that down there. You take that to Dave. You tell him we want a producer credit for that. That as a show.
This does sound like some sort of travel show we need to do.
Yeah, places.
Yeah, but then that puts
I'm not sure how you guys haven't done this already.
Yeah, well, and then I'm trying to think. We did the whole Mount Rushmore on the pod this week, and I'm trying to think what else made the cut, and I'm blanking. I did the show.
I would imagine some form of Halloween is mixed in there.
It could be these days. Halloween
isn't it a big deal in
Wisconsin, right?
Yeah, Madison.
Yeah, it is.
Yes. It's kind of like because it's like a big. Like the infield's like Country Thunder, if you guys have ever done that.
Oh, yeah. I know. I've got buddies that have done it, so I know.
Yes, it's like that. Man, I don't know how I'm blanking on the other two.
Is it just like Southern Belles all dressed up nice, too?
And at NASCAR?
Yeah. Or is it a little bit more white trashy?
Yeah, a little bit, but not in a bad way. Like, there are some Southern Belles for sure, but probably not as much as at the Derby.
You know what I've heard is... Well, the Derby, you get a lot of that. Yeah. You know what I've heard is amazing for that? Ole Miss. I mean, probably any game in the SEC. I mean... Black and Abdallah have been down there. They've been to Bama games, but like I've heard the Ole Miss games.
The Grove.
Yeah, the Grove.
Yes,
I've heard that is a sight to see.
Yeah, so we played
just the way the girls dress.
Yes, we played there my sophomore year or my junior year when I was in college.
Oh, you did?
And I worked for the team, so I went, but I was really preoccupied with work, so I didn't get to see the Grove as much.
Southern went down to the Grove? No kidding?
Yeah, because you get the one big D1 game.
Yeah,
year.
Eastern's going to Alabama this year.
Yeah,
that's why we're thinking about going with Jurko.
Oh, you guys should definitely.
The week before Thanksgiving, Eastern's at Bama's homecoming.
Oh, that'd be unbelievable.
We just have to wait for the NFL schedule to see what.
I know you guys go to Eastern.
Jurko did.
Jurko
played at Eastern.
Yes.
That's why we were thinking about. And Chris is an USC fan. Adam is a huge Bama fan.
No. Oh. Okay.
So we're like, well, should we go to Bama? I've never been down there. I would love to see a game.
It's awesome
in the SEC.
Yeah. I've also heard Stagecoach.
Which one's that?
Stagecoach is the country festival that's after Coachella.
That's after Coachella.
Like they keep it all set up.
Is that the one where John Elway's the business partner just died? Did you guys see that? The golf cart accident?
Yeah, that was.
Was that at Stagecoach?
I think it was.
Insane.
I don't know.
I thought that was at his golf course.
I thought I heard something about some famous music fest outside of.
Maybe.
Palm Springs, isn't it by Palm Springs? I don't know. Maybe
it is.
Oh yeah, it was during Stagecoach.
It was during Stagecoach.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That's a sad story. Jeez.
Very sad.
Seems like he's devastated.
Still horny though. Place the Stagecoach. It doesn't take away from the horniness of the place.
No, it doesn't.
I'm just letting you know.
Well done.
I didn't know before I brought up Stagecoach.
It doesn't add to it.
No, it doesn't add to it, but I didn't know that before I brought up Stagecoach.
Unbelievable.
Oh, I said there's got to be like one of those like Electric Forest, like one of those EDM concerts. I don't know. Yeah, those got to be in there.
Probably right about that.
There's a huge one in Vegas.
Yes,
that they do.
EDC or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will you bet the Derby?
Yes,
Yeah.
I will bet the Derby, even though there's no track here to go to a walk-up window, which is a shame. But
I don't listen. It's above my pay grade. Whatever the political fight or the business fight is that they're having with the Churchill. I mean, it's kind of crazy. You can't go to an OTB and make a wager. You got to do it on your phone, or you got to get to Indiana. But I guess there aren't a lot of OTBs in Northwest Indiana either. I don't know. The whole thing it seems crazy to me. Every year I print up all these like historical reference points and all this data from Churchill about each post position, but then it seems like it goes right in the garbage the minute the scratches start happening. So the 4 got scratched and the 10 got scratched. So so you got all this like out of 15, out of 17, out of 20, like here's the historical data, but then they all move inside. So what good is that? I don't know. Like nobody's ever won from 17, and that was Sandman, who was a good horse that a lot of people like. And you're like, well, scratch him off because nobody's ever won from 17. But now that there's been 2 scratches, he's still the 17 horse, but he goes from the 15th position. It's weird to me. I don't know enough about horse racing to know what the hell I should be doing. I'll tell you that. I know don't bet on the horses on the rail because they haven't won forever. No one horse has won at the Derby since Ferdinand in 86.
I believe it's supposed to rain all day.
Sylvie's in the house.
Tomorrow.
It is supposed to rain. It always rains. I think last year was actually nice. It always rains.
When I went with Waddle Silvy, it rained all day.
You got to find the mutter horse. Who's the mutter?
How miserable were you, Abdallah?
Not at all, because I was intoxicated and making money. So
when you're in the
not at all.
grandstand.
Yeah, it didn't matter.
The year I was there, it didn't rain terribly. It was tolerable, but it rained. It was wet, and you're on the infield. I was on the infield, and it's like, it's a disaster. So Citizen Bull is the one. No winner out of 1 since 86. And then the 2 horse, nobody's won from the 2 spot, the 2 gate, since Affirmed in 1978. So don't bet on the horses on the rail, I guess, is all I could tell you. And then the horse that everybody likes is Publisher and Journalism are the 2 big ones. And then a lot of love for this horse, Sandman, including from Jim Miller, who joined us on the Odds Couple earlier. And if you want Jimmy's full breakdown of how he's betting the race, he gave 2 horses that he's betting across the board. And then he gave an exotic pick that you can make an exacta box with. I think he had 5 different horses in there, and you can pick your denomination. I mean, it could be $1, it could be $5. It's going to be a heavy bet if you bet $5. But you can get all of Jimmy's picks on the Odds Couple podcast, which is now up on the ESPN Chicago app, as Mike and I taped that earlier today. And then Mike will join us with the bonus play in about 25 minutes. But this is the only time of year I genuinely kind of look forward to a big horse race.
Racing,
and hopefully be in front of the TV around 5:30, 5:45 tomorrow. I will make my plans. youth baseball schedule aside to be in front of the TV watching because, I don't know, I still get a kick out of it. I can remember when it was a big deal, and people still kind of like the Derby. It's the one time people seem to want to go ahead and bet a horse race.
It is, but one thing that that kind of blows is how this weekend feels like it used to mean a lot more. Like, I feel like missing that, and there is a boxing fight tomorrow, right?
Oh, is there UFC or something?
Remember, there was always a big fight. Obviously, NHL, NBA playoffs, the Derby. This weekend, as far as a sports weekend, feels like it lost a little bit of luster.
I wonder why.
And I think it's because, like, the fights aren't as big anymore. Like, I think it wasn't.
That could be.
I think De La Hoya Mayweather was this weekend, right?
Was it?
I want to say that was.
That's good.
They always used to do a big Cinco de Mayo fight.
Yes.
There used to always be a Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, Canelo usually fights.
Canelo used to fight
on
always on Cinco de Mayo.
I didn't know that. Like that weekend,
like
the weekend of Cinco de Mayo? I don't think I knew that.
Yeah. The Saturday.
No kidding. See, you guys follow the fights more than me. I did not.
You're not a fight guy?
No, I've never been a fight guy. Hoodie always makes fun of me. He says, "What kind of an Italian didn't grow up watching the fights?" I was like, I don't know.
You're squeamish with blood, right?
A little bit, actually. A little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe not blood, but, you guy, his face opened up. I don't know if I need to see that.
So if your kid, like, gets injured or something, you're like,
No, I can handle that. If it's my kids, you can handle it.
Yeah.
But, the guy, the poor boxer, they got to cut open his... I mean, that's disgusting.
So if Gio came to you and was like, Dad, MMA might be for me?
First of all, MMA. He's
what?
He's a skinny rail like me.
They got weight classes. You think he's 90 pounds. You think he's fighting John Jones? He's not going to fight heavyweight. What are we doing?
No MMA. No, he's not going into MMA. I'm
also,
sorry.
Canelo is fighting tomorrow.
Oh, he is?
Oh, he is?
How about that?
Yeah.
There you go.
Which Paul brother is he fighting?
It'll be on DAZN pay-per-view.
And who's he fighting?
He is fighting someone named William Skull.
Oh, my God. You got to be kidding me.
12 rounds. Yep.
What do we know about William Skull?
No idea. Saudi Arabia is
they're
where the
in Saudi
fight will be.
Arabia.
Oh, assalamu alaikum, my brothers.
Yes, they're in Saudi Arabia.
But like we said, Carm, Canelo always fights
You nailed it,
on
you guys.
Cinco de Mayo.
You could have given me 1,000 guesses. I wouldn't have known that.
Yeah, and I just looked it up. There was Mayweather De La Hoya was on Cinco de Mayo in 2007.
Good pull. I had no idea.
That's what I always remember this weekend.
You're right. There usually is a big fight that people go to see.
I don't know how I missed that.
Garcia fighting too?
I don't know.
I'm trying to pull it up. I think he is. Maybe there is. Maybe I'm just not as interested
There's
anymore.
apparently a fight in Times Square this week, too.
In Times Square?
I saw that.
Yeah.
They put a ring in.
Yeah, they're fighting in time tonight.
They're trying everything.
They're fighting in Times Square tonight.
Elmo's taking on the Naked Cowboy.
It's Ryan. That's funny. It's Ryan Garcia against Rolando Romero.
Are those any good?
Yes.
Ryan Garcia is exciting.
See, I don't know any of these guys.
Yeah, Ryan Garcia is exciting.
I mean, I've heard of Canelo Alvarez, but I don't know any of these guys.
Is he the guy that got accused of taking roids? Ryan Garcia? Yeah.
I think he has.
Is that the guy?
He's a very bombastic personality.
He got scratched right before his last fight, right? Abdallah, is that who you're thinking of?
I believe, yeah, I think so.
Because that came out.
I don't want to besmirch the good name of Ryan Garcia, but I believe that sounds like him.
It looks like, there was an expulsion from the WBC.
Hey, there you go.
In July, yes. So.
All right. You guys know more than I on this, that's for sure. Eddie O's got some ponies for us in about 45 minutes. The lunch rush is coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, this is Chris Black. Your day is incomplete without the Black and Abdallah Show. We put a bow on the ESPN Chicago day. We're supported by Yingling, a legendary beer, now available in Chicago. So join us tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
$1.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $1.6 million for a client who was injured due to negligence on an airplane. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. That's 844-4VLG-LAW. The Veroliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At HawkAuto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at HawkAuto.com. HawkAuto.com! Financing on approved credit.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Joe's Live in Rosemont, the place to be for live music. See Pecos in the Rooftops on Saturday, May 17th. Bone Thugs in Harmony on Friday, June 20th. And just announced Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters on September 16th. Tickets are selling fast. Get them now
at joesliverosemont.com. Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
All right, crosstalk in an hour. It's lunch rush time. Barstoletti's in for Jurko. Jurk's golfing in West Lafayette today, because why wouldn't he be? So he'll be back on Monday. He's gearing up for his trip over to Scotland. He's going to Scotland in about 6 weeks, give or take.
That's right.
Trying to get as many rounds in before he gets over to Scotland.
Got to get ready.
Then hack it up over there.
Maybe he's watching Purdue's practice.
Maybe he is. They have spring practice already at Purdue. All right, Abdallah, lunch rush time. Let's do it.
All right, gentlemen. Let's take a look at the. It's still. I know the NFL draft was a week ago. But
it was.
Let's take
1
another
week ago.
Let's take another look at it, where Mike Sando of The Athletic talked to NFL execs around the NFL and got their thoughts on every team, but we're going to focus on the Bears, obviously, being Chicago. This is what execs have said about the Bears draft. I like what they've done, and I've been skeptical of the Bears in the past. The tight end is a really good player. The sleeper in the bunch is that Trapillo kid in the second round. Eventually, I think he will be their right tackle.
I like that somebody called him a sleeper. Darnell Wright moving to left. Starting to feel that way.
Makes me nervous.
Does it?
Courtney alluded to it a little bit today with when she was in with Jonathan Hood earlier today too. That she doesn't think that they drafted Trapillo to not be a starter on some part of the line.
I would think he's a second round pick.
Yeah,
I mean you got to.
That's why I laughed at sleeper. I mean, how can you be a sleeper pick if you're a second round pick? Don't you expect second round picks to start and to be stars?
Yes. You expect second-round picks to pretty much start right away.
Right, exactly.
But it's interesting that this exec said right tackle.
I don't know if
that is. I mean, I think everyone would expect him to compete with Braxton right away, but to come in right away and just shift over, Darnell.
Well, Braxton's not going to be around for much of training camp and at least OTAs and stuff.
We better start wrapping our heads around the possibility that Darnell Wright's going to have to move, and let's hope he can do the job over there. Is he better than Braxton Jones? Or are we going to say a year from now they're still looking for a left tackle? I mean, if I put all those options on the board for you, Braxton Jones solidifies the position. Darnell Wright moves over there. Or option C is next spring the Bears are looking for a left tackle. Where's our money going?
I can't do it with an offensive lineman, a former offensive lineman GM. Right? Like, at what point? Karan, Nate Davis, Ozzie
Jones,
he's got to hit.
Yeah.
It's time. And I'm not saying Karan, not saying that the story's over for him.
Right, that all hope's lost.
Yes,
no, I agree with
exactly.
that. But I don't know that does Karan Amagaju really project anything more than maybe a swing tackle, like a backup? I
don't know.
I don't know either.
At this point, no.
More comments from execs say Loveland is going to catch 1 million balls. He will be better than Laporta. He's
better than Laporta.
Better than Laporta. Such a good receiver, and he's bigger, 2 inches taller, another 10 pounds.
Yeah, he's got the catch radius that I love, too, because he's got he's one of those weird, freakishly long arm guys with the big hands. It is a huge catch radius, which I really like. You got to prove it to me before obviously, it's a projection. That's fine. He'll be better than Sam Laporta. I hope so. Sam Laporta is awfully good. So if they have, if he turns out to be a stud like that, great. 10's awfully high to be drafting tight ends, if you ask me.
It is.
But if he's that much of a difference maker in this offense, where he's going to have, here, let me get Laporta's targets too, just so we have a good reference point. Hold on one second.
Because that was not the case for Cole Kmet.
Nope.
In his targets.
Laporta targets. Okay, first year. I thought it was over 100. 2 years ago as a rookie, it was 120. Last year it dipped down to 83. But if you're telling me he's going to get 100 targets a year and he's a stud, okay.
He was hurt last year, right?
He only missed a game. He was banged up for a little bit, though. He was. He ended up with 726 on 60 catches, 83 targets. So the catch percentage is very good. It's where you'd like to see it, north of 70%. Success rate in his career over 56%. He's been awesome. He's got 17 touchdowns. Yeah. Laporta's got 17 touchdowns already.
Yeah.
So if you're telling me 100 targets a year and what is that? 8.5 touchdowns. Yeah. Oh, okay, great. I think it's awfully high to be taking tight ends, but okay, that's a stud. That's somebody in his prime that's going to be a difference maker in your offense. So okay.
No,
more power to you.
For sure. And I just always fight the best player available thing. Obviously, I think it's the strongest way to go in a draft, right?
I'm with you.
But then when you go best player available, you can't complain. And I'm wrestling with that.
I'm with you. I think that's a dangerous thing to do. Sometimes the best player might not be the player that you really need to make your team.
Yes.
So I don't like that. No, we just have to bet. You have to draft the best player available. I don't agree with that.
But when you're a 5-win team, I don't know. It makes it awful tough to be a best player available guy.
I don't know. And you can't even really cross-compare to sport because they're so different. If a baseball team is picking 10th and truly the best player on the board is a shortstop, but your shortstop is an all-star, that's different. You're drafting a young player that you can stash in the minors, maybe use for a trade, maybe your player gets older quick. And, I don't want to compare it to anything else where you say, well, in another sport, you'd never say pass on the catcher or pass on the shortstop, take as many as you can. This is different. It's its own unique animal. And they are a 5-win team. They've got 15 wins the last 3 years.
Yeah.
And they've got holes that they've tried to fix. And I don't know that they fixed all of them. And so to simply zero in and say, well, he's the best player, we have to take him, I don't know that that's necessarily the case in the NFL. And sometimes there's a glaring need, and there's a guy that might better fit where your football team currently is and what it's really missing. So I don't know. I don't love that philosophy either. I'm kind of with you. That's why the Burden pick surprised me, Eddie. And I think he's a very good prospect.
He's awesome.
Right?
He's
very
really
good. But my initial reaction was, what?
Yeah.
I can't help but think that way.
For sure.
So we'll see. All right, Adam, what else?
And it's never too early to start looking at next year's draft.
Let's see. Number 1 overall pick is going to be Arch Manning.
No, actually, a bunch of both ESPN analysts, Jordan Reed and Matt Miller, are refusing to do any work on Arch Manning because they both believe he's going to stay for at least 2 more years.
Too much NIL?
Matt Miller said he's going to be there for maybe definitely one, if not 2 or 3 more years.
2 or 3 more years? Hasn't he already been there 3 years?
No, he has 3 years of eligibility.
3 years of eligibility.
He still has 3 years left?
Yes. Yeah.
He's going to be 20.
I don't think they burned his red shirt last year. I don't think he played enough.
Really?
I don't think so. He only played in a couple games.
I guess it was only a handful of games. It was probably only 2 or 3 games, right? That doesn't burn the red shirt anymore?
I don't know.
I don't know what the rules are on that.
So with the first, we have a trade for the first pick in the 2026 draft. Tennessee trades out of the first pick to the Cleveland Browns. They take Cade Klubnik, the
Cade
quarterback
Klubnik.
out of Clemson.
Yeah, that makes sense.
This all doesn't matter. What matters to Chris and I talked about this a little bit last night is where the Bears pick.
Yeah, I'm interested.
Jordan Reed has the Bears picking 17th.
Okay.
This year, the Bengals picked 17th, and the Bengals had a 9-8 record.
You just missed the playoffs.
They just missed the playoffs.
That's not terrible. I want them to make playoffs, of course, but would we all say, hey, they went 9-8? Like, that's...
Yeah, I think that would be acceptable.
Right?
Yeah, I think that would be seen as acceptable.
I think that would be positive.
If we go back to last season, 9-8 would still be 4th into the division.
Yeah, well, I don't know that that'll happen again.
No, it won't. It won't. But my point is that if you draft 17th, you're around 8, 9, or 10 wins.
Yeah.
And they take Jeremiah Love, the running back out of Notre Dame.
These guys with the running backs. I mean,
they're going to need one.
I do love Jeremiah Love, but
I think he's going to go higher than that. But
yeah, he probably.
So is drafting 17th and having 8, 9, 10, obviously 10 wins is very successful, but if you have 8 or 9 wins but don't make the playoffs, as the Bengals did not make the playoffs, is that still a successful season?
I'd say yes.
Considering how the last 2 seasons have gone, yeah. Like, we thought that second field season was...
Yes.
Like, oh, no way. Like, there's no way. And then...
Listen, their win total's 8.5. They get to 9, and it's juiced to the under. So they get to 9. They just miss. They're in the hunt all year. They're in the graphic in the last few weeks of the season, like we always talk about. Hey, the Bears are in the hunt, and they're getting better, and Caleb's gotten better. Yes, I'd say I would qualify it as successful, considering where this franchise has been. I can't believe they've got Arch Manning in college for 3 more years. Do you guys realize that Tyler Shuck was in the same? It's almost unbelievable. Tyler Shuck was in the same recruiting class as Trevor Lawrence.
No.
That's insane.
That's nuts.
That is insane, right? I mean, like, they were in the same recruiting class.
Nothing's real anymore.
Nothing, thank you. Nothing is real anymore. Tyler Shuck was drafted last Friday. He was in the same recruiting class as Trevor Lawrence.
But isn't this the last year of the COVID stuff?
This
so,
is
like,
it?
The kids who are in college football and college basketball for 6+ years, like, this is going to be...
Chris, we're still
the
talking
last
about
wave
COVID
of it.
years. Like,
well, who's the tight end from Miami? He's like 27.
Arroyo, right?
Yes.
Right? Yes.
How old is he?
I don't know.
He's like 24.
You might be right.
24
Dude,
and 25.
Get a job.
Like
move
sell
on
get
with
a
your
job,
life, man.
Like you're going to parties, get a job.
Incredible. Like, somebody said it last week, and I was like, wait a minute. Has Tyler Shuck been around that long? They go, yes, he was in the same recruiting class as Trevor Lawrence. I was dumbfounded.
Like, aren't you tired of getting syllabuses at this point?
Oh, my God. That is so funny. What else, Adam?
City Connects are coming to the NFL.
Oh, wow.
NFL is going to have
Chris is going to lose his mind.
rivalry jerseys starting in 2025.
No, there needs to be an
rivalry
exempt.
jerseys.
The Bears Packers cannot be a part of this.
In 2025, you're going to get the AFC East and the NFC West. They're rolling these out slowly. So 2025, you're getting the AFC East, NFC West will have these rivalry jerseys. And then in 2026, you're going to get the AFC South and the NFC North. So the Bears will have it not next season, but the season after that.
Who will they play against when they play the teams in which?
Probably when they play the Packers.
What does that even mean, a rivalry jersey?
A rivalry jersey. The concept of rivalries programmed by the NFL and apparel sponsor Nike will be similar to what Major League Baseball and the NBA have done with their recent years. The NFL announced a new concept which will roll out over a 4-year span. During the second, they said that, whatever. The NFL is home to the biggest rivalries in football, yada, yada, yada. We know our fans and players are excited for games with their club's biggest rivals, and we wanted to make these even bigger.
No,
clubs will wear unique and or special uniforms.
I'll tell you, there is a 0% chance this is cool. There is no way that you say, here's a great NFL rivalry. Let's slap these new age fancy uniforms on them.
Look like? Yeah, I don't know.
Like there's no way. What makes the classic rivalries is the classic look.
Classic look, yeah.
And the helmets.
Is it going to be like pictures of Charles Martin, Aaron Rodgers, and Brett Favre on their shoulder pads?
That's good.
Right?
First of all, you don't even, the NFL, a lot of the NFL logos and jerseys are already kind of great. Like, they don't need a lot of messing with, you know?
NFL gets a lot right. And the NBA, I'm with the club that hates on the jerseys. It's insane that the Memphis Grizzlies wore Vancouver Grizzlies jerseys in the playoffs.
A little goofy.
Yeah, it was insane. It was nuts.
You see Denver wearing the 5280. Like, I don't know. I look at that when it's not NFL and I go, all right, like they're playing so many damn games and it's just like, let's do something different and let's sell a different jersey and more people will buy it. It's money for the owners at the end of the day anyway. I looked at that and I'm like, okay, I see what they're doing. Kind of cool, 5280. Like, you try that in the NFL to me. Look, you got 17 games, man. Yeah. And you've got a lot of classic jerseys and uniforms. The Bear helmet is awesome. The Steeler helmet is awesome. I might not like the Packer colors, but the helmet's pretty cool. The Eagle helmet is cool. Like, I don't know. I feel like
these aren't even throwbacks.
Just do it.
This is going to be like a brand
that's
new
what you're saying.
jersey.
It's not a throwback. It's going to be new. I'm like, do you really need to do that in the NFL? I don't know.
You don't.
You probably don't.
And the alternates get worn like twice a year?
Yeah. The orange ones. Yeah.
So you get the normal jersey set up for like 3 games.
3 games. Everything else is Color Rush and rivalry jersey.
Color Rush is unbelievable.
Yeah, remember? Color Rush jersey. Get used to it. There's the lunch rush. Mike North's got the bonus play next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago. Chicago's home for sports.
Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
What's up, everybody? It's Adam Abdallah. Bleck and I are hosting a flyaway trip to Philly with our friends at Yuengling. We've had 2 great bar crawls, courtesy of our friends at Yuengling, and we've got 2 winners coming with us already to this flyaway trip to Philly, and it's time to get our last one. I'm going to be in Edison Park for the 3rd and final bar crawl on Sunday from 1 to 3 p.m. We'll start at 1 p.m. at Tavern on the Point. We'll drink some Yuengling, watch some baseball, pick our first qualifier there. Then we'll head over to Firewater Saloon, watch some more baseball, drink some more Yuengling, and qualify another fan. And then we will finish the bar crawl at Edison Park Inn with some more Yuengling, a final qualifier. And then from those 3 qualifiers, we will pick our final winner to join Chris and I on our flyaway to Philly. So come join me this Sunday, Edison Park, 1 p.m. We'll start at Tavern on the Point. See you there, and please enjoy your Yuengling responsibly.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
It's the Kap J Hood Show here with Howard Enkin. Howard, remember back in the day when Upper Deck tickets were cheap?
You mean the cheap seats? Oh, sure. You're at the game, but you don't really experience the game.
Yeah, no bueno. If you've been injured, get the help you need and experience injury law made personal yourself only at Enkin Law.
Auto, truck, ride shares, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Howard Enkin is our go-to lawyer on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
All right, a new odds couple is up. It is ready and waiting. ESPN Chicago app, that's where you can get it. Mike and I taped this morning. Lots of stuff with the NBA, NHL playoffs, Cubs hot start, all kinds of fun stuff, including a lot of Derby talk with Jim Miller. He's got all the picks for you. Let's get out to the Yuengling guest hotline right now and bring Mike in as he joins Carmen and Jurko every Friday for the bonus play. Jurko's off today. Barstool Eddie is sitting in. Mikey, what's up, partner?
Two of my favorite guys. What's up, Kai? What's up, Eddie?
What's going on?
Living the dream.
Yeah, you know what? And that's what it's about. Hey, I'll tell you what, first, before we get on, the pub crawl. He's going to be in my neck of the woods, my guy Adam Abdallah and the boy, and Chris. So I told him, head over to Tony's Deli, grab yourself something, then go. The Edison Park Inn, I still got headaches from that place, but going to have a good time. Believe me when I tell you that.
I love that part of town. I love it. I love API. It's great.
Right there.
Well, it's basically you got Firewater, you got Nick's. Back in the day, you got a lot of nice places. There's some new joints there. It's back when I was rolling. I mean, it was like Wrigleyville without the stadium, without Wrigley Field. Yeah. So it's a good place. So check it out, folks. And Carm, I got to be honest with you. I mean, I listened to the podcast. Outstanding. Okay, so make sure you listen around after the White Sox game tomorrow, I believe, my friend.
Yes.
About 4:30. Okay, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, don't get into it too much, okay? I'm going to give you some winners.
Okay.
I have Golden State. I know what we talked about earlier, but we have
going the other way?
What can I do, Carm? You know it's not my pick.
Okay.
You know that. I know. Don't be offended. Well, you said just a lean, though. I don't know if you picked it.
No, I didn't. The only thing I like in that is the Butler over. That's it.
That's exactly right. So I like the under in Golden State. Okay. I just think people are thinking, hey, maybe they can do what the Minnesota did to the Lakers.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to happen with this crew, especially with Steph Curry, who's the best player in the game, or has been for a long, long time. And last but not least, 2 ball games tonight.
Okay.
The Toronto Blue Jays going off at 147, minus 147. You got Chris Bassett, 2.62.
Been great.
Against Logan Allen for Cleveland, 4.21. I just think the Blue Jays going to have a little bit too much here. And then a hot pitcher's going. I'm giving you 4. You know what I'm saying, Tom? So I'm going to go with Joe Ryan and the Minnesota Twins in a picket at Boston. Ryan 2-2, 3.18, and against Abello. It's a good kid. 2-0, 3.27. So that's it. 4 picks for the bonus. Been on fire for a long time. Let's keep it going. Right. And Eddie, how you doing, buddy? It's good to talk to you, my friend.
I'm doing good. Great to hear from you. That picture you posted from Basta Pasta, that's all I think about when you talk about the old days.
That was a wild night. We had some fun in that one, but you know what? It's the greatest. I mean, you know what? We're all blessed, Eddie. So much success to you as always, my friend. Yeah.
Mike is getting the Lifetime Achievement Award at the Barrett Sports Media Conference next week.
I'll be there. Which day?
Next Friday.
Oh, beautiful. I'll be there Thursday.
That's good. That's good.
Awesome.
Mike,
I'll give you a hug if I see you, my friend. Carm, I know I talked out of turn. I said, I want Carm to come. If there I go again, and they go, well, he's got to work. It's during the day. It's like a convention thing. So because you're off next Friday, but I know we talked about it a little bit today on the odds couple, how this whole fiasco started. The greatest venue there's nothing like sports radio. You could say whatever you want. It's outlasted them all. The newspapers are down to nothing, and you can just turn a knob on when you get in your car.
We're still going strong.
It's still going. You may not like some of the things said on it, but it's not going anywhere. And it's the way it should be. It's not scripted and just go off the seat of your pants. You got to be a little bit more careful now than you did before, but it's the best. So enjoy yourself.
Have a good weekend, buddy.
Love you, Carl.
Right,
Take care.
Talk to you next week, pal. There's Mike North with the bonus play, and he's getting that award at the Barrett Sports Media Conference here in Chicago next Friday. Deservedly so. All right, coming up, we'll play some more of the Ryan Pohl stuff from Kap and J Hood. We got Eddie O live at the Derby in about 15 minutes. He'll give you picks for the Oaks in the Derby tomorrow. Eddie's in for Jurko. We're back in 2 minutes.
This is Carmen and Jurko, making your lunch break extra delicious.
Hey, Ma! Can we get some meatloaf?
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
White Sox winner and a world champion.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hope everyone's having a great Friday. Barcelletti's sitting in for Jurko. Crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy in 30 minutes. Eddie O live at the Derby in about 15. It's been a fun day. We've talked some hoops, a little baseball with Jesse. Cubs are playing great ball. They finally get a crack at some division opponents. They took 2 out of 3 from Pittsburgh, and they needed to beat Skeens to do it, and they did. That was impressive. They just keep slugging. Now they're in Milwaukee this weekend. You got the Greg Popovich news breaking today. Pop will no longer be coaching the Spurs. He is moving into a full-time front office role. Look, Pop's been pretty sick, has been well documented here this last year. I believe he had a little setback, too, here in the spring. He's 76 years old, too. I mean, not getting any younger, and I think he's realized that this is the end in terms of the grind of being on the sideline day in and day out. So Pop will no longer be coaching the San Antonio Spurs. There's another region guy for you, Greg Popovich. He's going to move into a full-time sort of front office advisory role with the Spurs. And this ends one of the greatest runs in NBA coaching history that started way back in 1997. 5 times an NBA champion, 6 trips to the finals. I know they never won back-to-back, Eddie, but do you consider them a dynasty or no? Do you say you've got to get at least one back-to-back?
It's a dynasty. For the better part of the 2000s, they were always one of the biggest teams to be reckoned with. So, yes, to me, they are.
I agree with you. I get some pushback against that, but I'm with you. That's a dynasty. They were always great.
And they had the same core for most of them.
They really did.
Yeah. So
I'm
totally
with you.
to me.
It'd be like, to me, the Hawks were a dynasty. They didn't rip off a back-to-back.
For sure. They didn't even have the same goalie the whole time.
They didn't?
Yeah.
2 different goalies, 10, 13,
Yeah.
15. Like, I'm sorry, conference finals 7 years and 5 times in 7 years. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm too liberal with it, but I think that's dynasty.
I think if you got the same core and obviously the same coach, too, I think that matters.
Yeah.
You get a Q, you get a pop. I think that qualifies.
Yeah, dynasty to me. So that's what a career for Greg Popovich. You look at the ledger, it's like every year they're winning 55 or 60 games.
Is he Mount
It's incredible.
Rushmore? I've said that a
NBA
lot.
Mount Rushmore. Man.
Coaches.
Yeah, coaches. Phil.
Mm-hmm.
You got to go Auerbach, right?
Yeah,
Don't you?
you
Even
do.
though I think the league, that's another thing people get mad at me for whenever I like poo-poo what happened in the 60s. But all right, I mean, you go, the league was
You're not-
quite different.
You're not
but
a big John Wooden guy? You
Yeah,
don't
I
like
mean,
60s coaches?
that I like even more because at least that's college. But like in the the NBA in the 60s. All right, but Auerbach, fine. Phil. Riley in terms of like basketball, but what about just as a coach?
That's interesting.
Like in terms of basketball, everything the guy's done over a 50-year career, player, coach, executive, no doubt. What about coach? Probably.
Yeah, probably.
And then
probably Pop.
And then Pop?
Yeah. I mean,
that's not a bad list.
Got the most wins.
That looks about right to me. Are we forgetting somebody obvious? I don't think so.
I just pulled something up. Don Nelson is second.
Don
in
Nelson,
wins,
I mean, but
he doesn't got the.
Lenny Wilkins won a ton of games, but those
Yeah.
guys didn't win the championships, right? Like Don Nelson, awesome. Lenny Wilkins, awesome. Steve Kerr,
might creep his way in at some point.
I think the 4 we just nailed. I think we got the 4.
That's
Pop's,
it.
Pop's got to be on that list. It's just way too much success.
Isn't it funny though? I think Kerr got offered. He was the Knicks job too,
Yeah,
right?
when Phil went.
Yeah.
Think about that. Phil wanted him to be the Knicks coach. What was that, like 2014, give or take?
Yeah, he's
right before the run started. So yeah, when Phil took over in New York, he wanted him to be the coach.
Yeah, he's vacationing in Europe and having a totally different life.
Can you imagine?
If he goes that direction.
Yes, absolutely. And now the Knicks are back thanks to Jalen Brunson, which we talked about earlier. And it's very weird for me to be like, hey, all right, Knicks win. And I just like Jalen so much.
Now you're a
He's
Knicks guy.
so easy to root for crying out loud.
He is.
And be very happy to say, yeah, I did not expect him to be that good. I have no problem saying that. He is fantastic. I still don't know that Jalen's, I'm going to dog on him now, good enough to win 4 series in the playoffs. I've got some doubts, but I love cheering for him. I love what he's done. I love how good he is. I love his attitude, his toughness, that he's from here. I knew his dad. I covered his dad here in the league. Rick's an assistant on Tibbs' staff, and I covered him when he was here with the Bulls, and I had a nice relationship with his dad. I'm so happy for Jalen, and it's very weird to see the Knicks win, and I go, yeah, right, way to go, Knicks.
Yeah, I don't think it's any fault of his own though. The league's real top. Like how many teams could win it? It's the Thunder. It's
Boston,
and then if you believe in the Cavs, like is there any other team in the West that can do it? I don't think
T-Wolves?
so.
I love Ant.
Yeah, I know, but I don't think they're as good as last year, and they couldn't do it last
And
year.
they didn't last year.
Exactly. So that's the argument
Can
against him.
Joker? I mean,
No.
we've seen him do it, but that team doesn't look like it to me.
They don't have enough firepower.
It just doesn't. Yeah, I don't know.
I still don't know. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen Saturday. I thought I was all clips the whole series.
Me
and
too.
then-
I know. Game 5 was like, what?
Exactly.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, and I still think in a close game, you want the Nuggets because Jokic just does so much for that offense, and you got to double him, and then he's not going to, he's not going to give it up easy.
No.
He's going to find someone, and then it's going to be if they can make the shot or not. So
I feel like the Clippers are better.
Same.
But I don't understand what happened in Game 5. Like a complete, and if they lose the series, because now you have to go on the road and win a Game 7 at altitude, that's why, hey, here's a news flash. When it's 2-2 in a best of 7, take Game 5 seriously.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? That
Yeah.
was such a bad look the other night.
That was weird.
They were the favorite in that game in Game 5,
really
and they
weird.
lost. They were never really in it.
That was strange.
I think they're the better team.
I know.
I think the Warriors close out the Rockets tonight.
Yeah.
I think they know they don't want to have to go play a Game 7 Sunday in Houston. I like Jimmy's over prop total tonight. I like over 22.5 at -110 because it's been a weird series for Jimmy. He missed a game, and Kerr didn't really extend them much when he knew Game 5 got away from them. The 2 games he started and finished, and he's been healthy, he's gone for 25 and 27. And I just think I think like playoff Jimmy at home tonight in an elimination game, like I think he gets to 23, no problem.
This is when it happens, yeah.
It's my guess for tonight. And then, I don't know, tomorrow, I don't know what to think. Look, the T-Wolves went into Denver and won a Game 7 last year. And I do think the Clippers are the better team. I wouldn't be shocked, but I got no real strong conviction one way or another.
I know. My
guess is Denver wins.
I know. I've been on Clippers. I think I'm going to flip.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to flip. Are they into it? Or
oh, yeah. Chris loves. Chris, Clippers or Nuggets tomorrow night?
I think the Nuggets win, but I'm rooting. I want to see the Clippers.
Do you?
I want to see the Clippers. I'm rooting for the Clippers to win, but I think the Nuggets win.
Think it's
at
Nuggets?
home.
I kind of with you. I think it's the Nuggets.
Because I think the side character pieces to the Nuggets play so much better at home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so you're going to get Michael Porter hitting threes. You're going to get all the plays from Gordon.
Elevated Murray experience, you would assume.
Yeah.
I feel it.
Yeah. I just think that it's probably too much for the Clippers.
Yeah.
But that's the team I want to win.
Yeah.
Just because I don't know. They usually don't. And
they're a more interesting team at this point.
Yeah.
Right? Like, of course, Jokic is the most beautiful player to watch.
Yeah, he's
just aesthetically pleasing.
He's something.
But still, you want to see Harden, you want to see Kawhi in the mix.
And I kind of like that. I know that they do have the two names you just mentioned as far as, like, you could say they're stars, but, like, it's also kind of like a miscast island of misfit toys put together, you know? Like they've got a bunch of, like, Nick Batum is playing big minutes for them.
Nick Batum
at age like 74.
Thank you.
Like
Nick Batum,
and he has him each year. He gets better at 3-point shooting,
yes,
and like
it's crazy.
Chris Dunn is logging huge minutes for the Clippers,
defensive minutes,
and hitting wide open 3-point shots from the corner. Like I don't know. There's something about the Clippers just like figuring it out that I find charming.
I love
Ben
the Nick
Simmons.
Batum. Every time Ben Simmons, I mean, he's still. Every time I see Nick Batum, I'm reminded. I'm like. Nick Batum came in the league in 2009.
Yeah.
And like there's Nick Batum, and he's still
giving good minutes.
He's playing 20 minutes a game and giving them good minutes. It's crazy. So I kind of feel the way Chris does. Like I wouldn't mind the Clippers winning. I can't see the Nuggets losing in back-to-back years a Game 7 at home. Like they did last year. I don't think they'll do it again. I think Nuggets, but I hope
like Norman Powell.
Yeah, he's great.
I looked up last night. They played last night, right? They won last night.
Last night.
So during the game, he had a great game. Of course, at home, he's fantastic. He's played 10 years in the league.
It's kind of crazy. I wouldn't have guessed it was that long. Actually, you're right.
Right? Like
I would not.
Like that's wild to me. Like he was on the Kawhi championship team with the Raptors.
That is kind of wild.
So like he's won a championship.
He's been there. They do have an interesting cast of characters. We played a little bit of Ryan Poles earlier. If you missed anything from yesterday's interview with Kap and Hoodie, make sure you check out the podcast page. The one that's really got everybody going is Poles talking about what he's looking forward to once they get to camp and some real competition. He also talked a little bit about the O-line depth. I want to play that one for you. This was from Kap and J Hood yesterday. Here's Poles talking about what might happen across that O-line.
Yeah, again, it goes back to alignment with our coaching staff. That's the conversation we've been having, obviously, before the draft and, recently after the draft. We've had some really good conversations about that, and we're still working through it. I think we want to see what we have in the young rookie with Ozzie in terms of what that looks like at left. We still want to see Braxton returning from his injury as well as Karam. So there's a lot of options, which to me is a huge benefit and a huge improvement for our O-line that you have these options. That's really valuable. But I think the one thing that we came away from our recent conversations is whatever we settle on, especially when we're going into training camp, it's going to be really important to stick with that and be as consistent as possible. Now, things come up that could change that, but our mindset is, wherever we end up settling going into training camp, we'd like for it to be as stable as possible so we're not flipping guys left and right. Some of those guys will be swing tackles eventually, so they're going to have to do a little bit of that. But we want to kind of have a solidified O-line as we're going through the beginning parts of training camp.
Good idea. So they got a lot of moving parts, it sounds like, in the next couple of months in the off-season program. But by the time you get to late July, find your 5. Keep your fingers crossed they stay healthy and go. And that was not the case last year. So,
is there anyone outside of the obvious that kind of is intriguing you? Like we just traded Ryan Bates for a 4th rounder, right? I know he's not going to start. Don't get me wrong. Like probably not, right?
No.
We made the 2 trades, and then obviously signed Dahlman.
The only thing, obviously guard to guard, it's all redone and it's set. That we know. Like, what will the tackle spots look like? And when will Braxton be healthy and ready to compete? And will he just get passed up by one of these guys? Could Amagaji, could Trapillo, or could Wright just pass him up and be better? Well, whatever your 5 are, pick it, go with it, develop them, keep your fingers crossed they stay healthy. You can't really, that's out of your control. And then roll with your best 5. The Eagles, that group was mostly intact last year. Now they're also great. The Bills, that group was mostly intact. They did some shuffling because they couldn't find a left tackle in Kansas City, obviously, and they've got tackle problems still probably. But, that was mostly intact other than just shuffling left tackle and then having to throw Tooney out there. The Lions, it feels like, I'd have to go back and double check, but it feels like it was mostly intact. You got to get a little lucky there. Yeah. But hopefully they find their right 5 and they stay healthy, and it's a lot better than it was a year ago. Eddie O's going to join us coming up next. He'll give us his thoughts on the Oaks today, the Derby tomorrow. He'll be all over NBC's coverage once again. It's Carmen and Jurko. Eddie's in for Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Before you can fly, you have to learn to crawl. Yingling is sending Chris and me to Philly for a Northsiders series in June, and we have to take some fans with us. Join me, Adam Abdallah, for a pub crawl Sunday afternoon from 1 to 3 p.m. in Edison Park. At each stop, we'll watch some baseball, responsibly enjoy some Yingling, and register fans to win this Philly flyaway. We'll choose a qualifier at Tavern on the Point first, then we'll head to Firewater Saloon where we'll grab another qualifier, and then end at Edison Park Inn where we'll choose the third qualifier, and then we'll pick the winner from those 3 finalists. The winner and a guest will fly away to Philly with us. Get complete details at ESPNChicagoContest.com. See you in Edison Park Sunday, and please enjoy responsibly.
$1.6 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $1.6 million for a client who was injured due to negligence on an airplane. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. That's 844-4VLG-LAW. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Madison is open for business, and that includes you. Looking to shop local, supporting small businesses, help communities grow and thrive. At the Village of Madison, they're building more than just businesses. They're building futures. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers unbeatable accessibility, a talented workforce, and a community eager to support local entrepreneurs. Shop small, but make a big difference. For more information, visit villageofmadison.org. Madison, where business breathes new life.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago's Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here, and it is Derby time, one of my favorite times of the year, and I will be at one of my favorite places, Fat Poor Tap Works in Lincolnwood, to watch the first leg of the Triple Crown tomorrow. It is the greatest 2 minutes in sports, and we'll be glued to the flat screens to watch the thoroughbreds run. Join me tomorrow afternoon for a Derby party. I'm going to join the party about 4:30, and we'll enjoy pimento cheese dip, the mint juleps, and, of course, the race. So wear your Derby gear, and I will see you at Fat Poor Lincolnwood tomorrow at 4:30, and please drink responsibly.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month.
Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Terry's Tiny Homes, Terry! Sure, as the only employee of her company, Terry was probably the front runner, but saving money getting personalized discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive, well, that gave Terry the edge. Over Terry. Terry! Keep awkwardly chanting your own name, Terry. You deserve it. Woo! Be your own Terry. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute, hosted by Danny Ecker from Crane Chicago Business, is heard Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and is presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers. Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
All right, Derby weekend, the 151st run for the Roses. It is tomorrow. The Oaks is today. And all over NBC's coverage, once again, you will find the great and all-knowing Eddie Olczyk. He joins Carmen and Jurko. Now, Jurko's off. Barstool Eddie is in. We got a couple Eddies right now. Eddie's on the Yingling guest hotline. Edzo, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Tom? Barstool Eddie. Hey, look at there's celebrities, and then there's the elite celebrities. You would not believe who just walked up to the NBC set here in the beautiful starting gate pavilion here at Churchill Downs. I'm going to put the mystery guest on, and then you guys have exactly 8 seconds in terms of, hold on 1 second.
8 seconds, jeez.
Take that, boys.
Oh, God, get out of here. I mean, all that build-up for that. Kap is at the Derby. Did I hear Kap say this is the first time he's ever at the Derby? Is that right?
Yes, never been to the Derby, so my brother and I and our wives are down here.
I'm shocked that you've never been.
Never been. Been to Churchill. Never been to the Derby.
All right, what color suit, Kap? What are you going with?
Right now, I have pink Jordans on, white jeans, and a pink blazer.
That sounds about right. What do you got for tomorrow? Something just as special?
Yeah, I've got this super cool white blazer with a pink shirt. Yeah, super cool.
Dude, look at you.
So much fun. Edzo is such a stud here. He's walking around down here. People are like, that's Eddie Olczyk.
Of course.
What are the Clydesdales?
I don't think that. Nobody knows him as the Clydesdales. Get out of here. Give him the phone back. Have fun, Kap.
Love you.
All right, see you. Have fun.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, how did he must have known. He must have known that I was on with you guys.
He probably did. I love how he walked up right as
love you guys.
Right as you were going on the air with us. It's great.
Hey, great to be with you, Tom. Barstool Eddie. Great to be with you guys. Thanks for having me.
How's the weather? I mean, every year I feel like it rains.
Tom. Yeah, we need Tracy Butler on line 3 right now.
Yeah.
There's a line of storms coming in, so if you're playing the races, which I am, and we're actually having a very good day right now, by the way. There's this line of storms coming in. It might get a little rough, and then maybe there's a little patch later. I would have to say, if they're not wrong, the Oaks is going to be on an off track. So keep that into your handicapping. And then tomorrow, it looks like it's going to be an off track because it looks like heavy, rain. Consistent rain is probably the better way to put it. Our very own Dylan Dreyer from NBC is here, and they're keeping an eye on everything. And then it's supposed to rain kind of on and off most of the day. So I would say it would have a tough time drying out because it's only supposed to get up to like 62, 63 degrees tomorrow. So you got to find out whose butter is a mutter, and we'll try to figure it out.
I heard you tell Kap and Hoodie yesterday that if there were scratches, you like the 21. We've got 2 scratches, the 4 and the 10. The 21's in. What does that do to alter just the field a little bit in the handicap, Eddie?
Well, I think all of a sudden you got a horse that's in major contention. He ran, that being number 21 Baeza, ran against the favorite Journalism, who I think is just a different type of animal, and he's going to be my pick, Carm. He is a little bit, he's a little bit newer of a horse. He doesn't have as much experience, but he ran second to Journalism in their last race out at Santa Anita, out in Arcadia, California, finished second. Only got beat 3/4 of length. Now they're going a little bit farther. They were 1 1/8 last time. They're going to stretch it out and go in 1 1/4. I'd like to think that if you like Journalism, you got to use Baeza just because they were so close. I think it's Baeza and everybody else. That's That's kind of I think it's journalism and everybody else. Like, that's what I think. Now, I think this is a fast race. I think there are horses that are going to go to the lead. And, again, if the track is off, then, I don't want to say all bets are off, but you don't know, because a lot of these horses have never run on the off track, and, the shipping and 165,000 people. So a lot to take in, but a lot of my wagers are going to be around the 8 journalism, 14 Kistastic, 17 Sandman, any Metallica fans out there, and then number 21 Baeza. So I think journalism, if you could get anything higher than 3-1, Carmen and Eddie, I would say you got to go with both hands, because I just think that he is that type of horse. Now, we know what horse racing is. He's got to get a clean break, but I think he's going to sit a perfect trip and be able to overcome any adversity that comes his way tomorrow.
All right, Sandman, real quick, I'm glad you brought up Sandman. It was when the draw happened, it's like that, it's the whammy, 17. No horses ever won out of 17, but now he kicks inside a couple. That's better,
that's
right?
Right. Yeah, he doesn't have to worry about
the whammy
position number 17. So why not? Why can't he? Why can't he win? He's a closer. A very talented horse for trainer Mark Casse. Mark Casse is not the type of a trainer, Carmen Eddie, to, I don't want to say tout their horses, but he talks about this horse. And he's won the Preakness. I mean, he's won some huge races. His top trainer. Like, he's talking about this horse as like, this is his best shot to win the Kentucky Derby. So I think last time I looked, I think he's second or third choice right now with the live wager. And so you got to use him, because he's going to come off the pace and try to pick up the pieces.
How about the Oaks? Anything for today we should be taking a look at, having our eye on?
All I will say is that if the track does come up sloppy or off, wet, however you want to describe it, I'm going to take a shot here. I'm going to go with the 13-horse Bless the Broken for Johnny Velasquez, who's had himself a good afternoon, the jockey for Bless the Broken. I think there's a lot of pace in the race. He's proven on an off track. I think will move up on the off track. I don't want to take the favorite. It's just, with the conditions in a 14-horse field, I would probably more take a shot in that race than I would in any other race. So I would say, look at the 13, see what you think, and if you think it's a really fast pace, you take your chances. But there is a lot of talk about the 14 horse as well, quiet side out on the outside. So maybe it ends up being the 2 outside horses. But I would look at number 13, because I'll just tell you, I'm picking the 13 on the show later today on USA Network. And, oh, by the way, Carmen, Eddie, I don't know if you can wear out an app, but my Twin Spires account right now, my app, I think I've worn it out already, and I'm not even 8 races in. So it's been a very good day. So looking forward to doing some damage here, and then hopefully into tomorrow as well.
I mean, you've been in broadcasting a long time now. You've been on the call for Stanley Cup games, Stanley Cup final games, but you love this, don't you? I mean, like, I could just hear it in your voice. You love this.
Well, this is my passion. This has been my release my whole life. Carm, you know me as well as anybody. Like, anytime I needed to get away from the real world, I would go to the racetrack. Or, now I could just sit at home, like my wife, the lovely and talented Diana Olchek, for 37 years, says I got an OTB in my family room. I'm going, yeah, you're darn right you do. I mean, I don't have to go anywhere, and I could fire up my Twin Spires account and start firing away. So I'm very lucky. Like, when the NHL was on NBC, it was just, the cross-promotion aspect of it. And look at real quick, like, I got my start in television doing horse racing.
That's amazing.
When I was with the New York Rangers in '94, after we won the Stanley Cup, the next year there was a work stoppage, and the people over across the river there at the Meadowlands Racetrack in East Rutherford, New Jersey, hired me to do some handicapping. So I actually got my feet wet in horse racing before I ever picked up a microphone to call hockey games. So I love it. There's good days, there's bad days, but very lucky to be a part of our coverage. And, Carm, this is my 11th year already, and I don't know where the time's gone. And got grandkids now. I'm missing my granddaughter Audrey's first recital tomorrow, so my granddaughter needs probably about 4 or 5 pairs of new shoes. I better have a good weekend and come home with a couple of surprises. So it's awesome. I do love it. But look at this time of year, pucks and ponies, there's nothing better.
I know. All right, real quick. Last thing, and then we'll spring you. Just Hawks related. Looks like Mike Sullivan might be going. I can't remember where I read.
Maybe New York.
Maybe
to
New
Rangers.
York.
Yeah.
Matt Carl's brother, the kid that's coaching Denver, that's a stud that everybody loves. He's not going to be.
David Carl.
Yeah, he's not going to be in consideration for the Hawks job. Who are the Hawks going to hire? Are they going to come away with somebody good?
Well, I'm sure that they're burning up the phone lines. There's no doubt. I mean, David Carl. I mean, look, he's got a great spot out there in Denver. He's won 2 championships.
Yeah.
Out there for college hockey. Obviously an important hire, when you look at what's going on and, the rebuild here the last couple of years. And look, they want to turn that ship around. And, I have the confidence in Kyle and in Normie, and obviously under Danny Wirtz's leadership is, what's happened here the last little while. I mean, they want to turn it around and change it. They got some good young players, and you got to just, you got to figure it out. And, sure, I know they're disappointed that, they weren't able to get David Carl and convince him to come, but, hey, it wasn't a fit for him. You respect that, and now you got to go to, whatever your next plan is, and who that guy could be. I mean, who knows? I mean, a lot of people are caught off guard by Mike Sullivan becoming available, and I think everybody thought he was going to end up in New York. So hopefully they can get the guy that they want, and they can turn it around and give those great Blackhawk fans what they want, and we'll see how that all plays out. But I think there's, 7 other jobs available right now, or 6 at least, I know for sure. So we'll see how it all plays out here in the next little while.
All right, have fun. We'll be watching. Thanks, Edzo.
Thanks.
Hey, nice to be with you guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, buddy. We'll see you. There's Eddie all over NBC's coverage once again for now an 11th year. 13 today, especially in an off track for the Oaks. And he thinks journalism is maybe too good to beat, but he's going to put the 21, he was saying, in all the bets tomorrow now that the 21 is in. And Sandman, the 17. Put Sandman in all of your exotics, your exactas, your tries, your supers, whatever. And Jim Miller, who was on with us earlier for the Odds Couple and joins us every week, the expert handicapper from Hawthorne, he agrees. 17 will be in all the exotics. Sandman ran, I believe it's first at the Arkansas Derby, ran second in the Rebel, or ran third in the Rebel, and then I think ran second early in the year at the Southwest. So he's been a very, very good horse. It's another horse that Jurko's like. So a lot of the guys that know what they're talking about and do this quite often really like that horse Sandman. So take a look. All right, Crosstalk is coming up next. Jalen Brunson has the final word.
Carmen and Jurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word.
Had to have the last word.
On Carmen and Jurko.
Thompson digging in defensively. 8 seconds. Brunson stops on a dime. Launches. Oh, yeah! Jalen Brunson buries it.
Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000. 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery for sales, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Who are you talking to? As a business owner putting hard-earned dollars into advertising, that question is everything. So who are you talking to? How about a very loyal fan base of a great Chicago team? Send your message out to White Sox fans all over Chicagoland. The Sox fan is hungry for a new start and ready to support a business that supports their team. So who are you talking to? How about you start with talking to us? Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Hey guys, it's Kap, and let me tell you about the great people over at Advertisement Mechanical Services. They've been a trusted name in comfort in Chicagoland for 80 years. You can rely on them for HVAC services for your home or your business. Their highly trained technicians are the best and offer fast, responsive support. Advertisement's team is ethical, and it's easy to see why they have been relied upon for so long. That's my team at Advertisement Mechanical Services. Visit atomatic.com today.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
The NBA 82 game grind is done, and now the real fun begins. The NBA playoffs are here, and DraftKings Sportsbook has you covered as an official sports betting partner of the NBA. Make it a playoff run to remember with DraftKings. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code FNH. That's code FNH for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Thanks to Jesse Rogers and Eddie Olchek for joining us today. Thanks to Bleck and Abdallah. And thanks to Barstool Eddie for sitting in for Jurk. Jurk's back on Monday. Rolling you into the weekend to get you home on this Friday. It's time for Waddle and Silvy, and they're on until 6. Then Meller's got pregame for White Sox and Astros on the South Side. Crosstalk is brought to you by the Verdoliak Law Group, fighting insurance companies for over 60 years. Gentlemen.
You know, we have a rare Friday appearance from Big Cap because
today?
I forget what happened. There was something with scheduling Wednesday. So now what I'm going to get is you guys are trying to steal Eddie again. You know, every time.
He
thinks
to calm down.
He thinks we're trying to steal Eddie.
This was the first time, too, where I was asked to do a show at Barstool at the same time. Like, oh, crap, I already committed. And I'm like, I'll cancel, Big Cat. Like, I will cancel. I don't want you to think.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's like, no, it's fine if it's going to be. I'm like, all right, my apologies.
Boy. He is going to come in. He's going to be full of piss and vinegar when he comes out now.
He always is.
I messed up.
Great. I love it. Sylvie, how you feeling?
I feel good. So for those who don't know, I had my top 2 wisdom teeth out. For some strange reason, when I was a kid, they pulled molars for braces and stuff. So then when the wisdom teeth came in, there was room. And
on the bottom?
On all of them.
On
all
4.
Okay. So I pulled the top 2.
So you got the top 2 out.
I've been sick of the top 2. I feel like I don't have enough room in my mouth.
Okay.
For years and years and years.
I don't know what that means, but
no, I'll tell you.
For what? You don't have enough room in your mouth for what?
If you saw the inside of my cheek, it is all. Remember when you had braces and the braces would? They would rub the end of them.
There's a joke there for the good kid on Monday when he comes back.
Very, very funny. He would he would totally go to town with that too.
Well, that and with Carm, I didn't have braces as a kid. I mean, the good kid be like, "Oh, the hell! How would you? How'd you put braces on those teeth?"
He makes fun of my teeth because my teeth are too big. I mean, he's unbelievable. He never stops.
Eddie, you know what? Though he only goes there when he does something wrong. He immediately turns to Carm and makes fun of his teeth.
Exactly.
That's his one move.
I got distracted by your big teeth because he screwed up. Like it never ends. It's unbelievable. All right, so go ahead.
So they pulled the top 2 yesterday. So anyway, those top 2 would rub against my cheek, and it's all scraped up. Yes, for years I've been dealing with it.
What?
I also feel like it. Here's a shock. I have anxiety and I clench. I'm a clencher, I'm just. It's my permanent default.
Oh yeah.
So I feel like those wisdom teeth contributed to more clenching.
Oh wow.
So for finally, and he told me, don't get the bottoms out. They're not affecting anything.
Really?
It's a harder process to get the bottoms out. Get the top 2 out.
He just does it so he can get a nice dose of propofol. He loves the propofol.
Really?
Like Michael Jackson over here.
And so I always tell the surgeon or the oral surgeon yesterday, I go, let me know when you're starting.
Give me a little extra.
Because when I did ask for extra, because I like to do the countdown. I want to see how many seconds I could last and which number. And then I started feeling a little fuzzy. He goes, we're starting.
Okay.
And I didn't even get to a number.
Yeah, of course not.
I didn't even get to a number.
You never do.
No, I've gone a few seconds.
Wow.
Yeah,
They don't want you to get deep into the counts.
I don't think I've ever gotten to the number. All of a sudden.
And then I woke up and there was gauze in my mouth.
So you just had constant road rash in your mouth?
Yeah, I never. If you would have called it road rash years ago, Eddie, I would have had him pulled out because it made it sound uglier.
Yeah.
This is what I've been dealing with.
Wasn't it uncomfortable?
Yes.
What?
I used to use the phrase, I feel uncomfortable in my own mouth.
Oh my God.
So when you got like a
There's so many jokes. You are so lucky Yurk's not here. Eddie's too nice a guy.
Really flexible.
Yeah.
So when you got like a real salty fry or something, did it just like
fry? You said fry, right? Real salty fry.
Fry. Yeah, right.
Why do you got to bring salt in the equation, Eddie?
Oh my God. Yeah, that's a good question though. Did it irritate it? Like if it's all chewed up, did like something?
I think so. When it would chew, it would constantly rub.
Oh my God.
But I would just deal with it.
This. I don't think I ever heard you talk about that.
I would just deal with it.
Oh my Lord.
Kept that to himself, Carm.
Probably a good thing.
So
wait till he tells you his hemorrhoid story. I mean, it's going to knock you down.
Get the hell out of here.
A couple hanging.
Get out.
What?
Have you ever had a hemorrhoid?
No, I don't think I have.
I don't think I have.
Oh, you would know, Eddie.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know.
Oh, yeah. They are not pleasant.
Burning and itching.
Oh, it's awful. I think they're hereditary, too. I tell the story. When I was a kid, I remember growing up, 10825 Bridle Path Lane, one of the most horrible memories I have is my dad had them so bad that he had to have them surgically fixed.
Oh, no. I thought they all have to be surgically fixed.
No,
Is
not
that
no.
true?
They can
fall off.
No,
right?
they don't fall off.
With
no,
the hemorrhoids?
It's a vein in your your anus.
Wait, the hemorrhoid doesn't fall.
No. The vein.
How dare you?
I'm just saying, and it swells, and then it goes away when the swelling goes away, so it doesn't fall off. It's not
you could tell I never had one.
So anyway, my dad my dad had them surgically removed. So I remember walking into their bathroom, and my dad was in the tub soaking his ass, wearing a blue Adidas sweat top and nothing else, just sitting in the bathtub, just groaning in agony. I'll never forget that. I don't remember anything. That's the one thing about growing up in my house.
How old were you?
I had to be 13.
And so you saw that, and that's it. That's ingrained because you can go back to that place right now.
Yes,
and you're just like, oh,
I have no idea what happened to me last Wednesday. That I'll never shake.
See,
never shake.
But that does shape your formative years, where you see your father at his not his low
agony.
point, but just when all there's nothing. That's a compromising
soaking
spot.
soaking his arse because he just had hemorrhoid surgery.
That's a pretty
Oh,
compromising.
you know those hot chips? Have you ever seen those?
Yeah,
It's
like the one chip.
The one
Oh,
chip.
I have.
Yeah. So they did it as a challenge at work, and this one guy had it so bad he had his wife had to take one cube to his anus.
No, come on.
Yeah.
Why? Because
it
from
lit him
eating
on
the
fire?
one chip.
Fire, yes.
Get out of here.
Yes, he swears.
And his wife put an ice chip on it?
Yeah, he had to keep one cube. Just, like when his arms were tired, she had to like replace it.
Sounds like something he had planned.
Yeah, I think this is kind of like a little play.
Yeah, this was
little
long
play
relief. Long relief. He couldn't hold.
Oh,
it.
they get some preparation H. Like that definitely helps.
All right, your best hemorrhoid story. Ring it up 332-3776.
You'd be shocked.
Oh,
It's not as uncommon as you think.
You know, there was I won't.
Women get them quite bad during childbirth.
They do.
Yes.
There was a basketball player, a pro basketball player in town who once had to get them removed, and Fred Tedeschi, the old trainer, told the media. He said, "Listen, I'm going to tell you guys where he's at, but you can't. He's a little embarrassed. I won't say who it was.
No. The years have passed. What do they say?
No, I won't say.
Statute of limitations.
Yes,
I won't say
it's done.
But Tedeschi came up.
Are you
to the
talking
media.
about Artis Gilmore?
I'm not talking about Artis. I covered the Bulls. Tedeschi
I want
came
to
up and he
guess
said,
who would have hemorrhoids.
He goes, "Listen, this is what happened. He had, he's had the procedure, but he's a little embarrassed. He doesn't want
What
that."
about a college in a position?
No, you'd get it in 2 seconds.
Okay.
You'd get it in 2 seconds.
Does his last name start with a P?
No.
I think it's Eddie Curry.
Thornwood.
Not Eddie Curry.
Because I'm going the years that Carmen covered the Bulls,
Not
which
Eddie
were the
Curry.
worst years of Bulls basketball.
But he had to go get him surgically removed.
But by the way, I don't think it's something you should be embarrassed by. It's a medical condition.
He was a young kid. Well, he was
you don't get them from anything nefarious.
It was not Khalid El-Amin. He did go to college. It was a college player
Chris
who was
Duhon.
on the Bulls. It wasn't Chris
Duhon.
He's still playing.
He would be late to surgery. No, you're talking about Chris Dunn. You're thinking of Chris Dunn.
That's
Yeah,
right.
on the Clippers.
That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
I was surprised to see him the other day, too.
He doesn't know what day it is, but he can remember that thing
That's
about
right.
his dad. He thinks Chris
Oh,
Duhon's still
you know what?
playing.
I'm still in a daze.
Remember, he hasn't been in the league in 12 years.
Chris Duhon was
and the league is better off.
Remember, Carmen, we used to talk about it. He would never wake up on time. Wasn't he constantly late for practices?
He was a good. They liked Chris though, all in all. And Chris was a decent player.
He liked to party though while he was here.
He did. Chris liked to go out. He was a fun guy. But yeah, you shouldn't be embarrassed. It's part of life.
No, it's nothing you should be embarrassed by.
I got to look at the Bulls. I bet it's a
Come
big
on,
man.
Carm, just say the name.
Aaron
just
Gray.
Say it.
Not Aaron
Say
Gray.
it.
I
The
love some of
Panther?
the guesses.
The Panther, Aaron Gray. The
Aaron
Panther?
Gray, yeah.
It was not Aaron
His nickname was a Panther.
Roger Mason Jr.
That's
good.
a good guess, but it was not Roger Mason Jr. That's a great
Who's
pull
the
by
one
you.
who's
Nate
the,
Robinson.
I know who
Nate
it is.
Robinson.
Who's the one who went to UConn? That
did
Dave
not-
Frank
he
was
did
always
not
mad
go to
that they
UConn.
traded. Or no, not to UConn. He was traded to Minnesota.
Trenton Hassel.
It
It was
T. Hassel.
It was not Trenton Hassel. If you get it, I'll say it, but you don't have it. It was not Trenton Hassel.
I'm trying to think the years.
Great pull on Roger Mason Jr. This is taking me back to the.
Marcus
I covered all
Fizer.
those teams.
Marcus Fizer.
Marcus Fizer.
That's who it was. Oh, good job. Did you
job.
just Google that?
Yeah, I Googled Marcus Fizer hemorrhoids. No.
The big debate we used to have about Marcus Fizer was, he turned out to be a bust in the NBA.
He did,
But he went to Israel and he was great.
Yes.
And he won MVPs. My question was always, do you display the MVP award?
Right. I remember you used to ask that. I say, of course you do. I think. I should ask my buddy Len Metella, who played in Europe, and he won an MVP.
Why wouldn't you? You won.
I've never seen it in Len's house though. To Sylvie's point, like Len played he played in Europe, and in 1 year in the Belgium league he won MVP.
You should
But
display it.
He doesn't have it. I've
I'm
never
just saying
seen
that
it
he
in
was
his
the
house.
fourth overall pick who busted out.
Yeah, but that's still. I would still.
Sylvie's right. He was the fourth overall. Like Len didn't get drafted. He went after college and played. Let me text him and see.
Still
if-
an
see if it-
accomplishment. Like
I'm going to ask him. Hold
He's different, though, Len.
Yeah, he played for Dockich at Bowling Green and then went and played in Europe for like 10 years.
Yeah, he's not the fourth overall
No, I know,
pick
but I'm saying I don't think I've never walked into Len's house and been like, oh, there's your MVP trophy. I'm going to ask him.
Yeah, but he probably built a bond with those guys and felt some type of appreciation for it, right?
Someone guessed Jake Voskuhl. That's a good guess, too.
he was UConn, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Wasn't
Jake
Voskuhl
Voskuhl was. He was, yes. I covered some bad teams, boys.
They
let me
were
tell you.
terrible.
Remember how good Pfizer was at Iowa, that last year at Iowa State? He was awesome.
Saw Jerry had that pipeline to Iowa State.
Yeah,
Wasn't he the fourth pick of the draft? Did you say?
So, yeah, he was the fourth pick. They
Pat
went to
Williams also a fourth pick of the draft.
Oh,
yeah, Pat Williams is.
Any other guys that were picked fourth and didn't
Eddie.
turn
Eddie
out?
was the fourth pick of the draft. Eddie Curry was. Eddie was the fourth pick.
So if the Bulls go up the lottery and they get the fourth pick, that's bad news.
They haven't been good. We just gave you three that haven't been all that good. I got to be honest.
It's the reason we never talked about this. I told you before the draft The Ryan Poles should trade a third-round pick for a fourth-round pick. He basically, because he sucks in the third round, he basically did that with getting the extra 2, trading the third.
Right. There was no third-round pick.
No third-round pick.
It's a good move.
I think he knew. He knew his weakness.
Right. But then he drafted a guy in Hippolyte who everyone said was destined to be a free agent. They drafted him in the 4th round.
Do we know his birthday yet, Carm?
I can't find it anywhere.
Somebody said that they were going to figure that out, but I have not heard.
And I'm also intrigued by the whole, if you win a trophy in Europe, are you
should you display
now I'm
it?
texting with Len. He said it's in a spot where you'd have to come multiple times to notice it. I said, what does that mean? I've been to your house a million times. Like, I've never seen it. So he's got it displayed somewhere.
That's good. That's
so let me ask you a question. So if Marcus Pfizer, let's just say was, I don't know if he was.
Over there.
If he was the collegiate player of the year or won some sort like that, so you display that. But you don't display your 4-time MVPs in the Israeli league?
I think just a question.
I would.
Hey, where are your NBA awards? I know you were the 4th overall pick. Well, I didn't make it.
If I get an award from the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation, I put it
right
on
there.
my desk.
Well,
I'm going to put every award I get out.
You're an ambassador for a great charity.
Well, I mean,
maybe it gets like the hallway or something. You know, just
I would. So he would have gone if the CBA was still going on, and he went to the CBA instead of overseas.
Put it up.
And he won CBA MVP.
Put it up.
What about G League MVP? And you were the 4th pick, and I'm not talking about just anybody.
I know you're talking about the 4th pick.
I'm talking about.
I think you put it. I don't. Now he's telling me next time I come over, pay closer attention. So it's somewhere in his house. I've never seen it.
Should he not be proud of his accomplishments in Israel?
I'm not saying he shouldn't. I'm asking.
Well, then that's why I'm saying if you're proud of it, display it.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
I think he does. It just gets a bad spot. That's it.
What about Trustman? Trustman's definitely got the Canadian
Coach
of the Years up.
Yes.
No doubt.
Of course.
He doesn't have as much to hang his head
probably on his nightstand.
Yeah, it might be on his nightstand, yeah.
He may stroke it before he goes to bed.
That's right.
I'm talking about the trophy, Carm.
I wasn't sure. Maybe both. That's too good.
I love Eddie. Eddie comes from Barstool. So, you can say anything. I just listened to Joakim Noah interview today on PMT. It was outstanding.
Nice.
And he swears every other word. Yeah. So Eddie comes in and he asks if
he's got to clean it up.
And he goes, am I allowed to say horny? Yeah. But he didn't even say horny. Am I allowed to say the H word?
Yeah.
And Carmen goes, hell?
And he goes, no, H-O-R-N. And I was like, I think you can say it. He goes,
I need a list.
But if you can't say it, then you're not allowed to spell it either.
For Eddie next time
I spelled the S word out one time on the radio.
In the beginning of our show.
Yeah, you're going to get in trouble.
I did, yeah.
They dumped me the other day.
I know. I thought you were fine with that.
I thought so.
It's the opposite of jerk on.
Right? Yes, it's the opposite.
Yeah.
They dumped me for that, but I was like, I think I could say
if
that.
You use
Chris
it,
was
Look at Jack. Jack's shaking his head at me. You're 24 years old. I got 3 kids older than you. Don't you dare shake your head at me.
You could use it as a noun, not as a verb, I believe.
I did use it as a noun.
Okay. Like he's a...
That's what I said about me. I said, listen, I'm sorry if you felt like I was a little bit of a...
he wasn't talking about the action.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That would be dumb.
Yeah.
I think if you're just...
Use it as a noun. Like I said, I said it as me. I made a bad joke I made a bad joke at when we did our teas, and I came back and I started the show. I said, because Clinton Yates was talking about his favorite Greek, and then he got cut off. Clinton doesn't know how to get out on time. So the national feed stops so that we can start and keep the clock. And he always gets cut off. And he was saying his favorite Greek, and then it got stopped. And I said, it's got to be Anthony Quinn. And we came back, and I said, that's probably a bad joke. I said, of course, he played a famous Greek in a movie. And I said, I'm being a little bit of a blank off. I said, I didn't mean to upset our Mexican-American friends. Of course, Anthony Quinn wasn't Greek. It's a dumb joke. And then they got mad at me. They're like, you can't say that.
You can say that he's Greek. You just can't use the term that you...
Yeah, right. I said about myself.
Right.
So what's the process if you guys let one slip? Like you get closed-door meeting or what happens?
You high-five everyone in the floor.
Yeah.
Because you got away with one.
Depending on the transgression, Danny it's either going to let it go and he'll say, don't say it again. If you did something that you shouldn't have said, he'll probably...
Well, Eddie, do you know the Dennis Rodman story for Lunch with a Legend?
I don't.
So Lunch with a Legend... They invited Dennis Rodman to be our legend.
Right after Mike Quaddy.
This is at Morton's.
Okay.
So it's at Morton's at Steakhouse. It's packed. Dennis Rodman's back in Chicago. It didn't help that he went out the night before and never went to sleep and then came. He was supposed to be on at noon, and he showed up at Morton's at like 9 or 10 a.m. So, like, and some of our big bosses are like, oh, my God, Dennis Rodman's here early. Let's have drinks with him. So now
at 9 a.m.
He's drinking vodka sodas at the bar at 9:30.
And I'm still not sure he went to bed the night before.
No, he didn't. Yeah. He didn't. He went out all night.
All night.
So now he's liquored up. And
he called me baby for 2 hours.
Honey. He kept calling you honey.
Honey or baby?
Kept calling Waddle honey.
Yeah.
But and then I think they tried to, like, tweak the delay where they made it, you had more time to dump. Usually it's 7 seconds, and it was more time. But what that did in the process was it malfunctioned the dump button.
Well, and it's got to build back up.
Yes.
Once you dump the chunk, the dump, no, I know, that sounds weird. It no longer, you're not on delay. It's got to build. It slowly adds time. So any subsequent foul language is going to go on the air.
Yeah.
So now things are getting dumped, but he's ripping it off so fast. He'd be like he was doing an interview with you guys, and it wouldn't matter. He's ripping it off so fast that there's F-bombs.
And he would apologize after every one. I'm sorry. And then he would do it again 2 minutes later. Yeah. And finally, they had no choice because they were getting through that. They just went to Rosillo and Van Pelt.
It was me and Jurko. They said, I was here, and they go, you got to go on now.
I think at first, though, they went to the National. They just dumped out of the show and went to National.
Yeah.
And the people in the room didn't know.
Right.
Because we're looking at each other. What should we do? And we never announced it. And we just continued to do the show. And if you were there, you thought it was the best show. Right. And if you weren't there, you're like, what the hell happened to the show?
It was classic.
Wow. And I had an appearance that afternoon, and I was, especially when I was younger, completely shaken. I've got Jim Morrissey showed up to that one, your former teammate. It was like I saw a ghost that day.
Can you imagine the inside of his mouth at that point, too, with all of the scratching and the gnashing,
the road
rash in his mouth. It was, and some of our previous bosses thought it would be a great idea to sit there and continue to funnel vodka tonics into Dennis Rodman at the time.
Not a good idea.
So what is he on, like the pre-taped only list for now?
He's on, I think, the band list. I don't think we can put Dennis on anymore.
Everybody was like, "Oh, we're surprised." I'm like, "Look, if the clown shows up to the circus, are you really surprised? That's what you expect, right?"
For sure.
Yeah, don't put your hand on a hot stove, right?
Exactly, If you jumped into the lion's den and he maybe chewed off your leg, probably shouldn't be surprised. I don't know. All right, boys, what's up on the show today?
So Big Cat's coming on at 3:30.
He's in studio today, right?
Yeah. Is he coming in? Oh, good.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's already warned me that if the races aren't on from Churchill, he's leaving.
Oh.
Said there better be horse racing.
But it's on USA, I think, right?
Is it? Well, it's on FanDuel TV.
Why isn't that TV on? Why is that on the screensaver?
I have no idea.
We didn't pay our cable bill.
No, here.
Well, let's watch
NCAA tournament.
Yes.
What's for that?
Here, hold on. I'll find it.
Go to FanDuel Racing.
Hold on. I don't know if they have that on YouTube TV, though.
And Eddie, while he's scanning,
do.
what you said to Jesse is so on point, your question about
sports.
I think the Cubs have to go into Milwaukee with a different attitude. Like, enough is enough.
Yeah.
I think they're 4 games under 500 against Milwaukee the last 2 years. Mm-hmm. And the Cubs were going for something in the last 2 years. You can't have that again. Yeah. And you're off to a good start. You go in there and don't let them push you around anymore. They're the little brother. Right. You act like the big brother when you walk in.
There you go.
It's a big game for Ben Brown tonight. So we'll talk to Jesse as well. And the NBA, I think, has been great.
Great. Yes. And Jalen, I mean, I said telling Eddie how weird it is that we're watching the Knicks and I'm like excited when the Knicks win. It's crazy. It makes me sick almost. But I love Jalen. And
that was very Jordan-esque.
It was fantastic.
Awesome.
The back page of that the paper Silvy sent out that photo. Like Jalen Brunson's a legend in New York City.
Whenever a team wants to trade a second-round pick for cash considerations, all they should have are posters of Jokic and Brunson next to each other, and go, it's worth a shot. While it doesn't happen all the time, these two, if we believe in our development skills, we don't sell picks.
Was Jalen a second rounder as well?
Yes. Yeah. And not that he's at that level, but wasn't Draymond a second rounder?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not that he's Joker or Jalen Brunson, but like Draymond's.
There's been many. Gilbert Arenas, I think, was a second rounder.
Was the first pick of the
good second round picks.
Like Draymond's going to go down as a huge part of a dynasty. I mean,
Jimmy was 30. Like there are a lot of guys who have been clutch playoff players now,
for sure,
who were drafted late first round, second round.
All right, boys. Have a good show and have a good weekend, okay?
You got it.
Eddie, thanks, pal. Have a good weekend, buddy. All right, well, York's back Monday. Waddle and Silvy get you home next. Everybody have a great weekend.
This is Waddle and Silvy. Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Jurko. I'm here with Mitch Lyons, owner of Mitch Lyons Wealth. He's here to protect and optimize your retirement funds. What are some of the great football metaphors that apply to retirement planning?
Oh, man, there's so much that I apply to my career in helping people. Game plan, right? You got to have your best game plan to hit your goals. Retirement red zone, we talk about a lot as far as when you get into that area, approaching retirement or in retirement, the game changes just like it does on a football field. You don't want to take on unnecessary risk, and you really got to change your game plan at that point.
What's one thing you wish everybody knew about preparing for retirement?
I think the biggest thing is people don't need to take on the risks that they think they need to. You don't have to, and quite frankly, you don't want to when you're in retirement. You protect what you have and optimize through income strategies that we have available.
How can listeners get in touch with Mitch Lyons Wealth for a free consultation?
Call 866-857-8335. There's nothing to buy. There's nothing to lose. Call today to see if you can better protect and optimize your retirement. MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery for sales, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Hey, it's Courtney Cronin, and when it comes to gifting, nothing beats a beautiful piece of jewelry. And when it comes to jewelry, Chicagoans have trusted Rogers & Hollins for over 100 years. As your local family-owned jeweler, Rogers & Hollins offers meaningful pieces at a great value, plus expert guidance, trusted repairs, and hands-on service that make every experience unforgettable. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or something for yourself, check out rogersandhollins.com or stop by a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Contractors, landscapers, and homeowners. If you're in the market for tractors, mowers, or RTVs, then Kubota Orange Day is for you. Alta Equipment is teaming up with Kubota for a one-day sales event. Tuesday, May 13th, 9 to 3, plan to be at Alta Equipment in Orland Park. Save big and get hands-on with the machines built to work as hard as you do. Live demos, giveaways, and special financing on exceptional deals. Kubota Orange Days at Alta Equipment off 115th and Wolf Road in Orland Park. Tuesday, May 13th.
I just picked up my brand new 25 Defender from Land Rover Chicago and Howard Orloff Imports, and I could not be happier. The Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you'd expect from Land Rover. It's the kind of vehicle that truly handles the toughest trails, but still turns heads at a fancy restaurant. The Defender makes every trip an adventure for the whole family. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of 2025 Defenders ready and waiting for you. Visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Harry Douglas here, and we all know breakfast is an important part of the day. But sometimes when you travel for business, you end up staying at a hotel that doesn't offer any. And you know what happens? You grab a cup of coffee and skip the meal entirely. We've all been there, folks. But if you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you can enjoy their free Bright Side breakfast, featuring delicious baked goods, fruit, eggs, yogurt, and waffles. And really, who doesn't want to start their day with fresh, hot, tasty waffles? Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at lq.com.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Bring gas.
It's locked, cocked, ready to rock.
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
2, 3, 4.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8.
It's the 8 Bears draft picks. Can't tell me nothing about this draft. Can't tell me nothing about these picks. Edge rushers, I ain't forget you. Safety depth, I ain't forget you. Take that. Another year with the top 10 draft pick. Left tackle, running back, pass rushers were the prospect with trades on the board. Chaos and style. Ryan Poles caution round 1 could get wild. At 10, the Bears looked around. Genty long gone, no left tackles to be found. A move back ain't happening, so Chicago had to pick. Loveland it is. We're rolling out the script. A weapon, a mover with hands made of glue. A mismatch nightmare. These defenses been new. Round 2. The Bears had a chance to strike. Another pick on offense right within their sight. Ben Johnson cheesing. He'd seen the tape. This RB class, all sizes, all shapes. But at 39, the backs flew off the board. Judkins, Henderson would be no more. That's okay with Shea, who lives for rivalry flair. Henderson's like, the team up north, I don't care. So it's Bird and Trapillo and Turner in the second round. Stout technician Violent, a couple words thrown around. Matt Miller calls Bird the best pick in the draft. And adding in the trenches, that's never a bad ask. Round 4. This is where the running backs will bite. But instead, the Bears drafted Ruben Hippolyte. Don't know his age very much about him. All I can say is Dennis Allen got him.
Bars.
5th round, he goes by Zay, not Za. Long, tall, fast, put him on Chicago's radar. Al Harrison, the lab, got a plan so tight, let Poles know there's a press corner right within his sight. You know what they say about the 6th round. A place where offensive line depth is always found. The next Doug Kramer, his name's Luke Newman. Center or guard, O-line depth is booming. Last but not least, the time finally arrived. A running back in the 7th named Kyle Munagai. A pick with value and pass pro upside. At the end of a deep draft class, did the Bears get the prize? So there it is, 8 Bears draft picks. UDF phase soon added to the mix. 3 weeks back when his squad came through, Johnson stood up, laid out his due. No depth chart now, no spots been defined. If you want that role, you've got to grind, you've got to shine. Rookie camp next week, OTAs after that. Soon enough, we'll find out if the Bears are really back.
How great was that?
Wow, that was tremendously.
A different side of Courtney Cronin this morning on Kap and J Hood.
When did she write that?
She said that she put some work into it.
I would think so.
It was like usually a lot of times in the radio business, they'll say, yeah, I got a treat for everyone coming up at 9:45 or something like that. And then you hear and it's like nothing, you know, and it's like a bad payoff. And you're like, that's a treat. So I heard them say that. Courtney said, I have a treat for everybody. And I'm like, okay.
She delivered.
And then I could not believe how good that was and how much work she put into it. And I believe now what Courtney has done is she has raised the bar to now where every post game she has to do her hit the next morning or afternoon with us, and she has to wrap a summary of what the previous Sunday's game was. What do you think?
I think
all 17.
I think that's a nice ask that will be summarily dismissed when you ask.
She could be known, like, not only is she outstanding on national TV, covering the Bears locally for us, she does radio nationally as well, but now she could be known as well as the rapping reporter. Is there a rapping reporter out there?
She's so busy. Do you really think she's got time for that?
Look, it's a good marketing ability. You could, who knows what doors this opens.
Very well written.
It was good.
Very well written.
I enjoyed it. Yeah, I enjoyed it today. So welcome in, Waddle and Silvy. It is a Friday. You've made it to your weekend. If you want to talk to us, 312-332-3776. Look, if she doesn't want to do all the games.
More importantly, I think Kap needs to respond with a rap of his own on Monday.
That's good. Now, that's a good idea.
Yeah. Like, Kap's got a rap about what he's at Churchill for the Kentucky Derby.
Should he do a Churchill rap?
He should do a horse racing rap, is what he should do.
We should do, like, every week, a different on-air personality gets the task of rapping what happened that weekend. So, like, next week it's you. The week after that it's Hoodie. The week after that it's me. And then the listeners will crown the champion.
Yeah, that could go sideways quick.
You can make yours a country song.
Yeah, definitely. But I have no I have no desire for it. But B, I don't have any talent in that area.
Waddle today did something that he had not done in 5 years. He
brushed my teeth.
He updated his iOS on his Apple phone.
iOS, SOI. Can you give me a phone like a system update kind of chant? If I scream iOS, Tyler, what do you give me?
Oh, kind of like the Illini chant?
iOS!
I don't even know where to go.
All right,
there.
see, I don't know.
You can make it your PCA.
iOS, yes.
I don't know.
You finally
but
did
I did
it.
update my phone, but I had to dump a ton of stuff.
How much advice did you have to give him, Tyler?
We had to walk him through
a ton.
Well, first of all, how to get there. It all stemmed from a Waddle's World story I gave him.
What was that? Was this yesterday?
No,
it's one
he
that
gave me one today, and it's titled, you should hear this as much as your phone means to you. Am I right?
It's ridiculous, yeah. Addiction. It's an addiction.
What?
It's probably the thing that I've been addicted to the most in my life.
Yeah.
I don't consider myself an addict of anything, but
other than your phone?
Of the phone, I don't know. Like you're under a trance after all these years of
billions of iPhone users at risk of dangerous malware attack. Warning issued on newly found flaw.
Yeah, you got to get the security update.
Okay, Bill Gates. Apple users are being urged to update their devices ASAP after cyber sleuths uncovered a major flaw that could lead hackers get into their gadgets. What's being called airborne allows hackers to deploy malware, snoop on your private data, or even eavesdrop on your conversations when connected to the same Wi-Fi network as your devices, which includes public places like airports, coffee shops, or even your work office. To keep hackers out, users are advised to update all devices to the latest software, finally, especially those connected to AirPlay.
Yeah, you're usually good about that. You will not join... Noticed over the years, you won't join a public Wi-Fi.
No.
You never do.
I will never plug my phone into, like, an airport.
A port.
No.
Because you never know where it's going on the other end. That's why. Yeah. All right.
Plus, I don't, the phone is the phone. Like, if I could throw it in the ocean and be fine, I would.
I think a lot of us would if we could. And I guess there's always a way to survive, but I don't feel like in our business
No, you're right.
You can't.
That's what I mean. If I could, I would, but I can't.
I left my phone today in my car at the parking garage when I parked here.
You're just tempting someone to break your window to steal your phone.
Yeah. And then I went back in a minute or two. I couldn't live without it. Did you
panic?
You notice it right away, right? Where do you keep your iPhone? In the back pocket? Yeah, and I noticed as I was walking.
Did you know that you had left it in the car, or were you worried that maybe you dropped it?
No, I knew it was in the car. Yeah, okay. I knew it was in the car.
You left. You came in, you said hello to everybody, and turned around and went back.
Yeah, I'm like, I got to go back to the car. I can't leave the phone in there. Yeah, because of you don't want anyone to break in, but I couldn't live without it. All right, let's take a time out here. Big Cat's going to join us at 3:30. I want to play some of the leftover poll stuff. I know you guys talked about it yesterday. Ryan Poles was on with Kap and J Hood. I thought there was a lot of interesting things there, including one where he mentioned that fans, and he was led this way because of Cap's shot or no shot, but whether they're panicking or they're overreacting to what they didn't get in the NFL draft. And if you agree with him or disagree with him, we had a hot debate in the pre-show fist fight about this. Some of the other things, Barstool Big Cat at 3:30. We've got Jesse today from Milwaukee to preview the big Cubs Brewers series, and then he's off to Italy. So Jesse's got a very busy next couple of days. NBA playoffs they've been really, really good.
They've been fun.
Really good. And that shot last night by Jalen Brunson, who played his high school ball at Stevenson. They had on the front page of the sports section today, New York legend. They're already talking about on Get Up if he could be the greatest Knick ever. It's pretty incredible. So we'll talk a lot about all that stuff. We got a busy Friday show for you. It's Waddle and Silvy.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Here's a swing and a long drive. Right back in the gap. Put it on the board.
White Sox baseball on ESPN Chicago.
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Astros.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
It's Derby time, and I will be at one of my new favorite places, Fat Pour Tapworks in Lincolnwood, to watch the first leg of the Triple Crown Saturday, tomorrow. It is the greatest 2 minutes in sports, and we'll be glued to the flat screens, which will be everywhere inside Fat Pour, to watch the Thoroughbreds run. Join me tomorrow afternoon for a Derby party. I will join the Fat Pour Tapworks party at 4:30. We'll enjoy some pimento cheese dip, some mint juleps, and, of course, the race. Wear your Derby gear, and I will see you at Fat Pour Lincolnwood tomorrow, 4:30, and please drink responsibly.
Chicago, it's time to make some room in the beer fridge. Yuengling is finally here.
After 196 years, the oldest brewery in America has officially landed in Illinois.
Start with a legend, Yuengling Traditional Lager, a smooth, rich beer that's been around longer than our crosstown rivalry.
There's light lager, it's crisp and easy drinking, the Golden Pilsner with a clean, refreshing taste, and black and tan, the perfect mix of dark and light.
So if you're at the bar or grabbing a six-pack, don't go with the usual. Try a Yuengling.
Chicago, the wait is over. It's Yuengling country.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At HawkAuto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at HawkAuto.com.
HawkAuto.com!
Financing on approved credit.
Madison, where businesses thrive and futures are built. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers prime accessibility, a talented workforce, and a supportive community ready to champion local businesses. Madison, home for business, heart for family.
At Potawatomi, where ways to win are endless, another chance to capture epic cash and prizes comes Friday, June 27th. It's the season finale blockbuster drawings. Watch your entries from Enchanted Spins, Unreal Treasures, and Boundless Bounty come together for drawings where $300,000 in cash and prizes is there for the taking. Be there to win your share. June 27th only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. More info online. Must be 21 years old to play.
Hey, fellas, could you use a little extra help in the bedroom? Of course you could. And that's where my friends at Blue Chew come in. Blue Chew is your secret weapon for confidence when it's time to step up and perform. You've heard of Viagra and Cialis, right? Well, Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No swallowing pills, no awkward pharmacy runs, and no weird conversations with your doctor. It's all done online. Just hop on BlueChew.com. Consult with a licensed medical provider, and they'll find the right prescription for you. Then it's shipped discreetly to your door. Nobody will know but you and your partner. And of course, she'll be the one enjoying the benefits. Here's the best part. Blue Chew works. And it works, and it works, and oh man, does it work, baby. Whether you're a rookie in the bedroom or an MVP like the good kid, a little boost never hurts, right? Your partner wants you to bring your A game. And Blue Chew is the pregame ritual you need to turn oh no into oh, yes! Ready for an incredible offer? Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, consult with their licensed provider, and get your first month free.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
Barstool Big Cat will join us in about 10 minutes from right now. He looked at us. He goes, I can't be there for 45 minutes.
It's a long time to talk to you two, is what he said.
So he's in the building. Ryan Poles was on with Kap and J Hood. I missed it when it was on live, but he was great, and he spent a lot of time with them.
He's, I described it, he seems like a guy who's significantly more comfortable in his own skin at this point.
I think an extension is coming if it hasn't already. I mean, isn't that something Courtney reported earlier in the offseason?
Yeah.
Like, I think by getting Ben Johnson, landing Ben Johnson, having Kevin Warren watch the way he conducted the coaching search and navigate it, that if there was any questioning of him and his personnel moves, because it went so well, that he's earned himself a contract extension. And he doesn't look like the guy who was on the podium with Warren. When was that? Back early December?
Yes. I mean, when you walk into the building and your conversations are with Ben Johnson and his coaching staff versus Matt Eberflus, and that was all self-inflicted. Nobody's denying that.
He was the one.
With Matt Eberflus and that group of... I think he'd have a different. I think there's a reason why there is a different skip to his step at this particular time. Have they announced a contract extension?
No, they have not announced that.
I don't know why it's necessary, to be honest with you.
I know you've been an advocate even after they landed Ben Johnson. That you still.
What's the rush?
They I've always said they want them on the same timeline.
You can get that.
Oh, sure.
You just don't have to do it now.
Right.
What's the rush?
Right. No, and then if
it doesn't go well, if people's fears that they didn't get a left tackle or enough pass rush, which are legitimate fears, then I mean, if more mistakes are made, then you're kind of locked in. Like I love what they've done bringing in Ben Johnson. I like that they drafted some really good players. I think they signed some good players and traded for some good players. I think they're pointing in the right direction.
Right.
I just don't think in general business terms, I think extensions are for those who have accomplished a lot on their resume.
Right, exactly. Or you're still under contract.
Yeah.
Why do you need an extension?
I'm not trying to run him out.
No, you're not firing him.
No, I'm not firing him.
I've always understood that philosophy, but the Bears, and I think finally they want to settle things down in that building where everyone knows that everyone's on the same timeline, okay? Poles got here first. Caleb is in his second year. Ben Johnson in his first year. These are our three dudes. Let's make sure they're here for a while.
What if those dudes don't do their jobs well? Then you just got a bunch of dudes that don't do their jobs well on the same time.
But
speaking of how the Bears do business, they don't do that.
Well, they did this year.
After 50-some years, and you still waited too long.
Yes.
You waited a year too long.
I know. All right, let's go forward, though. This is Poles, and this is why, and again, the question's in here. So he led them down this road, and Cap's got a great relationship. They both do. But I think Kap is very close with Ryan Poles these days. And this is the question, and then you'll hear the answer.
Shot or no shot, all of us who panic, oh, God, they didn't get a left tackle. Oh, God, they didn't get a rush edge in the draft. Shot or no shot, we're overreacting.
Shot.
Tell me why.
Listen, when you're putting a team together, there's you don't control the talent that's there. You don't always get to be first in line. In free agency, there's players want to be in certain places or don't want to be in certain places. So there's a level of patience that it takes, and you're waiting for those opportunities to jump on. So, I get the O-line conversation over the last year or two. But again, being opportunistic when a really good group comes up and all of a sudden Joe and Jonah are available for trade and Drew Dahlman, a guy, because we knew a young center that's smart, athletic, that can take a lot off of a young quarterback. We were either waiting for that guy to be there. Sometimes it's in the draft, sometimes it's in free agency, sometimes it's in the trade situation. And it came together for us now. So there's just a level of patience that it takes to acquire the right talent. And but I understand the reaction or overreaction when it comes to that. We're the same way. Listen, I sit here and I want everything. I don't want to put a perfect roster together, but the way that this league is built, it's a challenge to get everything that you need. But that's what makes it really fun and exciting.
I like what he said towards the end there, but like if I'm him coming off those first 3 years and you just talked how you wouldn't give him even an extension, like I would have said, I get what the fans are talking about. I've won 15 games as the general manager. Our offensive line with our rookie quarterback didn't do a good enough job protecting Caleb Williams. So any questioning of moves that we make going forward are warranted until we prove this isn't being going on the Buffalo radio station after countless division championships.
Six straight trips to the playoffs.
And being a perennial contender and him saying, you guys are nitpicking on the wide receiver. Like, I don't believe he was patient to get Dahlman or to get Tooney or to get Jonah Jackson. That was a panic because after 3 years of him being here, he had one player on the offensive line that he knew he was moving forward with. He did that out of necessity, not out of patience. And they can, like, I just don't want to have the conversation next year. Everyone told you needed a left tackle. You can't hope that Amagaji is developed. You can't hope that Braxton Jones is healthy. You can't hope that the right tackle you just drafted can play left tackle. Or if you don't get a lot of sacks again this year, you say, well, these are just the conversations I don't want to have at the end of the year. And if I'm him, I would slow it down on the fan base saying that they're overreacting.
Yeah, I have no panic, but you may be asking the same questions for the next 4 or 5 years then if this cycle continues to repeat itself. If you're not addressing the issues and you continue to have the same issues, you can't protect on the left side, you're not getting enough pass rush, but yet the same people are in place for the next 5 years, you're going to find yourself asking these questions over and over, hence the reason why I'm not panicking. And I like what they've done, and I think he will earn the contract extension. I just don't know why it's a necessity right now.
What answer has he ever gotten on the offensive line till this free agency? Even the plug-and-play guys were busts.
I mean, Darnell Wright was, a player
other than Wright. Nate Davis was awful.
I don't know
the trade was awful.
I don't know so much about it, this even being, I don't know if it's a panic, but you finally did what was expected of you to do. And again, I will lean on the influence of Ben Johnson. And I don't think the Jonah Jackson trade is made without Ben Johnson being familiar with Jonah Jackson. I think they did something this offseason that they should have done last year, knowing that you were using the first pick of the draft on a quarterback. You should have moved on from your coach, and you should have fortified your offensive line. You've done it a year later than most of us wanted you to do it. You've fortified the interior of your offensive line, and you fired your coach, and you've hired the guy that he's the belle of the ball, especially on the offensive side. I don't think anybody is panicking. I do still have concerns about who's going to be your right tackle or left tackle. I still do have questions about where you're going to get all of your pass rush.
Fair.
Hence the reason why I'm still an advocate of trying to pry Trey Hendrickson away from the Cincinnati Bengals. I think these are all very fair questions.
It's not like he's drafted other Pro Bowlers. So, we can't do everything at once. Where are your other draft picks really excelling? So, don't say that we're panicking or whatever because you had to get other positions. It's not like you have drafted a great. I'm hoping that changes with what you said. But that's why I would have answered the question differently. And I know Cap went in hot with a shot or no shot.
I think there was a sense of,
tongue-in-cheekness.
Yeah. Look, again, I like what they did in the draft. I do believe that there will be a contract extension. I think this is going to work out for Ryan and Ben Johnson. I'm probably more optimistic than most. But you have just laid the foundation for why I don't think it's necessary to sign anybody to a contract extension. If you have concerns, why would you tie yourself up for years going forward with someone who continues, as you described, to make the same fundamental mistakes?
Food for thought, 312-332-3776. Barstool Big Cat joins us in studio next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Guys, I want to tell you about my friends at Steinhoffel's. It's the only place I shop. You should too. Steinhoffel's Memorial Day preview sale starts now. Save 10% off store-wide, plus get amazing deals like mattresses starting at $199. Queen beds priced at only $449, and sofas now $499. Plus save up to $1,000 on patio furniture. You can also take advantage of Steinhoffel's 18-month 0% financing. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader, and they're 100% employee-owned. They have it all, guys. Check them out. Shop in-store one of their 6 Chicagoland locations or go to steinhoffels.com. Shop Steinhoffels today.
We're all shaped by those who came before us, including Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So at 15, my mom became an investor. She created the marketing for the largest, I'll just say, telecom company in the world, and they disposed of her. But they kept her marketing, though. Gave her the buyout in 1991. And then I watched her when I was 15 start buying real estate. She opened a print shop and decided that, hey, I wanted to create an increase. But within 6 months of her doing real estate, she had made $200,000 buying property, fixing property, renovate. After she fixed it, she refinanced it and pulled cash out and her initial investment. And I looked up and she owned the whole community.
Put some real life experience to work for you. Visit BrandonMrFinance.com.
She made me go in there and do work, so I had to learn how to do drywall and floors and masking mud and tape and paint, but it gave me several skill sets today. So I recognize, how things should be done when it comes to real estate.
BrandonMrFinance.com. Make an appointment today.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
It was no Caleb Williams performance, but new Bears first-round pick Colston Loveland had one of the best-selling jerseys among players picked in last week's NFL draft. The former Michigan tight end's number 84 Bears jersey was 10th on the list of sales through the NFL's official online store. New Jacksonville Jaguar Travis Hunter topped all incoming rookies, followed by Titans top overall pick Cam Ward. New Cleveland Brown Shedeur Sanders was third on NFLShop.com and led all players in sales through Fanatics. More evidence of the gap between fan and team expectations for the former Colorado QB. All first-year players will be reaching for the high bar of Caleb Williams, who set an all-time Fanatics draft night merchandise sales record last year and finished second in the league in jersey sales for the full season. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X. Like the dynamic X3, meant for ultimate exploration. The X5, built to conquer even the most difficult paths. Or the pinnacle of comfort and luxury, the X7. And since every X-Range vehicle is packed with performance and versatility, you'll always get the best of X. The BMW X-Range. Your next X-Venture starts here. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
At Potawatomi, where ways to win are endless, another chance to capture epic cash and prizes comes Friday, June 27th. It's the season finale blockbuster drawings. Watch your entries from Enchanted Spins, Unreal Treasures, and Boundless Bounty come together for drawings where $300,000 in cash and prizes is there for the taking. Be there to win your share. June 27th only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. More info online. Must be 21 years old to play.
Hey, fellas, could you use a little extra help in the bedroom? Of course you could. And that's where my friends at Blue Chew come in. Blue Chew is your secret weapon for confidence when it's time to step up and perform. You've heard of Viagra and Cialis, right? Well, Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No swallowing pills, no awkward pharmacy runs, and no weird conversations with your doctor. It's all done online. Just hop on BlueChew.com. Consult with a licensed medical provider, and they'll find the right prescription for you. Then it's shipped discreetly to your door. Nobody will know but you and your partner. And of course, she'll be the one enjoying the benefits. Here's the best part. Blue Chew works. And it works, and it works, and oh man, does it work, baby. Whether you're a rookie in the bedroom or an MVP like the good kid, a little boost never hurts, right? Your partner wants you to bring your A game. And Blue Chew is the pregame ritual you need to turn oh no into oh, yes! Ready for an incredible offer? Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, consult with their licensed provider, and get your first month free.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Barstool Big Cat, host of Pardon My Take, and voluminous tweeter at Barstool Big Cat. It's time for his weekly conversation with Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000.
That's right, Barstool Big Cat, live and in person on this Friday to get you
so
home.
Handsome. You are so
He
handsome.
is. You got to turn on your microphone. You have people who do that for you?
I had to come see you guys. I haven't seen you guys in a
And
while.
you came with gifts.
I came with gifts.
Came with gifts.
Got a
I
hat.
got a nice Kentucky Derby run for the roses. Hat.
This is what I'm going to do every time I come into studio.
Bring stuff?
Yeah, I'm just going to clean out my office.
Yeah.
So you're going to slowly get my whole office
Wow,
in
what
here.
next?
All,
What can
all
we
the
get
stuff
next?
you want out,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
All the leftovers.
The pile.
Yeah.
He is brought to you by
Blue Chew. Blue Chew has the first chewables that give you confidence in the bedroom. Go to BlueChew.com today to get your first month for free. Just pay $5. And Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. Your win is waiting.
You have gotten more handsome through the year.
Oh, you're very
I got a
handsome.
haircut yesterday, so
You know
that
what
helps.
it is as well? You don't party, so you look more fresh.
I guess I haven't
more
slept.
often.
I've had one of those weeks where I have not slept.
But it's not because you're
4
boozing.
hours. No, it's because I'm working.
Right.
These playoff games are too
grind.
late.
Yeah.
Sound like an old man right now. I are. I mean, the 9:30 tip for the Clips Nugs, and we had to record after. I didn't get home till 1 a.m.
Can you imagine if you were still drinking and partying while you were still working these hours?
It'd be the death of me.
Exactly.
I am going to go to Vegas next weekend, though, for the Sphere. And I will be doing some partying.
Who are you seeing there?
Dead and Company.
Oh yeah, that's your
Friday and
thing,
Saturday
right?
night. Yeah, very excited.
Who's the lead?
Who's the lead?
Like, does John Mayer do? Like, wait, I'm not a dead guy, but
I don't even know if you're a music guy with that type of question.
I'm not a dead
No,
guy.
but
What was that question?
Who's
the
guy's
lead?
dead.
Who's leading?
Yeah, who's
Jerry
like their
Garcia?
lead singer?
Are you talking about Jerry Garcia? He's been dead for 30 years.
So don't they usually have like a fill-in guy there?
They've been a band. Dead and Company's been a band for like a decade.
Is that
now.
John Mayer?
Yes.
Oh, so John Mayer is not a
He's the
rotating
lead guitarist.
musician.
Yes.
He is their guy now.
Yes.
Will you
Yeah, I
leave
didn't
your
know that.
phone back at the hotel so you don't take pictures or send any
Of the Sphere?
No, of you partying while there?
No, I'll
Okay.
bring my phone. Come on.
You gonna shroom again?
I almost swore because I'm low on sleep. Heck yes.
Yeah.
Heck yes.
You ever had a bad trip from them?
Yeah, but that's
that wouldn't keep you
that's
from doing
a
them again?
long time ago. Yeah. They've made
They're
them so
cleaner
good
now? Yeah.
Yeah.
Are
They've
they
made them
synthetic?
So good. I don't know.
You got to have a next play mentality too. You can't think about what happened previously.
I think when it comes,
bad trip, you can think about it for a while.
Yeah, I think when it comes to mushrooms,
Yeah,
I
you
think I can make an
about
exception.
That could stick around for a while.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm excited for that. Yeah, it's been busy. The playoffs. You guys don't watch the association, but it's
That's
been
not true.
great.
No,
not true.
it has been great.
LeBron going down in Game 5 was awesome. That was sad how they went out.
Are you in championship shape?
I'm not in championship shape. Luka needs to get in championship
I think you're in better shape than Luka.
I might be. It was bad. It was bad. I said today he has a little bit of early Embiid where it's like he was injured, but he's always like in a state of injury that you can't really define.
Let me ask you a stupid question then with that as the backdrop. Did Nico Harrison make a decent deal?
No. He made a terrible deal.
If
he might be right.
Yes, but he should have shopped him to everybody.
Correct.
Of course. I just mean moving on from him.
The results could be right. The process was completely screwed up.
Fair, but you'd think that maybe moving on from him may ultimately turn out to be the right thing.
I don't know about that even because I still think Luka's a top 5 player in the league. That roster was not built correctly for him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, you got a 40-year-old LeBron James making $52 million a year. When you have Luka, you need size behind him. You need a center who he can lob to on offense and who can also protect the rim when he gets blown by 9 times a game.
They had no rim protection.
None.
That game, it was so shocking, and I know he has been out of shape, but with the back spasms and how slow he was moving, it looked like, you know how like they used to do the Legends game when they would bring back the old guys? He looked like a retired guy who was playing one fun game.
What I will never understand is what is he eating or drinking to be out of shape when he plays basketball every day?
Everything.
Could you imagine if you played basketball every day? Like, you can't. It's hard to get out of shape when you play basketball.
I used to
every
drink
day.
and walk on the treadmill at the same time.
Right. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
But you don't gain weight. You just
you're gifted like that.
I don't fluctuate.
Yeah. What if you weighed for like the last 20 years?
Between 185 and 190.
And it's just that.
And you lost 10 pounds on the
norovirus. Got down to 177.
Oh, you guys both got hit by that.
Yeah,
right?
This winter
you guys
was
were
bad.
Kissing?
No. I had it earlier in the year. I got it from the Illini.
My grandson has this tendency to pass along different viruses.
Yeah, the kids will do that.
Yeah.
Kids will do that.
Yeah.
They'll bring home every germ.
It's not the diet, as Sylvie defined it. It's not the diet you want.
No. Wait, how old is he now?
He's 8 months.
Okay.
He's a bruiser.
He's starting to smile at you and everything?
Oh, he smiles at me every day.
You gonna have one more?
No.
What?
Heck no. 4 is, listen, 3 is a lot.
Yes.
4 is,
You
I
gotta
don't know
get
how you did 4.
Basketball starting lineup.
No, then I didn't get 5?
We were pretty set on 3 as well. The 4th one came 6 years later.
That's just because you're so attractive.
No
it's hard
question.
to keep your hands off.
Yeah, you know.
That's why you should get ugly, man.
Yeah, I'm going to start getting uglier.
So you
start drinking again.
Yeah.
Did you hear that Danny Zetterman is paying Eddie to work, and he's taking it out of your head?
Yeah, I need a commission fee for Eddie. And Zetterman, I mean, doesn't show up on Fridays to work. What is that?
It's his new thing.
It's his
standard.
new thing?
That's standard policy.
Yeah, and he stole Eddie from me today.
Eddie's by far the nicest guy in the city of Chicago.
I love Eddie. He's the best, but he stole him.
Yeah.
And I didn't know this either because I brought up to Eddie, I go, wait. When Big Cat comes in, he's going to give us this stuff that we're trying to steal him. You said that to us at the Combine.
Yeah.
Little did I know he was supposed to do a show at Barstool too, but he committed to this first.
Yeah, so this is not Eddie's fault whatsoever. I do a YouTube show every day from 12 to 2. It's like an ensemble cast. There's like 6, 7 of us. Whenever someone's out, I try to get Eddie in the mix because it's fun. He's a great guy to have around. And I texted him last night. I was like, oh, someone's out. Do you want to come in? He's like, oh, I'm doing ESPN 1000. Danny Zetterman's trying to steal me. And I was like, oh, okay, sounds good. No, I told Eddie don't cancel on Jurko because really Jurko would be the one that loses in this because he can't carry a show by himself.
Well, it's Carmen. Jurk was out.
Jurk was out. Oh, okay. I thought it was Eddie and Jurk.
No.
They would have
all right, so then I might because Carm can carry a show by
course.
himself.
Yes.
Jurk cannot. I thought it was Eddie and Jurk, and I was like, you have to go there because Jurk he's going to get 5 minutes in and he's not going to know what to do. Has he done a 2-hour show or 3-hour show by
He's
himself?
spectacular when I don't know solo. He used to do the NASCAR show.
Oh.
He used to host the NASCAR show and drive that, but he doesn't. He only drives on the holiday, the day before Christmas. Is that what it is, or Thanksgiving?
Is it Thanksgiving, I think.
But he's really good at it.
Oh, of course. I mean, he's the most entertaining guy you guys got.
You just got to have you got to turn him
Would
on.
you not disagree?
Don't let him hear that.
Everyone in this building knows Jurk is the most entertaining guy. You can define it any way you want. He is.
Do you have the question he was asking Pat Murphy? Can you call that up? It was on our screen
This
the other
was
day.
entertaining.
And Big Cat then didn't know that Meller was off the show either.
Well, I saw him on the White Sox broadcast last night.
He is the pre- and post-game show host of the Sox these days.
Did you guys fight for him?
Of course we
No,
did.
did you fight to keep him?
Do you know where you're at right now?
Did you fight to keep him?
This is better for him.
I understand, but did you fight to keep him?
Yeah.
Or was it like,
Did you want us to stifle his career?
I'm just asking if you fought. You
That's
had to
like
put up a
watching the
fight.
Ben Johnson
I'm
interview.
just asking if you fought. I understand. That's
No,
great for
did
him.
not fight.
Congratulations. But you got to fight for
I don't
your
think fight,
guys.
but we let him know that, hey, listen, if this is best for you, do it. But we're going to miss having you on the show.
Sounds
We
like you didn't fight
want you to want you to stay.
I'd fight for my guys.
Even if it was a promotion.
Yeah, well, I'd be like,
are you trying to
Barstool,
stifle?
What can we get?
You're
what
a
can we
stifler.
What can we make it so that you're happier here?
You're a stifler.
Well,
That's
we
what
don't
you
pay
are.
him. Like,
Well, then you
the
probably
company
should have.
pays him.
You probably should.
He does this for free.
I would have done that.
I know, because
If
you
Meller's
run
listening
things
right now,
differently.
I would have paid you out of my own pocket. But I fight for my guys, unlike these guys.
All right, let's play. This is Jurko with Pat Murphy. Listen to this. So he's asking a question.
Okay.
You got to see the video along
The
with it.
video is even better. He'll shrug in the middle because he loses his train of thought.
I love Yerk so much.
Absolutely. Hey, the thing that drives us crazy,
including all of us, we all need to be reminded, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, the thing that drives us crazy down here, a lot of people down here are Cub fans. You guys are playing the White Sox now. You go home, you end up playing the Chicago Cubs. When you're coming up here, is
Let me ask you something about counsel, Skip.
Carm dives in and
Needs to get
saves.
plugged back in.
Yeah.
Oh,
He
man.
had a mini stroke.
That was great.
He had a mini stroke.
He didn't know
And
where
you got to
in
see the video.
He looks at Carmen. He's like, I need
I lost
help.
it. I lost it. Oh, man.
The most entertaining, even when he's not trying to be entertaining.
Right, that's the beauty of
that
him.
was better than any question he could have asked Pat Murphy.
He's the there's certain guys in life where if you meet them and you're like, you could talk about anything and you'll have a good time. That's Yerk.
That is Yerk.
It's why guys like Sean Payton and Andy Reid and all of those guys, they gravitate toward him.
Yeah.
And he tells the story that, like, Tom Coughlin was the biggest hard ass in the history of football.
Right.
He couldn't keep a straight face around Yerk.
Right.
Like Yerk, he told Yerk that you are my,
And
do
what you do.
You keep doing
don't-
what you're doing.
Yeah, he said,
kryptonite.
don't
Yeah.
change.
Yeah.
We need a guy like you.
Yeah.
All right, so before we talk about the Bears draft, you said something to us about the phony phone call to Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, yeah. So what was your guys' take?
I think it's a dick move.
Okay.
I mean, listen, these are all of these, whether it's Abdul Carter, it's
Yeah,
Shedeur
yeah.
Sanders,
Agreed.
Tyler Warren.
Agreed.
It was fraternity guys being fraternity guys, and they were dumb to film themselves.
Agreed on all that. Jerks shouldn't have done it, trying to steal a moment. The reaction afterwards has been insane. Like the fact that the fine of what was it, $250,000 or something?
$250 to the Falcons, right? And $100,000 for Jeff Ulbrich.
People wanting this kid's head on a spike, like being like, I can't believe, he committed murder in their eyes. It was bad. It was stupid. It was a prank phone call. Those happen. I don't know. It just felt like the reaction got really
But wasn't
insane.
it over the security issue that
Okay,
Ulbrich,
sure.
not the phone call
Yeah.
necessarily, how he got the number to begin with.
Yeah, he left his iPad
Listen,
open.
at the end of the day, once you get past the outrage, what I would say is hey, NFL, multi-billion dollar
That's-
industry, find a cleaner way to do
Yes.
this so this
Yes.
doesn't happen.
FaceTime him.
Or give him a
That's pretty
phone.
easy,
and
right?
I'll give you a phone.
That's
and,
good. FaceTime.
That's pretty easy.
But I'm going to give you a
solved it.
phone. And
why couldn't we think of
there's
that?
only
Yeah.
32 numbers that it will accept. Everything else gets ignored.
That works as well.
That's it.
Yeah, it's
Not
very
some-
easy. You're right.
not
That
some-
NFL, I agree with you.
Aren't there deep fakes though, where you could call someone and look like Ryan Poles now?
Listen, if you go to those lengths, you deserve it. Right? Like if you're gonna go to those lengths to try to deep fake NFL GM, you deserve to get through.
I think it's simple that you limit the access of calls
Easy.
that could come to each phone. Period.
Super
End of
easy.
story.
That Shedeur thing was crazy.
Or have each like the people who are being drafted get the phone that each team is calling to
Yeah.
program it in.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then so they
You
see
can do
Atlanta
this.
Falcons.
Yeah, you can do it in a cleaner, more
Yes.
safe and efficient way.
Yes,
All
I
right,
agree.
So draft, what'd you think?
Weird.
Good
I was
players.
shocked by the Burden pick. Now I've grown to like it because of the analysis,
Yeah.
but I could not believe it.
Weird is not bad. Weird is just we all think we went into the draft thinking the same thing. They're going to get a running back. They're going to get an edge rusher with
And a
one of
tackle.
these. Yeah, and a tackle with one of these first 3 picks. I do think Ryan Poles got sniped a couple times. Like the way the draft unfolded, you could see it. Like the Ohio State backs go, and then they immediately trade back.
I wonder
they were
if
going to take one of those.
I wonder if Banks is available at 10 and hadn't gone at 9 to the Saints, had they gone in that direction versus the tight end.
I don't know. It's
because
from everything
at
we've
that
heard,
point,
they've
all
loved
three.
him. They loved him. Colston Loveland. Like that was always circled.
But did they also love Banks?
I don't know.
See, that's the point. I don't know. That's the one question that I would.
I think they
want
loved
answer.
Genty and they loved Loveland, and we don't know about Banks.
Yeah. I also don't know if the Genty thing was a smoke.
Yeah, I was just going to say, do we know that they loved Genty?
Ryan Poles' tell has been in drafts that the guy he does not talk about at all is usually the guy he ends up picking.
My guess is they loved Abdul Carter as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you are not going to get that.
Right, and I'm happy they didn't trade up. I was very happy with that because there was that moment I think we all had the same anxiety when, the Jaguars make their move and then Mason Graham goes to the Browns at 5 and you're like, all right, are the Bears going to do this? Are they going to give up draft capital for
a lot of the reporters were saying they were working the phones.
So I'm happy that Ryan Poles stayed pat on that. But it was, I think, a good draft. I do like Luther Burden a lot. I liked him at Mizzou. He didn't have the best year last year, but the year before he was really, really good. What's going to happen at running back? Is our defense going to be, are we going to just try to outscore teams? Because I think there are holes in the defense that are going to need to be addressed. But here's what I'll say. And I made this point earlier this week. In order to be a really good football team, you have to be great at something first. And I do think with the draft capital that the Bears have put into their skill positions, their offensive line, you're hoping that this offense is great. And then next year, if the offense is great this year, next year you can be like, all right, we got to address the defense. And on top of all that, I'm happy that the Bears are putting all these resources into the offense so that we can, in rapid succession, find out if Caleb is the guy.
One of the things this team has lacked is true difference makers.
Right.
Now, I was clamoring for offensive tackle help and pass rushing help. If Colston Loveland is a blue chip player,
right?
If Luther Burden III is a blue chip player, then you've just accomplished one of the goals you set out to do, which was to add more difference making players. I think what they did is look, it better work because if we get to November and you've got a problem at left tackle and you're not sacking enough quarterbacks, the same questions are going to bubble to the surface.
And I don't want to put added pressure on Caleb Williams, but I am excited for the fact that we've eliminated a lot of the questions around Caleb Williams from last year. He's got to be great.
Yes.
And it's got to be pretty quick. And if it's not, then you have bigger problems, but at least you're getting the answer to those problems quickly, right?
No question. Look,
because we had it with Mitch, we had it with Justin Fields, we had it with Jay. Remember when Jay? Yes. I mean, before Alshon and Brandon Marshall, you had it with Jay, where it's well, he doesn't have anyone to throw to. So you don't have that question anymore with Caleb Williams. He has, one of the best in terms of skill positions outside of running back. Arsenals there are in the league.
The phrase everyone uses is there are no more excuses. Right. Now, I would say the one excuse that could still, carry a little weight is you're still young.
Of course.
But outside of that, and I'm not even using that.
Right. I'm not saying that Caleb Williams is going to have a bad game next year. He's going to have bad games, but it's the progress. And on top of all that, you have Ben Johnson. So it's everything that all the problems from last year, whether it be running back, offensive line, Keenan Allen is older, switching offensive coordinators, all of those things have been eliminated for him.
Let me ask you about DJ Moore. Ben Johnson at the Combine told us no block, no rock.
Right.
And then we know about them drafting Burden, who is very, very similar to him. And then they were talking about Ben Johnson after that said there's no depth chart and you have to work for your job. Is DJ? Are they putting DJ Moore on notice, or is that too grand of a jump?
I think it's the whole team. I mean, you're a 5-win team from last year. And what have we said more than anything when it comes to the head coach and what the Bears are going to do this year is you need a culture. And so I think that's the culture he's instilling, and I'm very excited for it. So I didn't think it as a pointed DJ Moore. We're talking about you. I saw that more as, hey, here's our culture. We're going to play sound football. It's not just you're running your routes when you're the primary target. And
I thought that was telling.
Yeah, you saw it with the Lions. The Lions had a culture. The Lions had dudes who were playing football even when they weren't getting the ball.
He said that it's really important. What are you doing when you're not the number one target?
Right.
If you are not, the ball's not intended to go to you. Look, there were moments. I love DJ. I thought DJ had been my favorite player on the team. Last year, there were some things that leave, if you're watching closely, that would leave you unsettled. I thought his frustration, it took away from his level of play. I don't think Antoine Randall L. will tolerate that. Yep. I don't think that Ben Johnson will tolerate that. I don't think they drafted Burden and Loveland just to replace these guys. No. They drafted them so that you have a bevy of offensive weapons to use. I don't think they're looking for their replacements. They're just looking to upgrade. And if, by the way, a couple of years from now you are going to move on, then you don't have to go searching.
I completely agree. And why did you hire Ben Johnson? Because of his offensive acumen, and because when you watch the Lions the last couple of years, what they did better than anyone else is they kept defenses on their toes. They kept defenses guessing where the ball is going, what type of trick plays, whatever it may be, going for it on fourth down. If you have this many guys that should be impactful and they're all doing their job even when they don't get the ball, the defense has no idea where it's going. And that's where hopefully the Bears will start winning games.
All right, on to the Cubs. I want to ask you, so you've been very upfront about putting the pressure on the Cubs to sign Kyle Tucker.
Got to.
So Cap earlier in the week, and this was a big source off, they will deny it's a source off, but I think Jesse thought otherwise, that Jesse was saying there's no conversations, there's no talks.
And Cap was saying...
And Cap wasn't saying there's talks. His quote, he goes, what I'm reporting is the Cubs are wrapping their brain around having to pay Kyle Tucker whatever he wants. Is that a report? Is that news or not news?
That is not news. Jesse wins this round. They're wrapping your brain around what you're going to pay. That means there's no talks.
Right. They're saying that
they're looking in the mirror being like, all right, you can do this. You can do this. You can pay this money. They haven't gone in and had the conversation yet.
What's the guy from Saturday Night Live, Stuart Smalling?
Yeah, Stuart Smalling.
I'm smart enough.
That's what Tom Ricketts is doing right now.
I'm rich enough, and I could pay him. I'm rich enough, and I could pay him.
People like me.
Yeah. Tom Ricketts is sitting in his office, and he has an assistant walk in every day being like, here's what's in your checking account.
Yeah,
Today is the day that you want to talk to Kyle Tucker?
Get back to me when there are actual offers being delivered to the player, or the player is actually asking for a certain number.
And let's not freak out when the first, because the first report is going to be
$20,000.
And the Cubs have offered something to Kyle Tucker, and Kyle Tucker said no. I'm not going to freak out because we know that's going to happen.
That's when we can have the conversation.
That's when I want to see that type of progress happening. Yeah. And I why not right now? Why not right this second?
Try at least. Even if he says, I just want to go to free agency, you go down to him and you say, what number do you need to hear to buy you out of not shopping your services?
Right.
The Blue Jays gave Vladdy.
Discount.
And you would sell those jerseys like, do you know how many people? I've talked to people who are like, I want to buy a Kyle Tucker jersey.
Yeah, the same with me. Yeah.
And like, it's crazy.
They need PCA and showed up because of that.
I love PCA. My son asked me if he was faster than PCA. I had to laugh in his face.
Yeah, he is.
Like,
He's
no
fast.
chance.
It's something to strive for.
He's never going to be faster.
Do you this is your backdrop, okay? Vladdy Jr. got $500 million and got a $350 million signing bonus,
and he's fat-ish.
Yeah.
He's a big boy.
Tucker's
a big boy.
He's older, but Tucker's a better player,
and he's in better shape.
So, there's where
that counts. That's where I've got my Nico Harrison hat on.
But that's
you
where,
don't want to sign a bad body who's going to be, when he's late 30s.
So wrap your brain around. Vladdy got $500 million, and the guy playing right field for you is better than Vladdy.
Yeah,
that's what you need to wrap your brain around.
Go ahead, add another zero.
Yes.
I mean, just
do you think that their number is going to start with a 5? I'm skeptical.
It should.
No doubt it should, but will it?
So you're saying there's just no. You're saying there's 0% chance the Cubs resign.
No, I'm
Kyle
saying
Tucker.
there's like a 10%. I think it's 1 in 10. I think it's a long shot.
That's brutal.
Because once he hits free agency, teams will. The Yankees want to pay.
So just do it now.
That's right. If you were in his position, would you do it now?
If the number was right, I mean, listen, you never know what the future holds, and injuries happen, like all that stuff. Like, why? If someone gave you the right number right now, you'd have to sign it.
You betting the Bears over 8.5?
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, our offense is going to be really good. I got to see the schedule come out. May 14th.
Well, the schedule's
they announced
murderous.
the date for the schedule.
2 weeks
The
from
away
yesterday.
games are just murder. The teams that are
Yeah,
playing.
I know, but I got to see how it lines up. Because, if it's like 3 in a row or something like that.
Yeah, last year's schedule was weird when they had the 3 in a row at home, 3 in a row on the road.
Remember the year before, didn't they? They had like
every other
week.
Wait. Who are we playing on? Are we playing the AFC West?
No.
I forgot.
It's the North.
Yeah,
the North.
Yeah, it's
you got
Baltimore,
the Bengals,
Pittsburgh.
Baltimore.
Yeah, Bengals.
That's not that bad.
Oh, yes. I think the Baltimore's on the road.
What are you looking at me for?
Cincy's on the road.
Whoa, what are you looking at me for? The
Pittsburgh on
Steelers
the road
don't have
too?
a quarterback. The Browns
Steelers
are in
here?
a complete rebuild. The Ravens are very, very good. And the Bengals are in a
Really
mini
good.
rebuild.
Yeah.
Like they got to figure out their defense. So I
think the road
that's not-
schedule is impossible.
I think the last time we played both of the Steelers and the Browns, we lost.
I'd
didn't we?
rather play the AFC North than the AFC West.
That's fair.
Chargers, Broncos, and Chiefs are all very good teams.
I'd rather go to Pittsburgh and go to Cleveland and have
Pittsburgh's
the other
coming
two come
here,
here.
though.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
because
that's what I'm
I
saying.
went to the Monday night game. That was a game where I was
What
like,
if
Justin
Aaron-
Fields is the guy.
What if Aaron Rodgers is dealing for the Steelers at that point?
We'll beat him.
Probably that would be great if Aaron Rodgers matchup.
He'd have to come here. Yeah, I remember I was at the Monday night game, whatever it was, 4 years ago in Pittsburgh, and I walked out of that stadium being like, I know we lost, but Justin
By the
Fields-
way, you bet the over, you're getting like plus 105.
Oh, wow. I'm going to wait.
Good
I'm going
value.
to wait. I'm going
It's
to wait.
good value.
I'm gonna wait and
we
see.
can't hold you hostage, so give us a derby pick. You're going with journalism, aren't you?
No,
Because
I
you are
never
the
bet
big
the
J
favorite.
journalist.
I never bet the favorite, but I will probably put him in
a box.
Yeah. I don't know. The Baeza, the horse that just got in. I like him.
Eddie loves him.
Eddie loves him.
Yeah, Eddie Olczyk.
What's
I
his
heard
name?
him talking about
I thought you
Baeza.
meant my Eddie. I was
I don't know if
I don't
Eddie
trust
Eddie
my
likes
Eddie
him.
on horses.
No, Eddie Olczyk
Eddie O,
likes him.
okay,
He said
then-
if he gets in.
All right, he did just lose though to journalism at the Santa Anita.
Gonna
Journal.
want him more now.
That was a fast track. This
It
is going to
was.
be a
The one
dog
thing I'll
track.
say about journalism, I think his last 4 races, he's beaten a combined 12 horses. They've all been 5-horse.
Do you know what?
Races.
I don't trust him.
Okay.
Oh, very good.
I like that fake news. We need fake news in here. Fake news is another one. If we had a
That
fake
should be a
news
great
race,
horse
oh
name.
my
Yeah.
God.
Fake news
I
coming
bet
out of the
there is.
11
That would be
hole.
incredible.
I bet there is. All
Incredible.
right, Big Cat, great stuff.
All right, thank you, boys.
You're the
See ya.
best. Barstool Big Cat, check them out. Pardon my take. They had Joe Kim No on today. We'll get to that a little bit later. I got to play you some of this stuff. We've got a game coming up next called Jock or Sock. So we have to determine whether this is a jockey in horse racing
You guys are going to be just fine without Miller.
or a white sock.
We'll be okay.
See? Right. We didn't have to fight for him. It's coming up next.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
Before you can fly, you have to learn to crawl. Yingling is sending Chris and me to Philly for a Northsider series in June, and we have to take some fans with us. Join me, Adam Abdallah, for a pub crawl Sunday afternoon from 1 to 3 p.m. in Edison Park. At each stop, we'll watch some baseball, responsibly enjoy some Yingling, and register fans to win this Philly flyaway. We'll choose a qualifier at Tavern on the Point first, then we'll head to Firewater Saloon where we'll grab another qualifier, and then end at Edison Park Inn where we'll choose the third qualifier, and then we'll pick the winner from those 3 finalists. The winner and a guest will fly away to Philly with us. Get complete details at ESPNChicagoContest.com. See you in Edison Park Sunday, and please enjoy responsibly.
History had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, then came the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and the Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Streaming, booming. Gaming, booming. Video calls, booming. Even when your boss schedules a meeting that definitely could have been an email. And now you can get Xfinity Internet and mobile together in one all-in plan. It's the ultimate power couple. Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile gives you faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go. So your Wi-Fi is booming wherever you are. Now through June 23rd, new customers can get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data, and get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all in one plan for $40 a month for 1 year. So whether you're working, watching, or panning the Wi-Fi gold, one thing's for sure: Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay. With a stored bank account, restrictions apply. Taxes and fees are extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of data usage. Data thresholds vary after 1 year. Rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply to all services up to $143 a month. Actual speeds vary.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
We're everyday people doing good in our community. Our kindness runs deep, just like our blood. The same blood we donate to help treat sickle cell disease, which hits black people the hardest. Good news is, 1 in 3 black blood donors is a match for someone struggling with sickle cell disease. Stand tall in the eyes of your community. Donate today because our blood saves lives. Visit redcrossblood.org/ourblood to make your donation.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At hawkauto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at hawkauto.com.
hawkauto.com!
Financing on approved credit.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Get a taste of that winning feeling before the buzzer sounds with ESPN Bet's early victory promo. Simply place a pregame moneyline bet on any NBA playoff game. And if the team you back goes up by 20 or more points at any point in the game, your bet will get paid out early. Available throughout the NBA playoffs at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Spring is all about new beginnings, so give yourself a fresh start with a fresh haircut at Great Clips. The skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to create any look you want for less. And with convenient online check-in, you'll save time, too. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, we're going to try a new game. Before we do, we have some basketball conversation, too. But it will be a caller against me, since Waddle knows all the jockeys. And by your Sox knowledge the other day, seems like you know a lot of the Sox players, too.
It's what I do for a living, man. I'm a sports guy.
It is. You know your sports.
I know my sports.
So we're going to play jock or sock. And what is it, 11 or 12, Tyler?
12.
So race 12 tomorrow is the Kentucky Derby. Is it going to be wet for the Derby as well?
It sounds like it's going to be nasty there for the entirety of the weekend.
All right, so we need caller 12 right now. You'll have a chance to win Connie's Frozen Pizza if you beat me in a game of
what? I don't know. I didn't know what you were saying. I just caught a
If you
portion of your phrase.
If you defeat me in jock or sock, 312-332-3776. Caller 12 gets to play. By the way, speaking of the Derby, you're out tomorrow, aren't you? Aren't
yes,
you?
I'm at Fat Pour in Lincolnwood. I'm going to be up there wearing cool clothing and hanging out with people for a Derby watch party.
My mom was just there, and she said it was awesome.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's not far from where she lives. Yeah. And she said
close to the highway.
Right.
Easy on, easy
right
off.
Toohey.
Yes, it's great. They got TVs everywhere.
Toohey and Lincoln, did you say?
It's in Lincolnwood. I don't know.
Lincoln. I believe it's Toohey and Lincoln, but I'll double check for that. So what time tomorrow will you get there?
4:30. We're there 4:30 to 6:30.
Very good. So watch the Derby with Waddle at Fat Pour in Lincolnwood.
Then afterwards, I'm having dinner with two media superstars.
Pat Boyle.
That's one.
Yeah. You're a frequent diner with PB.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the second one would be media superstar, also up north, located up north.
Now
he's located up north. Wayne Larrivee.
No. But I would if Wayne was coming tomorrow. I'd tell him to wear a jacket because it's not going to be very nice out
Give me
tomorrow.
another hint.
Like I said, he's recently on the North Shore.
So he recently moved to the North Shore. Any guesses, Jack, that you can think of? Who just moved to the North Shore?
I think he probably doesn't even want me, saying it. I don't know. I mean, people don't like their business being put out there.
Bernsey?
What?
Who?
You stunned me with that one. Oh, if you can't guess, I'm not telling you.
No, I can't guess.
Okay,
I'm
not telling
Media
you.
superstar who just moved up north.
Yeah.
Eddie Olczyk's been up north for a while, and he's working tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think someone in the PB world that he's got to know and that you've got to know.
Yeah. Superstar.
Did Chief move up north?
I don't know.
Barstool Chief?
I don't know. I'm not sure. It's not.
Is it Colin Cowherd?
That is it.
Oh, Colin Cowherd moved to the burbs?
Yeah, I
thought
think
he
so,
moved to the city.
I believe he also, I thought he moved to the burbs as well. Either way, he's in Chicago
You're
now.
with Colin.
It's a reunion. I worked with Colin.
And so did Boyle.
PB.
Didn't Boyle work with him too before ESPN?
Maybe in Tampa? Did they work together down there?
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Where can everyone see you guys?
I'm not telling you that. But I haven't seen Colin since he went to L.A. and I stopped going to Bristol. But when for 2 years we did Colin's football show and it was just a blast every
Colin
Sunday.
used to text me thinking that he was texting Mark Silverman from Fox, the president of Fox. He used to be the president of the Big Ten Network, and then now he's doing things. He used to work for ABC, by the way, and I used to get his emails, and he used to get mine.
That's funny.
So we used to, email back and forth. Here's another one for you. And now he's this bigwig, and sometimes once Colin did it, and I let it go. And the second time, he congratulated me on one of the NASCAR events.
Awesome.
And I finally just texted him.
He knew you were a NASCAR guy.
And I said to him, I go, Colin, I think you're texting Mark Silverman from Fox, who you work for on FS1. And he goes, oh, thanks. So that was quite funny. So, all right, go see Waddle tomorrow.
Yes, 4:30 to 6:30, Fat Pour on Lincolnwood.
All right, let's do the game, and then we'll talk some NBA. Then we've got Waddle's World coming up. So this is a Tyler Aki special. Tyler, you worked on this, correct?
We're not going to just ask one question, right? We're going to go, you're going to have different callers?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have 11? No, but it's me against one contestant, though. And you're going to do 5 and 5, and then if we need a tiebreaker. Yes?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Let's go to Jason and Wheaton. You're our contestant. What's up, Jason?
Hey, fellas. How we doing?
We're good. Now, you don't have your internet up, do you?
I do not.
Okay. Are you a Sox fan?
You're not a liar, are you?
Never, Waddle. Never.
I'm just checking.
Are you a Sox fan, though?
I am a diehard Sox fan.
Oh, okay. So
you're
you've
done.
got an advantage.
You are
here.
in so much trouble
That's
right
good.
now.
So you're sticking by them?
I have stuck by them through thick and thin, and I will wear it till I die.
Okay, that's great.
That's admirable, Jason.
It's a good fan.
Amen, brother.
All right,
Amen.
you'll go first. You're the visitor. So, Tyler, what do you got for? So he'll mention a name, and then you have to tell us if it's a sock or if this is a jockey.
Riding in tomorrow's Kentucky
So it's
Derby.
got to be riding in tomorrow's Derby.
Correct, yes.
Now, are these socks currently on the 25-man roster?
Yes.
Okay.
26-man roster.
26. All right, here you go ahead, Jason. You're up first.
All right, first one for you, Jason. Junior Alvarado.
I'm going to go jockey on that one.
That's correct.
That's what I would have said.
Right.
Way to go, Jason. What was
What
that?
was that? Were you a little beefarino for the horse? That's awesome, Jack. Like, how did you brainstorm that? Or is that part of
I looked up what does a horse sound like, and that's a horse.
It was a one
stop. Clip. That's one horse.
And then before the show, Jack farted into a microphone and pieced it together.
All right, 1-0, Jason. What's mine, Tom?
All right, yours, Sylvie. Mike Vassell.
Mike Vassell.
You want me to help you?
This is definitely.
Am I allowed to help
He's a sock.
That's correct.
Yeah. What out now? Is Mike? I would guess that Mike Vassell's in the bullpen.
That's correct.
All right.
You don't get any extra points for that.
I never heard of Mike Vassell though before today.
You've started off well. A lot of times with these contests.
Yeah, I pissed down my leg right away.
You crash and burn early.
Yes. All right, go ahead, Jace.
All right, Jason. Yours is Steven Wilson.
Oh, that's easy.
Steven Wilson's on the Sox. I know
That's
that.
correct.
He's a two-time sock, isn't he? He was on.
Hell yeah!
Where's Hawk farting?
I gotta go down. I'm gonna go down, check on him.
It's the best broadcast.
Tony, you take over. I got to go down and check. Who was it? It was Todd Frazier,
Frazier,
right?
yeah.
I go down and look at Todd Frazier, make sure he's okay.
Why didn't we include that in the top 25 all-time calls? When Hawk went down and left the booth.
It was good.
To check on Todd Frazier.
By the way, yesterday's was Larry Coleman's call of the 2022 Kentucky Derby where Rich Strike won, and I hadn't heard it in a while.
It is so. I'm surprised that it was only 22.
Butter. It was so good.
So good. All right, my turn. What do you got,
You're
Tom?
up. Joshua Palacios.
Joshua Palacios is on the White Sox.
That's correct.
Wow, you're
I
on
heard it,
fire.
Yes.
You're on fire.
2-2. You got to work for this,
Do you
Jason.
know what position he plays or last played when he was on the field?
I know that.
Go ahead, Jay.
Shortstop.
He's an outfielder.
He played shortstop 2 nights ago.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Is that true, Jason? Did he play outfield?
Just go with it, Jason.
Or short?
Yes, absolutely,
Thank you, Jason.
Waddle.
Good work.
Spot on.
Way to go.
He's the new Javi Baez, playing shortstop and the outfield. All right, go ahead for Jason.
All right, Jason, you've got Joel Rosario.
Gosh, that sounds like a jockey name, so I'm going jockey.
That's a jockey.
What does a jockey name sound like?
It sounds like Joel Rosario.
Rosario. Joel.
Rosario, yeah, there
it's
you go.
Joel Rosario. Come on.
That's my homie.
Okay, that's my
3-2. We're perfect so far.
All right, Sylvie. Martin Garcia.
Now, I know the Sox have a Martin on their team who just got hurt and he's out for the year, correct? The pitcher? But this is Martin Garcia. I'm going to go again with the White Sox.
It's a jockey.
Oh, you're thinking
Radio
Martin Perez.
No, I knew Martin Perez. I thought they had a Martin as well.
No,
obviously.
Jason's in the lead.
Jason, you got the lead. It's 3-2 in the fourth.
All right, Jason, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Juan Vargas.
Gotta go jockey.
That is a jockey.
I mean, that's obvious.
Why is that obvious?
Because it's Juan Vargas. Everyone knows
Hey, you got
Juan
Martin Garcia?
You got Mike Vassell.
Yeah,
so
right.
We're even.
I've never heard of Mike Vassell till the game. Is Mike Vassell good?
He might be the best reliever on the team right now.
Really?
And not only that, but there's never been a jockey named Mike Vassell in our lives.
That's true.
No, there was
There's also never been a jockey named Paul Konerko. I just don't know what that means. You're winning, Jason.
Fair enough.
Keep going.
Fair enough.
Keep going,
Fair enough.
Jason.
All right,
You're winning.
I think you're picking up what I'm putting down.
I need to hit this to win. Or to stay in the game, I should say. Yeah.
All right. Silvy, you've got Jacob Amaya.
Jacob Amaya is a White Sox.
That's correct.
Yes. Because we just had his name the other day when you joked that he's Miguel Amaya's brother.
That is correct.
See, I do
Way to
listen
connect the
you.
dots.
Yeah.
Not really.
All right, it's 4-3. You can walk it off here right now, Jason.
Let's do it.
You ready?
Yes,
Javier Castellano. Javier Castellano.
I'm going jockey again.
It is a jockey.
Oh, look at perfect 5 for 5.
Well
That's
done,
a
Jason.
well-earned win, Jason.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Good job.
I'd like to thank my father
Yes.
for raising me a White Sox fan
Yep.
and everybody else in my family.
Do you really thank your dad for raising you as a White Sox fan, or do you curse him for
Yeah.
that?
No, I do thank him. My
Okay.
brother, who's listening right now, Greg, we are all diehard Sox fans, and even though it's tough at times, we, like we said before, we're sticking true.
I like it.
How often do you go to a game?
Not often, once or twice a year. We're in the burbs, so it's a little bit of a commute to get out there, but we are regular watchers and really are diehard fans.
If they were better, Jason, would you go more frequently?
Yes, probably, to be honest with you. That's probably not the best answer, but yes, we probably would.
It's a good answer.
Listen, going to the park is the best part of it. It's the baseball has been the bad part, but the experience.
Yeah, but you got to pay for that.
Well, that's true. I'm just saying, though, but being there, the food is good, the seats are good, everything about being there is good except the baseball.
I couldn't agree more. I think the park itself, the food and the experience is top 5 in MLB. It's just the production has just been lacking for so long, and Jerry, we're just beyond tired of Jerry, so...
Of course. All right, hang on, Jason. We'll get your info. Look, and Tyler, I don't know if you can. We'll promise him the Connie's Frozen Pizza, but see if Travis or someone can throw him 2 tickets for him and his brother to a game.
That's a solid gift.
Like I think for a diehard fan like that, he deserves some good seats, and we're the home of the White Sox, of course. So let's see if we can hook
got
up
plenty.
Jason. Yeah,
that would be awesome. We were big fans of you guys too.
No
so
promises, but we'll try to hook you.
I got you. I appreciate you guys.
Jason, thank you for.
I think I saw a stack of 10,000 of them on Danny Zetterman's desk, so we may be able to get a couple.
I didn't think it'd be tough. Yeah. I was thinking about this the other day. Some people will still say, "Oh, Silvy, don't come back when the Bulls are good." You didn't go to a game this year. And sports fans are different than any other, and it's not all of them either. But sports fans are much different than other consumers, aren't they?
Yeah.
If you went to a restaurant and that restaurant that was great in the 80s or great in 2005, and you went to that restaurant in 2024, in 2024 you had the worst meal of your life. But because you were such a big fan of the restaurant,
I give it one more try.
You give it another try.
Yeah.
And that meal was just as bad. The service sucked.
Well, then I'm gone.
And it made you sick. Would you ever go back to that restaurant?
Probably not.
But what do sports fans do? Sports fans, it's a rite of passage. And they say if you don't continue to eat the really crappy meal over and over again, you're not a real fan. But yet, we'll quit a restaurant if we have a bad experience once or maybe twice, and we will find another restaurant. But with these teams, if one says, well, I'm not going, well, you're not a true fan. I've had too many bad meals to go to Bulls games anymore. And until they start changing the menu and show me that they're serving up a better dinner for me, I won't go.
And I can't blame you.
So I think that's odd. Speaking of the playoffs, Joakim Noah was on Part of My Take. I talked about this when Big Cat was here. Noah was outstanding. If you're a Joakim Noah fan, this is one of the best interviews I've heard him do, and he's a
pretty
frequent
good. And anytime he's joining and talking,
and especially when he could speak like he speaks, where he doesn't have to be censored. Do you want to hear the funny part first?
Sure.
This was Joakim Noah talking about how his Florida team won, and whether or not they celebrated as hard as his 2 teams that won a championship at Florida celebrated.
The good part about our was there was no social media.
Mm-hmm.
So we could really kind of let our nuts hang.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's a good way to put it.
It's just it's more corporate now, you know. These kids are getting paid. It's a different thing. But I mean, from looking at the videos, and it looked wild.
So I love that. Like, I was thinking about that. How many different athletes from the past? I always think of Michael. If Twitter was a thing, if social media was a thing, if camera phones was a thing while they played, how many times would Michael be pissed at something, and would he go on Twitter and say and voice it instead of just going home and being pissed? How many times would Scotty have done that during his career?
I think it's a dynamic that those guys are glad as hell they did not have to tolerate or have to deal with.
Yeah. So here's the stuff, though, about the playoffs. We've talked about this. The NBA in December and in January, and like when the Four Nations tournament for hockey came up, it was in bad publicity. That too many threes, not any defense, no one wants to play. And I really believe that these playoffs have been a conscious effort by the league to be a little more physical, or to at least let more physical play by. And Joakim Noah has noticed it, and he was talking about how, just look at LeBron and Anthony Edwards down the court the other day when they were pushing each other.
When he was pushing LeBron at halftime, I'm like, what is this, football? Like, this is. But I just thought that, you know, it's like people don't realize, like, yo, LeBron's 270 pounds.
Right.
Like, Anthony's 200, 210 max. You know, you got 60 pounds on him. That's a lot of weight.
Yeah.
And it was just dope to watch, just that kind of competition. Like, all right, I'm going to take your little ass in the post. Like, that competition, that level of even Rudy, like, hit him in the back of the head. Yeah. I'm like, yo, you know, people don't, like, the competition piece, the ugly piece of the competition, I think that's what we love as fans.
Yep.
It's like you love watching that. You know what? This isn't always pretty. Like, oh, we love each other. We're brothers. We're hugging. Like, I hated that.
Yeah.
But now I'm seeing this, like, yo, you're trying to get what I want, and nothing's going to get in the way of that. And we're getting back to that kind of basketball, and it's really fun to watch.
Yeah.
So now all of a sudden it's a 180 for the NBA.
Yeah.
Where the game is
been much more enjoyable to watch the postseason.
It doesn't have to, someone said it to us the other day, it doesn't have to get back to hand checking. It doesn't have to get back to fighting. But there's nothing wrong with playing physical defense and it not being called a foul. And I think we enjoy that. I think we're seeing it with Houston and Golden State.
You saw it with Detroit and New York.
Yeah, and it's made the postseason,
no question,
much better.
I've enjoyed it. I always watch playoff hockey and playoff basketball. I've loved the playoffs so far. Some of them haven't been. I mean, the Lakers and T-Wolves games haven't been that exciting, but there have been others that have been fantastic. I think Houston and Golden State play tonight, right? That will be one to watch. Or they play tonight.
Yeah.
That one's been fun to watch because of how physical it's been.
He talked a lot about Jimmy in the interview, too. Yeah. And he, you know who he loves? He loves Draymond. I don't think you'd be shocked that Joakim Noah, a guy who sort of played like Draymond, loves Draymond. And he was singing his praises. All right, coming up next, we've got Waddle's World. Jesse Rogers from Milwaukee. Big Cubs series starting tonight in Wrigley North. But we'll have some fun inside Waddle's World next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tomorrow, 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Hey, again, it's your buddy Tom Waddle here, and it's Derby time. And I will be at one of my new favorite places, Fat Pour Tapworks in Lincolnwood, to watch the first leg of the Triple Crown tomorrow. It is truly the greatest 2 minutes in sports, and we will be glued to the flat screens. They're everywhere, by the way, to watch the thoroughbreds run. So join me tomorrow afternoon for a Derby party. I will be there 4:30 to 6:30. All of your Derby favorites will be served. Pimento cheese dip, mint juleps, and, of course, we'll all watch the race as well. Wear your Derby gear, and I will see you at Fat Pour Lincolnwood tomorrow, 4:30. And please drink responsibly.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
If you got money in 401ks and 403bs and TSPs and deferred comps and 457 plans, that's not really to your benefit. You're delaying the inevitable, more taxes, because of accumulation. So you over 20 or 30 years of work, you're going to build more money, which is going to put those monies in a higher tax bracket.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
I say pull those monies from those things, invest with me, or put money into what we call qualified accounts, the insurance vehicles, the annuities, the IULs, to where you can get the compound interest and then protect family, but also create generational passive income, right now residual income streams, leveraging insurance, because insurance is the biggest business in the world, the only one that cannot fail.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
I don't do any risky things. I like the money to go to work. I like to see it.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Did you know electric vehicles benefit more than just those who drive them? Their lower emissions mean cleaner, healthier air for all of us to breathe. That's why ComEd has a helpful toolkit of resources to make it easier for customers to make the switch to electric vehicles. You can learn more about EVs, calculate potential fuel cost savings, even find valuable rebates and incentives for going electric at ComEd.com/EV. ComEd, powering lives.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Mother's Day is coming up fast and you don't want to drop the ball. Show the incredible moms in your life how much you love and appreciate them with a thoughtful gift from Pro Flowers. Ordering takes just minutes, and Pro Flowers' large selection of modern arrangements at affordable prices are sure to make you look like a gift-giving pro. Visit proflowers.com/sports or use the code SPORTS at checkout for $15 off your Mother's Day order. All Pro Flowers orders are backed by our 7-day freshness guarantee, so you can gift easy with Pro Flowers.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. It's that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
Driverless cars scare you in any way, shape, or form? I know the guys were in one out. Weren't they in one out in California?
I think they're called Waymos.
Yeah.
I used to be all about them, thinking about having like buying cars that you could put on autopilot, kind of like a plane. But now seeing some of these, I'm not there anymore because of the malfunction.
How do you feel about this? The first driverless semis have started running regular long-haul routes.
What could go wrong?
Driverless trucks are officially running their first regular long-haul routes, however you want to pronounce it.
Here's why
making round trips between Dallas and Houston.
I don't like that they're eliminating jobs either. That's not, like, let's go. Let's keep the truck drivers employed. How many truck drivers listen to our show?
A lot.
Yeah. How many driverless trucks will listen to our show? The answer, my friend, is 0.
Then maybe, would a driverless truck not have the radio on inside? Would it be turned off? Would a driverless semi
interesting
actually have a radio? Why would you need a radio?
Would it have a CB?
Unless you needed to turn it from a driverless vehicle to a driver vehicle.
It's another interesting question. Do truck drivers still use CBs?
I would think so.
Jack, do you even know what a CB is?
Like a CD?
A CB.
CB?
Yes.
No. What's a CB?
A CB is what back in the 70s, well, I remember from the 70s. I don't know when it
started. Breaker 19, Breaker 19.
Oh, like the radio they have?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But it was called, what does CB stand for? Doesn't CB stand for something?
Something band?
And Channel 19 was and that's why you said Breaker 19. Channel 19 was the hot channel where everyone would communicate.
Stands for Citizens Band Radio.
Yeah.
Breaker 19, Breaker 19. What was your name, Littlefoot?
Littlefoot.
Yeah.
It was big because the big thing was big. All the truck drivers. This is Bigfoot. I'm on Route 65.
Yeah.
What's your 1020? And so
I'm at the porn shop. You want to pull in? I got a spot next to me over here.
So back in the day, we used
Did I just say that?
Yeah, you did. We used to drive to St. Louis. We went to Jesse.
Cardinals games?
No, for vacation.
Oh.
We went to the Arch. We went to Jesse James Caverns. Those were the hot things. That we went to Cincinnati one year to see the Cubs play.
Yeah?
Yeah. It was the highest seat I've ever sat, Riverfront Stadium. Was it Riverfront? Yeah.
Yeah, back then it was, for sure.
I always would get mixed up between Three Rivers and Riverfront.
Pittsburgh. Three Rivers, Pittsburgh.
So we would then, my dad, on these road trips in the big Buick, would have the CB. And so
what was his handle?
I forget what it was.
Big Harv?
Probably.
So did everybody just have one of these? Was this like a common thing?
My dad had one too back in the day.
Yeah. And you'd put a big magnetic antenna on the roof of your car so you get reception.
Listen,
I talked to the truck drivers at 10 years old.
You got to find out where the Smokies are hiding out, where the police are, buddy. You want to make sure that you know if you're pulling into an area where there's some coppers hanging out, that you slow it down.
Yes, they would give the mile mark as to where the Smoky was.
Yeah,
the cop.
Jail locks down after a convicted killer goes missing for 12 hours. Then the cops realize they forgot him at the courthouse.
They forgot a
Clayton
killer
County
at the courthouse?
Jail in Jonesboro, Georgia, went into lockdown after officers could not find a missing inmate who was convicted of murder, only for cops to discover they had left the inmate at the courthouse holding cell overnight. It sounds like a mistake that is not. It's not acceptable.
No, unacceptable.
Yeah.
Someone should be fired.
Not acceptable. What other stuff? I got sports stuff, but I think it's all boring. The Delco pooper has been caught.
I saw the video. Did you see the video?
I did not see the video.
KFC had on video.
It says that the video of the indecency has gone viral. The mysterious Delco pooper was identified and charged yesterday with indecent exposure and related offenses. She is accused of defecating on a car hood during a dispute with another driver this week in Prospect Park. Boy, that's a baller move, isn't it? Like, if you're having a dispute with a fellow, like, whatever you would call a person driving a car,
driver?
Yeah, something like that. I was thinking for the word.
Driver?
Not driver. Was not the word I was looking for, but whatever it is. But the move that you make wouldn't be to hop on the hood and drop a deuce.
She did it in 5 seconds, too. So I saw the video. And it took her 5 seconds.
You call that a poop and run?
Yeah, and I don't even know if she
Dump and run.
Dump and
bump and run.
Right,
Dump and run.
Dump and chase.
Dump and chase.
That's good,
Hockey
too.
term.
But I don't even think she removed her underwear.
What?
I think she pulled it back. It's blurred out in the video. You got to see this video. I'll show it. And then they interview her as she's being taken to the cop car about that, and she called it a clean poop.
Christina Marie Salametto, charged with disorderly conduct, criminal mischief, harassment, and disposing waste on the highway for the Tuesday incident. I wonder if she's done this before.
You have. You don't like.
This isn't like a one-time thing. This is your move.
I don't.
You know how everyone's got a move? This is her move.
I think she's upscaled it where it started like maybe in a neighbor's yard, and then she's taken it up a notch every time to where she finally got into a road rage incident.
That she was comfortable with her move.
Yeah. Yes.
You know, the 7 horse in the Kentucky Oats, which is 24 minutes away, the name of the horse is La Cara. That's my wife's name, not La Cara. Her name's Cara. The Cara. I bet on it, but I'm wondering if, is this horse going to cost me money like my wife? Usually my wife is spending money, not winning money. Do you think that this is kind of like, this is a good bet or a bad bet?
I think this could be the universe paying you back.
Yes. So, I bet on the horse that's my wife shares a name with, and this is where I get some of it back, right?
Well, will the horse give you 30 years of bliss like your wife has?
More than 30.
Yeah.
Horses don't live that long.
So you went right to the money, but what about the bliss?
This is a bet. I'm not having I don't have a relationship with the horse.
You want one?
No, I'm putting money on the horse. I do not. Just for the record, that's a horrible question, and it's maybe the worst question that's ever been asked on this show. But I just want to make sure that the answer is definitively no. What is wrong with you?
I think
you get your teeth taken out, and all of a sudden, start asking stupid questions.
Kap would have married Secretariat.
I think that's a stretch.
He's got a picture of Secretariat over his couch, doesn't he?
He may. I had a picture of Hank Aaron over my bed at home. I didn't want to marry him.
You were 12.
That's true.
You were 12.
That's true. What else do I have for you? Oh, Pop has called it quits. Greg Popovich done coaching. Weren't you asking a question earlier about who would you rather have?
I did a poll question on this.
I did not vote on it, but I'd like to verbally vote on it now.
I took Phil Jackson out because I didn't want to make... So I said, of these two choices below, who would you choose to run your NBA franchise in his prime? So coach/president. They could be both or one or the other. Because they both did both. They've done both. Greg Popovich or Pat Riley?
Pat Riley.
That's how I feel.
I didn't even think about it. And that's not, listen, I'm not diminishing the accomplishments of Greg Popovich, but that one didn't take me very long to answer.
He did almost what Pop did as a coach with the Lakers.
Yeah.
He immediately improved the Knicks when he took that team over. And then he's coached and he's
run the team.
And he's run the team, yeah. And how many championships? Didn't he win one as a coach? Or what? Right, he won one.
Yeah.
He won the one with Shaq as a coach,
didn't
he? And then
turned it over to Spoelstra.
And then they won 2.
I think you are correct. So it was easy for me.
So Pat Riley is leading the way with 56.3, but it is close. Greg Popovich getting 43.7.
Interesting. Lakers star LeBron James suffered an MCL sprain in Game 5. Did you know that? A grade 2 MCL sprain. He's 40. What's he going to do? And by the way, what's his name? JJ Redick said, Lakers, they must be in championship shape next season. You think that was an intended shot?
Oh, yeah. That was right at Luka. But they knew what they were getting this year.
Of course they did.
Now it's up to Luka.
Do you think he has it in him to actually do just that and get in shape?
He has it in him, but how badly will he want
That's
to
what
do
I
it?
mean.
Like, Windhorst said this. He said they've been asking him this since he was, playing in Spain.
Yes.
As a kid. Jason Kidd asked him to do this. What's his name? Who's now the coach of the Pacers. Rick Carlisle. Rick Carlisle asked him. They've asked, and he's only 26 years old. Like,
that's crazy. He's a 5-time All-NBA first-teamer, too.
He's so good. I would not have traded him. And if I would have shopped him to everybody in an offseason where you can quickly rebuild a team, probably like the Bucks are going to do.
Yeah.
With Giannis. But I err on the side of hoping that he gets it right.
Yeah, there's so much talent there. Just get yourself in shape, please. A man found with a live turtle concealed in his pants by TSA at a New Jersey airport.
Wasn't a snapping turtle.
Pennsylvania man who was going through security at New Jersey airport was found to have a live turtle concealed in his pants. The turtle was detected Friday after a body scanner alarm went off. When questioned, the man reached into his pants, pulled out the turtle, which was about 5 inches long and wrapped in a small blue towel. He said
it was a turtle.
It was a red ear slider turtle, a species that is popular as a pet.
Why do you need to? Can't you take it in a cage and just?
I don't think you're allowed
check
to.
it.
I don't know.
Like you can check dogs and cats. Can you check a turtle?
I don't think you can, but I'm not 100% sure at all. But this was an interesting story, too. Remember Hunter Renfrow, the wide receiver, who had a really good run with the Raiders?
And then he just disappeared.
And you know why? He was suffering from ulcerative colitis. He stepped away from football. He dropped from 185 pounds to 150 pounds last year while being treated for colitis, which played a huge role in his decision to actually step away. He said there was a stretch where he suffered through 7 straight days of 103-degree fevers. So,
but he's got it figured out now?
He's back, and he is signed with the Carolina Panthers. He's back, and he's got it under control, and he's gotten back to playing football.
Short
so
guy throwing to a short guy.
Yeah.
Isn't Renfrow, or is Renfrow sneaky tall?
No, he's 5'10". 5'10", probably 185, as I said, 185, 190 pounds. So, good for him. Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City, has asked for photos of cops staring at their phones, and New Yorkers have actually delivered.
What do you think of that?
What I think is if I'm the mayor of New York, I go to my police department and tell them, guys,
you don't like.
You know what? We got to make sure we're paying attention to what's going on now, and I wouldn't deputize all of those with cell phones to go out there and try to.
It creates more of an adversarial relationship with police, which we don't need.
That is correct. I think that's a bad move by the man in charge of the city. Do you enjoy going out or staying at home?
I like going out.
Okay.
I mean, I like being at home, but I love going out.
According to a new survey of 2,000 Americans, which found of those who have a preference, 72 prefer staying in with friends whenever possible, while just 28% prefer a night out. 49 said this shift came in the past years. That they went from being those that wanted to go out to those that wanted to be in.
Remember when we were stuck with COVID and everyone said,
I want to go out.
I want to go out. I want to go out. I'll never, this stinks. I used to love being at home, but seems like more people adjusted.
Yeah.
A
woodpecker has invaded a Massachusetts neighborhood, and residents are taking it in stride.
I told you don't want an evil pecker running around or flying around the neighborhood.
Has that thing come back to your house?
Well, there are many of them. I mean, and this is the season, too, where they look. I think maybe in the fall is maybe the hot season before the winter comes when they're looking to nest.
Yeah.
But they bang on my drive-in.
It's not good. They make a mess, too. And finally, robots are taking our jobs. I got a video on one site here of a robot that kind of shook free and got violent. It is really disturbing as if you're one that believes that they're eventually going to take over.
Well, it's not.
But they are taking our jobs and leaving us actually with less hair in your food. Robots are taking our jobs. No sick days, no bathroom breaks, and no more curly hairs in your foods.
If there's a curly hair in my food.
Mm-hmm. More specifically, BurgerBot is a new fast food joint where robots are doing all the work that humans aren't interested in, like burger assembly lines. You can find it in Los Gatos, California. So, but they're just telling, I don't know if that's what they're advertising is hey, come on in and get a good burger with no curly hairs.
Should there be laws to limit certain uses for AI?
I don't think you can make laws like that.
No? You can't regulate it?
I don't think so. Like what? Why am I going to tell McDonald's how they should run their business? Come on now. Where are we at? Russia? For the love of everything good here in this world?
Like, there are a lot of great things it does, but they will take over the world. Abdallah's been all over this for years.
Wait till I show you the picture of this. Come here real quick before we go to break. And just I want to hear your reaction to this for the people at home.
What am I looking at?
Just, you got to give it a second, because some of these sites, this cat right here, watch this thing go. Okay, maybe
you don't know how to run the computer.
I don't.
Like, you're trying to play a video? He's
showing
me still pictures.
I know. Hold on. I'm not leaving until I get this.
This is immaculate radio.
It is. This is what Friday's all about.
It's a guy with his dog.
I know. It's this right here. This is actually. You got to see it though. I'm telling you.
Show it to me at the break.
No, I want to show it to you right now. Do you got another 13 seconds? Talk about something, Tyler, because this ad's going to run out here in a few seconds, and then I want to hear
right now.
I want to hear his response to watching this robot break away. Okay, here we go. Watch this. Okay, you ready? The robot's going to get pissed. He's hanging from a crane right now. Watch this. You see him?
See, they have
See
unlimited
that?
strength.
Yeah. Does that freak you out? Yeah. Look at it. He's still going after him.
Yeah, and they have no fear, and they can't be hurt.
It was worth it, Tyler.
100 robots versus one gorilla.
This is
robots.
Oh, easily.
Robots.
I'd probably say 5 robots would take the gorilla. Don't you think? If 5 of them come out without fear,
I'm not sure.
Swinging their arms.
I'm not sure. I'm still going with the gorilla for most of these questions. All right, that's all I got. When we come back, Florida, Ohio.
Thrilling.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out. Congrats to all who'll join us at Seven Bridges Golf Club, Wednesday, June 11th. All of you will be randomly assigned to play on behalf of one of our show teams. Great prizes are at stake. Stay tuned for more details or visit gripitandSipItClassic.com.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At HawkAuto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at HawkAuto.com. HawkAuto.com! Financing on approved credit.
Hey, it's Kap Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6 million.
On the Kap J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Get a taste of that winning feeling before the buzzer sounds with ESPN Bet's early victory promo. Simply place a pregame moneyline bet on any NBA playoff game, and if the team you bet goes up by 20 or more points at any point in the game, your bet will get paid out early. Available throughout the NBA playoffs at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
When I wake up
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
Pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Madison, where businesses thrive and futures are built. Just minutes from Chicago, Madison offers prime accessibility, a talented workforce, and a supportive community ready to champion local businesses. Madison, home for business, heart for family.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Get ready to play the game that's sweeping the nation. Public drunkenness, exotic animals, dumb criminals, random stabbings, or maybe just some good old-fashioned debauchery. Everything's on the table. It's the Sunshine State versus the Buckeye State as we play Florida or Ohio. And as always, listeners, feel free to play along at home.
Someone sent me a tweet last night, or maybe it was this morning, saying that I need a slump buster to break out of the old Mark Gray slump buster to break out of my Florida or Ohio slump.
That seems to be a bit drastic.
Going to Murphy's and just see what happens. All right.
Well, you could have talked to Son about that.
I did have a good conversation with Son last night. I'll tell you about that later. But yeah, we talked for about 15 minutes about PCA and some other good stories. What do you got, Tyler?
All right, we got some corn chucking.
Excuse me?
Some corn chucking.
Iowa.
Man.
You say shucking or chucking?
Chucking.
Chucking.
Man known to throw canned food around neighborhood arrested after corn goes through the window.
Okay, so this could happen anywhere. It's not like...
Keep reading.
On April 25th, a woman called the sheriff's office to report vandalism at her neighbor's home. She said she was outside when she heard the sound of glass breaking.
Any names? You got names for me?
The woman's name is not there, but his name is Earls Ernest Saintville.
Say it again.
Earls Ernest Saintville.
That
Earls,
sounds...
E-A-R-L-S?
E-R-L-Z.
Earls.
It sounds like a name of someone in your family. They don't like a distant cousin.
My family?
Yes. Earls?
I had Lloyd, Vera, Cousin Eddie. No, that wasn't it.
But didn't you say that like Ohio is one of the big places for 3 names?
Oh, no doubt. Yeah. Yeah, but whenever you're arrested, they use your full name.
Oh, so you get the middle name?
I most frequently.
Really? I don't think that's right.
I feel like that's more of a.
I just gave you where was the pooper at?
Report.
Where was the Delco pooper? I gave you her name, 3 names. Her middle name was Marie.
Marie could also be like an extension of a first name, like an Anne Marie.
Yeah, I agree with you, Tyler.
It wasn't. You can agree all you want, but that's not the case.
Tyler, what's your middle name?
Harrison.
Delco pooper. Christina Marie Salametto.
Yeah, but you think if Tyler was arrested, which you should never be arrested.
What's your middle name?
That's my advice.
Harrison.
That Tyler Harrison Aki would be listed.
Absolutely.
I don't think it would be.
Absolutely.
I don't think in a news story it would.
The North Side Gazette. Tyler Aki.
I know
pooping on the hood of a car just outside.
I know we say that sheriffs can be both. They use sheriffs in both Florida and Ohio. I hear it more with Florida. And that's the greater odds. I've got to play the odds today. I'm in such a slump. Tallahassee.
Ooh, I like that call. I like that call a lot. I'll go Jacksonville.
I think Ohio, because I don't know how canned corn works, but if you had canned corn and it was in Florida and it was hot, it'd turn into popcorn. And I don't think that would work very well.
That's not how it works.
That's not how it works.
No, wait.
I just thought maybe that's how it works,
No, it's
so
not
I'm
how
going to
it
go
works.
with Ohio.
Damn.
Cleveland.
That's on the same level as his push to get Jesse to be the next pope.
Yes. Have to be Catholic.
Silvy, your slump has been busted.
Yeah.
Charlotte, Florida.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell me that I had a hole-in-one.
No. I think I got like a 5-game win streak going right now.
You do.
I'm the Cubs of this thing.
You've been brilliant.
Yeah, thank you.
I've been Dansby. I finally hit one.
Dansby's coming out of that slump.
Couple home runs. And look, they beat Skeens too. That's no
Skeens
small.
it was brilliant because what they did, because Skeens didn't have his best stuff, they worked counts.
Yeah.
They got his pitch total up, and then they pounced on him in the fifth.
They would not have done that last year.
No. For whatever reason, his velocity was down too. He looked uncomfortable, and they made him pay.
We'll talk to Jesse at 5:30 from Milwaukee. Great finish last night in one of the NBA playoff games, and then we will get to Aki's A-list. It's all next.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Guys, you know Connie's Frozen Pizza is the official frozen pizza of the Waddle and Silvy Show, and we always talk about what is true Chicago-style pizza. It's not what out-of-towners and tourists think it is. Chicago-style pizza is thin, it's crispy, it's cut into squares, and thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city anytime, anywhere. Connie's frozen pizzas are classic thin pies made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years. It's a tradition. They're perfectly cheesy and saucy. They're exactly what you want on hand when you feel like having pizza. Get to know the true Chicago style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available at your local grocer's freezer.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So we show people how they can borrow cash to buy cash to beat inflation, right? So banks charge interest on your money. So I believe in reverse engineering things. So you borrow money, take the bank's money, and then go out and create increase. Do it by way of a business so you can create leverages, and then you can get tax rates for making more money.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
And you're your number one asset, but many times people don't insure themselves. So life insurance is a big deal. but it's also a vehicle of how the wealthy, basically shelter money.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
And then you can prepare yourself by putting money into insurance outlets that will grow compound interest and create generational wealth to have a living and a death benefits.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Those are some of the ways that you can use to create wealth and give yourself financial freedom while protecting your family.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
The NBA 82 game grind is done, and now the real fun begins. The NBA playoffs are here, and DraftKings Sportsbook has you covered as an official sports betting partner of the NBA. Make it a playoff run to remember with DraftKings. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code FNH. That's code FNH for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Waddle and Silvy, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home. We're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
Knicks trying to advance to the second round for the third straight year. Bridges to toss it in to Brunson. Defended by Thompson. 15 seconds left. Brunson takes a peek at the clock. Thompson digging in defensively. 8 seconds. Brunson stops on a dime. Launches. Oh, yeah! Jalen Brunson buries it. Knicks lead by 3. The Brunson burner ignited.
Great call last night. TNT with Iron Eagle on the call. It was just outstanding.
It was a great game. All of the games between the Pistons and the Knicks have been enjoyable for me, and in large part because of how physical the games have been.
Yes, and defense has played a big role.
Yes.
Brunson was struggling before that, too.
Yeah.
Like, he got off to a hot start. Then he was slumping a little bit. And Thompson had his number and was guarding him, and he made a great play that forced a shot clock violation.
Very athletic and long.
Yeah, but that move, and a lot of people have compared it to the Michael Jordan move from Game 6 against the
very
Jazz.
Jordan-esque.
But this was this was from 3, but it was also to win a first-round playoff game. It wasn't Game 6 of the NBA Finals.
True. That's fair. That's a fair critique.
You got your horse?
Yeah, she's fading. She ran well, but
does she have a late burst here?
She does not. I don't believe. I believe the 11 horse.
She's gonna fall out of the money like you predicted.
Yeah,
Boy,
cost me money.
I think she finished 7th.
Yeah, she cost me money. The 11 horse won, not the 7. The 7 was the horse that was La Cara.
We're watching the Oaks.
Yeah, Kentucky Oaks was
rainy
one.
Louisville. Very muddy, rainy Louisville.
It looks like it cleared up at least enough so that people can be outside watching.
Boy, the Kentucky Derby that we were at, too.
Oh, my God, was it raining?
It never stopped.
No.
All day, it poured. It didn't just rain, it poured all day.
Yeah.
I think I don't know if it's been surpassed, but at the time it was the rainiest Kentucky Derby ever. But here's a question for you, then we'll get to Aki's A-list. Derrick Rose in his prime or Jalen Brunson in his prime?
Jalen's a better three-point shooter. I would still go Derrick.
Derrick won an MVP. Brunson's good,
right?
But he's not the best player in the league or one of the top 5 players in the league.
Derrick led that Bulls team that you could even argue maybe didn't have as much talent as this Knicks team to the Eastern Conference Finals against. Jalen's has he been to the conference finals with the Knicks yet, or just the second round?
I don't think so.
Just the second round, yeah.
No, it's a definitive Derrick.
But he's making it a very it's incredible what he's been able to do. Randy Merkin, we always credit him.
Yes,
always told us that Jalen Brunson would be an all-star.
I think he's probably the most universally missed evaluated player in sports,
like
in recent years.
America, because would you say Jokic was missed? I mean, Jokic is a multi-time MVP who is consistently one of the best players in the league. He's a champion. He was what was he taking 40-something?
He was drafted during a Taco Bell commercial.
Yeah. I mean, but he didn't play. He didn't play American
I was
college.
thinking more of, like
Jalen Brunson was on the national championship team.
Villanova.
Twice,
They won it twice.
And like Archie Diacono was thought of just as much as is Jalen Brunson, if you think about it.
But even Jalen's development, I don't know how good Jokic was in year 2 or 3, but Jalen, this has been more of a year 5, 6, 7, 8, however long he's been in. But I mean, that was a complete whiff by me and many.
This was before Nico Harrison, but has Dallas made 2 of the biggest blunders in recent memory in the NBA?
They didn't want to pay Jalen, right?
Yeah, they didn't think he was worth what he was going to get with the Knicks, and then his dad went to coach with Tibbs.
Yeah,
but he broke out in that postseason.
Yeah,
he was good, and then he broke out in that one postseason, and they let him go. And I think Mark Cuban says it's his biggest regret when he was running the team. And then now you get rid of Luka in a span of 5 years.
Basketball's maybe unlike any other sport in that front, where you'll see teams just kind of punt and just rebuild. Whether it's coaches, if I heard this correctly, of the last 6 NBA champions, 3 of them are on a different coach now.
Yeah. How many coaches I would like to hear this. How many coaches, if this isn't out there, have been hired since Pop took over?
Pop took over, what, 90, 98?
Somewhere
97?
around there, maybe even earlier. 90? Could it have been 94? I got to double check. But how many coaches have been hired as a head coach in the NBA since Greg Popovich took over and today he stepped down? It was mostly because of health reasons.
Yeah, I don't know how many have been hired or fired.
It's crazy.
So there have been 303 coaching changes made in the league.
Since Pop, you found it that quickly?
And NBA.com's got an article about it.
Yeah. 303 coaches while Pop outlasted them. How many different coaches have the Bulls had alone? So many teams.
He started in the 96-97 season with San Antonio. So, what did he win?
I think he started with the front office before that, didn't he? Wasn't he in the front office? And then he took over. He fired their coach. And then he stepped in as the coach.
Yes, in 94, Pop returned to San Antonio as the general manager and vice president of basketball ops. So, he won 5 titles as well.
All right.
He faced 170 different coaches in his career.
That's crazy.
All right, let's get to Aki's A-list.
It's time for Aki's A-list. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-list. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-list on ESPN Chicago.
That's right, Aki's A-list every single day, and it's brought to you by our friend and partner, Mr. Finance. Build wealth through smarter investing by visiting BrandonMrFinance.com. That's BrandonMrFinance.com. What do you got, Tyler?
All right, let's start with a little bit of Cubs here. They start a 3-game series against the Brewers later on tonight. And obviously, Craig Counsell back in Milwaukee, as he will likely be booed once again when he is announced as the manager of the Cubs. But looking back on this and everything that's kind of gone on since then, how much of an impact, and again, at the time when he was hired, Craig Counsell was the most expensive manager, the highest paid manager in the league. He's since been surpassed by Dave Roberts. But when you look at what Counsell has done in his year plus here, how big of an impact do you believe Craig Counsell has made on the Chicago Cubs?
So hard, because I've always said he is not the manager as far as a strategist that I thought he would be. But, like, can you overlook the development of PCA? Don't you have to give the staff some credit there, too?
Yes.
Player
development is important.
Michael Bush is developed. To what end, we don't know. But I think some guys they've done well with him. If David Ross was still the manager, I'd have a tough time to argue that they wouldn't be in the exact same place.
Yeah, I don't feel strongly either way. I think that he deserves credit for some of the stuff, and there are other times when you're just like, I mean, it could be anybody in there. I think very few major league managers make a significant impact on the entirety of the season.
I think we're the exception. Where the 2 World Series teams that we have in town, the 05 White Sox and the 16 Cubs, were very. They were in the mold of their manager.
Yeah, I think the tone was set by the manager.
The manager set the culture, and they were it was Ozzy's team, and this was a Joe Madden team. I don't look at the Cubs now; they are more aggressive this year. Maybe he wanted more running, and they're doing that better. But I don't look at it and say, "Is this a Craig Counsell team?"
Not really. No, I don't identify. But there aren't many teams that I look at and identify as the manager is. It's not like football,
right?
Right. Dan Campbell. That team plays the game with the personality of their head coach. You can say that in a number of places. Mike Tomlin and other. I mean, I just don't see that as much in baseball.
Bruce Bochy.
But
I think you're right. They're probably way more rare than you think.
Yeah.
I think to a degree, and maybe it's just not as out there as much, but I feel like this is taking on the identity of what Craig Counsell wants the team to be. Like, he's got a team that's going to run the bases.
Play good defense.
Yeah. And it's kind of tailored to how the roster is built. It's built with speed. It's built with ground ball pitching.
It's built with cheaper players, too.
It's built with pitchers that aren't going to strike people out as much either.
I said it Wednesday, and then sure enough, I think it was in yesterday's game. What Colin Ray has done, I poo-pooed Colin Ray. Colin Ray so far, and I don't know how long it will last, but he's been a lifesaver for the last few starts that he's had. His numbers, I think, are pretty good.
Look, Matthew Boyd has pitched well.
Better than I thought he would.
Yeah, I mean, they've had guys step up and deliver.
Don't they have Flexen up now, too?
Yeah, so I was actually going to ask a little bit about that. So tonight, it's Ben Brown going, and we've seen how Ben Brown, it's always I think we're all in the same boat. Yes, there is something to analytics, but also there is a feel thing for how a pitcher's going. Ben Brown's one of those guys where I think the analytics you kind of have to play into, because he really does struggle that third time through the order.
Because he only throws 2 pitches.
Exactly. But I think tonight's strategy should be get 3 or 4 out of Ben Brown and then try to get 2 or 3 out of Flexen tonight, because they brought him up because they had to bring him up by yesterday.
Do you think tonight's game for Ben Brown is perform or get sent to the pen? Do you if he has another blow-up game? Don't you think the way counsel spoke about him that he will be on a shorter, he may not get another start and may get sent to the pen?
I wouldn't be shocked by it at all. I think the way that, to reference the quote you're talking about, after his last start, Craig Counsell said, we need better.
Yeah.
We need better from this. And he was directly talking about Ben Brown. And you bring up Flexen, who was really good in the minors, and Cade Horton has looked unbelievable lately. So, he could be knocking on the door. Who knows when he might get called up. But, yeah, the way everything's going right now, this might be you are not pitching for your major league life here, but you're pitching for your starting pitcher life for this season.
For your team, too. It's time you got to stretch your legs here. That Reds team is very average. They you know what? They went on a nice run. They padded some stuff against a Marlins team that sucks. Wasn't the Marlins they were playing? And then they played a doubleheader against St. Louis and got beat 6-0, 9-1. This Brewers team yesterday it's
a big series.
Outside, got beat 8-0 on the south side.
You got to take 2 out of 3 this weekend.
Yeah, you got to pound them.
Don't go in there and again lose, 2 out of the 3 or even get
because
swept.
You are the significantly better team.
And I know baseball is not football. I know it's 162. I believe, though, that you can make a statement. I think the Cubs need to go in this series.
And just pound the crap out of them.
They've played like the little brother these last few years.
There's no doubt. That's what I'm saying. I get it. We're in the very early part of this season, but this would be for me a stretch your legs out, make a statement series if you're the Chicago Cubs. It's a Brewers team that has won the division the last couple of years.
And they won by 10 games last year?
Yeah. You are the better team. Go up there and kind of set the tone for the year.
Yep.
I think you need 2 out of 3, and one of them has to be one of those 9-2
mercy
ass
killing
whoopings that you've been giving out. One of them has to be like that.
I you've got the basketball game on tonight with Golden State, and you've got the Cubs game. It's a good night of TV.
They're on Apple tonight, by the way.
Yeah. Isn't Wayne Randazzo doing the game?
Randazzo and Dontrell Willis.
Wayno was actually, you remember the great night that Sal and I had for the National Italian American Sports Hall of Fame induction.
Did he get inducted or his dad?
No, Wayno was the host.
Oh, he was the MC?
Yes. Sat next to him for dinner.
He also went to the game with Adam Amin on Sunday. Yeah. Or was he doing the game?
No, I think he went to the game because didn't they sit in the suite together?
Okay, So how about those two broadcasts?
Well, they have the super card. That allows them to go wherever they want inside a Major League Baseball stadium.
Did you know that existed?
Voices. I did not.
I think Danny has one.
Who? Danny
Zetterman?
who?
Danny Zetterman.
He has a super card?
Yeah, if you've got one of these...
if you're a rights holder?
Is that what you get for staying home on Fridays for 52 consecutive weeks?
It's if you have a season-long MLB credential, I believe it works in every single park. I think it's the same thing in the NBA. They give them single games.
I didn't say that. I don't know what you guys are laughing at. She's having a little fun.
I don't even know if he likes baseball.
See, now that was a bigger shot than mine. That was a bigger shot than mine.
I don't know about that.
What are you talking about?
You set the table.
Do you think that the NFL guys get those same cards? Does does Joniak and Thayer have them?
Well, all the games are basically at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, sure.
What if you're on bye?
Okay.
That's why I'm asking.
Do you know one football person who works for a team
who goes to another game?
Who goes to another game on their bye week for fun?
Okay, listen, it may be a long shot, okay? Maybe it doesn't happen often, but I'm hoping that Joniak and Thayer have those cards, that they can get into any NFL game they want in any stadium.
Tyler, here's my question. If Tom Waddle owned a super card, how many times would it be used in 5 years?
0.
As many times as he's updated his phone.
That's not true. I
before today.
I think I updated my phone 12 months ago. How often are you supposed to?
Every time there's an update.
As many times as he goes to the dentist.
I got a list of things I got to get done before the summer comes and goes.
What, a real ID?
All stuff. No, I have a real ID. Does that surprise you? I have a real ID?
Yeah, it does surprise me. But I heard you tell the story. You lucked into it. You didn't purposely get the real ID. You just renewed your license and it came back real ID.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah, so you didn't
I didn't go to the DMV.
No. Who wants to go there?
No. I think now they don't even take walk-ins. You have to make an appointment.
Because of the Real ID, I think, too. Like, we've seen
Have
the
you
lines
seen
down here.
Oh, my God.
It's a super center. It's a super center.
You'd think Taylor Swift's
Super
there.
spreader. It is norovirus season.
Oh, it's all winter it's been. Do we have immunity now from it?
You have immunity for the strain that you caught, but you can get norovirus again if it's a different one. When my daughter came home from, she was in Europe, she came home with it. It was horrible. A month later, she got a different strain.
Oh.
She got it twice.
That's not fair.
Yeah.
All right, go one more, Tyler.
Yeah. Have you guys seen this? That tomorrow night, Denver has dueling Game 7s. You've got the Avalanche and the Stars. You've got the Nuggets and the Clippers, both in Game 7s. I believe both like around the same time, too. And they're the only games on for the playoffs for each respective night. Like, as a sports fan, like 1 to 10, what's that stress level like?
Oh. I wouldn't remember what it's like. Wait, how long's it been?
Game 7 hockey. It doesn't matter the round in hockey. Game 7
Game 7
hockey.
in anything. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a clincher.
Are they at the same time though?
I'm looking right now. So you've got 6:30 for the basketball, and then you've got 7 o'clock for the hockey.
That's a great night out in Denver.
Great night to be a bar owner.
Does Kroenke own both teams too?
Is it?
He might.
Is it strange of me to say to you that I have not really gotten into the Nugs series? Is there news in the Nugs series?
What kind of news? What?
Yeah, he does own both teams, by the way.
Yeah.
What do you?
Is there news?
You seem like you're having a panic attack.
No. It was something else I was looking at. Never mind.
He just blurted out he was looking at his phone. And
there was news about the chicken nuggets, not the Denver Nuggets.
Was there news on the chicken nuggets?
No, there's no chicken nuggets news. I'm saying you got the wrong nuggets.
I'm saying to you, though, I have not, of all of the basketball that I've been excited about, the Nuggets and Clippers series has not floated my boat.
I kind of loved it because when the stardom is at its best, it's in that series. Like Kawhi's had a couple games where he's been unstoppable.
Yeah.
And then you've got Jokic. And then Murray's had his moment. Like the stardom in that series when it's shining has been the best in this one.
Aren't you betting against the Clippers in Game 7? What's the line there with Harden, who always chokes? Now watch, the other thing will happen. But I love Denver in Game 7.
Do you really?
Yeah.
I don't have a strong feeling either way.
You know,
like I feel tonight, I feel like the Warriors are going to teach the Rockets the meaning of the term respect.
I hope so.
You know, there's the whole like playoff Jimmy thing. Some guy who needs some respect for what he does in the playoffs, Jamal Murray.
Oh yeah, he's good.
Yeah.
He's gone nuts in some of these playoff series.
All right, so Jesse's coming up next. There's no news though, right?
No, I thought there was some baseball news, but there's not.
We need to have that as a drop, Jack. Or just Waddle blurts out, "Is there news?" Yeah. So whenever that should be on
whenever there's chatter,
like on the breaking. Yeah, that's our alert when there's chatter and not breaking news.
Is there
or
news?
If there's like a small move or something like that.
Yes, it's not breaking sound or worthy, but it's just Waddle asking the question.
Is there news?
All right, coming up next, Jesse Rogers from Wrigley North. It's Cubs and Brewers. It's coming up next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Here's a swing and a long drive. Way back in the gap. Put it on the ball. And it's a gunner. White Sox win.
White Sox baseball on ESPN Chicago.
Len Casper and Darren Jackson bring you the call of White Sox and Astros.
Live coverage begins tonight at 6 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago, AM, FM HD, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Spring is all about new beginnings, and there's no better way to give yourself a fresh start than by getting a fresh haircut at Great Clips. When the weather starts warming up, no one wants to sit inside. With convenient online check-in at Great Clips, you can put your name on the list from your phone and enjoy the beautiful spring weather while you wait. You can even get a Ready Next text when you're up next for a cut. And when it's your turn in the chair, the skilled stylist at your local Great Clips salon can create any look you want, Plus, they'll save the details and clip notes for the cut you love every time you come in. Oh, and don't forget to bring your shades, because with the everyday low prices at Great Clips, the spring sunshine won't be the only bright spot in your day. So if you're ready to spring into the new season, download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh haircut today. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV. The Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
You've heard their name around town, Costa Iavoni. And I'm talking with personal injury attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni. You guys have built a serious rep in Chicago. What's the playbook?
We grew up here. Southside baseball games in the summer.
Football battles on Sundays in the fall.
We know the city, and we fight hard for the people in it.
Exactly. We recognize that our clients are the same people we see in the stands with us at those games.
That's what being local is all about. We get you.
Costa Iavoni, your local personal injury lawyers at 708-4million.
I just picked up my brand new 25 Defender from Land Rover Chicago and Howard Orloff Imports, and I could not be happier. The Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you'd expect from Land Rover. It's the kind of vehicle that truly handles the toughest trails, but still turns heads at a fancy restaurant. The Defender makes every trip an adventure for the whole family. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of 2025 Defenders ready and waiting for you. Visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Chicago, it's time to make some room in the beer fridge. Yuengling is finally here.
After 196 years, the oldest brewery in America has officially landed in Illinois.
Start with a legend, Yuengling Traditional Lager, a smooth, rich beer that's been around longer than our crosstown rivalry.
There's light lager, it's crisp and easy drinking, the Golden Pilsner with a clean, refreshing taste, and black and tan, the perfect mix of dark and light.
So if you're at the bar or grabbing a six-pack, don't go with the usual. Try a Yuengling.
Chicago, the wait is over. It's Yuengling country.
DG Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Waddle and Silvy get you set for your weekend viewing with What to Watch For.
That's right, What to Watch For every Friday, usually a little later, but Jesse's talking to Craig Counsell right now. As soon as he's done, he'll break away and talk to us. But What to Watch For brought to you by Connie's Frozen Pizza. It's a pizza night tonight, so pick up some Connie's Frozen Pizza. You've worked hard all week. You don't want to cook. So watch all the games on television. Pick up some Connie's Frozen Pizza. You're in your car now. Stop wherever you stop to pick up frozen pizza, your local grocers, and grab it today. Caller 10 wins free pizza from Connie's. 312-332-3776. 312-332-3776. Waddle, what are you watching for?
My wife and I have looked at each other, I think, every night this week and said we need to find a new television show. And we've watched them all, so we haven't really found one. She's watching the trial of Karen Reed that she has enjoyed.
Is that a famous case?
I think it was a case in Boston recently that was a hung jury, and now the case is it's being retried. I don't watch that crap. So the 151st running of the Kentucky Derby is tomorrow afternoon. By the way, if you want to come watch it with me at Fat Poor in
Lincolnwood.
I almost said Lindenhurst, but that's not where you'd be.
Don't go to Lindenhurst. You'll be mad.
You'd be in Lincolnwood.
Lindenhurst is a wonderful community,
no,
but you won't see Waddle.
I won't be there. I feel like Dean Smith. But the Kentucky Derby's always fun. So the 151st running of the Kentucky Derby tomorrow is what I'll be watching.
I started this yesterday. I think it's okay to maybe good. I didn't. It wasn't like outstanding. It's on Netflix, and I believe it's the #1 television show currently. It's if you like a quick comedy, in and out in a half hour in the episodes. It's called The Four Seasons, and it's got a great cast. It's Tina Fey, Steve Carell, Alan Alda plays a little bit of and I believe it maybe
Steve Carell hasn't done really anything lately, has he? This is the first thing I've heard him been in.
Since what's the show on Apple that he wasn't in last season, was he? When he played
the morning show?
The morning show.
Yeah, no, he hasn't been.
Will Forte's in it. It's a very good cast, and it's about these couples who are very, very close who go on a vacation every season in the spring and the summer, and then the issues that come up as couples. So,
looking for a quick laugh?
It's like a dramedy. There's a lot of drama. There's some drama, but it's comedy. It's not laugh out loud funny, but I was looking for, after I had my wisdom teeth out, I was looking for something easy to watch and not, get into a long drama where, if I dozed off, I dozed off. So this is a good, watch with your wife show.
All right.
What do you guys got? Tyler, you got one?
I'll say I've given this out, but the last episode of it was so good that I'll give it out again for anyone who's not watching at the studio on Apple TV. I don't know if you're all caught up.
Is that
Waddle.
Seth Rogen?
That's Seth Rogen,
I didn't love it. Is there something
I
wrong
have
with
not
me?
seen the last couple episodes.
The last episode was
good,
incredible. Yeah.
I'll get back to it.
How far did you get, Sylvie?
The first episode. And I thought it was quite slow. Like in what he plays like somebody in the studio that guys kind of look down on.
He's like keep watching, I would say.
Okay.
I would say keep watching.
All right, so I should get back to it.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I got to get back to Waddle's show.
Mobland?
Mobland.
Oh, that's good.
It was good, and I just haven't had time.
It's good.
And then we're also both caught up to date with Friends and Neighbors, which I think is the best show on right now.
Really good show.
Jack, what are you watching for?
There's a new Marvel movie out this week. Releases Thunderbolts is the name of it. It scored an 89% on Rotten Tomatoes, which for Marvel is pretty good. It's up there. It's about basically kind of some anti-heroes, some people who were villains in previous movies, maybe turning into the good guys. Julia Louis-Dreyfus, her character, puts the team together. So I'm excited to watch that. I think it
Has she been in a Marvel movie before?
She's made cameos. She hasn't had a full-blown role, but she you've seen her in these end credit scenes where she comes in and she's putting this superhero team together, or anti-hero team together.
Are you a big Marvel person?
Oh, I love Marvel.
Wow.
But yeah, I love seeing almost all the movies. I love those. And the thing is, I didn't start watching them until about 3 years ago, and I've seen almost all of them since.
I don't think I've seen any of them.
Yeah, neither have I.
Iron Man, Captain America, Avengers,
Never saw
none
any
of
of the Iron Men.
They're so good.
Is Hulk Marvel?
Hulk is Marvel.
Didn't see that either.
Spider-Man.
Didn't see that.
All right, there you go. What to watch for. Brought to you by Connie's Frozen Pizza. Jesse's going to join us coming up next, so he's going to be ready to go.
He's busy being yelled at by Craig Counsell.
It's Cubs and Brewers. It's a big series for this time of the year. We'll talk about it next.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Tomorrow morning at 11. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and it is Derby time. I will be at one of my new favorite places. Love this joint. Fat Poor Tap Works in Lincolnwood, he said, to watch the first leg of the Triple Crown tomorrow afternoon. It truly is the greatest 2 minutes in sports, and we will all be glued to the flat screens. And by the way, they are everywhere in this beautiful place. We'll be watching the Thoroughbreds run. So join me tomorrow afternoon for a derby party. I'll be there at 4:30, and we'll enjoy the pimento cheese dip, the mint juleps, and, of course, the race as well. So wear your derby gear, and I will see you there at Fat Poor Lincolnwood tomorrow at 4:30, and please drink responsibly.
Hey, it's Kap Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T's and C's apply.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I drive a Hawk. Hey, car shoppers, forget tariffs. At hawkauto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands and get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at hawkauto.com. Financing on approved credit.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hit out the right center field. Cruz back at the wall. It's gone. Another dinger for Dansby. Second of the series, 6th of the year. One or more runs, we got more runs. Cubs on the board here in the 5th. Kyle Tucker into right center field. Reynolds back at the wall, and it is gone. The king has left the castle. Kyle Tucker, home run number 8, second homer of the inning, and just like that, we're tied at 2. Say out to left. Did they do it again? They most certainly did. Third homer of the inning for the Cubs. Seiya Suzuki, bye-bye. 8th of the year. 3-2 Cubs lead.
Yeah, they beat Skeens yesterday. Took 2 out of 3 from the Pittsburgh Pirates. And they're on to Milwaukee. Highlights courtesy of Marquee Sports Network.
Bye-bye.
Alex Cohn with the broadcast there. Boog's been out a little bit. I think he may be under the weather or something. We've got Apple TV tonight. It's time to talk to Jesse Rogers. You can watch us as well, always on Twitch or YouTube, or anything that you missed is on our YouTube page. It's youtube.com/@Waddle and Silvy. Barstool Big Cat joined us earlier in studio, so make sure you grab that on our YouTube page and subscribe. It's all brought to you by Woodford Reserve. More than a spirit, it's a spectacle for the senses. Let's go up to Milwaukee right now and pick it up with Jesse Rogers, who joins us on the Yingling guest hotline. What's up, Jesse?
Good afternoon, boys. Sylvie, am I going to see you up here with a Braxton or a Mason? Sometimes you make the trek, right?
Yes, and I looked into it, but I was just telling Waddle during the break, Braxton has 4 youth baseball games this weekend. He has 1 house game, and he's in a tournament for travel. And the first one's starting tonight, and then he's got probably 2 tomorrow and maybe 1 on Sunday.
It's more likely, Jess, you'll see him in Italy.
Yeah.
Right.
You're right.
Exactly. Been there, done that with the travel ball, man. It's crazy once they start up, right? You have house league and travel. Takes up your entire weekend, that's for sure.
Yep.
Jess, we were having this brief conversation a while ago. I know you've had a really good relationship with Craig Counsell, and I'm being serious about that. I think there is a mutual respect. How much credit do you believe Craig deserves for how they're playing, the style they're playing, and how well they're playing?
Yeah, I would say a lot. I would say as much as the blame we gave him last year, it's the reverse this year. There's no doubt from a player acquisition side during the offseason, like John Birdie, for example, to the style they're actually playing in season here. Craig Counsell has had a lot of his fingerprints on it. I think we talked about this last year, and I've talked about this before with even executives, big market executive going to a small market, or small market manager going to a big market. Like, you take those sensibilities and you bring them with you, speed and defense, along with the slug that money can buy you. And I think we're seeing that perfect combination manifest itself here with the Cubs this first month. So I would say a lot, Tommy, whereas last year it was kind of sit back, watch, don't really love it completely roster construction-wise, and almost a waste of a year in a lot of ways. But he's making up for it right now because they're looking good, and I think he's a big part of it.
And when they got him last year, you thought they would up themselves from 83 wins. The Brewers had their way with the Cubs and had their way with the division. I heard you earlier say, they've been close, these series, but the last 2 years, Jesse, while the Cubs have been contending or trying to contend, the Cubs are 11-15 combined against the Brewers. And I'm saying that tonight in this series is bigger than just 3. I think it's time that the Cubs, go up there and make a statement if you can in baseball.
So sort of reverse the trend that we've been seeing, right? Even though the season series have been close, it's still 11-15, not 15-11. I don't disagree with you. It's time to, if you're a Cub fan, certainly if you're the Cubs, to sort of turn it over, right? Turn it back to the Cubs. It was last decade a little bit, meaning 15, 16, 17. Then basically since then, it's been the Brewers, and now it's time to turn it back. That's the way, if you look at this from 30,000 feet, you would imagine Brewers are still good. I still think they're going to push the Cubs, but I don't think they're as good as the Cubs. You just played some highlights there. I mean, now that Swanson's hitting a little bit, there is not a break in that lineup. It is lengthy. I mean, their backup catcher is batting fourth against lefties as he is tonight. So it is really fun to watch this offense. And as good as the Brewers are on offense, like most contending teams, it's top heavy. It doesn't really go all the way down to 9. The Cubs right now, at least, do. And so, yeah, I'm with you tonight. The series, the season series, it's time to turn it back to the Cubs, the Cubs way. But having said that, this is just a rivalry right now, and you kind of do throw out records and things like that. I kind of like what the Brewers did today. They decided to go with an opener, and I always say I like that because it's kind of a sign of respect. They're throwing a lefty out there to pitch the first inning because Happ, Tucker, and Suzuki are that good. They don't want the next guy, Quinn Priester, to be facing him 3 times. So, that's something teams didn't do a year ago, worry about facing the Cubs 3 times, at the top of the order 3 times. So, yeah, I mean, it is really time for the Cubs to take over this division, and it starts tonight.
Jesse Rogers, brought to you by your local Chicagoland Toyota Dealers Association. Toyota, let's go places. What about Ben Brown? I have a twofold question about him. What is he pitching for tonight other than just a win? Is he pitching for his future in the rotation? And do you believe Counsell will make an adjustment with him? Tyler suggested maybe he doesn't go as long, and he tells him, look, give us 3 or 4 and put your heart and soul into those 3 or 4, and then we'll get you out of there.
No, I don't think he's thinking that way, but he's ready to pull the trigger if he has to. The first sign of trouble, once they get close to that third time through the order, it'll be easier to replace him now that they have Chris Flexen, who's stretched out and pitching well. No guarantee he'll pitch well in the majors, but he certainly did in the minors. I do think he's pitching for something. Now, look, I don't know if this is his last chance at the rotation, but I would use the phrase the clock is ticking. Cade Horton is getting closer. Chris Flexen is up here. And even if, Flexen doesn't start in 5 days, maybe he does in 2 weeks. Like, there's other options emerging here. So Ben Brown has to give them some length. Now, if he doesn't, at least he has a long guy like Flexen ready. But that will be the telltale sign. If he can't go 5 or 6, then the next time around it might be Chris Flexen starting because they don't want him to just go 3. It screws up the pen too much, even with Flexen around. So I think he's pitching for a lot, whether it's tonight or 5 days from now. I think the clock is ticking is something that applies to Ben Brown.
Jess, I don't know if you know this, but Seiya is projected to hit 30 doubles, 10 triples, and 46 home runs with 142 RBIs. That's the pace he's on.
I take it.
In all seriousness, I know he's had some hot stretches since he's become a Cub, and some of those stretches are interrupted by injury. Is this the best he's looked over a stretch of time as a Cub, in your opinion?
It is, because I'll tell you, he's hitting hitters' pitchers, and he's hitting pitchers' pitches. He's hitting balls that are not always in the zone, and he's doing damage on them. That doesn't mean it will continue, but you're asking me in this moment, it just seems like even if he looks bad in a plate appearance, Counsell was just talking about that. He could be down 0-2. There's a mistake, and boom, he hits it out, and he's using the whole field. So, yes, and I said earlier today on the air, I think Kyle Tucker's had a big impact on him, taking some focus, from the pitcher, and then all of a sudden Seiya's up there with guys on base, and he's doing damage. I don't know if this trend is going to continue. A 990 OPS, I'm not sure he's that good, but he might be 900 OPS good. So, yeah, it is probably the best I've seen him as a Cub for a lot of different reasons.
I was telling Waddle that, and I texted you about it. I know you have a feature coming out soon, too, about PCA. The Ken Rosenthal feature on PCA was really good. He talked to his dad a lot. His dad grew up in Naperville, as most of us know, was an actor. He's now a teacher at Sierra Canyon High School. I think that's where LeBron's kids went. And he told a story about how he converted PCA as a 9-year-old into a Cubs fan because he used to root for the Red Sox and then he rooted for the Cardinals. And he told him, he goes, look, Theo just was hired and now's the time to get on board because they're going to be good, but I want you to go through some tough times. Sure enough, PCA became a Cubs fan. He also had a story about when he was a kid, PCA's dad, he was on the field and he met Rick Sutcliffe at one of these youth clinics. And that was when I met Rick Sutcliffe at the youth clinic. So I texted that story to Sut. Sut loved it so much that he called me and we talked about PCA for 15 minutes. And Jesse, Sut is his biggest fan, but I think he's picking up fans by the day.
I'm talking to you 10 feet away from him as, of course, Apple TV, who has the game tonight, is interviewing him as like their big feature pregame interview. Everybody wants a piece of PCA. Everybody wants to be in the PCA business. He's got a magnetic personality. And the thing is, he's separating that from his game because it's real interesting. You know, DeRosa was on with you. Instead of like he sounds brash, he looks brash, but his game is tight. You know what I mean? It's tightened up. Let's put it that way. He's not as crazy on the base paths. He's even gotten tighter in the outfield. Like there was a maniacal way about him when he first came up. It was more chaos at the plate, on the base. He's tightened it all up, and it's so great to see. But yet his personality is as magnetic as ever. Like I said, everybody wants a piece of PCA.
It's called maturity.
It's maturity, and he's really going to be one of those guys that the league is going to feature moving forward.
Hey, but I know what he's saying, that like Javi still always had that wild side to him. Yeah. Even when Javi was going good, he seems PCA. I'm sure he's still going to go through some ups and downs here, but. You know, Javi would still, while he was going well, swing at those pitches in the dirt, not be totally disciplined a lot of times. But it does seem like PCA has definitely matured a ton.
Yeah, there's no doubt. You can credit his coaches for that. Even his parents. You mentioned his dad. Like, it's the whole package when a guy sort of matures like that in front of your eyes. But it's just, you got to go through some growing pains. 99 out of 100 players do. Then there's the Mike Trouts of the world that don't. But he's been on that arc just like a lot of good players have been in the past. But he's also got this personality that goes with it. So that's what's made it a lot of fun.
Tell him to take some more walks.
Yeah,
I will relay that to him.
It will always help because when you're slumped, like a good eye doesn't
I
slump.
just think because once he gets on first base, he would scare the hell out of me as a pitcher because he's getting to second. Now I just got to move him over to third, and before you know it, you've scored a run.
What are his strikeouts at this year?
Is he putting
the ball in play a ton?
totals are 28 and walks are 6.
Yeah, that's not good. But look, that is the toughest part
for
a player to get to. Kyle Tucker's a great example. That took him a few years, and then he mastered it. Not everybody masters it, but he needs to even it out a little bit. If you're 2-to-1 strikeout to walk, that's pretty good. 3-to-1, 4-to-1, you don't want to. You don't want to be there, especially as a speedster. But that's the toughest thing to master at the major league level.
And we said this. We talked about this recently too. Is like I said that jokingly, telling him to take more walks. He has been so good with hitting the ball and the hard contact. And I wouldn't. I think that's the thing that comes next, doesn't it, Jess? As a 23-year-old player, is having a more discerning eye at the dish, because at that point, then you eliminate opposing. The pitchers throwing you garbage. They're going to have to actually bring the ball over the plate for you if, in fact, you show the tendency to take a pitch every now and again.
Yeah, there's no doubt. It's much easier said than done, because if he ends up doing that, then he becomes one of the 5 best players in the league, 10 best players in the league. Like, that's a level that only the greats really can achieve, like a Kyle Tucker. So he might have some of that still for a while, even a year or two, but if he does master it, watch out, man. He's going to steal 60, have a 370 on base, and be a star in this league for a long time.
Jesse, we don't have time for the soundbite because we're up against the clock for White Sox baseball, but really quick, do you think Dansby Swanson is A, more relaxed batting 8th, or do you think this is more of him just breaking out, or has he figured it out?
No, I think it's this. I'm not sure it's any of those things. I do think 8th has something to do with it, because I did talk to him for a while, and you've heard this before. He's come to the place where he needs to just simplify. I think he just kind of gave in. You know what I mean? I think part of that is being dropped to 8th. I'm not going to grind at this. Here's the thing. I think when a player starts the season going poorly, it really can snowball in a bad way, because you have nothing to fall back on. If this happens in June, for anybody, and you had a good May or good April, you can fall back on that. And it happens to a lot of players in April. Bad month, you start tinkering, you start trying more than you should, trying to do more than you should, grinding, and all of a sudden you just give in and you simplify and you go back to who you were 5 years ago, a decade, whatever it is. And now you're using the whole field. You have a 2-strike approach that DeRosa was talking about with you. So he needed to get there, though. He needed to maybe move to 8th and just give in. And he's done that. I don't know if it's sustainable because he is streaky, but I think it'll last for a little bit here, and then we'll see if he gets into some bad habits down the road, because that's been his MO over the last few years.
All right, Jesse, enjoy Italy. It is a great place.
Thank you, guys. I will talk to you in 10 days or whatever. Maybe from Italy. Who knows?
Break the Pope news. There you go.
Us, yeah.
See you, Jesse.
See you guys.
See you,
all right, there's Jesse Rogers in Milwaukee. We've got White Sox baseball up next. Thanks to Jesse. Barstool Big Cat also joined us in studio. If you missed that, again, grab that on our YouTube page, youtube.com/@Waddle and subscribe while you're there. Great work today by Jack McGrath, Tyler Aki. For Waddle, I'm Silvy. It's ESPN 1000. Have yourself a great weekend.
Really excited.
That was a big thrill.
Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smile.